Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 141, The Beginning. Actually, within the current Demon Slayer Corps, while there were certainly high-ranking people who supported and valued Tanjiro, many others didn't acknowledge him. It was because of a simple reason: Tanjiro had violated the rules of the Demon Slayer Corps. As a Demon Slayer of the Demon Slayer Corps, Tanjiro not only sheltered a demon, who was considered their enemy, but also kept this demon by his side. Yes, the wooden box that he carried around so carefully actually contained a demon. As a result, he faced hostility from many Hashira within the Demon Slayer Corps. Only the water Hashira and the insect Hashira could be considered to stand by his side, choosing to support him. As for Kyujiro, the flame Hashira, although he did not show hostility toward Tanjiro because the master acknowledged his situation, it was still a bit early to say that he had fully accepted Tanjiro and chosen to support him. Kyujiro's current attitude toward Tanjiro could be described as one of temporary observation, as evidenced by when he told Tanjiro that he wanted to observe him. Tanjiro was aware of this, which was why a hint of gloom appeared on his face. Fortunately, he recovered from this gloom very quickly. "I believe in Nezuko," Tanjiro declared firmly, placing a hand on the wooden box beside him as he looked at Kyujiro. "She will surely gain Mr. Rengoku's approval." Bomo. Kyujiro nodded, maintaining a smile. "Naturally, I hope so too." Hearing that response, Tanjiro smiled. Generally speaking, Kyujiro was actually quite benevolent toward Tanjiro. He was not like some of the Hashira who blatantly acted hostile toward Tanjiro for sheltering a demon. Perhaps realizing this, Tanjiro began to relax his expression. Are you also a member of the Corps?" Tanjiro finally shifted his attention to Riezel. This mysterious young man, who looked only 1 or 2 years older than him, seemed to have a good relationship with the Flame Hashira, but he was not wearing the uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps, leaving him somewhat uncertain about this young man's identity. Tanjiro's question was soon answered by Kyujiro. "This bento boy is going to be my Tsuguko," Kyujiro declared loudly. "Ah, I see. So this big brother is Mr. Rengoku's successor." Tanjiro thought, finally understood. The term Tsuguko didn't refer to an adopted child but rather to the apprentice and successor of Hashira. They were usually direct subordinates of Hashira, with lower rank but considerable status and influence within the Demon Slayer Corps. They were often regarded as proxies for the Hashira. When Mr. Rengoku said this big brother is his Tsuguko, does that mean he is Mr. Rengoku's apprentice? So, he is also a user of flame breathing. Tanjiro pondered inwardly. Miss Shinobu mentioned that only someone like Mr. Rengoku who understands flame breathing as a flame Hashira might know something about the technique I used against the lower 5 last time. Does Mr. Rengoku's Tsuguko also know something about it? With those thoughts in mind, Tanjiro couldn't help but want to know. But before he could ask, Riezel spoke first. "No." Riezel denied it briefly. What do you mean by no?" Tanjiro was taken aback. "I am not Tsuguko of the flame Hashira." Riezel glanced at Kyujiro, who was smiling beside him, then turned his head to Tanjiro. "We just met on this train, and before this, we were strangers and had no idea of each other's existence." Tanjiro's eyes widened as he turned to Kyujiro, surprised. Is that true, Mr. Rengoku?" "Don't worry about these minor details," Kyujiro said confidently and firmly. "This bento boy will be my Tsuguko. This is my decision." Upon hearing that adamant answer, Tanjiro couldn't help but be dumbfounded, while Zenitsu, who was currently engaged in a fierce battle with Inosuke, couldn't help but chime in. "Doesn't that mean you haven't got his consent yet?" Zenitsu's words summarized the situation quite accurately. In any case, Riezel was completely unaware of the matter of being a Tsuguko from start to finish and had no plans to become Kyujiro's apprentice or successor. "Since you guys just met on this train, doesn't that mean this big brother here is actually an outsider?" Zenitsu, being quite sharp, grasped the crucial point. Everyone instantly fell silent. "Are you serious? Involving ordinary people in our mission isn't allowed, right? It could be dangerous." Although timid, Zenitsu was still kind-hearted. Upon realizing that Riezel was just a bystander, he immediately stood up in a panic. "Are you seriously discussing our mission and the Mugen train incident so openly in front of an outsider? Aren't you afraid of causing chaos?" Zenitsu sure liked to make a fuss, looking like he hadn't seen much of the world. "It's okay, you guys don't have to worry about me." Without even setting down his bento box, Riezel spoke calmly to Tanjiro and Zenitsu. "Even though I'm not part of the Demon Slayer Corps and indeed just a bystander, don't be fooled by appearances. I do have some understanding of your circumstances. Besides, I can protect myself. Upon hearing that, Zenitsu was speechless and didn't know what to say. Tanjiro also fell into silence, gazing at Riezel, lost in thought. It was Inosuke, who had been wild and erratic just moments ago, now leaning against the window, casually chimed in. He's telling the truth, you know. I can sense it, he is strong, probably even stronger than the flame Hashira next to him. Oh. Kyujiro raised an eyebrow. Oddly enough, Inosuke's nonsensical remark gained Tanjiro's approval. Inosuke is right. Tanjiro nodded earnestly. Big Brother's words just now didn't carry the scent of lies, and I can detect an incredible scent emanating from him. It's the kind of scent that only a swordsman honed through 1,000 trials would have. Kyujiro raised his eyebrow again. Seriously? You guys serious? Zenitsu was bewildered by all this, but shortly afterward, he began to ponder as he gazed at Riezel. Now that I think about it, I can hear some strange sounds from him, kinda spooky. Kyujiro crossed his arms, nodding thoughtfully. Only Riezel, upon hearing the words of the three youths, spoke with genuine surprise. Your abilities are indeed quite special. If someone else were to hear the words of Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke here, they would surely find it nonsense. However, Riezel knew that the words of these three had reasons behind them. Whether it was Tanjiro, Inosuke, or even Zenitsu, each of them possessed an exceptionally sensitive and sharp sense. Tanjiro had a sharp sense of smell. Inosuke had an incredibly sensitive sense of touch. Zenitsu had a heightened sense of hearing. These three youths could each perceive information and clues through smell, hearing, and skin sensations that ordinary people couldn't confirm, stronger even than some famously sensitive animals. Precisely because of this, these three became this world's main characters, forming a group not only because they were like-minded, but also because they were equally special. As Riezel was about to say something else, someone walked into the carriage. Please show your tickets. A train conductor dressed in a train staff uniform spoke weakly and without strength. Everyone in the carriage then noticed the conductor of the train approaching, seeming a bit lackluster, not only speaking sluggishly but also with a weary expression on his face. Please show your tickets. Undoubtedly, this conductor was here to check passenger tickets. Yash, let's get the tickets checked first. Kyujiro said to everyone. We'll deal with the rest later. Yes. Agreeing, the three youths nodded. One by one, the passengers presented their tickets, handing them over to be hole-punched by the conductor. Seeing this scene, Riezel's eyes flickered. As someone familiar with the original work, he knew that this was not a good idea. Neither Kyujiro nor the three main characters knew that the tickets for the Mugen train had been tampered with by a hidden demon on board, with demon blood mixed into the ink on the tickets. Once the conductor hole-punched the tickets, the hidden demon would use the blood on the tickets to cast an illusion, hypnotizing all the passengers holding tickets. For this reason, this ticket checking was actually dangerous. Nevertheless, Riezel had no intention of stopping it. Because he knew not only the tickets but the entire train had been tampered with by the demon. If the members of the Demon Slayer Corps were not hypnotized but instead took action immediately, it was very likely to provoke an extreme reaction from the hidden demon, leading the demon to attack the entire train directly. Since there were still 200 passengers on this train, if something unexpected happened, it would definitely be a big trouble. In that case, it was better to take matters into his own hands while everyone was hypnotized and asleep so he could defeat the demon without any nuisance. Please show your ticket. Before long, the conductor had now approached Riezel, asking him to show his ticket. Riezel calmly took out his ticket and handed it to the conductor, allowing him to hole-punch it. He wasn't afraid of being hypnotized. Being completely immune to mental interference from self-redemption and possessing the highest rank development ability of abnormal resistance from Endless, he was impossible to hypnotize. Unfortunately, as he thought like that, Riezel forgot one thing. Within the skill effects of self-redemption, there was an effect that said, can accept and enhance the effects of friendly buffs on oneself. In other words, if the hypnosis had no negative effects on him but instead benefited him, he would still be affected, and it would also be enhanced. Ding, ling. In this calm, Tanjiro's Hanafuda earrings adorned with sun symbols gently swayed, emitting a barely perceptible pleasant tinkling sound. Chapter 142, Sun Breathing. Ding, ling. Suddenly, the sound of wind chimes could be heard. Somewhat distant, yet also strangely close. Ding, ling, ding, ling. The rhythmic tinkling of the wind chimes seemed to stir and call out to Riezel. It sounded pleasant and captivating. In a daze, Riezel followed the sound of the wind chimes, slowly walking in a particular direction. Wait a sec. Where the hell is this? As Riezel snapped back to reality, his mind emerging from the haze, he suddenly realized he was in an utterly unfamiliar place. Mountaintop. Indeed, Riezel found himself atop a mountain. It was a seemingly lofty peak, almost touching the sky, bathed entirely in the sunlight, making the sun appear larger than it actually was. How did I end up here? Riezel frowned. Wasn't he on the Mugen train just a moment ago? 1 second he was getting his ticket checked by the conductor, and the next moment he was in a place like this. Don't tell me I get hypnotized. Is this inside a dream? Realizing what had happened, Riezel felt a twinge of amazement. He, with the highest rank of abnormal resistance development ability and immunity to mental interference from self-redemption, got hypnotized by a demon. He couldn't believe it. Yet, the undeniable reality before him told him that whether he believed it or not, he had indeed entered a dream. The evidence was clear. Despite being on the mountaintop with strong winds and intense sunlight, he couldn't feel the breeze brushing against his body, nor could he sense the warmth of the sun. Fascinating. Confirming this, Riezel murmured to himself. After observing his surroundings for a moment, Riezel quickly reached out his hand and grabbed his own neck, preparing to snap it. This was the most effective way to break free from the demon's dream. Killing oneself in the dream would lead to waking up. However, just as Riezel was about to snap his own neck, a deep voice suddenly reached his ears. Sun breathing consists of 13 sword forms. When this unexpected voice echoed in his ears, Riezel's movement to snap his neck halted. It was only then that he noticed he wasn't alone on this mountaintop. Seemingly out of nowhere, a figure of a man appeared not far from him, facing away, exuding a mysterious aura. He had black hair tied up in a high ponytail with red edges, dressed in a red haori, holding a sword in hand, and standing against the backdrop of the sun in the sky. Ding, ling. The familiar chime sounded again, but this time it came from the earrings of the mysterious man, mysterious swordsman. On the swordsman's ears were a pair of Hanafuda earrings with sun symbols. When one looked carefully, these earrings were undoubtedly identical to the ones Tanjiro wore on his ears. You. Riezel paused his words, staring at the swordsman standing before him, facing the sun, unable to move. Who? Haa. In the next moment, the swordsman began to breathe in and out without any apparent reason. Taking in large amounts of air, the swordsman maintained his position with his back to Riezel and began demonstrating a strange breathing technique right in front of him. Clearly, this breathing resembled Kyujiro's flame breathing in some ways, yet it was entirely different. Kyujiro's breathing was powerful, with each exhale bringing a faint sensation of heat as if breathing out flames rather than air. While the breathing of this swordsman indeed felt similar to Kyujiro's flame breathing, powerful and emitting a slight heat like flames, compared to his flame breathing, this swordsman's breath not only carried the burning and destructive power of flames but also a sense of endless energy. As the swordsman breathed toward the sun, the mysterious aura emanating from him intensified, as if he were no longer human but had transformed into a spirit. Like a spirit, the unknown swordsman began to dance. Sun breathing, first form, dance. With a faint whisper, the swordsman released a slash forward. Swish. It was an arcing slash. His slash was swift, appearing like a fleeting ray of sunlight. As it cut through the air, flames suddenly ignited, forming the trajectory of a sun, slicing through the void and the atmosphere. Sun breathing, second form, clear blue sky. The swordsman smoothly transitioned into the next attack, his sword turning naturally. Leaping high into the air, he twisted his body and brought down the flaming sword from above, carving another sun trajectory. As it slashed onto the ground, the flames transformed into a flaming wheel, spreading out in all directions. Wherever the flaming wheel passed, everything was scorched by the flames, leaving behind charred marks and terrifying sword scars that seemed capable of cleaving the entire mountaintop, displaying astonishing power. In this manner, the swordsman continued to dance, repeatedly showcasing his swordsmanship. Raging Sunday. Fake Rainbow. Fire Wheel. Burning Bones, Summer Sunday. Sunflower Thrust. Solar Heat Haze. Setting Sun Transformation. Beneficent Radiance. Sun Halo Dragon Head Dance. Flame Dance. Each dance represented a sword form. Each slash represented a sword technique. The swordsman repeatedly practiced these 12 sword forms, facing the sun, with his back to Riezel, enveloped in flames, dancing like a flame spirit. No. He was not a flame spirit, but a sun spirit. Riezel began to feel a sense of illusion as if this swordsman had flown out from the rising sun he faced, even though flames were rolling around his body, but wherever his sword passed, it seemed capable of cutting through the air, the earth, everything, burning all existence, yet strangely, it didn't evoke fear but rather a marvelous sense of closeness to nature and a mysterious captivated feeling. It wasn't flames that destroyed everything, but a radiant flame that expelled every evil. It wasn't just high temperatures that evaporated matter, but a holy light that purified vile darkness. Who? Haa. As the swordsman danced amidst the billowing flames, he continuously unleashed sharp and powerful swordsmanship while breathing rhythmically. Although the breaths were not very pronounced, they echoed distinctly in Riezel's ears, allowing him to directly feel the intricacies of this breathing. Watching all this, feeling all this, unknowingly, Riezel slowly released his hand from his neck. He immersed himself in the swordsman's sword dance. He was deeply attracted by the swordsmanship practiced by the swordsman, unable to look away, unable to remember anything else. Every slash, every sword form wielded by the swordsman, resembling the sun spirit, deeply imprinted in Riezel's mind, imprinted deep in his heart, making him unable to forget no matter how hard he tried. Gradually, even Riezel was drawn by the wondrous breathing sound echoing in his ears, unconsciously mimicking it. Hoo! Haa! Just as he had imitated Kujuru's breathing on the train, Riezel began to mimic the swordsman's breathing. Regardless of frequency, number of times, amplitude, timing, quantity, or rhythm, Riezel unintentionally drew closer and closer to the swordsman. Ba-dump, ba-dump. Eventually, the beating of his heart began to accelerate, while the flow of his blood also quickened. His lungs expanded continuously, allowing Riezel to inhale larger and fiercer air. Breathing in such large quantities of air, under normal circumstances, he might have worried about oxygen toxicity, but at this moment, he abandoned all thoughts and focused wholeheartedly on following the swordsman's breathing, immersing himself in the other sword dance, almost unable to control himself. In this state, Riezel failed to notice that as his breathing changed, the power surging from within him became stronger and more intense. It was a power far beyond what he had experienced while imitating Kujuru's flame breathing. A breathing style far more powerful than flame breathing, far surpassing the breathing style mastered by any Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, appeared before Riezel's eyes. It seemed as if the swordsman intentionally wanted to pass on this breathing style to Riezel, moving over and over again, demonstrating tirelessly. After hundreds of repetitions, the swordsman seemed to have endless energy, not tired at all, not fatigued in the slightest. His hand holding the sword didn't even tremble, and his posture remained flawless from start to finish. However, there was only one problem. Sun breathing consists of 13 sword forms. Every time he moved, the swordsman mechanically uttered that sentence, but from start to finish, only 12 sword forms were displayed in front of Riezel by the swordsman. Dance, clear blue sky, raging sun, fake rainbow, fire wheel, burning bones, summer sun, sunflower thrust, solar heat haze, setting sun transformation, beneficent radiance, sun halo dragon head dance, and flame dance. Clearly, the sword forms demonstrated by the swordsman remained only these 12, never reaching the 13th sword form after countless repetitions. Yet, the swordsman repeated that sentence time and again, telling Riezel repeatedly that the breathing style named sun breathing indeed consisted of 13 sword forms. Why? Perhaps only Riezel, who was familiar with the original work, would know why. Just as Riezel's breathing synchronized completely with the swordsman's, and all the swordsman's sword forms were engraved into his mind, etched into the depths of his heart, the swordsman finally stopped moving. I'll leave it to you. At the very end, Riezel heard that barely audible murmur from the swordsman. Ding, ling. As the swordsman's earrings swayed, the sound of wind chimes resounded again. Riezel felt as if the scene before him was fading away, his consciousness gradually drifting, slowly disappearing from this dream. Chapter 143, Fierce Battle in the Train. After slumbering for who knew how long, Riezel's consciousness began to return. As the dream faded away, Riezel could clearly feel himself returning to reality, back to the state of sitting on the train. It was as if he had been dozing off, his body gently swaying with the movement of the train, the sound of the train whistle becoming clearer in his ears. Everything became real again, unlike in the dream where even the wind and sunlight had no sensation. However, with the return of sensation and senses coming back, Riezel was surprised to find that his surroundings had drastically changed. Boom. A tentacle resembling a meat pillar swung past him, hitting an empty seat and smashing it to pieces. The once somewhat desolate wooden carriage now resembled the inside of a giant intestine, with wooden walls transformed into fleshy walls from which flesh-like tentacles sprouted and thrashed wildly. What the hell? Riezel looked at the scene with a hint of astonishment. Hey! You finally woke up, bento boy. Just as Riezel felt perplexed, a familiar hearty voice reached his ears. Not far away, Kujuru stood, wielding a Japanese sword known as katana with a black and red blade, fighting off tentacles attacking from all directions. Who? Haa. Kujuru assumed an IAI stance, lowering his body, inhaling a large amount of air, simultaneously breathing and murmuring. Flame breathing, fourth form, blooming flame undulation. Flames erupted from Kujuru's sword as he swung it like a windmill, slashing extremely fast in all directions. In an instant, a vortex of flames appeared in the carriage filled with flesh walls and tentacles, blasting outward with his slash. Poochie! All the incoming tentacles were instantly cut into pieces as if melted by the high temperature of the vortex of flames. Kujuru continued to wield his blazing sword, relentlessly cutting through the attacking tentacles. Swish. Swish. Even so, the tentacles on the train seemed endless. Just as they were cut off, new ones immediately sprouted from the flesh walls and swarmed toward Kujuru. Just as Kujuru was about to counterattack, a silver flash of light passed by at a high speed. Poochie! Although the silver light merely grazed the tentacles, they were immediately shredded into countless pieces as if cut by a cutting machine. Riezel, holding a bright silver short sword, appeared behind Kujuru as if teleporting, his speed too fast for Kujuru to react. Seeing Riezel, Kyujiro's pupils contracted for a moment before a big smile spread across his face. Oh. Just like young Mizuguchi, Crying Boy, and Boarhead Boy said, Bento Boy, you're really something. After saying that, Kyujiro directly exposed his back to Riezel, swiftly slicing through the tentacles that attacked him with a flick of his blazing sword. Riezel seemed even more relaxed than Kyujiro, just standing still, casually swinging his sword with fast slashes. Each tentacle that came at him was effortlessly sliced into pieces by the silver light flashing extremely fast. What's the situation now? Riezel took a moment to ask Kyujiro behind him. Boom. It's not good at all. Kyujiro responded straightforwardly. In short, it seems we've been targeted by the demon hidden on this train since we boarded. When the conductor checked our tickets, we all got ensnared by the demon's blood demon art and ended up in some kind of dream. If young Mizuguchi hadn't snapped us out of it, things could have gotten messy. While everyone was trapped in the dream, Tanjiro was the first to figure out how to break free and return to reality, thereby awakening everyone else. In truth, the reason everyone was under remote hypnosis was because the tickets were contaminated with demon blood. Tanjiro managed to burn everyone's ticket, allowing them to wake up except for Riezel. Since Riezel was not truly under the demon's hypnosis, he remained in the dream, causing Kyujiro to stay and fight the tentacles to protect him. Without a doubt, this development was almost identical to the original work. Nevertheless, as Riezel suspected, the demon behind the scenes didn't just tamper with the tickets but also manipulated the entire train. The reason the train looked grotesque, turning into flesh walls with tentacles everywhere, was that the demon on this Mugen train had merged with the train itself, turning it into his own body. In other words, where Riezel and the others were now was not the Mugen train, but within the demon's body disguised as it. It seems the demon wants to devour all 200 passengers on the train at once, so we decide to split up. Some are going to find that demon and behead them, while others are protecting passengers in other carriages. Kyujiro explained as he pushed forward like a pillar of fire, slashing through countless tentacles all the way, even cutting through several other carriages. In these carriages, where tentacles were reaching for sleeping passengers, they all turned into meat chunks shattered by Kyujiro's swift charge and slashes. He continued to charge and slash through several carriages in succession, then in the blink of an eye, turned back like a pillar of fire, his speed leaving people amazed. That's it. The situation is very serious. Despite saying that, the smile never left Kyujiro's face, giving off not a hint of tension but rather a feeling of being in complete control. Seeing this, Riezel responded with a faint smile as well. With a flicker of his body, he turned into a hurricane, rushing out in an instant, and passing through several carriages. Poochie, poochie, poochie. Where the hurricane passed, sword lights burst out like a storm, slashing through tentacles reaching for passengers, reducing them to pieces. In no time, Riezel returned to his original position. Along the way, not only were the tentacles sliced apart, but even the flesh walls were cut into a bloody mess, temporarily preventing their regeneration. Huh. Kyujiro's expression changed once again, clearly shocked. It couldn't be helped, since the strength displayed by Riezel greatly surpassed his imagination. Such strength would undoubtedly qualify him as a Hashira within the Demon Slayer Corps. No, even as a Hashira, it seemed that Riezel at this moment surpassed even that. I told you, didn't I? Riezel paid no heed to the surprise he caused Kyujiro with his performance. Fighting a powerful demon while protecting 200 passengers at the same time is challenging even for you. Yeah. I admit my shortcomings. Kyujiro nodded in acknowledgement before exclaiming loudly. But it's all right. No matter what, I will protect everyone here. I won't let anyone die, definitely. In the next moment, the flames on Kyujiro's body suddenly burned even more fiercely. As he prepared to exert himself both mentally and physically, ready to make a desperate effort, Riezel stopped him. No need for that. Riezel said frankly. We're inside the demon's body, so as long as we stay on this train, we'll be constantly fighting this demon and struggling to protect the passengers inside. Instead of just defending, we should focus on finding a way to evacuate them. As if understanding Riezel's words, the surrounding flesh walls writhed, immediately sprouting countless tentacles, attacking him. Whoosh! A silver light suddenly flashed, cutting off all the tentacles in one strike, causing them to fall to the ground. Boom. Meanwhile, Kyujiro once again transformed into a fiery pillar, dashing extremely fast through several carriages, cutting off tentacles one by one, before returning to Riezel's side. I understand what you mean, but the train is moving at its fastest speed. How do we evacuate 200 passengers from here? Kyujiro asked, his sword ignited, raising the temperature inside the entire carriage. Simple, let's stop the train first. Riezel answered calmly, swinging countless sword lights to cut off tentacles and flesh walls, then turning his head to Kyujiro. Later, I will stop or even dismantle this train. When that happens, you must evacuate all the passengers as soon as possible. Is that all right? Do you have a way to stop this train? Kyujiro paused for a moment, then without hesitation, he promised. No problem. I'll get all the passengers out as soon as the train stops. Good. After cutting off several tentacles, Riezel turned around, looked at Kujuru, and warned. Be careful. Ow. Kujuru grinned, without looking back. You too. Riezel smiled softly, then disappeared on the spot. Feeling Riezel's aura disappear behind him, Kujuru's smile grew stronger on his face. The journey this time is truly amazing. Getting to know such an outstanding friend, I, Rengoku Kujuru, feel deeply honored. Inside his mind, Kujuru was overjoyed, but at the same time, he also felt a bit puzzled. But I can't help but feel that Bento Boy's breathing has changed somehow. What a strange feeling. Maybe just my imagination. As Kujuru thought like that, tentacles came at him again. Boom. Let's focus on completing the mission first. Kujuru concentrated, pushing away distracting thoughts, enveloped by flames, rushing toward other carriages. Toot. In the wilderness, atop the railroad tracks, a train sped through the darkness, emitting bursts of steam whistles and the sound of its wheels. However, this train was now covered in flesh walls everywhere, looking somewhat grotesque and nauseating. Inosuke. Hurry up. At this moment, Tanjiro was running on the roof of the train, shouting at the boar-headed youth beside him as he ran. I know. Watch me. Boar rush. Inosuke wielded two saw-like swords, charging recklessly toward the front of the train. Boom. However, just then, a figure smashed through the train's wall, leaping onto the heads of the two. Tanjiro looked up, astonished. By Big Brother. Chapter 144, Lower 1. The one who flew out from the Mugen train was naturally Riezel. He broke through the train's flesh walls and soared out from within, leaping high in front of Tanjiro and Inosuke, like an arrow released, slicing through the night sky and landing ahead on the train tracks. Toot. At the same time, the train, with its long whistle and the sound of its wheels, rushed like a rampaging steel beast toward Riezel, who had landed on its tracks. Danger. Seeing this scene, Tanjiro, standing on the roof of the train, was greatly terrified. Oi. Bento Eater. Get out of there fast. Even Inosuke was panicked, roaring angrily in Riezel's direction. Although both of them were from the countryside and grew up in the mountains without much exposure to the world, it didn't stop them from understanding how dangerous Riezel's current actions were. It was obvious that being hit by such a large steel vehicle would result in serious injuries, not to mention that the train was still moving at an astonishing speed. Once hit, it was absolutely impossible for Riezel to survive without severe injuries. Moreover, the train was now merged with a demon, making it basically impossible to stop, not even to slow down. Riezel's act of landing on the train tracks and standing in front of the train was tantamount to seeking death. Even so, Tanjiro and Inosuke were shocked to find that Riezel not only didn't choose to evade but instead stood firm, facing the rampaging steel beast heading toward him with an extremely calm expression. Damn it. Inosuke couldn't help but rush forward. Not only him, but Tanjiro also drew his black sword and charged forward. Inosuke. Tanjiro shouted anxiously. We have to cut off the demon's head before Big Brother gets hit. I know. Inosuke responded loudly. Both of them tightened their grip on their swords, emitting a barely noticeable warmth. Their swords were known as Nichiren swords, weapons specially made for the Demon Slayer Corps, forged from special materials called Scarlet Crimson Iron Sand and Scarlet Ore that absorbed sunlight, possessing properties that emitted energy similar to sunlight. The reason why the Demon Slayer Corps could hunt demons was firstly, because its members all mastered the breathing style, which allowed them to unleash powers comparable to those of demons, and secondly, because of these Nichiren swords. Generally speaking, demons were unkillable as long as they were not exposed to direct sunlight. Not only their injuries would quickly heal, but even limbs could be reattached or regenerated effortlessly. It was accurate to say they had an immortal body. However, if their head was severed by Nichiren swords, they would be killed instantly, without a chance of recovery. After all, this weapon was forged from special ore that absorbed sunlight. Cutting off a demon's head with a Nichiren sword was almost the same as exposing them to sunlight. Therefore, when demon slayers were successfully selected to join the Demon Slayer Corps, they each received a Nichiren sword tailored for them as their weapon for slaying demons. Now, since the demon controlling the Mugen train had merged with the train itself, turning it into the demon's body, there must be a vital point somewhere on the train similar to a demon's neck. By severing this point and cutting off the demon's head merged with the train, they could kill him and stop the train. Tanjiro and Inosuke had climbed onto the roof for this purpose, while Zenitsu remained inside the carriage, protecting the passengers. However, now that Riezel suddenly appeared and was about to be hit by the train, the two of them had to behead the demon as soon as possible and slay him, only then could they save Riezel. Unfortunately, they barely had time to find the demon's vital point, let alone cut off his neck. Tanjiro and Inosuke knew that the demon's neck was likely buried under the front of the train, so they tried to locate and sever it as soon as possible, but time simply didn't allow it. No. It's too late. Quick, dodge. Bento eater. Tanjiro and Inosuke could only run on the roof of the train, shouting urgently. In this situation, Riezel, bathed in the glaring light of the charging train, slowly raised one hand. Decompose. A red vortex surged in Riezel's palm. Toot. With the whistle of the roaring locomotive, the train finally collided, hitting Riezel's body hard. Tanjiro and Inosuke showed expressions of despair one after another. However, the scene of blood splattering and flesh being torn apart they imagined did not occur. Buzz. With a sound resembling a tremor, Riezel's hand, reaching out toward the oncoming train, first made contact with the locomotive, allowing the red vortex to pass through his palm like a hurricane, instantly transmitting to the entire body of the train. Following that, Riezel suddenly punched with his fist. Bang. Amidst an ear-splitting roar, the train, completely covered by red waves, was dismantled under the influence of Riezel's fierce punch. Bang, 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 bang. With a series of exploding sounds, the train burst apart section by section, the front separated, and the carriages disconnected from each other, becoming fragmented. Riezel did not completely decompose the train into nothingness, he just roughly dismantled it. After all, there were passengers on the train, including Kyujiro and the three main characters. He didn't want to risk decomposing them all into nothingness. Therefore, he only dismantled the train, causing the front to separate, the carriages to disconnect, and the wheels to burst, turning into fragments falling all around the train tracks, making various parts fly in the air. Undoubtedly, this scene was an exceptionally magnificent sight. Of course, Tanjiro and Inosuke, standing on top of the train, naturally were thrown off. Hey. Are you fucking kidding me? Witnessing the spectacular scene of a train being crushed by a punch before their eyes, Tanjiro and Inosuke found themselves flung into the air, screaming in shock as their shouts echoed far into the distance. Naturally, neither of them knew what magic was. In their eyes, Riezel appeared to have punched the oncoming train with his bare fist, causing it to fall apart. In reality, when Riezel used decomposition magic on the train, it had already begun to decompose. However, because he only broke down its structure, the train hadn't completely decomposed yet. It was like a set of building blocks, before being knocked over, it could still maintain its train appearance. Consequently, Riezel simply punched it, breaking apart the blocks and causing the train to be dismantled. Nonetheless, Tanjiro and Inosuke were oblivious to the complexities of the situation. All they knew was that Riezel had punched the train and it fell apart. That was way too strong, right? Too strong, wasn't it? Too strong. Tanjiro continued shouting like crazy while still in midair. That guy is amazing. Amazing, I tell you. Mwahaha. He blew up the Lord of the Land, Santoro. Inosuke danced around in midair excitedly, thoroughly thrilled. I'm Tanjiro. Tanjiro protested. After flying through the air for a while, the two of them finally landed on the ground together. Tanjiro. Inosuke. At this moment, Zenitsu emerged from the wreckage of the train carriage, carrying a wooden box on his back, tears streaming down his face in a mixture of fear and relief. The train fell apart. It derailed. Am I missing any body parts? Am I? Please tell me I'm not. That was scary. Zenitsu cried out in a dramatic display, genuinely believing that the train had derailed and worried he might have lost a limb. Meanwhile, Kyujiro, upon sensing the train start to stop just as Riezel had said, wasted no time in unleashing the full power of flame-breathing, fourth form, blooming flame undulation. A vortex of flames spiraled through every carriage, stabilizing the derailed train with the impact on each carriage, bringing it to a halt on the train tracks. So it really did dismantle. Kyujiro remarked, emerging from one of the carriages. He strolled leisurely as he surveyed the chaotic scene around him, especially the dismantled train before letting out a hearty laugh. As for Riezel, he glanced briefly at the locomotive, which had been flung off the train tracks and lay beside him. Ugh. Aha. In the next moment, flesh walls surged continuously from the locomotive. How is this possible? How could something like this happen? Within the flesh walls, a boy's voice cried out in agony and disbelief. Without a doubt, this was the demon's voice that merged with the Mugen train. Riezel happened to know the identity of this demon. Lower 1, Enmu, the most powerful lower rank among the 12 Kazuki, second only to the 6 upper ranks, possessed the power to hypnotize people and manipulate dreams at will. On top of that, he was the only surviving lower rank at present. Due to the lower 5 being indirectly defeated by the 3 main characters and some lower ranks eventually being hunted down by the Hashira, Enmu was the last of his kind. This was because the Demon King, the progenitor of all demons in this world, had recently disbanded the lower ranks, executing most of them, except for Enmu. As the only surviving lower rank, Enmu indeed had some amazing abilities. Being able to hypnotize the Flame Hashira and the 3 main characters, as well as merge with a train, this kind of ability was beyond the reach of ordinary demons. Unfortunately, this last surviving lower rank would also meet his end here. Impossible. I haven't lost yet. I must devour everyone here. Kill the Hashira and that little rascal with earrings. Gah! Enmu struggled, causing the locomotive to lurch. Tap 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 tap. At the same time, Riezel calmly approached the locomotive step by step, his face serene like a still lake. Chapter 145, A Nightmare. As Riezel approached, Enmu naturally felt it. Felt what? Naturally, he felt fear. As a lower rank closest to the upper ranks, few things could make Enmu afraid. In his eyes, demon slayers seemed no different from ordinary humans. He was not even afraid of Hashira at all and even wanted to kill them to gain merit. For demons, the demon slayer corps, which had always been hunting them, was undoubtedly quite annoying. However, since the demon king had long ordered the hunting of Hashira, Enmu had never feared them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have devised a plan to merge with the Mugen train and devour the flame Hashira along with the other 200 passengers. As long as he could kill a Hashira and consume a large number of humans, he could become stronger and receive the demon king's reward. Perhaps he could even launch a bloody battle for a position change within the upper ranks, becoming a newcomer in the upper ranks that had not had a member change in over 100 years. Therefore, Enmu had always considered his move on the Mugen train with a mindset geared toward entertainment and enjoyment. After all, what he liked most was witnessing the suffering and despair of others. Whether it was the Hashira or the 200 passengers, their agonizing struggles before death would surely be interesting. Every time Enmu thought of that, he felt a sense of pleasure. Unfortunately, the reality proved that even demons like Enmu, when faced with incomprehensible things, would still feel fear when it was time to fear. The moment Riezel stopped and dismantled the entire train with a single punch, it became truly incomprehensible to Enmu. Especially since the train had already merged with his body, he could feel even more vividly the inexplicable events that had occurred in that split second. It felt as if his whole body was forcibly torn apart by an unknown power, with even the very things that constituted his existence being invaded, controlled, and ripped apart. It was as absurd as watching his own cells being pulled out of his body one by one while wide awake. As a result, when Enmu saw Riezel approaching him, his mind exploded. Eyes of forced unconscious sleep. With Enmu's yell, meat pillars suddenly shot out from the locomotive, rushing toward Riezel. On the meat pillars, countless eyes were growing, staring straight at Riezel, emitting a strange wave that projected onto his body through their gaze. Demons naturally possessed powers beyond those of humans, powers that ordinary humans couldn't compare to. In addition to abilities such as an undying body and superhuman physical prowess, some demons' bodies also possessed special abilities like magic or superpowers, some with strange effects, others akin to ultimate techniques, offering a wide range of possibilities. It was known as the Blood Demon Art, a special ability exclusive to demons. Demons possessing Blood Demon Art generally had stronger abilities than those without. Some particularly powerful demons could even possess multiple Blood Demon Arts. Enmu's Blood Demon Art could force his targets into sleep, causing them to experience dreams. What made it terrifying was his ability to control the people, events, and objects within these dreams, keeping those affected by his Blood Demon Art forever immersed without their knowledge. Once affected by his Blood Demon Art, no matter who it was, their consciousness would completely separate from their physical body, unable to move as long as they didn't wake up from the dream. In order to wake up from the dream, there was usually only one way. That was for the person trapped in the dream to muster the courage to commit suicide. Only then could they wake up from the dream completely on their own. If Tanjiro hadn't woken up this way and burned Kyujiru's and the others' tickets, they wouldn't have awakened. Enmu's Blood Demon Art was truly powerful, as evidenced by the 200 passengers on the train remaining asleep, lost in their dreams even as the train caused a significant commotion by derailing and had its carriages separated. Now, Enmu used this powerful Blood Demon Art on Riezel, known as Eyes of Forced Unconscious Sleep. This wasn't performed through blood-soaked tickets like the previous long-distance method but rather through direct eye contact for hypnosis. In terms of effect and power, it was definitely much stronger than the previous long-distance hypnosis. Unless eye contact was avoided, the success rate of this direct hypnotic technique was 100%, which meant it was unstoppable. Even the upper ranks, if caught in this hypnosis, would surely fall. This monster has already locked eyes with me, so he will definitely. As Enmu thought like that, he froze and suddenly widened his eyes. In front of him, Riezel indeed met the gazes of countless eyes growing on the meat pillars, but instead of being hypnotized, he only furrowed his brow, his face twisted in disgust. Disgusting shits. After muttering that, Riezel brandished his bright silver short sword, suddenly unleashing several sword lights at incredible speed. Swish, 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 swish. Several meat pillars were instantly destroyed by the sword lights, cut into countless pieces, and scattered on the ground. Eyes of Forced Unconscious Sleep. Enmu screamed hysterically and caused the locomotive to grow several more meat pillars, making the eyes on the meat pillars all look at Riezel, releasing the full power of hypnosis. Unfortunately, this power couldn't even make Riezel's footsteps falter. Riezel seemed to feel nothing, calmly stepping forward toward Enmu, step by step. Enmu stared blankly at Riezel's figure, who, compared to himself transformed into a massive train, was undoubtedly exceedingly small. Is this a nightmare? Enmu whispered in a daze. With those final words, a red vortex swiftly crashed into the locomotive where Enmu's head was. Boom. This time, Riezel showed no mercy, delivering maximum output, using decomposition magic to its peak, and decomposing the entire locomotive into nothingness. Bzzzt. With the disappearance of the locomotive, the flesh walls that were still squirming in the carriages stopped, withered, and then completely reduced to ashes. Ultimately, decomposition magic far exceeded the regeneration limit of a lower rank, rendering Enmu unable to recover at all. And so, the last surviving lower rank of the 12 Kazuki met a tragic end. As for Riezel, he still stood in place, looking at the huge pit that appeared with the disappearance of the locomotive. His eyes were calm, devoid of pity. Man-eating demon, this is the end you deserve. After leaving those indifferent words, Riezel turned around and left, leaving the empty pit behind. At last, the man-eating incident on the Mugen train had come to a close. Not only had the ringleader demon been slain, but none of the 200 passengers were harmed, and the members of the Demon Slayer Corps emerged unscathed as well. Such results could only be deemed a perfect victory. Kyujiro had already been in contact with the Demon Slayer Corps, requesting them to send personnel to clean up the aftermath, escort the 200 passengers back, and return the dismantled Mugen train to the station. Unfortunately, the locomotive had vanished, leaving only the carriages and parts of the train behind. It remained uncertain whether it could be repaired and put back into operation in the future. Of course, these were matters of the government, unrelated to Riezel or the Demon Slayer Corps. After all, the Demon Slayer Corps was an organization not recognized by the authorities. Naturally, they had no reason to worry about matters that concerned the government. While waiting for the personnel of the Demon Slayer Corps to arrive and handle the aftermath, Riezel found himself entangled with Kyujiro. Let's go, Bento boy. Kyujiro appeared before Riezel, arms folded, staring straight ahead and shouting loudly. Come back with me to the Demon Slayer Corps. Shouting like that, Kyujiro's gaze was fixed on the other side of the mountain. Hey, where are you looking? I'm right here. Riezel stood behind Kyujiro, rolling his eyes at Kyujiro's body blocking his way. Come to the core with me. Kyujiro continued to face the distance, shouting loudly. Rest assured. I will recommend you to the master. Rest assured my ass. Riezel retorted and pushed aside Kyujiro, blocking his path. Things haven't even ended yet, and you're already asking me to rest assured. Upon hearing that, Kyujiro stopped his antics. Haven't ended. Kyujiro turned around to look at Riezel, his face confused. Even the three main characters, who were playfully approaching, were now drawn to Riezel's words. Didn't Big Brother already take down the demon? Tanjiro asked with surprise as he grabbed his wooden box from Zenitsu, who hesitated to release it. Are there more demons? Zenitsu, no longer vying for the box with Tanjiro, looked wary. More demons. Ha! Bring it on. Whether it's a train or whatever. Watch as this Lord Hashibara smashes them with his fists. Inosuke, his emotion soaring, seemed ignited by Riezel's earlier display. He even threw down his beloved swords on the ground, and clenched his fists, eager to try. Seeing the four's reaction, Riezel answered calmly. It's an upper rank. An upper rank is coming. Upon hearing his answer, everyone's faces quickly stiffened. Especially Kyujiro, his expression changed suddenly, and the usual cheerfulness vanished. Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke had even more extreme reactions. Coming. Tanjiro's nose twitched and his face changed dramatically. What's that sound? It's approaching extremely fast. Zenitsu covered his ears, his face turning pale. Over there. Inosuke quickly picked up his swords and pointed fiercely in a certain direction. Whoosh. Before long, the sound of wind breaking spread from afar to near as a figure shot toward them like a cannonball. Boom. As the figure landed with a resounding crash, it stirred up a deafening explosion and a cloud of dust. Oh. Enmu died. A young voice echoed from the dust. Heh, lower rank is just lower rank after all. Can't even step up to the plate and handle the true strong ones. Saying such words, the figure slowly emerged from the dust, and simultaneously, a powerful murderous intent instantly filled the air. Chapter 146, Upper 3. This is. As astonishing murderous intent permeated the entire area, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke couldn't help but take a step back, their pupils trembling, seemingly shaken. Since they each possessed exceptionally keen senses, murderous intent, which even some ordinary people could sense, undoubtedly had a magnified effect on these three youths, causing them a lot of distress. In this situation, Tanjiro unconsciously gripped his sword, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Inosuke resembled an enraged beast, his entire body bristling with sweat-soaked fur. Zenitsu hugged his head and squatted directly on the ground, his face pale, letting out a sharp scream of fear. "You three, step back." Even Kyujiru's expression was grave as he shouted at the three. He quickly stood in front of Tanjiro, Inosuke, and Zenitsu, body lowered, hand already resting on the hilt of his sword. Only Riezel remained calm, gazing ahead with cold eyes. In front of them, the figure emerging slowly from the dust finally revealed his full form. He was a young man with peach-red short hair, golden eyes, deep blue tattoos covering his entire body, and fingernails painted blood red. He wasn't tall and looked even younger than Kyujiro, wearing a short, sleeveless dark purple-pink haori with an open chest, prayer beads hanging from his ankles, and bare feet. He looked like a martial artist, clearly someone not to be trifled with. However, that wasn't the most important part. What was most striking was the characters engraved in his eyes. In his pair of golden eyes, 2 Japanese characters were engraved. Left eye, 3. Right eye, upper rank. This was the characteristic of the 12 Kazuki, symbols of their rank and identity. Upper ranks have characters engraved in both eyes. Lower ranks have characters engraved in one eye. Needless to say, the demon before them, without a doubt, was an upper rank. Upper 3. Kyujiro muttered solemnly. Upper 3, meaning the third strongest demon aside from the Demon King, was now standing before them. "I am Akaza." The upper 3, Akaza, nonchalantly revealed his name. However, as he looked toward Riezel and Kyujiro, his face broke into a smile full of fighting intent. "Ah. I see." Akaza seemed to understand something, his smile turned aggressive. "To think there are 2 guys with such fighting spirit here. No wonder a lower rank dies so easily." Akaza's words were clearly directed at Riezel and Kyujiro. Obviously, this upper rank had seen through it all, recognizing Riezel and Kyujiro as the strongest individuals within the group. As for Tanjiro and the other 2, Akaza didn't even put them in his eyes. "You're the upper 3, right?" Kyujiro asked, his gaze fixed intently on Akaza. "Are you also the mastermind behind the Mugen Train incident?" Kyujiro speculated that Akaza had appeared here because he, along with Enmu, had orchestrated the Mugen Train incident. Unfortunately, his speculation was wrong. "Don't misunderstand, I'm not like those weaklings like lower ranks." Akaza shook his head. "I don't involve myself in such messy matters. I just happened to be nearby and received an order to come here because of the lower one's blunder." "Order?" Kyujiro's mind stirred. "Someone who can command upper ranks. Could it be?" Before Kyujiro could finish his thought, Akaza had already changed the subject. "What are your names?" Akaza surprisingly took an interest in their names, but of course, his question was directed only at Riezel and Kyujiro. "I'm Rengoku Kyujiro, the Flame Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps." Kyujiro stated his name. "As I thought, you're a Hashira." Akaza showed no surprise, or rather, knowing that the lower one had been slain, regardless of who it was, they would suspect that the culprit was a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. Within the Demon Slayer Corps, only Hashira-rank swordsmen had the ability to kill the lower ranks of the 12 Kazuki. Other ranks of swordsmen were basically incapable of threatening the 12 Kazuki. Even Kino-rank swordsmen were equally powerless against the lower ranks. Therefore, for the 12 Kazuki, the true threats were only the Hashira, and opponents worth noting were likewise Hashira. "What about you?" Akaza turned his gaze to Riezel, the smile on his face growing broader. "Which Hashira are you?" Unfortunately, faced with Akaza's question, Riezel remained silent, just watching him quietly. "Don't want to answer, huh?" Akaza expressed some regret but didn't feel annoyed. "Well, strong ones always have a temper and privilege, and you indeed qualify to be arrogant." With those words, Akaza suddenly raised his head, releasing his full-blown aggressiveness without hiding it. "But I'm also strong." Crack. As he spoke, Akaza suddenly stomped on the ground, shattering it beneath his feet. Technique development. Akaza assumed a martial arts stance, with a firm stance, performing a starting pose, causing a 12-sided snowflake pattern to appear under his feet. Destructive death, compass needle. As the snowflake pattern emitted a bright light, his pair of golden eyes gleamed brightly. Danger. Kyujiro reacted quickly and stepped forward without hesitation. Bang. In that split second, Akaza disappeared from the spot. He broke through the ground, trampling the earth underfoot, darting out as fast as lightning. With a burst of explosive air, he rushed in front of Riezel. Everyone felt their vision blur. Akaza had disappeared a second ago, and the next second he suddenly appeared right in front of them, his face wearing an aggressive smile now seemingly inches away. Tanjiro couldn't react. Zenitsu couldn't react. Inosuke couldn't react either. Even though they had sensitive and keen senses, in the face of such absolute speed, their bodies couldn't keep up, let alone react. Riezel, however, calmly moved his finger slightly, preparing to draw his sword. He had no choice since Akaza was coming for him. Whoosh. With a fearless smile, Akaza swung his fist toward Riezel. His fist was so fast that even the sound barrier couldn't keep up until it was about to touch Riezel's face. However, Riezel stopped the action he was about to take because flame breathing, second form, rising scorching sun. A flaming blade rose violently from bottom to top, slashing toward Akaza's fist, which carried a sonic boom. Seeing the trajectory, the flaming blade would definitely cut down his arm before his fist could touch Riezel's face. Ha ha ha. However, instead of being scared, Akaza laughed madly, twisting his arm and unabashedly striking toward the fire blade that was slashing toward him. Ding! Akaza's fist carrying a sonic boom collided with Kyujiro's flaming blade, ultimately resulting in a crisp metal collision sound, causing the two to flick away from each other, and creating distance. Flame breathing, first form, unknowing fire. Kyujiro engulfed his entire body in flames and with a fierce momentum like a rocket, charged toward Akaza. Destructive death, disorder. Watching the blurred figure of Kyujiro charging toward him at such speed that even his silhouette was indistinguishable, Akaza's fighting intent erupted. Instead of retreating, he advanced, striking out with both hands like a machine gun. Boom. Amid the exploding sound, Kyujiro's charge was blocked by Akaza. Kyujiro's fiery slash was deflected by Akaza's fist, resembling a barrage of bullets. It seemed as though he was engulfed in a storm of punches, nearly overwhelmed by the countless fist strikes aimed at him. At this moment, the gazes of a swordsman and a demon instantly clashed, sparking intense friction. Boom, 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 boom. In the next moment, the fierce battle between a swordsman and a martial artist erupted without warning. Unable to land a blow, Kyujiro unleashed a flurry of flames, enveloping Akaza in a sky-covering, earth-hiding blaze. While it appeared that he was attacking every corner of Akaza's body, his intent was subtly focused on Akaza's neck, aiming most of his slashes at Akaza's vital points after feinting his attacks. Unfazed, Akaza met Kyujiro's sword with his bare fists, engaging in combat without weapons. His fists repeatedly struck Kyujiro's sword, deflecting, knocking, smashing, and even blocking it, leaving numerous blood trails on his hands and spilling copious amounts of blood. Despite the immense price of this battle, Akaza showed no fear, instead bursting with astonishing determination and fighting intent. With a smile on his face, he swung his fists wildly, unleashing fist strikes as powerful as toppling mountains and overturning seas toward Kyujiro. As for the wounds on Akaza's body, they were healed in less than a second by his terrifying regenerative ability as an upper rank. Ha ha ha. Your attacks are futile, Kyujiro. Akaza laughed loudly before suddenly giving a powerful punch. Boom. Another explosion resounded as Akaza's powerful punch landed on the sword hastily raised by Kyujiro, sending him flying after creating a shock wave. Ugh. Kyujiro couldn't halt his momentum as he was sent flying, his feet skidding along the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. Destructive death. Akaza immediately assumed a defensive stance once again, preparing to unleash his fist toward Kyujiro like a cannonball. However, he suddenly halted because another figure had appeared in front of him, seemingly out of nowhere. Maintaining a steady posture, Riezel stood in front of Akaza with a calm expression on his face, but his eyes betrayed a hint of indifference. With this, Akaza's opponent was switched. Chapter 147, Becoming a Demon. Bullshit. At this moment, Akaza was very, very excited. It was because of the men who had appeared in front of him. That's a massive and inspiring fighting spirit. Akaza couldn't help but exclaim. Sensing fighting spirit was the driving force of Akaza's blood demon art. Those proficient in martial arts would naturally possess fighting spirit, it was just a matter of more or less. Just like how anger generated wrath, when someone had murderous intent toward another, they naturally emitted a murderous aura. Similarly, martial artists naturally emitted a fighting spirit, whether they were swordsmen or something else. Akaza's blood demon art, known as destructive death, compass needle, could sense his opponent's fighting spirit like a compass, making his attacks and evasive actions as precise as if being drawn by a magnet. The stronger his opponent's fighting spirit, the stronger the reaction of the compass needle, and the higher the intensity and precision of his corresponding technique or attack. With this blood demon art as the foundation, Akaza used a series of precise, swift, and powerful martial arts to strike his opponents by sensing their fighting spirit. For example, the previously used destructive death, disorder, was one of them, a technique based on sensing fighting spirit, capable of striking with unparalleled precision, causing excessive damage. Akaza's perception of his opponent's fighting spirit was extremely keen and sensitive, and he could easily discern his opponent's strength with this technique. In his perception, the human standing before him emitted a tremendous and awe-inspiring fighting spirit. Such a massive fighting spirit, even for him who survived for hundreds of years, he had never felt it from anyone else. Not even from that person. Therefore, Akaza was very interested in Riezel, and facing him like this excited him even more. Although it's not yet condensed, not refined enough, unable to reach the highest domain yet, judging solely from the scale of your fighting spirit, you must be the strongest in this world. Akaza spoke with his eyes gleamed as he stared at Riezel. You must be very strong, extremely strong, even have a chance to reach that highest domain. Such an existence like you being just a human, it's truly a pity. At those words, Riezel raised his eyebrows slightly but said nothing. Hey, what do you say? Wanna come over to our side? Akaza extended his hand toward Riezel, smiling invitingly. I'll introduce you to that person and make you a demon, how about it? As soon as he said that, before Riezel could speak, others became excited. Don't listen to him. Big brother. Tanjiro was the most excited, so excited that he even overcame his fear and finally managed to shout. Bento boy. Kyujiro, who was always calm, also shouted. His usual laid-back attitude was nowhere to be seen. By the way. Akaza turned to face Kyujiro. Why don't you join us too, Kyujiro? Though you may not match up to this guy, your fighting spirit is equally massive. I've slain so many Hashira, and among them, you surely rank among the best. It's such a waste for humans, really. Just become a demon, and I promise you'll become even stronger. I refuse. Kyujiro answered without hesitation. I can't think of any reason to become a demon. His remark surprisingly caught Akaza off guard. Are you kidding me, Kyujiro? Akaza chuckled. Reasons to become a demon can be listed without much effort. Yet you claim there's no reason at all. Truly absurd. In a sense, his words weren't wrong since there were indeed many reasons to become a demon. For example, once someone became a demon, they wouldn't die or age. As long as they avoided sunlight, they would live indefinitely. Moreover, no matter how severe their injuries or illnesses, becoming a demon guaranteed recovery. Not to mention, they also gained in human strength, which was another advantage. Compared to fragile and powerless humans, becoming a demon, in the eyes of most people, wasn't necessarily a bad thing. However, to become a demon means living in darkness for eternity, unable to see sunlight, and having to feed on human flesh just to keep your sanity. That's the true absurdity. Kyujiro countered, his expression serious. But compared to the benefits gained, how significant is that cost? Akaza said nonchalantly. Even humans spend roughly half of their days indoors, and the rest is wasted on meaningless sleep. Considering just the active hours, humans and demons aren't so different, right? Humans during the day and demons at night. As for eating humans, it's just a way to get nutrition and become stronger. It should be a good thing. What's absurd about it? Don't humans do the same to livestock like chickens or pigs? Akaza's words earned a furious glare from Tanjiro and a disapproving headshake from Kyujiro. Our values and perspectives are like the difference between heaven and earth. Continuing this talk is meaningless. Kyujiro stated firmly. Regardless, I'll never become a demon. Upon hearing that, Akaza's smile instantly vanished from his face. How foolish. Human existence is nothing but a burden. Limited life. Limited talent. Limited time. Limited body. Everything about humans is limited. With such limitations, how can you chase infinite power and reach the highest domain? Akaza's voice was cold, but his voice carried intensity. Only demons, those with infinite time and life, can free themselves from the shackles of the human body, constantly improving themselves, continuously getting stronger, until they reach that highest domain. You are such powerful beings, would you really be willing to watch your strength fade away, only to disappear when your body ages and your lifespan ends? If that's truly what you desire, then you are truly foolish. Akaza's words made Tanjiro unable to hold back anymore. Where's the foolishness? Tanjiro exclaimed angrily. Our lives may be limited, but it's because of that limitation that many valuable things emerge. That's not something as shallow as being summarized by mere strength. However, his impassioned words only earned a cold response. Shut up. Whoosh. Akaza suddenly swung a powerful punch at Tanjiro. His punch, although clearly striking through the air, caused a resounding boom in the atmosphere. In no time, his punch transformed into a gust of wind, roaring toward Tanjiro's head. Boom. Akaza's powerful punch hit, creating an impact like thunder. However, this punch didn't hit Tanjiro but Kyujiro, who arrived just in time and blocked it with his sword. Mr. Rengoku. Tanjiro shouted at Kyujiro, who appeared in front of him. Be careful, young Kamado. Kyujiro didn't turn back, just gave a word of caution. Akaza maintained his punching posture and spoke to Tanjiro with a cold voice. Weaklings should recognize their weaknesses. It's your weakness that makes you see trivial things as important. As a weakling, how can you grasp that the path of the strong can't tolerate anything unnecessary? Those are just obstacles holding people back from getting stronger. After saying that, Akaza looked again at Riezel, who hadn't moved at all. You must understand what I'm saying, right? Akaza smiled. No, it's okay if you don't understand. When you encounter a situation where you cannot move forward no matter what you do, you will know that your human body is just a shackle. Only by becoming a demon can you continue to grow stronger, until Until you reach that so-called highest domain. Akaza couldn't finish his sentence since Riezel interrupted his words, finally speaking up. Yes. Exactly. Akaza, seeing Riezel finally speak, immediately showed a happy smile. You still have a chance now, you can gain more time to improve yourself. Come on. Become a demon and you can be like me, always fighting, always getting stronger. At this point, Akaza had already opened his arms wide, ready to accept Riezel at any moment. Unfortunately. Do you know how much time it took me from being just an ordinary human that you look down upon to having the power I have now? Riezel asked in a calm tone, leaving Akaza stunned. In the next moment, Akaza got the answer. 4 months. Riezel continued, suddenly smiling at Akaza. I've grown from an ordinary human with no power to this point in just 4 months. With those words, not only Akaza but even Kyujiro and the other 3 showed expressions of disbelief. Impossible. Akaza vehemently denied it. Your massive fighting spirit is obviously the result of years of training. It's basically impossible to achieve it with just a human body in a mere 4 months. He simply couldn't believe Riezel's words. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Riezel said calmly, raising his eyebrows. The fact remains, whether you deny it or not. Akaza's face immediately darkened. What I want to tell you is. What you can't do, don't preach it to others as an absolute truth. Riezel continued in the same calm tone. You can't become consistently strong with a human body. You can't reach the highest domain unless you become a demon. Who told you that bullshit? At least, I haven't encountered any bottlenecks yet, let alone know what limits are, so there's no reason to abandon my human body. Besides, in my opinion, what you call the highest domain is not such a difficult domain to reach. Perhaps the next time you see me, I will have already reached it. Of course, that is. Riezel paused, gazing at Akaza's face for a while before continuing with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. If you can leave here alive today. Upon hearing that, Akaza's complexion immediately turned ugly. Technique development. He stopped talking and assumed a stance. Destructive death, compass needle. A snowflake pattern appeared under his feet, causing his fighting spirit to surge. Seeing this, Riezel narrowed his eyes and suddenly shouted. Rengoku. Lend me your sword. Kyujiro hesitated for a moment, then quickly threw his sword to Riezel. Riezel reached out and caught the sword. As I thought, this kind of sword is more suitable, huh? Riezel weighed the sword in his hand as if confirming something, murmuring to himself. Ooh. Haa. Shortly afterward, Riezel started to breathe in and out, and gradually, the air around him began to grow increasingly hotter. Chapter 148, Tsujikuni Yoriichi. As Riezel breathing in and out, the abnormality around him quickly caught everyone's attention. His fighting spirit is changing. Akaza's eyes narrowed slightly. In his perception, Riezel's fighting spirit suddenly changed. It wasn't a drastic change, still as massive and strong, but there was a sense of dangerous substance flowing within it, at least for him. Unlike Akaza, the others each sensed the abnormality differently. His heartbeat suddenly became so fast. Zenitsu, who had been crouching with his hands on his head, blurted out nervously. There's a tingling sensation all over my skin, what is he doing? Inosuke rubbed his exposed arms. The rhythm and precision of his breathing have changed. Kyujiro sounded surprised and puzzled. As for Tanjiro, he stared blankly at Riezel at this moment, feeling strangely familiar with something about him. At this moment, the aura emanating from Riezel's body gave Tanjiro a sense of déjà vu as if he was seeing his deceased father. In a daze, he even felt as if he was looking at a snowy landscape, seeing his father wearing priest attire dancing the Kagura dance. Suddenly, the scene changed, turning into a recent memory. In a mountain infested with spiders, a demon stood silently. One of his eyes bore Japanese characters. Unlike Akaza, who had both eyes engraved with characters, this demon only had his left eye bore 2 characters. One was lower rank and the other was 5. It was unmistakably Rue, the lower 5 who was recently defeated. Several months ago, Tanjiro encountered this lower 5 and battled with him. In that battle, Tanjiro was ravaged, subjected to unreasonable violence, repeatedly injured, and knocked down, until his sword broke like a butterfly caught in a spider's web, becoming prey to Rue. Rue shot threads capable of shredding a human body into pieces toward him, weaving them into a net, literally leaving him with nowhere to escape. However, in the very end, Tanjiro unleashed that technique. Hinokami Kagura, dance. It was the Kagura dance his father once performed in the snow. It was the dance his father had taught and used. Just as Tanjiro was forced into a corner facing the arrogantly impossible to defeat spider demon, he unleashed the Kagura dance passed down through generations of his family, even resorting to using unknown breathing, unleashing astonishing power, momentarily overpowering Rue. In truth, the reason Tanjiro came to the Mugen train to find Kyujuru, aside from the mission from the Demon Slayer Corps, was for another reason. He wanted to ask Kyujuru if he knew why Hinokami Kagura had turned into a breathing style usable for combat. All of this was the idea of the current insect Hashira, Kochu Shinobu. As one of the few Hashira who harbored goodwill toward Tanjiro, upon learning about Hinokami Kagura from his mouth, Shinobu thought that Kyujuru, who mastered flame breathing, might know something. Perhaps because Hinokami Kagura and flame breathing were quite similar in power and characteristics, both employing swordsmanship that conjured flames. For this reason, Tanjiro came here, to Kyujuru's side, to uncover the secret of Hinokami Kagura passed down through generations of his family. Unfortunately, before Tanjiro could find the opportunity to inquire, the incident on the Mugen train occurred. And now, Tanjiro was surprised to find himself facing off against the upper three, with Riezel holding Kyujuru's Nichiren sword in his hand. Upon entering the state of total concentration breathing, Riezel's appearance was identical to that of himself and his father when using Hinokami Kagura. What's going on? Unfortunately, Tanjiro couldn't utter the question in his mind, because he smelled danger. Watch out. Sensing the scent coming from Akaza, Tanjiro couldn't help but shout frantically at Riezel. However, before his voice could fully resonate, Akaza's impending killing move was already unleashed. Destructive Death, Annihilation type. A terrifying power suddenly erupted around Akaza's body, forming a dreadful shockwave, like an explosion, accompanying his two fists as it surged toward Riezel. This was the most powerful technique among Akaza's martial arts techniques, named Annihilation type. It concentrated all his fighting spirit and strength into the palm of his hands, which he used to strike his target with tremendous force, creating two powerful circular shockwaves. Feeling the increasingly formidable threat from Riezel's fighting spirit, Akaza no longer held back, directly unleashing this technique. If Akaza stood in Riezel's place, facing the charging Mugen train on the train tracks, this might not have directly destroyed the entire train, but the locomotive that collided directly with this technique would certainly have been crushed. Such a tremendously powerful attack, like a tsunami, swept out like an exploding shockwave, tearing through the earth, tearing through the air, and thundering toward Riezel. Seeing this, the faces of Kyujuru and the other three changed drastically, all shouting something to Riezel, but their voices were drowned out by the explosion-like shockwave as they were blown away by the forceful wind and thrown from their position. Riezel, holding Kyujuru's Nichiren sword, stood directly against this attack, giving the impression of a tiny human about to be engulfed by a tornado, powerless and fragile. Yet, faced with this utterly destructive attack, Riezel unexpectedly closed his eyes. Boom. A shockwave, like an explosion, instantly engulfed Riezel's body, shattering the ground beneath him. But within this astonishing shockwave, flames emerged. Like the sun rising at dawn. Like light appearing in the darkness. As the flames ignited, it suddenly expanded. Whoosh! Amidst the roar, the shockwave was sliced in half by the erupting flames. At this moment, a fierce wind howled, sand filled the air, and the severed shockwave swept in all directions, stirring up an unstoppable gust, whistling as it went. Meanwhile, the flames that cut through the shockwave leaped into the air, transforming into a dazzling fiery wheel, burning through the atmosphere, pushing back the impact. Like a fleeting ray of sunlight, it suddenly tore through the void, slashing toward Akaza. In everyone's eyes, this stunning display was akin to the embodiment of the sun gracefully dancing into existence. Akaza only had time to shrink his pupils to the size of a pinhead and couldn't do anything else, not even change his stance, and remained in the posture of unleashing Destructive Death, Annihilation type. At this moment, the flying flames cut through his field of vision, slicing through his fighting spirit, and ultimately slicing through his neck, disappearing behind him. Swish. Sun breathing, first form. Only then did Riezel appear in the spot where the flames vanished, standing behind Akaza, back turned to him, slowly sheathing his sword. Dance. Click. With the clicking sound of the sword sheathing, everything returned to calm in that single moment. The shockwave vanished. The flames vanished. The destructive power vanished. It was as if nothing had ever existed, as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion, making the entire scene fall into silence. Whether it was Kyujuru or the three youths, they all lay on the ground, eyes wide open, watching everything unfold, completely devoid of sound. Even Akaza fell silent. Riezel also remained silent and standing calmly, his expression unchanged. Strangely, this silence persisted for who knew how long. "Hey, what's your name?" At a certain moment, Akaza asked in a hoarse voice, a question that had previously gone unanswered. Riezel didn't turn around but still heard Akaza's question. Yet, upon hearing Akaza's question, Riezel's initial reaction wasn't to give his name but to recall that dream, recalling that swordsman who had meticulously taught him every move of sun breathing. Ding, ling. In this silence, the Hanafuda earrings on Tanjiro's ears swayed just right, emitting a wind chime-like sound. Tsujikuni Yoriichi. Riezel uttered his name. Tsujikuni Yoriichi. Akaza's voice began to slow down, lowering. "I will remember that name." As his words fell, his head gradually tilted from his neck and fell from his body. Thud. His body collapsed as well, devoid of any remaining aura. Needless to say, Upper 3 Akaza had been defeated. Facing an enemy whom even the Hashira found terrifying, a young man who had not yet joined the Demon Slayer Corps, was not a Demon Slayer, and didn't even possess a Nichiren sword, slew an upper rank with just one slash. This was an astonishing feat. This was a terrifying achievement. Kyujiro and the other 3 stared dumbfounded at the scene, unable to snap out of it for a long time. Dance. Tanjiro, staring blankly at Riezel, recalled the radiant and beautiful sword technique Riezel just displayed and felt his mind in chaos. Indeed, Tanjiro's feeling wasn't wrong. When he saw the movement Riezel had just displayed, it was indeed very familiar to him. Whether it was the Hinokami Kagura Tanjiro used against the lower 5 on MT Nadagumo several months ago or the sword technique Riezel just used against the upper 3, both were named dance. Sun breathing. Tanjiro's mind was in disarray, completely losing his ability to think. Unaware of all this, Riezel had already walked over to Kyujiro. Nice sword, but it's too heavy for me. Riezel smiled faintly as he returned Kyujiro's sword. At his words, Kyujiro smiled wryly. After all the struggle, the events of the Mugen Train were truly coming to an end. About 10 minutes later, several swordsmen wearing the uniforms of the Demon Slayer Corps, along with a group of masked individuals, swiftly arrived from the other side of the train tracks to clean up the scene, tidying up the aftermath. Chapter 149, Impossible. In the end, the incident of the Mugen Train was classified as a derailment accident by the authorities. This was bound to thrust the Mugen Train back into the headlines, and the maintenance personnel associated with the train would inevitably face a series of repercussions. After all, the Mugen Train had undergone factory inspections beforehand, and it was only after they adamantly declared no anomalies that the train was allowed to resume operation. Now, barely setting off, such a major incident occurred. It was impossible for those who previously mocked the man-eating rumors about the Mugen Train in the newspapers to escape responsibility. Perhaps the only thing worth celebrating was that all 200 passengers on the train emerged unscathed. Without a doubt, this might be considered a miracle by many. As for the existence of the Demon Slayer Corps, it was never mentioned from beginning to end. Because the Demon Slayer Corps was an unofficial organization, strictly speaking, even parading around with swords on the streets was not allowed. Therefore, how could they be regarded as heroes who saved 200 passengers? In fact, very few people in the world were aware of the existence of demons. Demons were nothing more than fictional creatures in the eyes of many. Even if someone told them that the incident of the Mugen Train was caused by demons, most people would scoff at the idea. As a result, whether it was demons or the Demon Slayer Corps, in this incident, they were destined not to be reported on. In a sense, the Demon Slayer Corps, like demons, could only operate in the darkness. Although their existence had a long history, they were grassroots organizations formed spontaneously by people persecuted by demons. Fame and fortune mean nothing to them. Regardless, Riezel didn't necessarily see this as a bad thing. Our enemies are demons, human-eating monsters. If we operate conspicuously outside, it's not impossible for demons to actively attack us, or even attack people around us. That's very dangerous and must be avoided. That was the argument Kyujiro put forward before, telling Riezel that the Demon Slayer Corps had narrowly escaped being wiped out by demons several times in history by being hidden. Needless to say, the Demon Slayer Corps mostly operated covertly and was not publicly acknowledged. Especially the whereabouts of the master, the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, were top secret. Not only was his location absolutely concealed, but the routes to get there were changed periodically. Apart from the Hashira, few people know how to reach there. And now, I'll take you to see the master. Young Tsujikuni. Kyujiro declared such, even addressing Riezel by the name he said to Akaza. Is that okay? Riezel didn't refuse, just asked curiously. No problem. Kyujiro nodded. It's more like, it's what the master requested. He wants to meet you. He requested. Riezel was surprised. Does your leader already know about me? Bomo. Kyujiro admitted openly. Because we have Kasugai crows. My Kasugai crow has already sent back information about you, young Tsujikuni. Kasugai crows were a type of crow trained by the Demon Slayer Corps. Not only could they speak, but they also had distinct self-awareness. The Demon Slayer Corps specifically trained these crows to serve various purposes such as communication between members, transmitting information, and assigning missions, thus creating a fairly convenient intelligence network. Basically, each member of the Demon Slayer Corps received a Kasugai crow when they joined. The Corps relied on Kasugai crows to assign missions to their members located in various places, sending them to hunt demons. At the same time, Kasugai crows would gather various information and send it to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, where the master resided, ensuring he was informed about the latest events and developments without leaving his abode. Needless to say, Riezel's presence and his performance on the Mugen train were promptly reported back to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps by Kyujiru's Kasugai Crow and delivered to the master. As a result, the Kasugai Crow delivered the master's instructions to Kyujiro, expressing a desire to meet Riezel in person. How, young Tsujikuni? Let's go see the master together. Kyujiro insisted, pressing down on Riezel's shoulder even before he could respond as if to prevent him from escaping. Okay, let's just get it over with, but don't get too close to me. Riezel pushed away Kyujiro's face, which had leaned in too close, agreeing to the arrangement. Riezel actually wanted to meet the master of the Demon Slayer Corps for one simple reason, to ask for a favor. Upon learning that his destination for this dimensional travel was the world of Demon Slayer, Riezel had a plan in mind from the outset, to gather information about the breathing styles of this world. Moreover, since collecting breathing styles required involvement with the Demon Slayer Corps, Riezel had no choice but to do so. For this reason, upon hearing about the Mugen train, Riezel headed straight to the train because he knew that Kyujiro, the Flame Hashira, along with the three main characters, would be there. As for Akaza and Enmu, Riezel was merely interested in understanding the strength of the 12 Kazuki and the general strength of demons in this world. He wasn't specifically targeting or caring about them. Now, with Kyujiro presenting this opportunity to Riezel, there was naturally no reason for him to refuse. With the assistance of the master of the Demon Slayer Corps, collecting breathing styles would be a breeze. Excellent. Kyujiro exclaimed happily, patting Riezel's shoulder repeatedly. No time to waste, let's set off immediately. His words prompted Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke to gather around eagerly, or rather, it was Tanjiro who was the most eager. Mr. Rengoku, can I come with you guys? Tanjiro asked. Got something important, young Kamado. Kyujiro paused for a moment before adding. If it's not urgent, better not casually visit Master's place. Meeting Master isn't something that happens easily. He said it like that was also to conceal the location of the Master of the Demon Slayer Corps, ensuring the safety of both the Master and the Corps' headquarters. I just have some questions to ask you too. Tanjiro explained. Even if I don't go to Master's place, it's fine. Saying so, Tanjiro stole a glance at Riezel, evidently concerned about the relationship between Hinokami Kagura and sun breathing that Riezel had previously used. If that's the case, then it's no problem. Kyujiro, having learned the whole story, said very frankly. Since that's settled, why don't you all come to my place first? Let me treat you. Thank you. Tanjiro said excitedly, smiling as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. Zenitsu and Inosuke seemed to have no objections. Hey. Big Eyes. Do you have something like a locomotive there? Let me borrow it to work out my fists a bit. Inosuke raised his fist and made an unreasonable request. Work out your fists. That's a very good idea. Kyujiro nodded earnestly. But I don't have one. Upon hearing his answer, Zenitsu's motivation grew stronger. If we go to the Flame Hashira's place, we won't need to go on missions temporarily, and if we don't need to go on a mission, we won't need to hunt demons, and if we don't hunt demons, we won't encounter any danger so I won't die. Zenitsu said with a torrent of momentum and struck a victorious pose on his own. Well said, young man. Kyujiro gave Zenitsu a thumbs up, saying with much appreciation. But that won't do. Trying to escape missions at my place. You probably don't know how to write the word Hashira of the Flame Hashira. After thinking that way, Kyujiro had already figured out what kind of mission to assign to Zenitsu. And so, Riezel, Kyujiro, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke, the group of 5, prepared to set off to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. Meanwhile, the other members of the Demon Slayer Corps stayed behind at the scene to clean up the aftermath. However, not a single person noticed that in a corner, a headless corpse, which had not instantly disintegrated to ash after being beheaded by a Nichiren sword, lay silently, devoid of all vitality, suddenly moved its fingers. By the time one of the members of the Demon Slayer Corps came over, there was already nothing left. At the same time, within a luxurious mansion, a figure emitted a dark and dangerous aura. Tsujikuni Yoriichi. A man stood in front of a bookshelf, seemingly reading a book in his hand, muttering in a daze. Rip. In the next moment, the book in his hand suddenly tore in half and shattered into pieces by some unknown power. Unaware of this, his hand holding the fragments of the book was trembling. It can't be. As the man murmured, veins bulged on his forehead. Absolutely impossible. Tsujikuni Yoriichi. That name awakened a certain unbearable past hidden deep in the man's heart, making him feel as if this body that had survived for 1,000 years was throbbing faintly as if some wound were acting up. At the same time, a slight fear in his heart was also awakened. He can't possibly still be alive. He's already dead, that's for sure. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here. If Yoriichi were still alive, there would be no way for him to be active again. It was because he confirmed Yoriichi's death that he appeared again in this world. Now, hundreds of years have passed, and that man, who was a genuine monster compared to himself, should have long been dead. Yet, why did that man suddenly appear again out of the blue? Is someone impersonating him? Lowering his head, the men in the study muttered in confusion. But the breathing style that beheaded Akaza, it's indeed sun-breathing. Such swordsmanship, such strength, it was terrifying and powerful just like Tsujikuni Yoriichi he knew. No, I must confirm who the human really is before I can be at ease. After making a decision, the man pressed his hand to his temple and called out 2 names. Hentengu, Gyako, come to me quickly. After the call, a few seconds later, 2 voices echoed in his mind. Yes, Lord Muzan. Chapter 150, Hashira. According to Kyujuru, the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps was known as the Ubuyashiki Estate. Because the master of the Demon Slayer Corps was a descendant of a family called Ubuyashiki who had held this position for generations, the corps was also established by this family. As a result, the place where the master resided was the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps as well as the residence of the Ubuyashiki family. Due to the sensitive nature of the location, Riezel wasn't informed of its whereabouts on the way to the Ubuyashiki estate. Furthermore, he didn't have the opportunity to see the route. Instead, he sat with Kyujuru in a tightly sealed carriage and was transported to the destination without even glimpsing outside. As a result, when Riezel got off the carriage, he didn't even know where he was or what this place was. All he knew was that Kyujuru had brought him to a very secluded place and arrived at the courtyard of a large Japanese mansion. Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke did not accompany them but were arranged by Kyujuru to go to his own home. Only Riezel and Kyujuru came to this estate, and there wasn't even a servant responsible for guiding them. Riezel looked around and found the environment here was quite beautiful. Not only was the ground paved with stones, but there were also flowers and plants specially planted around, along with flowing water and small bridges. Undoubtedly, the style of the estate was Japanese, with a sense of historical weight and ancient feeling. Yup. We are here. Kyujuru, who brought Riezel to this place, patted his shoulder and then loudly announced toward the direction of the manor. Flame Hashira Rengoku Kyujuru and swordsman Tsujikuni Yoriichi is here. With Kyujuru's already loud voice, after deliberately shouting aloud, it turned into an echo, reverberating throughout the entire estate, persisting for a long time. Riezel quietly watched this scene and, at a certain moment, calmly lifted his head. Swish, 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 swish. In this split second, sky-splitting sounds resounded one after another as several figures flew from all directions to the courtyard. They landed on the walls surrounding the courtyard and looked down at Riezel standing in the center of the courtyard, emitting different but equally powerful auras. Huh. Seeing this scene, Kyujuru was somewhat astonished. Oh. You guys are here too. It was no wonder he would be surprised. As the deliberately hidden headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, the Ubuyashiki estate was rarely visited by people on ordinary days. Even the Hashira rarely gathered here at the same time. Only during the semi-annual Hashira meeting did they gather together to discuss the overall management of the Demon Slayer Corps and future action plans. Normally, the Hashira were busy with their respective missions, not only responsible for guarding vast areas and collecting information related to demons but also training to improve their own strength, coupled with various other tasks. Under normal circumstances, the Hashira would not gather at the headquarters. After all, the semi-annual Hashira meeting had ended recently, so logically, they should have been out completing missions or dealing with the tasks of the Demon Slayer Corps. Yet, at this moment, rare as it was, all the Hashira, seldom seen on ordinary days, had gathered together once again. You finally made it back, Rengoku. A petite girl standing on the courtyard walls closest to Kyujuru greeted him. She had dark purple curly hair with bangs that ended in purple eyes, and wore a Demon Slayer Corps uniform with a haori draped over it patterned with butterfly wings, giving her the appearance of a butterfly ready to take flight, exceptionally beautiful. She was Kochu Shinobu, the insect Hashira. Hey there, Rengoku, heard you made quite a show on the Mugen train, not bad. A young man standing straight with arms crossed, perched on a tree branch like a ninja, remarked with a smile. He was a muscular young man wearing a sleeveless Demon Slayer Corps uniform with a jeweled forehead protector and silver chain-like ornament hanging from each side of the headpiece. His silver-white hair was tied into a prominent ponytail, and he carried 2 swords on his back, exuding a strong aura. He was Yuzuitingen, the sound Hashira. So sorry, Mr. Rengoku, because everyone was curious about what the person who defeated the upper rank looked like. A shy-looking girl standing modestly in the courtyard spoke guiltily. She had large light green eyes, rosy cheeks, a mole under each eye, and 3 grass green and cherry blossom-colored braids cascading down her back. She wore a white haori over a specially modified Demon Slayer Corps uniform, with a short skirt and green striped stockings, quite fashionable. She was Kenroji Mitsuri, the love Hashira. And then, is that boy the one who defeated the upper rank? A young man with a white hedgehog-like head, 3 scars on his face, and a terrifying appearance covered in scars that exuded a vicious aura asked with a somewhat irritated expression. He wore a white haori with the character Kill on it, his uniform opened to reveal muscles, emanating a terrifying vibe, as if he could draw his sword at any moment and strike someone down. He was Shinazugawa Sanemi, the Wind Hashira. He killed an upper rank. Unbelievable. A young man lurking in a darker corner chimed in. He had heterochromatic eyes, one green and one gold, the lower half of his face wrapped in bandages, and black medium-length hair curled like seaweed. He wore a black and white striped haori, with a white snake coiled around his neck, hissing at Riezel. He was Iguro Abanai, the Serpent Hashira. Ah, so young, looks only a bit older than Takuto. To fight with an upper rank at such a young age, it's too pitiful, Namo Amida Butsu. A large man dressed as a monk and the most muscular among the rest, remarked. With hands clasped together and tears streaming down his face, he had a long scar on his forehead and seemed to be completely blind. He wore an olive-green robe over his Demon Slayer Corps uniform, with a string of prayer beads in his hands, giving the impression of a monk to those who didn't know him. He was Haimjima Gyumei, the Stone Hashira. At this moment, two people suddenly leaped down from the walls into the courtyard and stood silently, not uttering a word. Between these two, one appeared calm and composed, seldom smiling or speaking unnecessarily. He had black hair and wore a Demon Slayer Corps uniform with a haori draped over it. The patterns on its left and right sides differed. On the other hand, the second one had long black hair, the tips tinged with a minty green hue, and his expression was blank and indifferent. He wore a dark, slightly turquoise-tinted Demon Slayer Corps uniform that resembled more of a kimono than the standard cuffed uniform. They were the Water Hashira, Tomioka Jo, and the Mist Hashira, Takuto Michiru. All of you really came. Good, this calls for a celebration. With Kyujiru's loud proclamation, every Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps gathered here, a rare occurrence outside their official meetings. Riezel's gaze swept over these newcomers one by one, identifying their identities. Every Hashira also observed him, some with curiosity in their eyes, others with suspicion. For example, Wind Hashira Shinazugawa Sanemi and Serpent Hashira Iguro Abanai didn't hide their suspicions. I say, Rengoku, you didn't send Kasugai Crow back with fake information, did you? Sanemi said impolitely. Can this boy really kill an upper rank? I don't buy it. Agreed. Abanai nodded, twirling the white snake around his neck with a gloomy expression. Upper ranks that haven't had member changes in over 100 years, even we wouldn't dare claim we could behead one of them. Now, out of the blue, a young swordsman we've never heard of claims he succeeded in killing one. Unfortunately, I don't buy it either. You two must have teamed up, right? Tengen pressed his forehead, striking a bizarre pose. Although not flamboyant, in terms of results, this makes it easier for people to accept. Ah, indeed. Gyumei said, clasping his hands, tears welling up. Killing an upper rank, even if it was teamwork, is still a great achievement. Wind Hashira, Serpent Hashira, Sound Hashira, and Stone Hashira expressed their opinions one after another, seemingly doubting the accuracy of the information. Don't say that, everyone. Perhaps Tsujikuni Yoriichi is a genius like Takuto. Mitsuri intervened, tapping her fingers while speaking up for Riezel. However, after speaking like that, she stole a glance at him, then secretly squealed in her mind. Tsujikuni looks so handsome. He does seem smart and talented. Shinobu, who had been eyeing Riezel since his entrance, said with a smile before turning to Michiru. What do you think, Takuto? I don't care. Michiru seemed uninterested in the topic. As for the Water Hashira, Tomioka Jo, he hadn't spoken a word from beginning to end, standing silently, apparently not one for conversation. Eventually, Kyujiru spoke up. I've already reported everything truthfully through Kasugai Crow. Every word is true, not a single lie. If there's any deception, I'm willing to commit seppuku. Although the Flame Hashira went so far as to say that, even so, some Hashira were still reluctant to believe it. If it's true, we'll know if we try it out, right? Sanemi smirked menacingly and, in front of everyone, drew the sword on his waist. Shinazugawa. What do you want to do? Kyujiru shouted in surprise, his eyes widened. TCH, don't fuss. I just want to test the waters, so it shouldn't matter, right? Sanemi sneered. Anyway, he's not even a member of the Corps, so it wouldn't be against the rules to lay a hand on him, no. In the next moment, Sanemi turned his head to Riezel. Boy, you dare to take a swing at me. Soon, a whirlwind stirred around Sanemi's body, disturbing the air in the courtyard. Chapter 151, Wipe the Floor. In the serene and tranquil courtyard, the surroundings suddenly transformed as if a hurricane had swept through, causing the flowers, plants, and trees to sway, the water under a small bridge to ripple, and the entire cozy ambience to take on a hint of danger. As Sanemi raised his Nichiren sword and pointed it at Riezel, the swirling wind around him went berserk, louder and more forceful than when Riezel used aerial, causing the stones scattered on the ground to roll one after another. Every Hashira watched Sanemi in this state, mostly indifferent except for Kyujiru. Clearly, Sanemi's provocation intrigued them, and they were eager to see the outcome. Hey, aren't you going to draw your sword? Sanemi shouted impatiently. However, Riezel just calmly looked at him, appearing completely defenseless, not even a shadow of a weapon visible on him. Seeing this, veins bulged on Sanemi's forehead, anger evident on his face as if he felt insulted. Since you won't draw your sword, then don't blame me if you die. With those words, Sanemi finally moved. Boom. A sudden gust of wind rose, and like a tornado, the wind Hashira charged toward Riezel. Stop, Shinazugawa. Kyujiro exclaimed hastily. He couldn't just stand by and watch his friend being attacked by his own comrade. However, as he was about to rush forward, he was suddenly held back by someone. You stay here and watch, Rengoku. Abanai appeared behind Kyujiro, one hand on his shoulder, stopping him. As Abanai held Kyujiro back, the tornado-like gust already reached Riezel, sending his kimono fluttering wildly. Sanemi, in the tornado, clearly showed no mercy as his Nichiren sword violently cut through the air, aiming squarely at Riezel's chest. His attack was undeniably powerful, not inferior to Kyujiro's. Instead, it was even faster, seemingly capable of slicing through the entire courtyard. With just this one attack, it was evident that Wind Hashira Shinazugawa Sanemi was no less powerful than Flame Hashira Rengoku Kyujiro. However. Ding! As the sound of a clear, bell-like tone resounded, Sanemi halted, his sword froze midair, and the howling wind dissipated. Sanemi appeared in front of Riezel, devoid of any momentum. What? Sanemi's complexion suddenly changed. Impossible. Seeing this, the other Hashira were equally shocked, unable to believe their eyes. Riezel stood calmly, his kimono finally settling down after being ruffled by the wind. He wasn't scathed, not even flinching, just extending a hand in Sanemi's direction. However, firmly gripped between Riezel's two fingers was a blade. It was the blade of Sanemi's sword. You bastard! Sanemi shouted, his eyes filled with disbelief. He actually stopped my slash with just 2 fingers. Are you fucking kidding me? Satisfied. Riezel finally spoke, his expression still calm. Though I don't think I need to prove anything to you lot, being bothered by you troublemakers is quite annoying. Consider this as a favor returned. Riezel continued calmly, releasing his fingers from Sanemi's sword. Bang. The next moment, with a thunderous explosion, Sanemi was kicked away. With a speed that caught everyone off guard, Riezel kicked Sanemi like a flash, causing the Wind Hashira to fly out even faster than when he charged at Riezel, crashing into a rock in the courtyard, shattering it. Shinazugawa. Many Hashira who witnessed this scene cried out in shock. Some even directly attacked Riezel. Swish. Swish. 2 figures simultaneously cut through the air, appearing on Riezel's left and right. Sound breathing, first form, roar. Tengen drew 2 swords from his back, his muscular arms bulging with immense strength, before bringing down 2 crimson-hilted swords, creating a tremendous roar with astonishing power. Serpent breathing, first form, winding serpent slash. Abanai twisted his body in midair, contorting at an unbelievable angle, holding a curved serpent-shaped and double-edged sword. As he twisted and swung, it seemed like a living snake, slashing out a serpent-shaped slash from the side toward Riezel. As the 2 Hashira launched their attacks simultaneously, both in terms of momentum and aura, they were truly world-shaking. Tengen and Abanai were like 2 contrasting individuals, one attacking in a flashy manner, the other in a stealthy manner, directly blocking all of Riezel's retreat paths. However, Riezel's response left everyone dumbfounded. He stood there motionless, just flicking the sleeve of his kimono. Whoosh! With just that flick, it stirred up tremendous gusts of wind and impact, sending both Hashira flying with a loud howl. In the next instant, Riezel flipped his hand, grabbed 2 small stones blown over by the gust of wind in front of him, and with a flick of his fingers, launched the stones like bullets. Bang. Bang. Accompanied by 2 muffled sounds, the stone bullets hit the chests of the flying Tengen and Abanai, causing them to fall to the ground in pain. In an instant, the entire courtyard suddenly fell silent. Every Hashira looked at Tengen and Abanai writhing on the ground in pain, then at Sanemi struggling amidst the rubble, speechless. He beat 3 Hashira so easily. Mitsuri couldn't help but cover her mouth in shock. Amit-ba. Gyumei clasped his hands together in prayer, tears no longer streaming down his face. My. Shinobu glanced deeply at Riezel, her smile unchanged. Even Ju and Wichiru, who had been silently observing from the sidelines, felt a shiver down their spines, their gaze filled with solemnity as they looked at Riezel. Only Kyujiro, as he stopped his movements, let out a sigh. Ha! I couldn't stop them after all. Indeed, he knew from the beginning that the outcome would turn out like this. He wasn't kidding, he had seen with his own eyes Riezel's strength and how he faced off against the upper 3, Akaza. How could he not know where Riezel's strength lies? When facing Akaza, he could distinctly feel he wasn't Akaza's match at all. No doubt, Akaza was stronger than him, or rather, Akaza was stronger than every Hashira currently, and this was something he could confirm without a doubt. However, even with such strength, Akaza was defeated with just one slash from Riezel. In such a case, according to logic, if he faced off against Riezel, he wouldn't be able to withstand even one slash from Riezel at all. Among the current Hashira, except for one person who made Kyujuro feel distinctly inferior, the rest of the Hashira were at best on par with him, and some of them were clearly weaker. Wind Hashira Shinazugawa Sanemi, Serpent Hashira Iguro Abanai, and Sound Hashira Yuzuitingen, while their strengths were not weak and were among the top-ranking Hashira, individually, Kyujuro didn't think he was weaker than any of them. According to this fact, even if those three teamed up, how could they possibly deal with Riezel? At most, Riezel would just turn one slash into three slash. Kyujuro wanted to stop them, not only because he didn't want to see Riezel being harassed by the Hashira but also because he didn't want them to embarrass themselves further. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it. In the end, this was their own fault. Of course, the three Hashira who had fallen to such humiliation were definitely not willing to give up. You bastard. This isn't pleasant at all. TCH. Sanemi, Tingen, and Abanai stood up successively, glaring angrily at Riezel. Responding to their glares, Riezel simply stated calmly. Just give up. You can't possibly match me without using the mark, the bright red Nichiren sword, and the transparent world. His words stunned every Hashira. Mark. Bright red Nichiren sword. Transparent world. Every Hashira furrowed their brows tightly, looking at each other in blank dismay, seemingly ignorant of what Riezel was talking about. Riezel didn't explain either, merely turning his gaze toward the mansion. You've also seen enough, can you come out now? With Riezel's words, every Hashira quickly brushed aside what he had just said. One after another, they looked toward the direction of the mansion, seemingly realizing something. Soon, a voice came from inside. I'm sorry, I meant no harm. I just wanted to see what the legendary sun breathing was like, but unfortunately, couldn't fulfill my wish. Strangely, the voice gave a light and airy feeling, calm and gentle, making one feel refreshed. As the voice echoed, a man supported by someone emerged from the mansion and stepped onto the veranda leading to the courtyard. Master. Seeing this man, all the Hashira present, whether it was the previously arrogant Wind Hashira and Serpent Hashira, or the silent Water Hashira and Mist Hashira, all kneeled on one knee, bowing their heads. Without a doubt, this was the highest courtesy and the utmost respect. Riezel became the only one standing in the courtyard, only his eyes showing a slight tremor as he stared at the men. No choice. After all, the appearance of this man was truly out of the ordinary. Dressed appropriately, elegant and noble in posture, one could tell he was someone of high status, and also a benevolent one. Yet, despite being such a benevolent leader, the upper part of his face was severely disfigured, his eyes seemed to have already lost sight, and there was a sense of illness emanating from his body, making him look extremely frail. With just one glance, Riezel could see it, this man, his time was running out. Chapter 152, The Origin of Breathing Style. Ubuyashiki Kagaya. That was the name of the man who appeared before Riezel. He was the head of the Ubuyashiki family as well as the 97th generation leader of the Demon Slayer Corps. Every member of the Demon Slayer Corps, whether they were the Hashira or ordinary members, held deep reverence and respect for their leader, as evidenced by how they addressed him as Master. Now, this leader was being supported by his wife and daughters, walking out of the mansion together, to a place where the sunlight could reach, standing opposite Riezel. Welcome to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, Tsujakuni Yoriichi. Kagaya greeted Riezel with a gentle tone and a serene expression. I apologize for not being able to bow. As you can see, I am seriously ill and cannot make too many vigorous movements. Just walking out of the house like this has already drained most of my strength. I hope you can understand. Although his voice was gentle, it carried a strong charisma, making people involuntarily feel a sense of trust toward him. Even Riezel, when facing him, couldn't help but slightly relax his usually calm expression. No need to be polite, Lord Ubuyashiki. Riezel shook his head. I may have been invited, but I am just an ordinary guest, so don't bother with formality. In this world, the Ubuyashiki family was an ancient family with a history of over 1,000 years, extending from the Heian period to the present day, holding significant influence throughout the country. This could be seen from the fact that they were able to establish a large organization like the Demon Slayer Corps without government support and have managed it almost single-handedly until this day. Moreover, Riezel recalled from the original work that the salaries in the Demon Slayer Corps were quite generous, even the lowest-ranked Mizunoto could receive a monthly salary equivalent to about 200,000 yen in 2019, not to mention the salary of a Hashira. Furthermore, all these salaries were paid by the Ubuyashiki family, along with expenses such as the treatment of injured members, post-demon battle cleanup, and expenses during mission execution, all of which were borne solely by this family. Such a family undoubtedly possesses vast financial resources, otherwise, it would be impossible to independently manage a big organization like Demon Slayer Corps for nearly 1,000 years. Naturally, as the head of the Ubuyashiki family and the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kagaya's status was extremely prestigious. In comparison, Riezel was just an ordinary young man and really didn't need any grand gestures. That being said, you are neither a member of the Demon Slayer Corps nor obligated to eradicate demons, yet you helped us defeat the upper 3 of the 12 Kazuki. For this alone, we are deeply grateful. Kagaya spoke softly to Riezel and shook his head slightly. Members of the upper ranks haven't changed for over 100 years, which means that in all that time, no one has ever defeated an upper rank. On the contrary, we have lost countless Hashira to them. As Kagaya's voice turned melancholic, it carried a tinge of sorrow. It was a sorrow for the once sacrificial victim. Every Hashira also hung their heads, their eyes clouded with gloom. 12 Kazuki, an organization composed of the highest and most powerful demons, had always been the bane of the Demon Slayer Corps, a constant thorn in their side. Many Hashira had hunted lower ranks before, however, many had also perished at the hands of upper ranks. Both the Demon Slayer Corps and the 12 Kazuki were truly sworn enemies. Once casualties occurred among the lower ranks of the 12 Kazuki, they almost always fell to the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. Likewise, if casualties occurred among the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, they almost always fell to the upper ranks of the 12 Kazuki. They were nemesis locked in a cycle of mutual hunting, with the Hashira gaining fame by hunting lower ranks, and upper ranks earning their greatest merits by hunting the Hashira. From Riezel's perspective, this was quite ironic. After experiencing the event of the Mugen Train and successfully hunting both a lower rank and an upper rank, Riezel had roughly gauged the strength of demons and demon slayers. Beginning with the weakest, a demon newly transformed, possessing diluted demon's blood, and not yet mastering the blood demon art, was roughly equivalent to a level 1 adventurer. They were stronger than ordinary humans but not entirely invincible against them. Those who had mastered the blood demon art, consumed humans, and gained some experience and strength were roughly equivalent to level 2. Lower ranks were roughly equivalent to level 3. The Hashira and the upper ranks were roughly equivalent to level 4. However, the upper ranks generally surpassed the Hashira. If they had to be classified, most of the Hashira were akin to lower level 4, while the upper ranks were at least upper level 4. Moreover, demons were naturally unafraid of death, whether their limbs were severed or their bodies pierced, as long as their heads weren't cut off by Nichiren swords, they could immediately regenerate. With this advantage alone, they naturally held a significant edge over the Hashira when facing them. Therefore, once someone in the Demon Slayer Corps reached the strength of a Hashira, they could easily slay lower ranks, earn merit, and become a Hashira. However, when facing the upper ranks, the Hashira often found themselves lacking in strength and were ultimately hunted down by them. This led to the basic fact that the successive generations of Hashira had almost all perished at the hands of the upper ranks, leading to their deep hatred toward the upper ranks. In fact, this was also the reason why the reaction of the Hashira was so big upon learning that Riezel had slain an upper rank. On the other hand, since members of the 12 Kazuki only met their demise at the hands of the Hashira, the upper ranks regarded them as enemies to be eliminated at all costs. Once confronted, they would never let the Hashira go. Now, with Riezel having slain an upper rank for the Demon Slayer Corps, causing an absence in the upper ranks, which hadn't occurred in over 100 years, this undoubtedly marked a monumental achievement for the Corps. Plus, with the sun breathing re-emerging from you, I can already sense it. In our generation, demon slayers and demons may finally settle the score, putting an end to this millennia-old history of mistakes. Kagaya's voice became somewhat energized as he spoke. Cough, cough. However, due to the shift in his emotions, he suddenly started coughing violently. Master. Please take care of yourself. Every Hashira was shocked one after another, speaking hastily as they saw Kagaya's wife and daughter supporting him by patting his chest and back to ease his discomfort. Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm just overwhelmed with happiness. Kagaya reassured his wife and daughters, patting their hands, then gestured for everyone to relax before turning to Riezel with a smile. You truly live up to the name, Tsujikuni Yoriichi. Perhaps it's fate. Hearing Kagaya's words, Riezel raised an eyebrow. You know Tsujikuni Yoriichi? Of course. Kagaya replied, looking deeply at Riezel's eyes. Tsujikuni Yoriichi, a swordsman born in the Sengoku era, was the first to master and create the breathing style. The Corps began practicing the breathing style under his guidance, giving us the ability to fight demons. However, the breathing style he created and used was said to be so powerful that it demanded strict requirements of the user's body, making it nearly impossible for anyone to learn it. As a result, various breathing styles were derived from the one he used. Kagaya glanced at every Hashira kneeling in the courtyard as his voice slowly spread out. Water breathing, thunder breathing, flame breathing, stone breathing, wind breathing, these are the 5 fundamental breathing styles. They are branches derived from Tsujikuni Yoriichi's breathing style. After the emergence of these 5 fundamental breathing styles, the Corps witnessed the rise of many talented individuals who developed derivative styles based on them. Love breathing used by Love Hashira Kenroji Mitsuri is a derivative branch of flame breathing. Insect breathing used by insect Hashira Kochu Shinobu and serpent breathing used by serpent Hashira Iguro Abanai are derivative branches of water breathing. Sound breathing used by sound Hashira Yuzuitingen is a derivative branch of thunder breathing. Mist breathing used by mist Hashira Takadum Wichiru is a derivative branch of wind breathing. In this way, various breathing styles emerged successively, but the breathing style of Tsujikuni Yoriichi, which served as the origin of all these breathing styles, has been lost. As Kagaya spoke, a rich smile appeared on his face involuntarily. Until my generation, the origin of all breathing styles, the ancestor and foundation of them all, has finally been revived in the world once again. Upon hearing that, everyone couldn't help but wonder what Kagaya meant. Could it be the sun breathing this boy used as the breathing style master was talking about? Sanemi couldn't help but speak up in shock. Upon hearing him, the other Hashira cast astonished looks at Riezel one after another, surprised by this sudden revelation. Master! Kyujuru exclaimed surprisedly. Why were we not informed of such an important matter? Indeed, whether it was sun breathing or Tsujikuni Yoriichi, hardly any Hashira present knew of their existence. This was very absurd. Sun breathing was the origin and foundation of all breathing styles, the strongest breathing style, while Tsujikuni Yoriichi was the one who created this breathing style, bringing it to the world. Why were such important matters devoid of any records or tales within the Demon Slayer Corps? The reason is simple. Riezel spoke up, answering Kyujuru's question. Because Tsujikuni Yoriichi once made some mistakes and got banished from the Corps. On top of that, the legacy and records about sun breathing were brutally destroyed. That's why there are hardly any records about these two within the Corps. Riezel's explanation shook everyone. That's right. Kagaya sighed resignedly and lowered his head. I must say, it's a very tragic situation. Chapter 153, Collecting Breathing Styles. In Riezel's eyes, Tsujikuni Yoriichi was undoubtedly the most powerful being in this world. It was not just because he created the first ever breathing style and introduced it to the world, but also because his talent was simply inhuman. He inherently understood the principles of breathing style, with sun breathing being the result of organizing these principles. He even came with a cheat from birth, not only having the Demon Slayer mark on his forehead that greatly enhanced his physical abilities but also reaching the so-called highest domain, selfless state, mentioned by Akaza, demonstrating extraordinary strength from childhood. He also had a history of nearly exterminating the Demon King, who had survived for a millennium, leaving him with psychological trauma. The Demon King was so traumatized that he refused to show himself to the world again until Yoriichi's dying day. All these feats made Riezel genuinely believe that Yoriichi, the swordsman born in the Sengoku period, was the strongest existence in this world. Unfortunately, at the moment when he was most likely to resolve everything and end the tragedy that had spanned 1,000 years, he failed. With this failure, Yoriichi, who was born overpowered, fell from grace. Not only was he banished from the Demon Slayer Corps, but he also carried a lifelong regret that he could never let go of. Moreover, it was also because of him that the Corps faced numerous major crises of destruction. Fearing Yoriichi and his sun breathing, the Demon King launched a pursuit against anyone who knew about sun breathing after surviving the crisis brought by this overpowered swordsman, nearly destroying the Demon Slayer Corps several times. As a result, the records of Yoriichi and sun breathing were lost, with only the Ubuyashiki family, who had always led the Demon Slayer Corps, retaining some records. However, at this moment, Kagaya suddenly mentioned something else. If I'm not wrong, the Rengoku family should have more or less kept some relevant records. As Kagaya suddenly brought up Kyujuru's family, every Hashira turned their attention to Kyujuru. My family? Kyujuru was also somewhat perplexed. Yes. Kagaya nodded. As you know, the Flame Hashira has almost always been from your family, making it a long-standing family of demon slayers. In the beginning, it was your family's ancestor who encountered Tsujikuni Yoriichi and introduced him to the Corps, shaping it into what it is today. Even after being banished from the Corps, he still maintained contact with your family. Based on this, your family should have records similar to mine. The evidence lies in the fact that your family's flame breathing style is the closest and most identical to sun breathing among all breathing styles. Sun breathing and flame breathing were indeed very identical, breathing styles that manipulated flames and experts in flame manipulation. However, sun breathing wasn't just about flames, it harnessed the power of the sun. From this perspective, flame breathing could perhaps be considered a lower version of sun breathing. Of course, since the 5 fundamental breathing styles were all derived from sun breathing, they could be seen as lower versions as well. As for sound breathing, serpent breathing, mist breathing, love breathing, and insect breathing, since they were derived and modified versions from the 5 fundamental breathing styles, they should be the lowest. The ones who could really make them shine were probably only the current Hashira. Kyujuru, you aren't very fond of exploring your family history, are you? Your free time is spent studying swordsmanship, so that's why you're not familiar with it. Kagaya said with a smile. Your father should know more about these. If you're interested, you can go back and ask him. Upon hearing that, Kyujuru fell silent. Nevertheless, the strongest breathing style is re-emerging again, and that's a good thing. Kagaya turned to every Hashira. You should not disrespect the swordsman who inherits the great ancestor's name and swordsmanship too much, understood? Yes. Every Hashira bowed their heads and remained silent for a moment before answering. Even the most unruly Sanemi and Abanai refrained from speaking out against Kagaya. However, what they truly thought in their hearts, only they themselves knew. As Riezel watched all this, his appreciation for Kagaya couldn't help but grow even more. Not because Kagaya spoke up for him, but because, after explaining the situation, Kagaya had no intention of pursuing the matter regarding his origin. Such as why Riezel could use the long-lost son breathing. Or why did he know about Tsujikuni Yorichi's existence and even use his name? Kagaya didn't ask any of those questions and didn't even inquire about Riezel's origin or purpose. Frankly, allowing Riezel to come here to meet him face-to-face was in itself an expression of trust. Just this alone was enough to make Riezel have a much better impression of him. Tsujikuni Yoriichi, would you like to join the Demon Slayer Corps? Kagaya asked politely. His question made all the Hashira present look at Riezel. Although some of them weren't quite fond of Riezel, at least his strength was recognized by them. Being able to effortlessly defeat 3 Hashira, his strength was beyond doubt, proving that his feat of slaying an upper rank was no mere boast. On top of that, Riezel also possessed knowledge of the strongest breathing style. If he could remain in the Demon Slayer Corps, the Corps' strength would undoubtedly become unprecedentedly powerful. Moreover, if he could pass down sun breathing, that would be even better. Unfortunately, Riezel did not agree. To be honest, I wasn't really keen on joining the Demon Slayer Corps. Riezel answered calmly. I might need some time to learn some secret techniques and train in seclusion. If I stay in the Corps, I doubt I'll have time for that. In all honesty, he wasn't entirely opposed to joining the Demon Slayer Corps. Joining the Corps would allow him to utilize their intelligence network to find out where demons were to be hunted, thus obtaining Excelia. Unfortunately, as he had suspected before the dimensional travel, demons in this world weren't plentiful enough to warrant a killing spree. Each demon hunt involved a considerable journey to various towns, taking up a significant amount of time, and usually resulted in only 1 or so demons being slain, making the efficiency of obtaining Excelia quite low. It would be a different story if these demons were powerful. After all, the stronger the enemy, the more Excelia one could gain. If his opponent was powerful enough, all the effort he put into hunting them down wouldn't be a waste of time. However, the problem was that he had already figured out that even the upper ranks were only equivalent to level 4 adventurers at best, and at his current level, killing such creatures wouldn't yield much Excelia. Unless the Demon King himself showed up or the strongest upper one among the upper ranks made a move, he wouldn't be interested. As far as he knew, the strength of those 2 surpassed all the demons in the 12 Kazuki, possibly even reaching level 5. Especially the Demon King, if there was anyone in this world who could be his opponent, it might only be this Demon King. If he encountered these 2 strongest demons, he would be interested in taking action, whereas for the rest of the demons, he felt that instead of coveting that little bit of Excelia, it would be better to stick to his original plan and collect the breathing styles of this world to see if he could realize his idea. If he could succeed, then this dimensional travel wouldn't have been in vain. Considering all of those factors, Riezel abandoned the idea of joining the Demon Slayer Corps. Once he joined, he knew they wouldn't let him train leisurely, they would surely assign him numerous missions to hunt demons. Because of this, Riezel politely declined Kagaya's invitation. However, Kagaya didn't seem disappointed, and instead, he became quite interested in Riezel's reason. Learning secret techniques and training in seclusion, is it? Kagaya chuckled gently. Is there anything I can help you with? Can you? Riezel asked in surprise. Yes, I will help if I can. Kagaya nodded gently. Even if you don't join the Corps, as long as there are people in this world who can kill demons, threaten the upper ranks, or even threaten the progenitor of demons himself, it's meaningful to us. Is that so? Riezel looked deeply into Kagaya's eyes before asking a question. What if I want to learn your Corps' breathing style? His question caught Kagaya and every Hashira off guard, but in the next second, Kagaya nodded without hesitation. If it helps you, then naturally, there's no problem. Kagaya agreed readily with a smile. In fact, the knowledge of breathing styles wasn't really a tightly guarded secret, as the Demon Slayer Corps had appointed several members to teach breathing styles to outsiders, thereby adding fresh blood to the Corps. Generally speaking, as long as there was an intention and desire, the Demon Slayer Corps welcomed anyone interested in learning breathing styles. What breathing style do you need? Kagaya asked. Wind, flame, water, stone, thunder, these 5 fundamental breathing styles, I probably need them all. Riezel answered, then thought for a moment before continuing his words. As for the other derived breathing styles, I'm not sure if they'll be useful. We'll see when the need arises. His words instantly offended quite a few people. Is he looking down on our breathing styles? Abanai was displeased. Oh my, being underestimated. Shinobu remarked with a gentle smile. I'm really sorry if mine can't be of use. Mitsuri pouted. Michiru remained silent as if lost in thought. Kyujiro. Kagaya turned his head to Kyujiro. Let Tsujikuni stay in your place for the time being, remember to entertain him well. Yes, master. Kyujiro instantly agreed and had no objections. All right then, let's call it a day. Kagaya nodded with a gentle smile. I hope to see all of you gathered here again next time, don't be absent. Yes. All the Hashira answered in unison and bowed their heads in respect. Chapter 154, Exclusive Nichiren Sword. Eventually, under the invitation of Kyujiro, Riezel moved into the residence of the Rengoku family. As a family of demon slayers for generations, the residence of the Rengoku family was kept strictly confidential. Since they had earned the trust of the Obuyashiki family, their connection with the demon slayer corps was strong enough to withstand scrutiny. Consequently, their residence was not very far from the Obuyashiki estate, one could even say it was in the same town. Riezel couldn't help but suspect that this town was specifically established for the demon slayer corps and those closely related to them. Several Hashira had also moved to this town after retirement, though he wasn't sure where they had gone, it seemed plausible that they had established residences here. If that were indeed the case, the financial resources of the Obuyashiki family might surpass even his imagination, to create a whole town for residency, showcasing their immense wealth. The Rengoku family was equally impressive, boasting a rich history, though not on par with the Obuyashiki family, it was far greater than an average family. After settling in, Riezel received a brief tour from Kyujiro. My father and little brother also live here, but my father is currently semi-retired, and my little brother isn't a demon slayer yet, so I won't introduce them to you for now. Just relax and make yourself at home. If you want to practice, the courtyard is spacious enough. After the tour, Kyujiro assigned a room to Riezel. During this time, Riezel also encountered the three main characters, but they seemed to be engaged in some inexplicable training fervor. Ha ha ha. Let's settle this, Lord of the Land. Inosuke excitedly chased after a humanoid locomotive figure in the courtyard. For fuck's sake. Why do I have to be the Lord of the Land? Zenitsu, clad in a locomotive-shaped costume, yelled furiously while evading Inosuke's pursuit. 334, 335. 336, 337. Meanwhile, Tanjiro was doing push-ups, seemingly focused on enhancing his stamina, while a wooden box rested on his back as a weight. The three of them were making a ruckus in the courtyard, which amused both Riezel and Kyujiro, who watched for quite some time. Should we not disturb them? Riezel suggested. Agreed. Kyujiro replied with a serious expression. And thus, Riezel temporarily settled in the Rengoku residence. At the same time, the Obuyashiki family acted swiftly, showing considerable importance to Riezel's request by sending over what he had asked for the very next day. Here you go, 5 books of fundamental breathing styles. Kyujiro said with a smile as he handed over 5 books to Riezel. Even though the 5 books were not thick, each of moderate thickness, they formed the foundation of the Demon Slayer Corps. The covers of the books were color-coded according to their respective breathing styles. Flame breathing was red. Water breathing was blue. Stone breathing was gray. Wind breathing was green. Thunder breathing was golden. 5 books with different colored covers were neatly arranged in front of Riezel, presenting an impressive sight. These 5 books are specially curated and updated to the latest editions, packed with insights from different experts. For example, flame breathing includes knowledge and explanations passed down from generations of flame Hashira in my family. Kyujiro grinned widely at Riezel. Though we can't arrange for those experts in other breathing styles to provide face-to-face guidance to you, if it's flame breathing, feel free to ask me anything if you're unclear. A direct guidance from the flame Hashira himself, undoubtedly an invaluable opportunity for any average swordsman. Alright, thanks. Riezel didn't refuse outright, simply agreeing. Is there anything else I can do for you? Kyujiro exclaimed. Master has already instructed me to fulfill all your requests as much as possible. Upon hearing that, Riezel pondered for a moment before making another request. Could you prepare scarlet crimson iron sand and scarlet ore for me? Naturally, he was referring to the metallic minerals used to forge Nichiren swords. Oh. Kyujiro's eyes gleamed. You need a Nichiren sword? I might. Riezel chuckled and shrugged his shoulders. After all, I don't have one yet, and using sun breathing with a Nichiren sword seems to be a better match. In this world, swords and katana were essentially the same weapons, otherwise, breathing style wouldn't be referred to as swordsmanship. The difference between Nichiren swords and the ones Riezel usually wielded was that the former had only one sharp edge, while the latter had 2. Additionally, the blade of Nichiren swords was curved, suitable for heavy slashes, while the latter's blade was straight, allowing for more flexibility. Both could be used for performing breathing styles, but they had their differences. Even though all of Sun Breathing's forms were supposed to be performed with a Nichiren sword, if Riezel wanted to use different types of swords to perform it, he probably had to make some adjustments. However, he didn't have any plan in that regard at the moment, since he simply thought that if he had a Nicaran sword, it would at least be pretty useful when dealing with demons. Without it, he would have to rely on decomposition magic to kill demons. However, since he decided to focus on studying breathing styles, he decided to temporarily refrain from using magic. In that case, acquiring a Nicaran sword was indeed necessary. "Shall we take charge of forging your Nicaran sword?" Kyujiro asked, brimming with enthusiasm. "You know, the Corps has expert swordsmiths who work in secret, and their craftsmanship is excellent. They'll surely forge a Nicaran sword that satisfies you." He was not boasting. The Demon Slayer Corps indeed had a close collaboration with a group of swordsmiths who resided in Swordsmith Village. Almost all of them were swordsmiths, responsible not only for forging and maintaining all Nicaran swords of demon slayers but also deeply passionate and dedicated to swordsmithing. Generation after generation, they researched and forged Nicaran swords, continuously improving their craftsmanship year by year. They were undoubtedly the elites of the swordsmithing industry. Not only did each demon slayer have a dedicated swordsmith to forge their Nicaran sword, but to prevent demon attacks, the location of Swordsmith Village was highly secretive, with hardly anyone in the Corps knowing its exact whereabouts. Even entering the village required blindfolds and nose plugs, with several people specially designated to escort and guide, with the guidance of Kasugai crows. Moreover, the order of the route, the guiding Kasugai crow, and the escorting people changed frequently, ensuring the utmost secrecy, comparable to the Ubuyashiki estate, the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. It could be said that in this world, no smith was more skilled at forging Nicaran swords than swordsmiths from Swordsmith Village. Even the swords of the Hashira were forged there, which was why Kyujiro was so proud and eager to recommend them. Unfortunately, Riezel had no intention of having swordsmiths from Swordsmith Village forge his sword. "Just get those two materials ready for me and I'll handle the rest. I've got my own plans," Riezel answered calmly. Indeed, there was no denying that in this world, Nicaran swords were considered a particularly special weapon. However, it was a different story in other worlds. Whether it was in terms of hardness, power, sharpness, or even endurance, Nicaran swords could only be considered an ordinary weapon, far from meeting the standards of special equipment in the world of Danmachi. In other words, Nicaran swords couldn't even be classified as third-class equipment, just a relatively outstanding weapon among ordinary equipment. It could inflict damage on demons, not due to the sword's performance, but because of the properties of the forging materials. Capable of emitting energy similar to sunlight, it had a significant effect on demons, but it was utterly useless against anything other than demons. Such a weapon was naturally not suitable for Riezel. Even without using aerial, with his current strength and level, there was a good chance the Nicaran sword would break if he engaged in serious combat. He remembered that Tanjiro's sword had been broken during the fight against the lower five, so he didn't want to use such a fragile sword. It was undeniable that the swordsmiths in Swordsmith Village might have decent skills, but they were ultimately just ordinary people, unlike the advanced blacksmiths in the world of Danmachi. Not only did these advanced blacksmiths possess the blacksmith development ability capable of adding special attributes to forged weapons, but they could also process special materials and forge weapons that could cut through the steel-like bodies of floor bosses. If his Nicaran sword were to be forged by the swordsmiths in Swordsmith Village, the result would only be an excellent sword, unable to even touch the edges of special equipment. For Riezel, who possessed first-class and second-class equipment with the Durandal attribute, it was undoubtedly not a good sword. For this reason, Riezel's thought was simple: he would forge the sword himself. "I may not have the blacksmith development ability or know swordsmithing, but I have magic." He had learned structure system magic from Yuri, so while he couldn't make magic items or alchemy items, if it came to making weapons, he could still manage. Of course, what he would make wouldn't be magic weapons, just ordinary weapons. With his current level, accumulated MAG, and assistance from the mage development ability, the magic he wielded would undoubtedly surpass that of ordinary structure system magicians in terms of power and effectiveness. If I use decomposition magic to break down large quantities of scarlet crimson iron sand and scarlet ore, removing all impurities and leaving only the essence, the quality of these two materials would reach the standards of special materials. Afterward, using structure system magic to merge the essences of the two materials with Hermit and transform them into a Nicaran sword. This way, the quality of my Nicaran sword should be outstanding, right? By then, I could at least possess a Nicaran sword with the Durandal attribute. With those thoughts in mind, Riezel had already decided. If he was going to use a Nicaran sword, then he wanted the best one. One that surpassed the understanding of everyone in this world, an exclusive Nicaran sword just for him. Chapter 155, Who Needs to Become a Dragon When Becoming a Sun is More Exciting. After chatting for a while, Kyujiro finally left to fulfill Riezel's request. He promised Riezel that he would bring a large amount of scarlet crimson iron sand and scarlet ore again. It was not weird for Kyujiro to make such a promise since there remained a considerable quantity of scarlet crimson iron sand and scarlet ore, as no member of the Demon Slayer Corps lacked a Nicaran sword. Even Tanjiro, whose Nichiren sword had been broken once, quickly acquired a new one, demonstrating the availability of materials for the swords. What was likely in short supply were swordsmiths with exceptional skills. However, since Riezel didn't need someone to provide swordsmithing, he just needed the raw materials for the sword, which wasn't difficult. Kyujiro expressed that he would try to bring back as much as possible after obtaining permission from Kaguya, which was quite thoughtful of him. Fortunately, the first Hashira I got to know was Rengoku. Otherwise, if it were someone else, it wouldn't be so easy to talk to. As Riezel thought of the other Hashira in the Demon Slayer Corps, he increasingly felt that each one of them was a problem child. In comparison, even though Kyujiro had a unique personality, he was still very kind-hearted and friendly toward others. As such, handing this matter over to Kyujiro, Riezel felt at ease. Shaking his head, Riezel stopped thinking about Nichiren's sword and picked up the 5 books of breathing styles in front of him, starting to read through them one by one. After about an hour of reading, he had a certain understanding of the 5 fundamental breathing styles. Although the 5 fundamental breathing styles are all derived from sun breathing, each of these breathing styles has its own characteristics and advantages. If I only consider their individual characteristics and advantages, they are not inferior to sun breathing. For example, water breathing, characterized by its softness and versatile sword forms, was very dexterous and agile in combat, able to deal with various situations. It was a breathing style as changeable as flowing water. Among all the breathing styles, water breathing was rather easy to practice. Perhaps it didn't have the same power as the other breathing styles, but it had the most advantage in prolonged battles. Even sun breathing couldn't match the versatility and endurance of water breathing. Since the birth of breathing styles, demon slayers proficient in water breathing had always been the most numerous, resulting in never having a vacancy for the water Hashira. Because of this, water breathing was the preferred choice for many when practicing breathing styles. Its characteristics of being easy to practice and easy to master made many demon slayers who didn't consider themselves very talented inclined to practice water breathing. Similar to water breathing was flame breathing. This was a breathing style passed down through generations in the Rengoku family, and it was the breathing style closest to sun breathing, as its power ranked among the top of all breathing styles. Although it wasn't as easy to practice and master as water breathing, flame breathing could be considered the most comprehensive of all breathing styles. With diligent study and effort, once mastered, the user's strength would increase rapidly and they would quickly rise to prominence. Just like water breathing, there had never been a vacancy for the flame Hashira. As a result, throughout the generations of the Hashira, both flame Hashira and water Hashira have always existed, maintaining the significant presence of these two breathing styles within the Demon Slayer Corps. According to Riezel's speculation, initially, after sun breathing, the second breathing style to be born was probably flame breathing. Compared to sun breathing, it might not be as powerful, but its destructive power was still very strong. Despite that, the remaining 3 fundamental breathing styles also had outstanding characteristics. For example, thunder breathing was considered to be the fastest among all breathing styles, with the strongest explosive force, even surpassing sun breathing in terms of speed alone. For this reason, it demanded extremely high physical qualities from its users, second only to sun breathing. It was extremely difficult to practice, as evidenced by the absence of Hashira proficient in thunder breathing, indicating the difficulty of mastering it. Another example was wind breathing, which granted each slash of the user a very powerful cutting power, making it the sharpest breathing style. Not only it could easily slice off any body part of demons, but proficient users could even wrap wind blades around their hands and feet, using this breathing style as taijutsu. Coupled with its speed second only to thunder breathing, the strength of those who practiced this breathing style could be vaguely imagined. Lastly, stone breathing was particularly unique. As the only breathing style among the 5 fundamental breathing styles without derived branches, not only it was both stable and heavy, but it also excelled in defense and offense alike. Users of this breathing style often used heavy weapons, making their defense impregnable and their attacks powerful and forceful. Those who were proficient in it could be considered invincible. Overall, these 5 fundamental breathing styles, in terms of overall ability, fall short of sun breathing. But if one considered only a specific ability, even sun breathing would have to admit defeat to them. As I thought, they're quite interesting. Riezel muttered with relish. When Kaguya claimed that sun breathing was the strongest breathing style, Riezel was somewhat skeptical. After all, it still depended on the person who used it. Among the current Hashira, each one had honed their respective breathing styles to peak proficiency. If going according to Kaguya's logic, didn't that mean anyone who practiced sun breathing could defeat them? Impossible. It could only be said that if they were at the same level, then indeed, the one who practiced sun breathing would be stronger than those who practiced other breathing styles. But in the end, their strength still lay in their own overall ability. Even if both sides were at the same level, the one who practiced sun breathing wouldn't have more endurance than someone who practiced water breathing, nor would they be faster than someone who practiced thunder breathing. Plus, their slashes wouldn't be as sharp as those who practiced wind breathing, and perhaps, their offensive and defensive strength might even pale in comparison to someone who practiced stone breathing. Therefore, while sun breathing was indeed powerful, its strength lay in being versatile. Compared to the specialized capabilities of the 5 fundamental breathing styles, it may not necessarily win. Similarly, breathing styles derived from fundamental breathing styles like love breathing, insect breathing, sound breathing, serpent breathing, and mist breathing specialize even further in certain aspects than their origins. Although they were picky about their users and couldn't be practiced without corresponding talents and special physical qualities, once mastered, they were no less inferior to the 5 fundamental breathing styles, and in some aspects, even stronger. However, breathing styles derived from fundamental breathing styles were really picky about their users, like focusing too much on one aspect, which diminished their value for what Riezel was about to do. In any case, let's give it a try. After memorizing all the 5 fundamental breathing styles, Riezel picked up a practice wooden sword placed in the room and headed to the courtyard. Mastering the process of 5 fundamental breathing styles wasn't too difficult. Perhaps it was due to Riezel's own terrifying learning ability and growth speed, or perhaps it was because he had already mastered sun breathing. The 5 fundamental breathing styles derived from sun breathing posed little difficulty for him and were easily mastered. As a result, water breathing, first form, water surface slash. In the courtyard, a wave of water suddenly appeared, like a water blade slashing through the air, instantly cutting through the air. With a practice sword in hand, Riezel adjusted his breathing. After slashing a stream of water in front of him, the rhythm of his breath suddenly changed, causing the water vapor around him to turn into flames. Flame breathing, first form, unknowing fire. Riezel dashed forward like a rocket, engulfed in flames. After slashing through the air, he turned back and cut off the water waves that had just risen, evaporating them. In the next moment, Riezel's breathing rhythm changed again, turning the flames around him into a whirlwind. Wind breathing, first form, dust whirlwind cutter. Just a moment ago he was a rocket, now he was a hurricane. Covered in wind, Riezel surged forward, leaving behind a spiral wind blade that cut through the earth. Stone breathing, first form, serpentinite bipolar. As the spiral wind blade disappeared, Riezel's next slash was as heavy as a giant rock, stirring up rebellious dust as it passed through the air. Finally, as his foot touched the ground, he shattered it, transforming into a lightning ray. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash. As the sound of thunder ripping through the air echoed, a lightning ray flashed in the courtyard, just as the name implies, becoming a fleeting thunderclap. When the lightning ray disappeared, Riezel's figure appeared amidst the crackling lightning current, assuming an IAI stance. Gradually, the ever-changing rhythm of his breathing calmed down, allowing him to turn his head and look behind him. There, the surrounding terrain had become a mess, like it had been ravaged by artillery fire, with not a single intact spot. Looks like I'll have to leave some gold for Rengoku to fix his courtyard later. Riezel muttered, a satisfied expression on his face. And just like that, he finally mastered the 5 fundamental breathing styles. Such a sensational and astonishing feat, if word got out, it would surely shock many people to the core. While it took others several years, or even a decade, to master one breathing style, Riezel effortlessly mastered not just one, but 5 at once. If the Hashira found out about this, their will would likely be utterly crushed. However, for Riezel, the real deal was just beginning. I wonder if it can be as I wish. Riezel murmured. Using sun breathing as the foundation, integrating the swordsmanship of this world with the swordsmanship of Akasha continent. Yes, that was what Riezel intended to do in this world. Upon learning that this dimensional travel was to the world of Demon Slayer, Riezel immediately thought of the breathing techniques and swordsmanship of both worlds. If I'm not wrong, this world's swordsmanship is called breathing style because it uses a unique breathing technique known as total concentration breathing as its main method to strengthen the heart and lungs by absorbing a large amount of air, accelerating blood flow, temporarily granting strength beyond human limits. On the other hand, the swordsmanship of Akasha continent uses breathing as a support, stimulating and activating magical energy within one's body, making it absorb magical energy to become stronger. In that case, if I incorporate the breathing technique principles and the swordsmanship from both worlds, wouldn't I create a perfect blend that not only boosts my strength during combat but also makes me stronger after each use? Moreover, can I not only make it accelerate my blood flow and strengthen my heart and lungs, but also enhance every organ, even every cell, by infusing them with my massive amount of magical energy, thus unleashing astonishing strength? Such was Riezel's plan, to merge the breathing technique principles and swordsmanship from 2 worlds, creating a combat style that allowed his strength to explode during combat and become stronger with each battle. Once achieved, it would be a special swordsmanship surpassing even the complete Holy Dragon sword style. After all, who needs to become a dragon when becoming a sun is more exciting? Riezel's eyes sparkled as a smile formed at his mouth. Chapter 156, Relentless Efforts. Riezel's plan wasn't entirely baseless. Initially, total concentration breathing already had the effect of enhancing physical ability, but it only strengthened the heart and lungs, as well as accelerating blood flow, thereby indirectly boosting the body's performance and physical prowess. Akasha continence breathing technique, on the other hand, was merely a support for swordsmanship by stimulating and activating magical energy within the body, allowing it to grow in all aspects by absorbing the magical energy. If this principle could be integrated into total concentration breathing, it would expand the strengthening range of total concentration breathing to the entire body, which was not an impossible feat. If this feat were to succeed, it would allow the magical energy to merge with the accelerated blood flow, enhancing its intensity and effect, and would undoubtedly provide him with more enhancement and stronger power when using the breathing style. Undoubtedly, this was a process of mutual acceptance, integration, and harmony. As long as the two were cleverly combined, Riezel's plan was not just empty talk. For this reason, Riezel chose sun breathing as the foundation. Sun breathing could produce various breathing styles because it was the origin and foundation of all breathing styles, proving its immense versatility. Using sun breathing as the foundation, merging the breathing principles of two worlds, and the swordsmanship of two worlds, the success rate would greatly increase. On top of that, Riezel also had 5 fundamental breathing styles as a reference. Each of these fundamental breathing styles had its own characteristics, some greatly enhance speed, while others greatly improve flexibility. By drawing inspiration from them, he may be able to expand the strengthening range of breathing style to every part of his body. Coupled with his mastery of breaking steel sword style and incomplete holy dragon sword style, merging all the breathing of the two worlds into sun breathing would elevate the power of sun breathing to an unprecedented degree. It was entirely feasible. Becoming a sun was not just talk, as it was indeed Riezel's goal. Drawing inspiration from the holy dragon sword style, which could hone one's body into that of a dragon, if he could make the new version of sun breathing also have the effect of honing one's body, then his body might undergo unprecedented changes. By then, if practicing holy dragon sword style was to transform a human into a dragon, wouldn't practicing sun breathing be transforming a human into a sun? Of course, all of that was currently just Riezel's wishful thinking and theory. Whether it could be achieved, he didn't know. However, by integrating the breathing of two worlds into the sun breathing, Riezel was still somewhat confident with his theory. Once this plan came to fruition, his gains in this world would be well worth it. Just imagine, after transformation, not only could sun breathing strengthen every cell in his body, but it could even utilize his abundant magical energy, turning it into actual strength to reinforce his body. How powerful would he be then? Certainly not weaker than when using aerial, right? More importantly, total concentration breathing had another advanced state. In that state, even as he drifted into sleep, he could maintain full focus and regulate his breathing, keeping his body in a constant state of strengthening, a state known as total concentration, constant. Swordsmen who could proficiently master total concentration, constant were among the top swordsmen in the Demon Slayer Corps, and mastering it was also the minimum requirement to reach the strength of a Hashira. If Riezel's plan succeeded, then he could completely develop a new form of total concentration, constant for the new sun breathing. In that case, he would be as if constantly using sun breathing and practicing swordsmanship at all times. What did this mean? It meant that Riezel would become stronger each second, even in his dreams, without actively practicing. In this way, even if he couldn't hunt down large numbers of monsters inside the dungeon like in the world of Danmachi and constantly training himself, his status would still skyrocket. Perhaps this wouldn't allow him to gain high-rank Excelia for leveling up, but it could help him reach his current level's upper limit at the fastest speed, that was, SSS rank in all basic abilities. Can I really succeed? Imagining was delightful, and Riezel also believed that his plan had no problems, but whether he could succeed in integrating the breathing principles of the two worlds with his current sun breathing to create a completely new sun breathing, he naturally didn't know. Well, I still have to give it a try. Various principles from the 5 fundamental breathing styles, sun breathing, breaking steel sword style, and holy dragon sword style began to emerge in his mind. Soon, Riezel closed his eyes. Hoo! H-A-A-A. Gradually, he started to regulate his breathing. To Riezel, the process of fusion was honestly very painful. Riezel had to constantly adjust his breathing, continuously trying various breathing techniques, borrowing from them, blending them, and even changing them, which had a significant impact on his body. Sometimes, the completely disordered breathing made him feel like his lungs were about to explode, his trachea burning as if on fire, exceptionally painful. During this process, there were often symptoms such as ringing in the ears, sore throat, chest tightness, blood vessels popping up all over the body, muscles tearing, and so on. He had to admit that it felt a bit like enduring torture. However, Riezel gritted his teeth and persisted, even disregarding the awful state of his own body. In any case, with the top-class healing magic, Diafratel, in hand, as long as his limbs weren't blown off and his heart and brain didn't explode, he could restore himself. Hence, with the belief that, as long as I am not dying, then I'll keep pushing myself to death, Riezel endured the pain and persisted. He knew that whether sun breathing could successfully evolve according to his own plan had a huge impact on his future and strength. At this point, if Riezel didn't persist, then Riezel wouldn't be Riezel. Isn't this also a kind of challenge? Riezel always liked challenges, otherwise, he wouldn't have pushed himself so hard before, constantly challenging the limits of his human body, or seeking all sorts of thrills and excitement in his previous life. If enduring a bit of torment and pain could lead to success, then for him, it was definitely worth it. And so, Riezel kept trying, kept persisting, combining various understandings and ideas about breathing styles in his mind. Eventually, he smoothly forgot about time, even forgot to eat and sleep, standing in the courtyard day and night. Hoo! H-A-A-A. In the courtyard, the sound of breathing with various variations, changes in tone, and fluctuations continued. During this time, Kujiro glanced over here, and the three main characters also came to take a look, but they didn't dare to disturb Riezel, letting him continue his practice. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed, and Riezel still maintained his posture in the courtyard, not moving a step from beginning to end. On this day, Tanjiro finally couldn't help but speak up. "Mr. Rengoku, are you really not going to stop Mr. Tsujikuni?" Tanjiro stood at the entrance of the courtyard, looking at Riezel's back as he spoke to Kujiro, who was standing beside him, deeply worried. He hasn't eaten or drunk anything for days. If this continues, his health will deteriorate. Umo, it's indeed a serious problem. Kujiro responded, staring intently at Riezel. However, we can't stop someone from advancing toward a higher domain. Advancing towards a higher domain. But even so, he still needs to eat and rest. Tanjiro retorted. Can't he eat well, rest, and then continue later? Tanjiro himself was a hard-working person. In order to practice water breathing and become a demon slayer of the Demon Slayer Corps, he spent 2 consecutive years practicing in the mountains, his hands worn out countless times, and his body sustaining numerous injuries. He knew the hardships involved all too well. Moreover, after the events with the lower 5, Tanjiro also underwent the practice of total concentration breathing under the insect Hashira, which was equally agonizing. Yet, he persevered through it all. Therefore, Tanjiro understood very well that the more effort one put in, the more rewards one could reap. Yet, even he wouldn't go to the extent of not eating, drinking, or sleeping to the point of neglecting basic needs for days. It was too worrisome and Tanjiro couldn't help but speak up about it. I understand your concerns, young Kamado. I'm worried too. Kujiro nodded, patting Tanjiro's shoulder. But take a good look at that young man's back. Do you really think you can rush up and stop him? Tanjiro instantly fell silent. Riezel's back looked so desolate, so lonely, yet for some reason, anyone gazing at his figure could sense an unwavering determination, a refusal to compromise. Tanjiro's sense of smell was keen. He could smell how hard and painful Riezel's current situation was just from his body odor, otherwise, why would the scent of sweat and even blood emanate from him? Riezel was definitely undergoing a practice that others couldn't comprehend and was extremely difficult. From his breathing rhythm, you can tell he's attempting something. Kujiro said with a serious expression. It's a dangerous attempt. Just listening to his breath makes me uneasy. However, he's still persisting. I believe whatever he's attempting now must be important to him. For this reason, Kujiro couldn't intervene. Have faith in him, young Kamado. Kujiro suddenly smiled. Young Tsujikuni is an incredible young man. I already felt that the first time I met him on the Mugen train. Master must have seen something in him too, which is why he decided to help him without hesitation. Let's just trust him and wait here for his success. Kujiro's words made Tanjiro turn his gaze toward Riezel. After being silent for a while, Tanjiro slapped his own cheeks, his eyes full of determination. I need to work hard too. Tanjiro quickly turned and left to continue his training. Kujiro, who watched it all, sighed. They're truly 2 fine youths. A pity they couldn't be taken in as my Tsuguko. No, maybe not young Tsujikuni, but young Kamado might be worth a try. Kujiro suddenly stroked his chin, remembering something. Meanwhile, Riezel, unaware of all this, continued his relentless efforts without a moment's pause. Chapter 157, 3 months. Riezel's relentless efforts turned out to be longer than he had imagined, and more nerve-wracking than anyone else had anticipated. After persisting in the courtyard for 7 days, he finally collapsed for the first time. It was Kujiro, who frequently came to check on him, who first noticed Riezel lying in the courtyard and hastily brought him back to the room, calling for a doctor. Of course, the doctor called by Kujiro was none other than the insect Hashira, Kochu Shinobu. Aside from being a swordsman, Shinobu was also a proficient pharmacist. She also ran a treatment facility within the Demon Slayer Corps known as the Butterfly Mansion, which housed nursing personnel without talent in swordsmanship, specializing in providing treatment and rehabilitation for members injured on missions. In the past, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke had suffered severe injuries after fighting the lower 5 and were sent to the Butterfly Mansion. With Shinobu's assistance and care, they not only recovered one after another but also mastered total concentration breathing, greatly enhancing their strength. Therefore, when Riezel had an incident, the first person Kujiro contacted was Shinobu, who managed the Butterfly Mansion. Upon seeing Riezel, Shinobu's face immediately displayed a troubled expression. I really want to ask, what exactly has he done? Shinobu spoke in a tone that held no glimmer of hope. With such a pale complexion and lips almost devoid of color, it's clear he's extremely weakened. Plus, with his muscles and body twitching unconsciously, it's likely he's enduring inhuman pain, possibly even with internal organs rupturing, especially his lungs. I even suspect they might be damaged, otherwise, how could his breathing be like this? In her own words, this was already a severe condition where even immediate death wouldn't be surprising. Take him to the butterfly mansion. With his condition, it's basically impossible for him to recover without lying in bed for 2 to 3 months. With that statement, Shinobu instructed Kujiro to send Riezel to the butterfly mansion immediately. However, just when Kujiro thought Riezel would indeed need about 2 to 3 months to recover and was considering whether to visit him before going on a mission, he was shocked to find out the next day that Riezel had returned as if nothing had happened. Upon his return, Riezel immediately rushed back to the courtyard and entered that strange breathing state once again. At that moment, Shinobu followed Riezel and chased him all the way to the residence of the Rengoku family. When she saw Riezel enter the courtyard and fall into that strange breathing state, she remained silent for a long time. Monster. After muttering like that with a peculiar expression, Shinobu left. And so, Riezel continued his arduous practice and efforts. However, different from last time, this time, he persisted for 10 days. 10 days later, he was once again collapsed and sent to the butterfly mansion. However, just like the last time, the next day, Riezel returned as if nothing happened again, prompting Shinobu, who was still following him, to say something to Kujiro. I can dissect him, can't I? I'm getting interested in his body. Maybe there is an imposter, demon, among us. Shinobu's serious tone almost left Kujiro dumbfounded on the spot. Despite all the chaos he caused, Riezel remained indifferent to it all, continuing with his own experiments. With that, time flew by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. During this period, Kujiro had gone on several missions. Even the 3 main characters no longer stay at the residence of the Rengoku family and doing missions from the Demon Slayer Corps instead. Sometimes they went out demon hunting, sometimes they came back to practice, sometimes they separated, and sometimes they set off together. From initially worrying about Riezel, they gradually grew accustomed to his bizarreness and unreasonableness. Even at the butterfly mansion, under the direction of Shinobu, a bed was often prepared specially for Riezel. Strangely, this bed only got used for a day at a time, and the next day, the patient lying on it was nowhere, leaving directly. At the same time, what was happening with Riezel was slowly entering the view of the master of the Demon Slayer Corps and every Hashira. Consequently, aside from Kagaya, who found it inconvenient to go out, every Hashira had secretly visited the residence of the Rengoku family over the past 3 months to observe Riezel for a while. Some Hashira just took a glance and then left, like Ju and Wichiru. However, some Hashira had been observing Riezel all along, such as Sanemi, Abanai, Gyumei, Mitsuri, and Tingen. Some observed for a whole day, and some even observed for several days before silently leaving. As for Kujiro and Shinobu, they had become the Hashira who interacted with Riezel the most. It goes without saying for Kujiro, as Riezel was in his home and their relationship was the closest. It could be said that Kujiro was the only one who had watched Riezel persist all the way through from beginning to end. Shinobu, on the other hand, became curious about Riezel because of his occasional collapses and demonstrations of his inhuman recovery, so she started interacting with him and sometimes even personally cared for him. Even Kagaya would often pay attention to Riezel's situation through Shinobu's reports, causing this family head to often show a meaningful expression. And thus, 3 months later, on this day, Riezel's practice finally welcomed a change. Ooh. HAAA. It was a rather prolonged inhale, but swiftly completed within a short time. Standing in the courtyard, Riezel remained in that familiar spot, as if he had stood there for several decades like a hermit, facing away from the entrance with his chest gently rising and falling. At this moment, Kujiro and Shinobu stood at the entrance of the courtyard, observing Riezel's back. Their gazes towards Riezel were akin to those directed at a divine being. What an extraordinary breath. Shinobu whispered, her voice low. How does he manage it? After 3 months, Riezel's breathing had undergone significant changes, no longer chaotic as before, nor disorderly as it initially began. It had become peculiar, almost wondrous, evoking an inexplicable sensation. At least in Shinobu's eyes, Riezel's breathing before her at this moment seemed less like a human and more like a transcendent being, surpassing human comprehension. To the untrained ear, the sound of his breath might seem insignificant, but to the Hashira who had honed their breathing styles to perfection, it resonated like the roar of a great dragon, the exhale of a bright sun, or even the breath of a god. If Zenitsu were here, he would surely hear the thunderous breath hidden within the air, unmistakably not human. Presently, Riezel was engaged in such breathwork, surpassing anything in rhythm and intensity compared to before. I've never seen such breathing before. Kujiro muttered with his arms folded. Young Tsujikuni, have you created a new breathing style? Creating a new breathing style wasn't uncommon among the Hashira. Breathing styles like love breathing, serpent breathing, insect breathing, sound breathing, mist breathing, and others were derived from the 5 fundamental breathing styles. Current Hashira like the love Hashira, serpent Hashira, insect Hashira, sound Hashira, and mist Hashira found the existing breathing styles not entirely suitable for them, so they innovated and modified the fundamental breathing styles to create their own derived breathing styles. Throughout history, it wasn't rare for the Hashira to create their own breathing style. Considering this, it seemed quite normal for Riezel, the great swordsman who slew the upper 3, to have the ability to create a new breathing style. However, I don't think his practice is as simple as that. Shinobu sighed and paused for a moment before continuing. Generally, when creating a breathing style, could one be forced to such extent, even several times to the brink of death? Upon hearing her reasoning, Kyujiro remained silent. It's definitely not just a matter of creating a new breathing style, there must be some things we don't understand that have taken shape in that guy. Shinobu stared fixedly at Riezel's back. Kyujiro agreed wholeheartedly, nodding heavily. Young Tsujikuni remains an incredible youth. If my Tsuguko were here and saw the results of his hard work so far, he would surely feel greatly inspired. Surprisingly, the Tsuguko in his mouth was none other than Tanjiro. Yes, Tanjiro eventually became Kyujiro's Tsuguko, meaning he had accepted Kyujiro as his mentor. Moreover, thanks to this relationship, Tanjiro now always returned directly to Kyujiro's place after completing missions, as if considering it his own home. Kamado, huh? Shinobu muttered, remembering the kind-hearted boy. She and Tanjiro were also old acquaintances, so upon hearing Kyujiro's words, she smiled knowingly. That's a shame. I was considering whether to take him as my Tsuguko. After all, he seems to get along quite well with Kaneo. Well, that's unfortunate. Kyujiro apologized, though there was no hint of regret in his face or voice, he exuded an air of openness and honesty. Shinobu could only shake her head and smile wryly. However, just as she was about to say something else, an anomaly suddenly occurred. Boom. Rumble. A rumbling sound erupted in the courtyard. It was the sound of the air distorting. It was the sound of the earth trembling. A terrifying heat surged from the courtyard, as if capable of evaporating everything, causing the surrounding space to distort. What's happening? What? Kyujiro and Shinobu were both shocked, almost reflexively leaping back a considerable distance, lowering their bodies, and assuming a stance ready to draw their swords. It was an instinctive reaction of their bodies. Clearly, to have such a reaction meant that these two had sensed danger. Moreover, it was not just any danger, but a remarkably powerful one. However, in the next moment, they found that the source of the danger was not from any enemy, but from the one they had been observing all along. PSSSTTT. At this moment, Riezel's body standing in the courtyard emitted an extremely fearful heat, making the ground beneath his feet sizzle and emit the smell of scorching as if it were being roasted by fire. Chapter 158, Pioneer of the Sun. Whoosh. As the massive heat spread throughout the courtyard, a tree suddenly ignited, bursting into flames. At the same time, the surrounding space began to distort, and before long, the flowers, grass, and trees in the courtyard also caught fire. Everything around, including the ground, seemed to melt in the face of this astonishing heat and high temperature, gradually losing its original form and dissolving like butter. Yo young Tsujikuni. Unable to hold back, Kyujiro called out to Riezel in panic. At this moment, the temperature around had become unbearably high, causing even Kyujiro, the flame Hashira, to break into a sweat. Not to mention Shinobu, whose forehead was nearly soaked, with her hair sticking to her forehead, and her clothes drenched in sweat, outlining unexpectedly appealing curves on this insect Hashira's body. After Kyujiro's voice echoed, the heat pouring out in the courtyard suddenly halted. Soon, the heat began to dissipate, the high temperature fading away, and the anomalies around Riezel's body disappeared. Only the burning trees and the charred marks on the ground remained, proving that everything that had just happened was not an illusion but reality. Huff. Standing in the courtyard, Riezel seemed to exhale a breath of relief, opening his eyes. In his eyes, there was a fleeting bright glow, as hot as fire and as bright as light. Are you guys okay? Riezel asked with a calm expression as he approached the two Hashira. Both Hashira shook their heads, still sweating profusely, but seemingly not injured. However, when they looked at the unusual brilliance in Riezel's eyes, they were filled with indescribable surprise. That heat just now was so scary. Kyujiro exclaimed in surprise before asking. Young Tsujikuni, did you succeed? Upon hearing that, a smile finally appeared on Riezel's calm face. Seeing his smile, the two Hashira understood. It seems so. Well, congrats. That's really something to celebrate, right? Shinobu said with a beautiful smile, congratulating Riezel. Thank you. Riezel nodded, his tone tinged with a hint of sigh. Indeed, it was something to celebrate. After 3 months of relentless efforts, nearly 100 days of life-threatening trials, and enduring endless pain and torment, he had finally succeeded. His previous assumption and theory had been completely confirmed. Phew. Ha. Riezel breathed lightly, drawing in a large amount of air from the surroundings, allowing it to enter his lungs and then spread throughout his body. In just this second, a monumental change occurred within his body. Every cell in his body became active. His internal organs, one after another, seemed to be activated, emitting heat. His blood flowed rapidly, mixing with the magical energy emanating from deep within his body, surging throughout his entire existence. At this moment, Riezel could clearly feel that the power of his body had undergone a remarkable enhancement, to the point where he even felt like he was using aerial. Obviously, this was because of the new and evolved sun breathing, a breathing style that combined the breathing principles and swordsmanship of this world and the Akasha continent. It perfectly fulfilled Riezel's theory, not only extending the strengthening effects of total concentration breathing to every part and every cell of his body but also incorporating the vast magical energy within his body into the blood flow to enhance the effects of honing his body. It also possessed the breathing style effect of Akasha continent's swordsmanship. Each time it was used in each training session, it would allow his body to continuously absorb the stimulated magical energy from his gate, permanently enhancing his body's strength. It could amplify strength in battle and assist in growth on regular days, fulfilling Riezel's initial plan completely. Now, once I use sun breathing, the increase in my strength should not be lower than when I used aerial before, right? After merging the breathing and swordsmanship of two worlds, my evolved sun breathing can be called a special swordsmanship in the Akasha continent, and it's highly likely to be no weaker than the Holy Dragon sword style. My current strength. Riezel pondered for a moment, forming some thoughts in his mind. I can definitely challenge opponents of higher level. Now was different. Before, Riezel needed to use aerial, an overpowered enchant-type magic, to gain the capability to challenge higher-level opponents by enduring a tremendous physical burden as a side effect. Otherwise, he had to reach the limit of his current level by reaching SSS in all basic abilities, so that he could rely on his astonishing latent basic abilities accumulated over several levels and the assistance of several combat-type development abilities to challenge higher-level opponents. However, none of those were necessary anymore now. Since the enhancement brought by the evolved sun breathing was all-encompassing, it required no burden on his body nor reaching the limit of his current level. Now, his sun breathing could allow him to have stable strength to fight against a level above, without any side effects. Just this alone, the importance of sun breathing to Riezel had already surpassed that of aerial. Of course, the gains brought by the evolved sun breathing to him were far more than this. In addition to the effects brought by this new and evolved breathing style, the process of learning it also brought about two changes to his body. The first change came from his status. In Riezel's mind, a status appeared on its own. Riezel Brynhart. Level. STR, D570 SSS. End, D555 SSS. Dex, C611 SSS. AGI, C637 SSS. Mag, C632 SSS. Lightweight, F. Swordsman, F. Mage, G. Battle Adept, I. This was Riezel's recently updated status. After 3 months of relentless efforts, he finally reached the limit of his current level, achieving SSS in all basic abilities. Although at first glance, he seemed to have only been continuously attempting to develop a new breathing style during these 3 months without any decent training, in fact, his basic abilities grew because of one of his skills. In the effects of Fool's Obsession, it was clearly written. The deeper the obsession, the stronger the effect. The effect is greatly enhanced in dangerous situations. Undoubtedly, during these 3 months, what Riezel had done perfectly triggered these two effects. Persisting through extreme pain and relentlessly evolving sun breathing regardless of danger, this behavior completely qualified as obsession and dangerous situations. As a result, Riezel's growth rapidly escalated, successfully reaching the limit of his current level and achieving SSS in all basic abilities. However, this was not the change Riezel thought about. The growth of basic abilities was an expected occurrence, but not a noteworthy change. The actual change in his status was in the section where his skills lay. There, besides Fool's Obsession, Endless, and Self-Redemption, emerged a new skill. Pioneer of the Sun. Become a spiritual being. Double magic effects from the light and heat systems. Gain resistance to the light, heat, frost, and darkness systems. Possess special attack capability against evil entities. Riezel awakened a new skill called the Pioneer of the Sun. The emergence of this brand new skill meant that his previous wishful thinking of turning himself into a sun was no longer just a pipe dream. Although he hadn't literally transformed himself into a sun, he seemed to have turned himself into a spiritual being, akin to a spirit born from nature and considered a part of nature itself. Although he still looked like a human, due to the effect of Pioneer of the Sun, his body seemed to have transformed into some sort of spiritual being, possessing characteristics similar to a spirit. Moreover, he was a spirit born from the sun. What changes the spiritual body would bring, Riezel wasn't yet clear. He could only wait to explore them slowly in the future. Nevertheless, judging from the other effects of Pioneer of the Sun, this skill was definitely unique. It doubled the effect of magic from the light and heat systems, meaning that light attribute and fire attribute magic would both have double power in his hands. Without a doubt, this would enhance magic like Fusillade Phalarica and Ray Levitine, two flame attribute wide area annihilation magic, to a great degree. In the future, Riezel wouldn't fear high temperatures or low temperatures anymore, nor would he dread fire magic or ice magic. No matter what kind of magic was cast upon him, as long as it was from the light, heat, frost, and darkness systems, the damage it could inflict would be significantly weakened. Furthermore, the special attack capability against evil entities was particularly valuable. This meant that if he faced enemies with evil attributes in the future, he would have a restraining effect on them. For example, he might be able to slay demons in this world even without using a Nicaran sword. Moreover, many monsters who inhabited the dungeon in the world of Danmachi were also considered evil. Even demon swordsmen who wielded evil swordsmanship, once confronted by him in the war festival, might find themselves severely restrained. All of these effects were significant enough to fill Riezel with satisfaction. As for the second kind of change, it came from his senses. Riezel raised his gaze and looked at Kyujiro and Shinobu in front of him. Under his gaze, their bodies gradually became transparent enough for him to see the insides of their bodies. He could see their hearts and internal organs. He could see their muscles and flesh. He could even see the blood vessel flow in Kyujiro and Shinobu's lungs, and based on these signs of flow and the degree of muscle contraction, he could even predict what actions these two would take next. So, this is the transparent world. Experiencing this incredible ability with his own eyes, Riezel silently thought to himself, amazed. Chapter 159, Transparent World and Selfless State. Transparent World. It was a world, or rather a state, that could only be seen after striving with all one's might, enduring pain, and making one's mind transparent. People who entered this state could concentrate and shut down unnecessary senses, making their bodies appear transparent and allowing them to see through the condition of the other's body. They could observe the flow of blood vessels in others' lungs, the contraction of muscles, and the activity level of organs, thus predicting and sensing others' actions, significantly enhancing their own speed of movement, prediction of attacks, and ability to evade. In simple terms, it was an ultimate sublimation of perception, control, and extension. Generally, those who mastered the transparent world could not only hide their fighting spirit according to their own needs but also accelerated their perception, making their enemies' movements appear slow, and their enemies' actions almost had no secrets in their eyes. This was what the upper three, Akaza, referred to as the highest domain, known as the selfless state or the domain of supremacy, the final domain that masters of swordsmanship and martial arts could only see after honing their abilities to the limit. Riezel, in his 3 months of relentless efforts, had not only awakened the transparent world but had also unknowingly arrived in the highest domain known as the selfless state. As a result, once Riezel concentrated and shut down unnecessary senses, focusing all perception of the outside world on what was right in front of him, he could easily make his mind clear, see through the body of people in front of him, and effortlessly observe the signs of life in them. He knew that the transparent world was quite useful for him. After all, his perception ability was not that outstanding. At most, he became more sensitive to the flow of wind and atmosphere when using aerial, or sensing the flow of magical energy. Now that he had awakened the transparent world, his perception would be greatly useful in battle, making fighting easier and more efficient. Truthfully, this was also a pleasant surprise even for Riezel, which put him in a good mood. Meanwhile, Kyujiro and Shinobu, who had no idea that they had been completely seen through by Riezel, were curious about his current strength. How strong has Tsujikuni become now? Shinobu thought half-jokingly. Has he become unbeatable in this world? Young Tsujikuni, who can easily kill the upper three, has now become even stronger. Kyujiro wondered inside his mind. Does Master expect something from this? At this moment, both of them recalled Kagaya's words before. I can already sense it. In our generation, demon slayers and demons may finally settle the score, putting an end to this millennia-old history of mistakes. Remembering the rare excitement in Kagaya's words and face, Kyujiro and Shinobu glanced at each other. Now, perhaps they also understood and shared the same feeling as Kagaya. After all, they had witnessed firsthand the astonishing phenomena that occurred just now after Riezel succeeded in his practice. With Riezel's current strength, if there was indeed an opportunity, it was indeed possible to put an end to the millennia-long history of mistakes and finally settle the score between demons and demon slayers. As they thought like that, the looks on Kyujiro and Shinobu's faces changed as they looked at Riezel. Thanks for your help during this time. Riezel expressed his gratitude to the two. If it weren't for you two, I might not have been able to succeed so easily. Nah, it's not much to do with us, young Tsujikuni. Kyujiro completely declined any credit. We didn't really help much. Everything was accomplished through your own efforts. Yep. Shinobu nodded, but then her tone became somewhat resentful. Tsujikuni doesn't need anyone to take care of him at my place either. Every time you collapse in terrible condition, you wake up looking completely fine the next day. Besides providing a bed, it's like I haven't done anything at all, you know. Boom. Kyujiro nodded in agreement, playing along. After all Kyujiro did was put Riezel on the bed when he collapsed and send him to the butterfly mansion to recover. He didn't do anything else, at most providing a place for Riezel to practice. Moreover, that kind of help was hardly worth mentioning in his eyes. Of course, Riezel definitely didn't think that way. You both took care of me, that's a fact, no need to be modest. Riezel shook his head. Anyway, I owe you both a favor. If there's anything you need my help with in the future, feel free to ask. Upon hearing Riezel's words, Shinobu was somewhat intrigued. Then can I study your body? Finally, she revealed her ambitious side. Nope. Riezel didn't even hesitate, rejecting outright. TCH. Shinobu pursed her lips, looking disappointed. Please make normal requests, thank you. Riezel sighed. Okay, duly noted. Shinobu replied with an unconvincing smile. So, young Tsujikuni, do you still need to continue practicing? Kyujiro asked with raised eyebrows. I don't think so. Riezel pondered for a while before continuing. I've already achieved the breathing style I envisioned, so there's no need to continue. If there's anything else to do, it would be to try mastering total concentration, constant. Total concentration, constant. Kyujiro nodded. With your abilities, you'll master it quickly. Riezel didn't refute his statement. Truly, total concentration, constant, wasn't particularly difficult for him. Riezel's learning ability and growth speed were beyond human, to say the least. Moreover, as an adventurer, he had experience venturing into the dungeon which was useful for learning total concentration, constant. When embarking on dungeon expeditions, it often took a dozen days or more. During this period, adventurers spent their time resting and sleeping in the dungeon. Any adventurer knew that sleeping in the dungeon filled with monsters was in itself quite dangerous. It required not only calming one's mind and maintaining a strong mentality to sleep soundly but also staying vigilant at all times, as even amid slumber, one couldn't afford to let their guard down completely. Even with party members keeping watch, adventurers needed to maintain a minimal level of vigilance toward the surroundings to avoid dangers catching them off guard. Hence, all high-class adventurers had a mandatory skill, quickly falling asleep while remaining alert to the surroundings even in their dreams. Finn had guided Riezel in this aspect during his first dungeon expedition. For this reason, Riezel had to stay fully focused at all times, maintaining concentration even in his dreams, uninterrupted for 24 hours. For him, mastering total concentration, constant, was just a matter of adapting for a while before succeeding. Eventually, he would grasp it, always in a state of heightened breathing and constantly honing his body even in his sleep. In this way, Riezel's initial idea of continuous growth over 24 hours, capable of tapping into his potential and enhancing his status even without practice, would come to fruition. Oh, by the way, young Tsujikuni. Kyujiro suddenly remembered something. The thing you asked me to handle before, I've already taken care of it. Upon hearing that, Riezel was first puzzled but then quickly realized. Are you talking about the scarlet crimson iron sand and scarlet ore? His question was met with an affirmative response. Boom. Kyujiro grinned. Do you want to go take a look? Sure. Riezel nodded without hesitation. In that case, I'll head back first. Shinobu smiled as she turned away. I'll report to Master about Tsujikuni completing his practice. He should be pleased. Gotcha. Kyujiro nodded. I'll leave it to you, Kochu. With that, Shinobu left with a smile. Let's go, young Tsujikuni. Kyujiro turned and quickly led Riezel into his residence's warehouse. As for the courtyard, someone quickly came to put out the fire and clean up the mess. How? Is this enough? In a warehouse belonging to the Rengoku family, Kyujiro confirmed with Riezel at his side. Riezel didn't answer immediately, instead gazing at the scene before him, pondering. Inside the sizable warehouse, piles of ore, shining like jade and steel, formed small mountains. Are these scarlet crimson iron sands and scarlet ores? Riezel muttered to himself. Boom! Kyujiro exclaimed. These are ores that can only be collected from the highest mountains closest to the sun. Bathed in sunlight year-round, they absorb ample sunlight energy, making them the primary materials for forging Nichiren swords. Even without his explanation, Riezel could vaguely sense that these ores indeed emitted a gentle energy akin to sunlight. Although this energy didn't enhance the quality or structure of the ores, it had a special effect only on demons that were weak to sunlight. When used in swordsmithing, swords produced from these ores were not fundamentally different from ordinary swords, except for their added effectiveness against demons. Outside of the world of Demon Slayer or away from demons as enemies, swords forged from these ores would be entirely ordinary swords. Not only they couldn't slice through iron like butter, but even cutting through a rock would likely require the skill of a highly proficient swordsman. However, with so many ores in his possession, they would still serve a somewhat great purpose. In that case, I'll take them. Thanks, Rengoku. Riezel thanked once more. Shortly afterward, Kyujiro departed, leaving Riezel alone to survey the warehouse filled with scarlet crimson iron sands and scarlet ores. Alright then, let's get started. A surge of magical energy quickly rippled through his body. Chapter 160, New Hermit. Buzz. As crimson waves surged from Riezel's body like a tide, the space in the dim warehouse began to tremble faintly. Under the cover of the crimson waves, the piles of scarlet crimson iron sand and scarlet ore took on the same crimson hue. Decompose. Riezel initiated decomposition magic. Instantly, scarlet crimson iron sands and scarlet ores covered by the crimson waves began to disintegrate, their surfaces peeled off, their shells gradually turned to powder and fell apart, and oily black substances filtered out, dripping onto the ground and seeping into the floor. Using decomposition magic, Riezel removed impurities from scarlet crimson iron sands and scarlet ores, leaving only the most essential parts, causing all the ores in the warehouse to gradually shrink within the crimson waves. Originally, the sizes of scarlet crimson iron sands and scarlet ores present were similar, ranging from about the size of a soccer ball to slightly larger. However, under the effects of decomposition magic, their internal structures unraveled, impurities were continuously removed, and they ended up reduced to small pieces about the size of ping-pong balls. Yet, despite their small size, not only did their surface colors change drastically, becoming as clear and transparent as jewels, but the sunlight energy they emitted was also purer and richer than before. Clearly, this was because Riezel hadn't decomposed the sunlight energy absorbed by the ores but left it within, resulting in its concentration alongside the essence of the ores. Before long, only crystalline gemstone-like essences remained in the warehouse, emitting sunlight-like radiance and illuminating the entire room. Only then did Riezel cease using decomposition magic and begin using structure system magic. Without delay, he fused all the gemstones into one, refining them into a single gemstone. The process went smoothly, with all the gemstones gathering before Riezel under the influence of his magic, intertwining, converging, and merging with each other, reminiscent of the scene when his dimensional magic cube was in operation. Soon, a gemstone, about the size of 2 palms, appeared in front of Riezel. It resembled a massive diamond, with sharp edges on the surface and a transparent interior, highly ornamental. It was like a miniature sun, emitting rich energy and warmth, making one unconsciously want to cradle it in their palm. Riezel extended his finger and touched it, finding that the temperature on the surface was higher than he had imagined. If ordinary people were to touch this, wouldn't their finger be burnt by now? Since the present Riezel was unafraid of low or high temperatures, even if he fell into magma, his body might be fine. For this reason, it was not strange for him to regard the temperature on the surface of the gemstone as insignificant. Such a gemstone can truly be considered a special kind of magic metal, right? Riezel nodded as he observed the gemstone. Under the effects of decomposition magic and structure system magic, the gemstone formed by the fusion of gemstone-like essences was of quality and value no less than many refined metals in the world of Danmachi or many magic metals in the Akasha continent. It remained to be seen what kind of sword could be forged using such a gemstone. There probably wasn't any blacksmith in this world capable of processing this gemstone. Riezel stroked his chin and began pondering. In the world of Danmachi, perhaps advanced blacksmiths with the blacksmith development ability might have a way, but the blacksmiths in this world definitely couldn't process such ore. Since Riezel was in the same situation, he chose to take a different path. Swish. With a flick of his hand, Riezel materialized a bright silver short sword. It was none other than Hermit. Under normal circumstances, Riezel always used the second-class equipment with the Durandal attribute as his secondary weapon. Only when faced with powerful enemies would he resort to using his main weapon, Fool. However, it was ultimately just second-class equipment, with slightly lower power and performance than ordinary second-class equipment. If it weren't for the Durandal attribute, Hermit's performance wouldn't meet his current needs. Now, Riezel was not only a level 5 first-class adventurer but also at the limit of level 5, so his strength couldn't be regarded as ordinary level 5 anymore. Just do the math, other adventurers, even the most talented ones, could only reach an astonishing proficiency of S999 in all basic abilities with each level up. This meant that by the time they reached the limit of level 5, their total proficiency from all basic abilities was less than 5,000. What about Riezel? With each level up, he could surpass the limit, reaching a full SSS in all basic abilities, with proficiency in each basic ability reaching at least 1,200 or more. This meant that when he reached the limit of level 5, his total proficiency from all basic abilities was at least 6,000. Moreover, Riezel consistently acquired combat-type development abilities with each level up, enhancing his status in battle and amplifying his magic attack power. As a result, his status had already surpassed that of the most talented prodigies at the same level. However, the question was, could these prodigies reach a full S999 proficiency in all basic abilities with each level up? Impossible. According to Riezel's understanding of the original work, even level 7 Otter, known as Arario's ultimate weapon, only had 4 of his basic abilities reaching S rank, and not all 4 of them could reach 999 in proficiency either. Even Ace, the prodigy who held the record for the fastest level up before Riezel appeared, only had about 1 or so basic abilities reaching S rank with each level up. In summary, even though Riezel was still level 5, he could compete with low-middle level 6 adventurers under normal circumstances, even without using magic or breathing styles. He had a way to defeat them. However, now, Riezel possessed the capability to consistently surpass 1 level in combat power. What does consistently surpass 1 level mean? It meant that regardless of the level, Riezel could have the combat power to ignore 1 level above him. If Riezel's combat power was at low-middle level 6, then he could challenge someone at low-middle level 7. Yes. After 3 months of relentless effort, his strength and combat power were now almost equal to low-middle level 7. Of course, this was under the assumption that he didn't use magic. Once he used magic, his strength would increase even further. For someone like Riezel, a special equipment slightly inferior in power to regular second-class equipment, its performance naturally couldn't keep up with him anymore. If it weren't for Hermit having the Durandal attribute, it might have been discarded by him by now. Because of this, Riezel had the idea of rebuilding Hermit and intended to turn it into his own Nicaran sword. Sun breathing is a breathing style that emphasizes comprehensive enhancement and power of the swordsmanship. Fool belongs to a lighter, more agile weapon, focusing on attack speed rather than power. Using it with sun breathing, although not impossible, ultimately doesn't match well. On the other hand, weapons like Nicaran sword are most suitable for this world's swordsmanship, such as sun breathing. With such thoughts, Riezel no longer hesitated. First, use decomposition magic to slightly disassemble the structure inside Hermit. Then, without destroying its Durandal attribute, integrate the gemstone into it. In the next moment, Riezel activated decomposition magic again, this time covering Hermit with a crimson vortex. Right now, he controlled it very carefully, fearing that if he exerted too much power, he would destroy the Durandal attribute. Since it was the most useful weapon attribute for him, if it were destroyed, he would be better off continuing to use the original Hermit. Consequently, he controlled his magic very carefully and meticulously, letting Hermit gradually dissolve in the crimson vortex, turning into a pool of molten steel. At this point, Riezel threw the gemstone he was holding, letting the crimson vortex cover the silver steel and the crystal-clear gemstone. Before long, the two merged quickly and soon became a pool of molten iron. Surprisingly, this pool of iron was crimson, emitting a super high temperature. Once it dripped on the ground, it would definitely burn a big hole in it instantly. Refine. Riezel made a prompt decision. He stopped using decomposition magic and switched to structure system magic to shape the pool of molten iron into a sword. As for the style of the sword, he had already thought about it. In his previous life, Riezel had a very favorite sword, known as 1,000 Demon Daggers. This was a powerful weapon in Scissor 7, known for its offensive nature and uniqueness. Its blade comprised numerous fragments with a black handle and a single-edged blade. It had blue stripes depicting evil spirit patterns near the sword guard, emitting blue or purple light. Riezel planned to create his own Nicaran sword according to the style of this sword. And so, while recalling the appearance of 1,000 Demon Daggers, he used his magic to construct, allowing the scorching hot molten iron to begin to take shape. Under the brilliance of his magic, the molten iron gradually elongated into the shape of a sword. After 10 minutes had passed, a sword identical to what Riezel had imagined emerged. It had a black handle and a single-edged blade, and the blade indeed looked like it was made up of countless fragments, covered in crack-like textures. However, unlike 1,000 Demon Daggers, the texture near the guard of the sword was not an evil spirit pattern but a divine spirit pattern, emitting a fiery red light like flames. Seeing the sword take shape, Riezel had another idea and added a word to the top of its handle that read Hermit. Yes. Riezel still intended to name it Hermit, still Hermit, yet no longer Hermit. Soon, as the brilliance of magic dissipated, Riezel's exclusive Nicaran sword was also completed. As Riezel gripped the new Hermit, a sense of heaviness and heat immediately transmitted to him through his palm. Chapter 161, Bad News and Good News. This sword. As soon as Riezel gripped the new Hermit, which had become a Nicaran sword, an expression of astonishment involuntarily crept onto his face. It couldn't be helped. So heavy and hot. Surprisingly, the Nicaran sword he now held felt as heavy as a war hammer and radiated intense heat that reached the boiling point of water, 100 degrees Celsius. Such a sword would be impossible for an average swordsman to even hold by the hilt. With this weight, lightweight probably won't be much use when I use this sword in the future. Riezel sighed and lowered the sword. PSSST. As the sword descended, before it even touched the ground, it emitted a sizzling sound, leaving a small blackened mark on the ground. What the hell? Riezel was momentarily stunned and quickly raised the sword again, lost in thought. After a moment of pondering, Riezel used structure system magic to create a block of iron and threw it into the air. Watching the iron block in the air, Riezel quickly swung the sword. Swish. In the next moment, the blade of the sword sliced through the iron block as if it were butter, splitting it in two effortlessly and causing it to fall to the ground. However, what was shocking was that the cut edges still emitted a red glow and smoke. Upon seeing this, Riezel was pleasantly surprised. So sharp. No, not sharp. Riezel realized that the reason Hermit could cut through the iron block so easily was because of the high temperature condensed on its blade. In this high temperature state, its cutting power became extremely fearsome. It was more accurate to say Hermit burned through the iron rather than cut it. With such a high temperature, logically, Hermit's blade should have been affected too. Yet, due to Hermit's possession of the Durandal attribute, its blade miraculously maintained its quality and appearance. Without a doubt, the performance and power of this new Hermit definitely surpass fools. Riezel knew that the new Hermit was undoubtedly first-class special equipment. He couldn't believe that the new sword he had refined with magic was so perfect on his first try. Is it because I triggered the imaginary system when using magic, or did some chemical reaction occur after Hermit fused with the gemstone containing the purest essence of many scarlet crimson iron sands and scarlet ores? Riezel wasn't entirely sure, but he knew one thing: he might have obtained a special and incredible Nicaran sword. Let's go try out this sword. Riezel couldn't hold back his curiosity anymore and quickly left the warehouse with Hermit in hand. In the rear of the Rengoku family's residence, there was a small mountain that looked like the family's backyard, forming a large expanse of forest. As Riezel entered the forest, he observed his Nicaran sword, Hermit. At this moment, Hermit's blade was changing color. Any demon slayer knew that this was a characteristic shared by all Nicaran swords. Nicaran swords, also known as the color-changing katana, would change color according to the master of the sword, reflecting the breathing style suitable for the user. For those suited to water breathing, when they gripped a Nicaran sword, its blade would turn blue. For thunder breathing, it was golden. For flame breathing, it was red. For wind breathing, it was green. For stone breathing, it was gray. Like Kyujiro, his Nicaran sword's blade was red, while Tanjiro's was black. Black Nicaran sword was a very rare and uncommon type of Nicaran sword, and no one knew which breathing style a swordsman suited to it would use. However, Riezel knew that users of black Nicaran swords had extremely high compatibility with sun breathing. Yorichi's Nicaran sword, with its black blade resembling obsidian, only turned red during battle. As for Riezel's Nicaran sword, under his gaze, it slowly turned black. Yes, his Nicaran sword also had a black blade. However, the crack-like texture on the blade did not disappear. Instead, it became brighter and more vivid. When one looked at the black on the blade, it was an extremely thorough, deep abyssal black, making it feel like staring into a black hole. Ooh. H-A-A-A. Riezel adjusted his breathing before suddenly swinging his sword forward. Whoosh. A great fire burst out. Amid the terrifying heat, flames suddenly descended from the sky with Riezel's swing, smashing the ground into pieces. Before long, the wildfire raged through the forest, igniting countless trees in an instant, and turning the surroundings into a sea of fire. Decompose. Riezel immediately used decomposition magic, causing crimson waves to sweep through the entire forest like a hurricane, breaking down the flames into nothingness. However, the aftermath of the wildfire still remained. Charred smoke billowed, blackened traces spread all over the ground, and the partially burnt trees made the area look like the aftermath of a fire. Only then did Riezel sit down on the ground, looking around the surroundings, and then at Hermit, which was now wrapped in flames, gradually smiling. Its power is indeed impressive, and on top of that, it really matches well with sun breathing. Although this new Hermit somewhat limited his lightweight development ability, it enhanced his attack power and explosiveness. From now on, Hermit will be the exclusive weapon for sun breathing. With that thought in mind, Riezel began experimenting with his other abilities in the mountains. However, after some attempts, Riezel stopped and furrowed his brow. There was both bad news and good news. The bad news was that he couldn't use magic while using sun breathing, or, to be precise, he couldn't use enchant magic like Ariel. Perhaps it was because the evolved sun breathing stimulated the massive magical energy within his body, activating it and incorporating it into his blood flow, which caused a conflict with the magical energy flow affected by Ariel. Or perhaps it was because sun breathing and Ariel had different attributes. If both were used simultaneously, the flow of magical energy within his body would become chaotic, causing issues with the circulation of sun breathing. Because of this, not only could he not use Ariel or protection magic like Ramir to enhance his END and AGI, but he couldn't use any magic that directly affected his body. Other types of magic had no impact, as long as they didn't affect his body, such as magic that directly enhanced his strength or speed. Clearly, this meant that once he used sun breathing, he couldn't add any other amplifying strengthening magic, support magic, or auxiliary magic. However, the good news was that by using aerial and wind breathing from the 5 fundamental breathing styles simultaneously, not only did the effect of aerial strengthen, but the burden on his body also decreased significantly. Is it because wind breathing and aerial have similar attributes, making them highly compatible? Riezel was somewhat found the reason behind it. Not only did wind breathing strengthen aerial, but using a breathing style also automatically increased his physical ability, greatly enhancing his body's endurance. As a result, the burden caused by aerial was significantly reduced when he used wind breathing. Riezel felt that the similarity in wind attributes also played a role, explaining why the burden caused by aerial on his body was not as significant as usual when he used wind breathing. Otherwise, relying solely on the enhancement of endurance by wind breathing, it would be far from easy to fully withstand the burden brought by an overpowered enchant magic like aerial. It was indeed a blessing in disguise. Although sun breathing and aerial can't be used at the same time, I can split them into 2 modes for future battles, right? Riezel immediately had an idea. Hermit pairs nicely with sun breathing, allowing me to fight stably across a level. In this mode, my overall abilities are at their strongest, enough to compete with opponents ranging from low to mid-level 7. Fool, on the other hand, can be paired with aerial and wind breathing. It maximizes the effect of lightweight, boosting AGI and DEX, 2 crucial basic abilities for aerial. With this mode, I should surpass the speed of an ordinary level 7. If only aerial was used, the current Riezel would be able to comfortably defeat the strongest level 6, not too far from level 7 combat power. Moreover, wind breathing could strengthen aerial's effect and mitigate its burden, likely granting Riezel the strength to rival level 7. Using Fool in this state, fully maximizing the effect of lightweight, when only calculating DEX and AGI, ordinary level 7 wouldn't stand a chance against him. On top of that, Riezel could still further enhance his AGI using Ramir. In this state, his other basic abilities might barely reach the limit of level 7, but his AGI would significantly surpass this, reaching the limit of level 7. With this arrangement, Riezel could choose which mode to use based on his opponent. Strong attack mode is when I use Hermit as the main weapon with sun breathing. Fast attack mode is when I use Fool as the main weapon with wind breathing, aerial, and Ramir. Yeah, this seems doable. With that in mind, Riezel took Fool out of the storage space and gripped it in his hand. With a thought, a word soon appeared on its hilt that read Fool. It wasn't added for aesthetics or to engrave a crest but to prevent its loss. Whether it was the word Hermit or Fool in their hilts, both served as marks for his summoning magic. As long as these marks didn't disappear, Riezel could summon these 2 weapons to his hand through magic. In this way, even if they accidentally slipped away, he didn't have to worry about losing them. Naturally, it was one of the many simple magics taught by Yuri, still seemingly unimportant but quite practical. As he finished, Riezel put Fool back into the storage space and kept Hermit in his hand. At this moment, Riezel planned to create a scabbard for Hermit, as the previous one was completely unsuitable for further use. However, since Hermit's blade temperature was relatively high, it was challenging to create a scabbard capable of bearing it. Regardless, Riezel had no choice but to do it, as he truly cherished his new Nicaran sword dearly. Chapter 162, Discovered. As Riezel began his endeavor to create Hermit's scabbard, a conversation unfolded at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, Obuyashiki Estate. The location was the courtyard where Riezel had previously met Kaguya. Tsujikuni Yorichi's practice finally come to an end. Kaguya once again went to the veranda leading to the courtyard, listening to Shinobu's report as she knelt before him. Yes. Shinobu replied with a smile, bowing her head. I can confirm it myself, there's no mistake. That's good to hear. Kaguya said gently. And what do you think of his practice results? Facing the question, Shinobu answered without hesitation. It should be as Master had hoped for. Her answer held a meaning understood only by Kaguya and the Hashira. Shinobu's implied meaning was that Kaguya's previous statement was no mere talk. Is that so? So, you think so too? Kaguya seemed pleased. I can't help it. As someone who has witnessed the results of his practice firsthand, I can't imagine anyone surpassing Tsujikuni. Shinobu said softly. If our enemies are stronger than Tsujikuni, it would be truly despairing. She expressed herself to that extent. She genuinely believed that if there existed demons stronger than Riezel, the Demon Slayer Corps might as well disband on the spot because humans would never be able to defeat such monsters. But conversely. But if there are no demons stronger than Tsujikuni, then the dream of us Demon Slayers might be closest to fulfillment in our generation. Shinobu's eyes revealed a complex and hopeful emotion. We will definitely achieve that dream. Kaguya said decisively. After finally seeing the opportunity to end all of this, we must ensure that all tragedies end in our generation. The stain on the Obuyashiki family, our shame, must also be cleansed in this generation. This time, we must kill him. His voice echoed slowly. We must kill the Demon King, Kibutsuji Muzan. At his words, Shinobu bowed her head deeper. Yes. Her response lingered in the courtyard, not fading for a long time. At the same time, not far from the Ubuyashiki estate, deep in the mountains, several people were carrying some things, heading toward the town. They were dressed in matching black uniforms, with masks covering their faces, looking somewhat like professional personnel from a secret organization. And indeed they were. These people were members of the Kikushi. The Kikushi, who acted as the support unit of the Demon Slayer Corps, were specifically responsible for post-battle cleanup after battles between demon slayers and demons, as well as other miscellaneous tasks. In other words, members of the Kikushi were non-combatants, mostly lacking swordsmanship skills, similar to the personnel in the Butterfly Mansion, who supported the Demon Slayer Corps from the rear. At this moment, several members of the Kikushi were transporting a batch of supplies to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. Be careful, don't bump into anything. These are the daily supplies for the master and the Hashira. So, are we dropping these straight off at the mansion? Anyone wanna swap with me? As they talked with each other while making their way toward the town, someone among them quickly noticed an anomaly. Hey, what's that? With a surprised voice, the one pushing the cart of supplies pointed ahead on the mountain path. Everyone quickly looked in the direction he indicated. Wait, is that a vase? Seriously? A vase? Why the heck is there a vase in the middle of the road? Each of them looked at each other in confusion. As they had said, right in the middle of the mountain path, there appeared a vase. It looked quite exquisite and seemed out of place in these deep mountains, especially standing in the middle of the path, making it both strange and abrupt. Where did this vase come from anyway? As one of them somewhat impatiently approached to move the vase, something astonishing happened in that split second. Swish. Suddenly, a hand sprang out from the delicate vase, grabbing his head and dragging him into the vase. Splurt. Eh. As a burst of blood splattered from the mouth of the vase, his scream started out sharp but was abruptly silenced, and all movement ceased. What the heck? Is it a demon? It's a demon. A demon is here. In an instant, the remaining members of the Kikushi plunged into panic, reflexively fleeing to distance themselves from the vase. Unfortunately, as they rushed into the bushes, screams echoed one after another, only calming down after a while. At this moment, a figure emerged from the vase, stained with blood. Hyo, hyo, hyo. Looks like we've caught a big fish this time. Such mischievous laughter, it wasn't from a blooming young girl but from a particularly hideous creature. He was entirely pale, resembling a wriggling fish, with purple fins growing on top of his head. 2 mouths were positioned where his eyes should be, and 2 eyes were on his forehead and mouth, with yellow eyeballs and green lips. Several small hands sprouted from various parts of his head and body, making him a complete aberration devoid of any human features. Upon closer inspection, the eyes on his forehead and mouth were inscribed with Japanese characters. One eye read 5. The other eye read upper rank. He was none other than Gyako, the upper 5 of the 12 Kazuki. I totally didn't expect this at all. Originally ordered by Lord Muzan to track that swordsman named Tsujikuni Yoriichi, we actually stumbled upon the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps during the process. This is truly a great achievement. Hyo, hyo, hyo. Gyako excitedly writhed his body as he spoke in the direction of the bushes. You agree, right? Hantengu. Following Gyako's extremely excited voice, a figure slowly crawled out of the bushes. It was an elderly demon with red eyes, no visible characters in it, a large bump on top of his head, accompanied by 2 curved horns, and a face resembling a scared old man. Scary, so scary. Hantengu shivered, cowering on the ground. We originally had only one enemy, but now it's turned into the entire Demon Slayer Corps. Too scary. Hantengu acted as if he was scared to tears. Oh my, if you say that, then I guess I'll just take all the credit this time, can I? Hyo, hyo, hyo. Gyako extended his long tongue, twisting it around while laughing. Hi. Hantengu curled up in the grass, seemingly not hearing his words. I need to report this to Lord Muzan, then he will protect me. Don't forget to mention my name. After shouting toward the bushes where Hantengu was, Gyako turned and looked in the direction of the town while chuckling. Hyo, 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 looks like my collection will soon have another fine piece of art. But, which Hashira should I use for the new vase? I need to think about it carefully. Hyo, hyo, hyo. What did you say? You found their headquarters. In a luxurious study, a gloomy and ominous voice echoed. Tracking down the human who calls himself Tsujikuni Yoriichi, only to stumble upon the hiding place of those Ubuyashikis instead. Ha ha ha. After hearing the report from Hantengu, the voice's owner in the darkness chuckled. Well, those pests have been bothering me for years. It's time to get rid of this nuisance. After saying that, the voice's owner pondered for a moment before speaking again. Hantengu, you and Gyako stay there for now. I'll send Daki over to your side. That place is their headquarters, where there will always be a few Hashira stationed. If too many Hashira are staying there, you two might need to step in to make sure no one slips through. This time, the three of you will act together. Bring me the heads of those Abuyashikis, don't disappoint me. As the cold voice fell, within the voice owner's mind, Hantengu's voice quickly echoed. Ununderstood, Lord Muzan. With that, Hantengu's timid voice quickly disappeared. Abuyashiki. In the study, a menacing whisper filled the air. This time, you're done for. Lord Muzan ordered us to wait for Daki to come to support us. In the depths of the mountains, Hantengu crawled out from the bushes once again, dragging himself halfway out, and started yelping in Gyako's direction. Daki. That useless courtesan. Gyako stopped his body's movements and said quite sarcastically. She's coming for what? To slow us down. Hi. Hantengu said coweringly. It's Lord Muzan's order. It would be scary, very scary, to disobey him. Fine. Gyako said somewhat unhappily. Since even the upper six is coming, then this time it's certain. 3 upper ranks working together, it's been a century since we've seen this. Hantengu murmured with a trembling voice. The last time more than 2 upper ranks were together was during the summoning 113 years ago. After 113 years, half of the upper ranks are somehow together on this task, th3, odd numbers. Scary. Scary. Hyo, I'm actually getting excited. Gyako spread his arms, his body twisting once more, his voice growing increasingly excited. Seizing this opportunity, I'll create several more pieces of artwork. Next, it's time for work. Hyo. In the darkness, Gyako's chilling laughter lingered, as if foretelling a storm's imminent arrival. Chapter 163, Unexpected Encounter. Near the small town, in the forests of another deep mountain. Is this okay? Riezel appeared, holding a freshly made scabbard in his hand. It was a scabbard as black as hermit, coated with a layer of resin on the surface. It was the result of his nearly 2-hour journey through the mountains. In order to create a scabbard that could contain hermit, Riezel used magic to decompose, extract, and refine several types of resin, ultimately refining a highly heat-resistant organic material. In the process, he even managed to synthesize a high-density iron similar to tungsten. By combining the two, he finally created the scabbard. Click. Riezel slid hermit, which had been emitting heat constantly, into the scabbard, causing it to emit a slight sound. Hermit's blade was neither too long nor too short, perfectly fitting into the scabbard, leaving only the hilt exposed. Good. Riezel smiled contentedly. The feeling of creating his own weapon was different from simply receiving one made by Tsubaki for him. Now that the problem about my weapon is settled, and the evolution of sun breathing has been completed exactly as planned, I guess I've pretty much done what I wanted to do in this world, huh? If there was anything regrettable, it was not being able to level up. Before dimensional travel, Riezel intended to gain enough high-rank Excelia to level up to level 6 in this world. Unfortunately, this world wasn't like the world of Danmachi, with plenty of monsters to defeat. Not only were demons truly scarce, but they were not particularly powerful either. In the eyes of the people of this world, the existence of upper ranks was already terrifying. But to Riezel, even a level 4 demon, before evolving his sun breathing, could be easily defeated with a flick of his hand, let alone now. Even the legendary Demon King and the Upper One, who surpassed the rest of the upper ranks in strength, were probably only at level 5 or 6, roughly on par with him in level. If so, how could ordinary level 5 be his opponent now? If he just wanted an opponent, he might be able to achieve it, but what he wanted was an enemy from whom he could gain high-rank Excelia. What kind of enemy could provide high-rank Excelia? Stronger than himself. Because of this, Riezel felt he might not be able to level up to level 6 in this world, and as a result, what he wanted to do here was basically over. Not only had his status reached its limit, but the growth potential of his current level had also been fully maximized. Apart from leveling up, there was really no way for him to make any significant progress now. In such a situation, Riezel still had nearly 3 months left before the end of this dimensional travel. What he could do next was probably just pass the time. During these idle times, practicing swordsmanship and magic might raise swordsman and mage by 1 or 2 ranks, and maybe I can encounter that Demon King. The progenitor of demons who have lived for 1,000 years should be considerably stronger than the Upper One. Considering the Upper One is likely a level 5, I suppose that Demon King would be a level 6. But even if he's a level 6, it probably won't bring any high-rank Excelia. Finished pondering, Riezel sighed. What should I do? Riezel muttered in loss as he walked along the mountain path, his sword hanging by his waist. Suddenly, he halted in his tracks, furrowing his brow and glancing in a particular direction. He instinctively rested his hand on the hilt of his sword, ready to draw it. Please wait a moment. A voice interrupted him just before he could unsheath his sword. We mean no harm. It was a voice that sounded youthful yet elegantly mature, with a charming tone, along with a melodic voice. A moment later, two people appeared without warning in the direction Riezel had been observing. It was a combination of a young man and a woman. The young man was dressed neatly and looked quite proper, like a wealthy son of a wealthy family. His hair was meticulously groomed, but his face had a hint of viciousness, emitting an aura of someone not to be trifled with. On the other hand, the woman was beautiful, with black hair styled into a large, low bun. Her complexion was pale, yet her lips were rosy. She wore a deep purple kimono adorned with wavy patterns of light purple branches and red flowers. A beige obi was tied around her waist, making her look like a lady from a wealthy family. The impression they gave was that of siblings, with the elder sister standing in front and the younger brother a step behind and to the side, clearly subservient to the former. As this sibling-like duo suddenly appeared before him, Riesel's eyes flickered imperceptibly. He already figured out their identities. "Greetings, Sir Tsujikuni Yoriichi." "Greeting, Riezel," the beautiful woman in the kimono bowed her head. "I didn't expect to be noticed before revealing ourselves." Muttering unhappily, the young man at the woman's side didn't bow like her. "Your ability to obscure others' vision and create illusions, while rare, is unfortunately useless in the world I currently perceive," Riezel remarked casually as he glanced at the young man. "Tisk." Upon hearing Riesel's remark, the young man clicked his tongue. His attitude was somewhat unpleasant. "Yashiro, show some manners." Seeing the young man's attitude, the woman scolded him gently, furrowing her lovely brows. "Yes, Lady Tamayo." To the woman's scolding, the young man named Yashiro begrudgingly complied and immediately changed his bad attitude, becoming obedient. Riezel released his hand from his sword hilt, looking interestedly at the two humans standing before him. No, these two were not humans. "You're demons." Indeed, the pair before him, one male and one female, were definitely not humans but demons. After all, the ability just now to obscure vision and create illusions was undoubtedly a blood demon art. "Sorry for visiting you in this manner." Apologizing, the woman named Tamayo bowed her head again to Riezel. "Please forgive us. This area is near the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. If we were to expose ourselves recklessly, it could lead to unnecessary misunderstandings, so we came in this way." Tamayo's words were sincere, making one involuntarily feel a sense of trust in her. Of course, for any other demon slayer, it would be impossible to trust her under any circumstances. She was a demon, a man-eating monster, the object of intense hatred for everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps. Except for people like Tanjiro, who was kind-hearted and had rather special experiences, probably no one would feel a sense of trust toward her because of her sincere words. If Riezel didn't know the origins of these two demons, he might have felt the same. "So, Miss Demon, did you specifically come near the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps like this just to see me?" Riezel asked while raising his eyebrows. From the moment Tamayo appeared, she called his fake name in this world, so it was obvious she had come for him. As for how she could find him in the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, he wasn't surprised. After all, he knew that the woman who looked like a rich lady before him, though a demon, was hostile to the Demon King and had some connections with the Ubuyashiki family. She probably knew about his existence because of this. As Riezel was thinking like that, Tamayo spoke up. "I did come to see you, Sir Tsujikuni." Tamayo gazed at him with a serious expression. "Ever since I learned of your existence from Tanjiro, I have been restless. In the end, I made up my mind to come and meet you." "From Tanjiro?" Riezel was surprised. "Not from the Ubuyashiki family?" "Yes." Tamayo nodded and began explaining. "Tanjiro and I are old acquaintances, we have been in touch with each other. In his last letter, he mentioned you, praising you as a great swordsman who can easily slay upper ranks." "I see." Riezel nodded, then changed the topic. "Still, you shouldn't have come just because I can slay upper ranks, right? That's part of the reason." Tamayo fell silent for a while before continuing. "I have been searching for someone who can oppose the Demon King, so your strength is also one of the reasons that brought me here. However, that's not the main reason, is it?" Riezel stated calmly. His gaze seemed to penetrate everything, giving Tamayo a glimpse of this rumored great swordsman's abilities. Although this made her feel a bit wary, it was mostly reassuring. For her, who was in opposition to the Demon King, the more complex Riezel was, the more reassured she felt. For this reason, Tamayo finally revealed her true reason for coming here. "After learning of your existence, I have indeed been restless. Tsujikuni Yoriichi, this name carries such weight for me, and for Kibutsuji Musen." Her words made Riezel cast a meaningful glance at Tamayo. "Have you met Tsujikuni Yoriichi?" Although asked as a question, Riezel's tone was affirmative as he already knew the answer. "Yes." Tamayo did not deny it. "I have seen Tsujikuni Yoriichi, the great swordsman who resembled a god of fire. I witnessed the scene where he almost killed Kibutsuji Musen with my own eyes." It was clear from her words that Tamayo had perhaps lived longer than any current upper rank. During the Sengoku period, she was already a demon with a history of following the Demon King. Consequently, she was the only one who witnessed that scene. Tamayo witnessed the encounter between Yoriichi and Muzan, and the unforgettable battle that ensued afterward, their first and last memorable battle. Chapter 164, Not Dead. Before his death, Yoriichi had only one encounter with Muzan. At that time, the Demon Slayer Corps had just recently introduced the breathing style principles brought by Yoriichi. Although it had narrowed the gap in strength between humans and demons, Muzan still believed that ordinary demon slayers still could not threaten demons. Because of this, Muzan did not deliberately seek to eliminate the Demon Slayer Corps. Especially after observing the mediocre performance of the elite swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps, Muzan became even more convinced that, as a perfect being, he could not be defeated. As a result, although Muzan had some interest in the breathing style at that time, this interest was quickly extinguished, until that day, when he encountered Yoriichi. During that encounter, Muzan only fought once, but it ended up with Yoriichi delivering a devastating blow that left him unable to recover from his injuries, unable to regenerate his body, and on the brink of death. At the end of that battle, Muzan fled, splitting his body into more than 1,800 fragments to distance himself from Yoriichi, and went into hiding. From that moment onward, Muzan did not dare to show himself to the world until Yoriichi passed away. Because of that encounter, Muzan experienced the fear of death for the first time since becoming a demon. He also felt deep fear toward the men who seemed to have been born to defeat him, leaving a lifelong trauma. After that incident, Muzan no longer ignored the Demon Slayer Corps. In order to completely eliminate the Demon Slayer Corps, Muzan created the 12 Kazuki. Even after Yoriichi's death, he personally attacked the Corps, wiping out all the swordsmen who knew sun breathing, and cutting off any legacy of sun breathing. Since then, the Demon Slayer Corps and the Ubuyashiki family, who led the Demon Slayer Corps, became thorns in Muzan's eyes and became the primary targets of the 12 Kazuki. Over the centuries, they were pushed to the brink of destruction several times by demons, almost facing catastrophic destruction. This was why the Demon Slayer Corps went into hiding, refusing to cooperate with the authorities, and began to conceal the whereabouts of their headquarters and the Ubuyashiki family. All of this was because of one man, Tsujikuni Yoriichi. He was the first human to instill the fear of death in the Demon King, Muzan, and the only swordsman in a millennium who almost killed him. Tamayo was fortunate enough to witness the scene where Yoriichi almost killed Muzan. Due to her expertise in pharmacology, Tamayo was turned into a demon by Muzan and kept by his side, trying to use her knowledge to create a drug that could overcome sunlight. Because of this reason, Tamayo, who was always with Muzan at that time, could witness everything that happened that day. I really want to kill Kibutsuji Muzan, I dream about it. For the first time, hatred appeared on Tamayo's beautiful and dignified face as she uttered those words. But I know how powerful and terrifying he is. For 1,000 years, only Tsujikuni Yoriichi had the ability to kill him, but in the end, he still escaped, just by a hair's breadth. Tamayo's heart was full of helplessness and fury, knowing there was nothing she could do. According to Riezel's understanding of the original work, the reason why Tamayo became a demon was entirely because she was deceived by Muzan. Because of him, she killed her own husband and children, falling into eternal guilt and pain. It was precisely this guilt and pain that gave birth to her hatred for Muzan. Needless to say, Tamayo was right in saying that she really wanted to kill Muzan. For Yoriichi's failure to kill Muzan, she was so regretful that she could bite her lips until they bled. After Muzan fled, weakened due to the heavy damage he suffered, his control over me weakened as well. I managed to break free from his control and gain my freedom. At the same time, Tsujikuni Yoriichi spared me and entrusted me with assisting humans in defeating Muzan, and demons he couldn't defeat. Tamayo lifted her head and looked at Riezel's eyes. Given those circumstances, can you understand my feelings when I heard the name, Tsujikuni Yoriichi, from Tanjiro? Did she even need to say it? She was absolutely shocked. She was so shaken upon learning that a swordsman named Tsujikuni Yoriichi suddenly appeared and easily killed the upper three. Her emotions must have been incredibly complex and intense as she heard the news. This was why she decided to come here, to find Riezel. Before coming here, I couldn't help but hope that Tsujikuni Yoriichi was really still alive, even though I knew it was unrealistic. Tamayo said with a bitter smile. Until I saw you, I felt like maybe. Just maybe, I could continue to hope. Oh. Riezel said calmly. Why do you say that? Because I know you're very powerful. Tamayo answered with a firm tone, staring at him intensely. When I first saw you, I almost thought I was seeing Tsujikuni Yoriichi himself. Ever since mastering the selfless state, Riezel had been able to effortlessly conceal his fighting spirit and aura. This meant that to others, he appeared to be just an ordinary swordsman, with almost no presence whatsoever. However, that was precisely where the problem lay. Could a swordsman capable of easily defeating the upper three really be someone who seemed so unremarkable, so ordinary? Of course not. Someone like Riezel, Tamayo had seen once before, hundreds of years ago. Yes, it was Tsujikuni Yoriichi. The first time Tamayo saw Yoriichi, he gave her the same impression as Riezel did now, completely unremarkable, utterly ordinary, devoid of any aura. Yet, it was precisely this unremarkable, utterly ordinary swordsman who dealt a devastating blow to Muzan in an instant. Since then, the figure of Yoriichi has left a deep impression on Tamayo's heart. And now, the figure of Riezel at this moment completely overlapped with the figure of Yoriichi in Tamayo's mind. Just this alone made her unable to help but feel hopeful. You might be able to fulfill Tsujikuni Yoriichi's will, to slay that monster once and for all. Tamayo stated with a strong determination. Riezel could hear the anticipation in her words, as well as a strong sense of hatred and determination. Her determination, he had seen it in someone else before. Ubuyashiki Kagaya, the master of the Demon Slayer Corps and the current head of the Ubuyashiki family, had shown a similar barely perceptible determination when he spoke before Riezel, declaring his intention to end the millennia-long history of conflict between demons and humans. Kibutsuji Muzan, the demon king born in the Heian period, had caused too many tragedies. Every demon was born from his hands, so for every demon that existed, there was a corresponding tragedy. Likewise, the tragedies caused by the killings and man-eating committed by these demons could ultimately be traced back to Muzan himself. To completely eliminate demons, rid the world of man-eating monsters, ensure that the night was no longer ruled by demons, and make sure humans no longer feared the night or died because of demon brutality, it was necessary to eliminate Muzan. As long as Muzan perished, then all demons in this world would disappear. After all the demons in this world were transformed from humans by Muzan's blood, including the demon kept in the wooden box that Tanjiro always carried with him. Whether it was Tamayo, Kagaya, or even all the demon slayers, including Tanjiro, the Hashira, and all the people who lost their families and suffered because of demons, they all hoped that Muzan would be eliminated. Muzan was the one whom the Demon Slayer Corps was willing to sacrifice everything to eliminate, even if it meant gambling with everyone's lives. No one in the Corps would hesitate about this. Since you also go by the name Tsujikuni Yoriichi, then regardless, you must have deep ties with him. Tamayo began faintly. Riezel remained silent for a while before responding. I just received a gift and a message from him. What? Tamayo froze. He said, I'll leave it to you. Riezel added calmly, looking directly at her eyes. Upon hearing that, Tamayo was stunned for a long while. Lady Tamayo. Seeing Tamayo's reaction, Yashiro couldn't help but worry as he called out to her, giving Riezel a puzzled glare. I'm fine. Tamayo shook her head, lowering it slightly as if wiping something from her eye corner. But in the next moment, she suddenly said something surprising. Besides wanting to see your excellency and confirm some things, I also want to tell you two things. The upper three, Akaza, might not be dead. What? It was Riezel who was stunned this time. Akaza, not dead. Riezel narrowed his eyes. It's true. Tamayo nodded solemnly. To be honest, I've been trying to find a way to study Muzan's blood, to create a medicine that can turn demons into humans. So I've been closely watching demons with strong traces of his blood, intending to collect their blood. Riezel was aware of this matter as well. He knew that Tanjiro had accepted Tamayo's commission and promised to help her collect demon blood. Of course, their top priority target was naturally the members of the 12 Kazuki. I've also been closely monitoring upper 3 Akaza. During the Mugen Train's incident, Tanjiro wanted to collect his blood, but couldn't find his corpse. He thought he hadn't made it in time, and Akaza's corpse had already disappeared. After all, demons beheaded by Nichiren swords usually disintegrate to ash. But when I calculated the time Tanjiro gave, demons of Akaza's caliber don't turn to ash that quickly. Tamayo explained to Riezel why she thought Akaza might not be dead. Thanks to her, Riezel soon remembered that not all demons died after being beheaded by Nichiren swords. However, just as Riezel remembered this, a loud noise suddenly rang out. Chapter 165, Invasion, I. Boom. It was a deafening sound coming from the direction of the town. Not only did the sound resemble an explosion, but it also echoed like thunder. As it reverberated, the town immediately erupted into commotion. The intensity of the explosion was such that even Riezel and Tamayo, deep in the mountains, could clearly hear it. It was understandable, one had already awakened the transparent world, able to perceive the outside world by focusing and shutting off unnecessary senses, while the other was a demon with senses far sharper than those of ordinary humans. Plus, since the town was not far from this mountain, such a significant disturbance naturally would be heard by them. Something's happened. Riezel muttered. Seems just as I expected. Tamayo said with a calm face. Kibutsuji Muzan has made his move. What do you mean? Riezel turned his head to her. Do you mean the explosion just now was caused by him? Did you know about this beforehand? Tamayo shook her head. No, I didn't know Muzan would attack this place, but I knew he definitely would act. It's the second thing I wanted to tell you. Just like me, he would definitely have an extreme reaction to someone named Tsujikuni Yoriichi. In Musen's entire life, the only thing he feared the most was Tsujikuni Yoriichi. Knowing that someone claimed to be Yoriichi, especially someone who easily killed the upper three, he would undoubtedly take some action. In Tamayo's eyes, Musen was one of the most cowardly individuals in this world. He was afraid of death, extremely so. Because of this reason, he pursued immortality, sought a perfect life, and went so far as to deceive her to overcome sunlight, causing her to transform into a demon, committing a grave mistake. The encounter with Yoriichi scared Musen so much that he didn't dare to show his face to the world until Yoriichi passed away. It was enough to prove his cowardice. Musen wouldn't even want his 12 Kazuki to gather together because he was afraid they might unite against him. Otherwise, why would the upper ranks have not gathered together for 113 years? It was all because of his cowardice. As long as it was not absolutely necessary, Musen wouldn't let the 12 Kazuki gather too closely. Being so cowardly, today, hundreds of years later, he suddenly learned that Tsujikuni Yoriichi, whom he feared all his life, had reappeared. As someone who was once closest to Musen, Tamayo understood his character well. For this reason, Tamayo came this time not only to see Riezel and confirm his relationship with Yoriichi but also to inform him that Akaza was very likely still alive and to remind him that Musen would definitely send someone to track him down and search for his whereabouts. Now it seems I'm a step too late. Tamayo frowned, her beautiful brows knitted together. If Musen has truly followed your trail all the way here, then we're in big trouble. One must remember that this place was the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, a town where demon slayers reside. People of the Ubuyashiki family were also here, as were many important figures of the Demon Slayer Corps and the close relatives of its members. Once this place was exposed, demons would undoubtedly attack. The recent loud explosion and commotion had already made everything clear. Riezel furrowed his brows deeply, then turned around, preparing to leave. Please be careful. Tamayo quickly reminded. Since this place has been exposed, the demons he sent to attack are definitely from the upper ranks, possibly more than one. Upon hearing that, Riezel lightly smiled at Tamayo. Don't even mention a few upper ranks, even if Musen himself came, I wouldn't bat an eye. With that, Riezel lowered his body and made a leaping motion. Whoosh! As he moved, a surge of flames and terrifying heat swept out from his body. Lady Tamayo. Yashiro quickly hugged Tamayo, protecting her, as they retreated away from the flames and heat. That power. Tamayo subconsciously raised a hand to shield herself, watching Riezel, covered in flames radiating astonishing heat, with a look of awe. Boom. Finally, Riezel stomped the ground forcefully and shot into the air, sending shockwaves and dust storms to the surroundings. Before long, Tamayo and Yashiro couldn't see Riezel's back anymore, only a streak of fire streaking toward the direction of the town, disappearing into the horizon at an astonishing speed like a meteor. That guy. Yashiro's face, usually unfazed, couldn't help but show deep shock. Tamayo, on the other hand, stared intently in the direction Riezel disappeared, her eyes shining brighter and brighter. Having witnessed just a glimpse of Riezel's power, Tamayo now had every reason to believe that this young man could do it. If it's him, then for sure. Tamayo anticipated and hoped for it. Her expression was as if she had seen Musen's gruesome death right in front of her eyes. Time rewinds 10 minutes ago. As Riezel completed the creation of Hermit Scabbard in the deep mountains and encountered Tamayo, in another remote mountain, Hantengu and Gyako appeared once again. It's going to be a beautiful night, hyo, hyo, hyo. At this moment, Gyako no longer hiding in the forest. He arrived at a cliff overlooking the small town, his lower body connected to the vase, twisting and laughing wildly while looking in the direction of the town. Meanwhile, Hantengu remained hidden in the bushes, only half of his body poking out. Your vases have already been placed in the town, and no one has detected any anomaly. Hantengu spoke up, visibly frightened. I've seen many demon slayers passing through the town, one after another. If they find me, they'll surely bully me. It's terrifying, so scary. Hyo, hyo, hyo. You've done well, Hantengu. Among us, you have the highest ability to conceal your presence and won't be discovered even if you go in. Ignoring Hantengu's fear, Gyako chuckled while covering his mouth with the small hands growing from his face. Now we just have to wait for that foolish woman to show up, and then we can move, hyo, hyo, hyo. She's already here. Hantengu curled up, trembling. But she said she won't come to our side, she'll go straight to the town. What? Gyako stopped, his voice turning gloomy. She dares to act on her own. Hi. Hantengu responded, fear evident in his voice. She said it's Lord Musen's order, so she'll naturally obey. But she also said she doesn't want to see us, two ugly freaks, since seeing us would ruin her appetite for tonight's meal. Damn woman. Gyako exclaimed in frustration, but then he calmed down. Forget it. She's useless anyway, just a spoiled brat favored by Lord Musen. If she knew that the lord she admires actually doesn't care about her and only pays attention because of her elder brother, I wonder what her expression would be like. Hio, hio, hio. Hi. Hantengu was utterly terrified. Despair, it's too despairing, scary, scary, hee. Enough with the tears, Hantengu. Gyako sneered. While that stupid woman hasn't caused trouble yet, let's get started. Hi. Hantengu shivered. Then I'll go find the whereabouts of that Tsujikuni Yoriichi. Yash. Leave the riffraff to me. Gyako said, spreading his hands. I still have some artworks to make and let the Hashira or that Ubuyashiki bastards appreciate. Hio, hio, hio. With that, he retreated into his vase and disappeared. Scary, scary. Hantengu slowly crawled toward the direction of the town. Tonight, sleeplessness was inevitable. When night fell, the residents of the town all extinguished their lights and rested in their homes. Clearly, not many people were engaging in candlelit conversations. Since this town had deep ties to the Demon Slayer Corps, everyone knew about the existence of demons and also understood that the night belonged to them. Even though this town was used as the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, its residents subconsciously avoided activities at night. One after another, they returned home as night fell and stayed indoors. The only people likely to be out on the streets at this time were members of the Demon Slayer Corps. At this moment, Shinobu stepped out from the Ubuyashiki estate, walking toward the direction of the butterfly mansion. Weirdly, she couldn't shake off the unease creeping into her heart. Tonight is really quiet. Shinobu gazed at the full moon hanging high in the sky, her eyes flickering, her emotions somewhat unsettled. Am I just paranoid? She pondered over the full moon for a while, then suddenly tapped her own head and stuck out her tongue. I guess I'm just too sensitive. It's all Tsujikuni's fault for making me think too much today. Well, I tend to overthink things even on regular days. Don't you agree, elder sister? Leaving behind those words, Shinobu chuckled self-deprecatingly. Surprisingly, the smile she usually wore was now absent, like a butterfly losing its dazzling wings as she headed toward the butterfly mansion. However, as she walked, Shinobu suddenly stopped in her tracks. Looks like I wasn't being paranoid after all. She whispered to herself before lifting her gaze ahead. In the distance, a woman had silently appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. Lucky me, stumbling upon someone interesting just as I entered the town. As the unknown woman spoke, her voice brimmed with charisma, power, and self-assurance, accompanied by a smirk on her face. Hee, you're a good-looking one, aren't you, missy? Wanna be my meal? Looking at Shinobu, the woman chuckled and asked gleefully. Shinobu remained silent, her face showing nothing but a smile, or rather, a fake smile. Chapter 166, Invasion, 2. Under the moonlight, the town, barely illuminated by candlelight, wasn't entirely engulfed in darkness. Since there was still plenty of light, Shinobu could easily discern the unknown woman appearing ahead. She floated in midair, wrapped in sashes, her waist-length hair with green tips cascading like pure white strands. A floral ornament adorned her head, and pink flower tattoos decorated her left cheek and the right side of her forehead. Her attire was somewhat revealing, portraying a woman of considerable beauty, but her overly pale skin and fine cracks like wrinkles marred her appearance with a touch of ferocity. At this moment, the woman looked at Shinobu with a flicker of joy in her eyes, a mixture of admiration and a menacing glare. Meanwhile, as Shinobu looked into the woman's eyes, the Japanese characters upper rank were engraved in her left eye, while 6 was in her right eye, causing Shinobu to narrow her eyes and realize who this woman was. Upper 6. Shinobu muttered, her hand instinctively resting on the sword at her waist. That's right. I'm upper 6, Daki. Daki seemed in no hurry to deal with Shinobu and hovered calmly in midair, basking in the moonlight while smiling at her. You're a Hashira, right? It's been a while since I've seen a beautiful one. All right, I've decided, you'll be the 8th Hashira I eat. Daki's words made Shinobu lower her eyelids slightly. So, you've eaten so many Hashira? Shinobu murmured. Yes, I've eaten many Hashira. Of course, there are even more Hashira I haven't eaten. Daki seemed to boast. Not all Hashira are good-looking since I only eat the beautiful ones. Ugly things aren't even worth a glance, let alone being eaten. So, you should feel honored because you're beautiful. Oh, I should feel honored, you say? Shinobu remarked as she drew her sword. It was a peculiarly shaped Nichiren sword with a butterfly-shaped guard, an orange handle wrapped in turquoise cords, and a lavender-blue blade. Its blade was slender, or rather, it had lost its blade and was replaced by a rod with a needle-like tip at the end, resembling an insect's stinger in appearance and function. On either side of the blade were inscribed the words, Evil Demon, and Destruction. Hey, you want to resist? Daki appeared to be in a good mood, admiring Shinobu's face while mocking. Seems like you've never faced an upper rank before, huh? Just so you know, I'm different from the demons you've taken down before, and those lower ranks are nothing compared to me. Likewise, mere human swordsmen, even if they're Hashira, are just as pitifully weak to me. Now that you know, will you obediently let me eat you? Unfortunately, that's not going to happen. Shinobu responded with a smile. Although I've never encountered an upper rank, I'd like to get along with you if possible, but it would be troublesome if I were eaten, no. Ha! Get along. Ha 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 ha. Daki burst into laughter. Stop fooling around, Missy. Do you think I can't feel your murderous intent just because you're smiling? You're clearly itching to kill me. Shinobu didn't argue and just continued to smile. However, there was indeed an unprecedented coldness and murderous intent in her eyes. TCH. Daki suddenly felt annoyed, tilting her head to the side. You really annoy me, but for the sake of your beautiful face, I'll spare you from becoming reserve food and eat you now. With that, the sashes floating around Daki seemed to come to life one after another. Seeing this, Shinobu adjusted her breath and tightened her grip on her sword, making its blade shimmer with a strange hue. Meanwhile, not long after Shinobu and Daki encountered each other, in one corner of the town, Gyako emerged from a vase. Hyo, hyo, hyo. He covered his mouth with his small hands, suppressing his smile. Well, let's begin the slaughter. As his words fell, unknown disturbances began to emerge from various corners of the town. Upon closer inspection, vases were placed in these corners, each one trembling before disgorging strange aquatic creatures. These creatures had muscular, humanoid bodies varying in height from 2 to 3 meters tall, with some as short as 2 meters. Instead of humanoid heads, they sported goldfish heads, and their backs were adorned with vases, defying all norms of human aesthetics and anatomy. Roaring, they extended their clawed hands and immediately launched attacks on any humans in sight. Boom. A loud noise erupted in the town. The demons. Demons are here. Ayaha. All the townspeople rushed out of their houses in panic, creating chaos in the streets as they fled. The aquatic creatures lunged at the humans, roaring as they either slammed with brute force or slashed with their claws, sending several members of the Demon Slayer Corps flying or cut down, leaving them lying in pools of blood. Enemy attack. Demon invasion. Quick, notify the Corps. Inform the Master. Protect the residents. Swordsmen clad in the uniforms of the Demon Slayer Corps shouted one after another and charged toward the aquatic creatures, their voices filled with rage and determination. And so, the town descended into chaos, no longer peaceful. Cough, cough. In the Ubuyashiki estate, Kagaya, despite his increasingly frail body, crawled out of his bed. Master Kagaya, please try to remain calm. Kagaya's wife, Ubuyashiki Amane, supported and comforted Kagaya, but to no avail. In the next moment, a pitch-black crow appeared at the window of the room and spoke with a human voice. Demon attack. Demon attack. The headquarters is exposed. The town is exposed. Needless to say, as the Kasugai crow of the Demon Slayer Corps brought such alarming news, Kagaya was clearly unable to remain still. Amane, which Hashira are still in the town? Kagaya grabbed his wife's hand, inquiring with panic. Amane was silent for a while, then suppressed her emotions as she answered. Shinobu is certainly here, Kyujiro just returned not long ago, so both Insect Hashira and Flame Hashira are in the town. Love Hashira and Mist Hashira left recently, lingering around the Swordsmith village's area, seemingly preparing to go there. Stone Hashira, Water Hashira, and Sound Hashira are all in their respective jurisdictions. Wind Hashira and Serpent Hashira have entered deep mountains to practice. So, of the 9 Hashira, only 2 are in the town. From her answer, this was undoubtedly a dire situation. Out of the 9 Hashira, 7 were not in the town, leaving the town's ability to resist demons extremely weak. Regardless, this was, in fact, the town's usual routine. Muzan might have thought that there would be multiple Hashira stationed at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, but in reality, there were just a few Hashira, sometimes none at all. Because the combat force of the Demon Slayer Corps consisted of only a few hundred people spread across the entire country to hunt demons, especially the Hashira, each responsible for their own area of jurisdiction, were usually busy with their duties and missions. Actually, this was also the reason why the Hashira Council meeting was held every 6 months. Because of this, the town where the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps resided was not as heavily guarded as Muzan had imagined. However, it was more accurate to say that Kagaya always advocated against arranging too many Hashira around him. Instead of having them wasted for him, who could die at any moment, it was better to send them out to hunt demons, eliminate as many demons as possible, and protect as many people as possible, bringing the Demon Slayer Corps closer to its ultimate goal. As a result, although there were patrols and security provided by other members, there were few Hashira stationed in the town, at most 2 or 3. At this moment, only Shinobu, who managed the Butterfly Mansion, and Kyujiro, who had recently returned from a mission, were present at the headquarters. Cough, cough. Kagaya couldn't help but cough a few times, spitting out blood. Master. Amain couldn't hide her worry in her voice. Kagaya extended his hand, signaling her to calm down, then spoke with difficulty. Have the Corps cover the evacuation of the residents, discreetly assist them, and follow the prepared routes. Since the Demon Slayer Corps had faced numerous crises of destruction, their experience of nearly being wiped out several times over the centuries led them to consider how to respond and find a place of refuge in case of an attack. Thanks to this, the Ubuyashiki family had prepared many shelters and evacuation routes near the town. Now was the time for them to be put to use. Yes. Amain immediately complied and went to give orders. Cough, cough. Kagaya coughed again, then looked at the full moon outside the courtyard. I hope we still have time. His faint voice spread in the moonlit night, lingering for a moment before fading away. Tap, tap, tap. In a flurry of hurried footsteps, Kujiro leaped across the rooftops of the houses, fully armed, with the wind beneath his feet and flames swirling around him, propelling him forward at an extremely fast pace. Didn't expect demons to attack the town. I must find Master first. Kujiro's objective was clear, to confirm Kagaya's safety and protect him while evacuating. Although the town was under attack and screams of the people echoed in his ears, urging him to protect them, ensuring Kagaya's safety was his top priority. Kujiro suppressed his urge and chose to trust the ability of the other members, rushing toward the Ubuyashiki estate. However, as he hurried on, Kujiro suddenly stopped and sharply turned toward a spot he had just caught sight of out of the corner of his eye. Hi! An elderly-looking demon with a scared face and two horns protruding from his head peeked out from the corner, trembling as he looked at Kujiro, and let out high-pitched cries. Do not bully me. I just wanted to ask where Tsujikuni Yoriichi is. Hantengu cried from his hiding spot in the corner. Upon hearing that, Kujiro took only one action, he charged forward. Boom. Flames erupted, propelling Kujiro like a rocket to Hantengu's front, slashing with his sword. Poochie. In the next second, Hantengu's head was severed. Chapter 167, Tsujikuni Yoriichi. Isn't he already here? Boom, 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 boom. Successive explosions erupted in a corner of the town, causing several houses to collapse in the blasts, turning into ruins. Endless sashes seemed to rampage here, like giant pythons, constantly rolling, leaping, and darting, causing these astonishing explosions. When one looked closely, the edges of these sashes were as sharp as blades, cutting through buildings and ground alike, slicing off large chunks upon contact. Such a group of sashes ravaged and danced like spirit serpents in this area, causing buildings to collapse one after another, turning into ruins in succession. Shinobu's figure flew out from the thick dust, one of her feet touching the ground, avoiding the attacking sashes. Don't keep bouncing around. Just die already. Daki also emerged from the dust, shouting loudly as the sashes around her body unfolded and slashed through the air, attacking Shinobu from various angles. Shinobu stopped in her tracks, dodging the sashes slashing from the side, then evading those swinging toward her neck from behind. Her movements were as agile as a true butterfly, gracefully dancing even in midair, flipping her body and shifting effortlessly. Until a certain moment, Shinobu suddenly accelerated, sprinting forward. Insect breathing, dance of the centipede, hundred-legged zigzag. Whoosh! Shinobu's toes burst with astonishing force against the ground, as if they could crack it open, accompanied by loud bursts, gliding toward Daki. Her insect breathing was a rather special type among numerous breathing styles. Unlike other derivative breathing styles, such as love breathing, mist breathing, sound breathing, and serpent breathing, which were derived from flame breathing, wind breathing, thunder breathing, and water breathing respectively, Shinobu's insect breathing was a second-generation derivative breathing style. It was derived from flower breathing, which was a derivative breathing style of water breathing, one of the 5 fundamental breathing styles. Among numerous breathing styles, only Shinobu's breathing style was a second-generation derivative breathing style. Insect breathing sword forms were not named like other breathing styles, which were named after form but were named after dance. At this moment, Shinobu was using one of the many dances in insect breathing, utilizing powerful stomps capable of upheaving the ground, winding in all directions to disrupt her opponent, and then seizing the opportunity to attack with her sword. Whoosh! And so, with speed and agility that even Daki couldn't react to in time, Shinobu dashed to her front and launched an incomparably fierce stab toward her eye. So fast! Daki was greatly shocked, tilting her head aside, narrowly avoiding the stab aimed at her eye. Yet, in her hurried evasion, though she dodged the direct strike on her eye, her cheek was slashed by Shinobu's sword. You dare to cut my face? Feeling the stinging sensation on her cheek, Daki grew furious. With a swift motion, she swung her sash, which cut through the air like a steel blade aimed at Shinobu. Clang! As Shinobu raised her Nichiren sword and deflected the incoming sash, she was unexpectedly sent flying back by a tremendous force, skimming through the air before landing in the ground with a thud, stirring up clouds of dust. Ah, what a shame! Shinobu straightened her posture, wincing slightly as if feeling a prickling sensation from the rough landing. You damn hypocrite! Stop speaking in that tone and expression. Daki shouted in rage. Your attacks are so vicious, yet you pretend to have a harmless, gentle demeanor. It's disgusting. Well, I can't help it. I'm a woman. Isn't it okay to be a little gentle? Shinobu replied with a gentle smile. As for you, Miss Demon, despite your arrogant tone, it seems your skills don't quite match up, do they? What did you say? Daki's eyes widened. I'm just stating facts. Shinobu spun her Nichiren sword, freeing up one hand to touch her own cheek. I once asked Rengoku about how strong an upper rank truly is. He said that the upper three he fought was exceptionally powerful, completely outmatching him. If it weren't for Tsujikuni, he might have died. Because of Rengoku's words, I thought upper ranks were generally stronger than the Hashira. Among the current 9 Hashira, perhaps only one is capable of soloing an upper rank. At this point, Shinobu's gaze toward Daki became more intriguing. But it seems your strength doesn't quite live up to that assessment. Despite fighting with you for so long, you haven't managed to leave a decent wound on me. Why is that, I wonder? Could it be because there's a big power gap between upper ranks? If so, the difference in strength between you, the upper 6, and the upper 3 seems too large, doesn't it? With that kind of strength, forget killing so many Hashira, it seems your strength is not much different to lower ranks. Shinobu's smile remained gentle, but her words turned somewhat sharp. If this is the strength of the upper 6, then it's really unfortunate. You won't be able to defeat me. No wonder you're at the bottom of upper ranks. Such words, to Daki's ears, were naturally highly insulting. You dare to look down on me? Daki exclaimed loudly. Watch me tear apart that vicious mouth of yours. As Daki prepared to move her sashes once again to attack Shinobu, Shinobu suddenly spoke again with her voice growing low. Too late. What are? Before Daki could finish her sentence, her movement suddenly halted. Her cheeks began to develop patches, turning a decaying color as if rotting. What's going on? Ugh, aghhhhhh. Daki suddenly felt an excruciating pain in her face, causing her to scream in agony. How does it feel? Shinobu asked with a smile. You know, this poison is extracted from wisteria flowers. For demons, it should be quite effective, right? As the current doctor of the Demon Slayer Corps, Shinobu was naturally skilled in poison making. Her sword appeared slender and harmless, but in reality, it was coated with deadly poison. Moreover, every time she sheathed her sword, the poison's formula would change. During battles, she would adjust the poison formula based on the situation of the demon she faced. One of the main ingredients in these formulas was the poison extracted from wisteria flowers. Wisteria flowers were a type of plant that demons detested. Merely existing in their vicinity and inhaling their fragrance would cause demons to stay away due to their aversion and repulsion. Shinobu often used the poison from wisteria flowers to deal with demons. Since my poison is that lethal, I'm probably the only one among the Hashira who doesn't need a Nichiren sword to kill demons. After saying that, Shinobu then gestured goodbye to Daki. Enjoy the last moments of your agony, redeeming yourself for the sins you've committed. If you manage to survive, then your sins will be forgiven. I'll be happy to coexist peacefully with you then, Miss Demon. With those words left behind, Shinobu turned around and left. Ag. Daki immediately fell from midair, clutching her gradually decaying head, struggling in pain while crying out. Save me. Save me, big brother. Daki shouted and cried pitifully, continuing to call out to someone. Glug. In that split second, Daki's back suddenly bulged, causing her to collapse on the ground, screaming in agony. Shinobu halted her steps. She slowly turned around, looking toward Daki. Her smile remained unchanged, but a drop of cold sweat couldn't help but form on her forehead. I see now. So that's how it is, huh? Shinobu murmured. No wonder this upper 6 is so weak. So, the real upper 6 is not her but someone else. Along with Shinobu's murmur, a figure burst out from Daki's back, piercing through her flesh, and emerged from her body. Could you please refrain from bullying my little sister? A deep and impatient voice echoed, causing Shinobu's body to tremble involuntarily. A vicious and menacing aura surged from the newcomer, enveloping Shinobu. Well, this is getting troublesome. Shinobu muttered with a tired sigh, her words drifting far, far away. Ubuyashiki Estate, courtyard. Kagaya had already left his room, stepping onto the veranda that connected to the courtyard. As he listened to the commotion outside the courtyard, filled with explosions, screams, and cries that reached his mansion, Kagaya coughed repeatedly before speaking aloud in a certain direction. Since you're here, why not come out and meet me? Even though Kagaya seemed to speak to no one, he was actually addressing a vase that had appeared in the courtyard at some point. Hyo, sorry for the rudeness. With a sneaky laugh, a peculiar demon emerged from the vase. Who else could it be other than Gyako? This is the first time I've faced the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps like this. Though it's a rare opportunity and I'd like to say a few more words, honestly, I'm a bit disappointed. I'm so disappointed that I don't even have the mood for it. Gyako chuckled for a while before speaking coldly as he looked at Kagaya's almost disfigured face and frail body. I never thought the respected leader of the Demon Slayer Corps would be a dying man. A body that's so diseased and cursed isn't exactly what I had in mind for the artwork I want to create, which kind of bums me out. It's beyond help, truly beyond help. In a situation like this, all I can ask is that you die without resisting. Can you do that for me? Finished with his words, Gyako chuckled before a vase grew out of his hand. Surprisingly, Kagaya showed not even a hint of fear. I will die soon, that's for sure. Kagaya admitted calmly, even smiling. Unfortunately, the last person I see before I die should not be you, but Kabutsuji Musen. So, I must decline your proposal. His words made Gyako chuckle coldly again. Hey, this isn't something you can just refuse, you know. Gyako twisted his body. The reason I didn't kill you right away is because I want to ask you something. So, do you know where Tsujikuni Yoriichi is? If you tell me, maybe I could use you as scrap material for my artwork. Upon hearing that, instead of showing anger or despair, Kagaya's face became incredibly calm, his smile unchanged. Actually, the reason was simple. You're looking for Tsujikuni Yoriichi. Kagaya's smile widened, his voice calm as still water. Isn't he already here? When those words passed from Kagaya's lips, Gyako's body froze. Chapter 168, Fire that Cleanses All Evil. You're looking for Tsujikuni Yoriichi. Kagaya's smile widened, his voice calm as still water. Isn't he already here? When those words passed from Kagaya's lips, Gyako's body froze. Soon, Gyako noticed something. Blaze. In the sky above the Ubuyashiki estate, a blaze streaked across like a meteor, catching the attention of Kagaya and Gyako. Surprisingly, the blaze descended toward their location. What the? Gyako was startled, quickly retracting his entire body into his vase, disappearing from sight. Before long, the meteor-like blaze soon landed in the courtyard of the Ubuyashiki estate with a thunderous crash. Boom. A thunderous roar ensued. The blaze in the courtyard unleashed an astonishing heat and exploding flame, turning into a flame wave that surged outward. The temperature in the area skyrocketed rapidly. The bridges and flowing water in the courtyard were engulfed by the flame wave. Even Kagaya, sitting on the veranda, faced the flames head-on, only for them to suddenly part just before reaching him, leaving sparks on the wooden veranda. Watching all this unfold, Kagaya looked at the courtyard covered in scattered sparks and let out a bitter smile. You went a bit overboard, Tsujikuni Yoriichi. In response, he received only a faint chuckle. Heh, Lord Ubuyashiki, you're really playing with fire by not fleeing and leaving this mansion. With those words, as the flames gradually dissipated in the courtyard, a figure emerged from the blaze. I hope I'm not too late. Riezel stepped through the flames, looking at Kagaya. Naturally. Kagaya smiled gently. However, the voice of a third party quickly chimed in. You must be Tsujikuni Yoriichi. Such unfriendly words naturally came from Gyako. In the next moment, a vase appeared silently on the courtyard wall, and Gyako emerged from it. Only then did Riezel turn to look at him, noticing two eyes on his forehead and mouth. Upper 5, huh? Riezel said calmly. Yes, I'm the upper 5, Gyako. Gyako shifted his body, his small hands swinging, while bloodshot eyes fixed on Riezel's, appeared somewhat angry. How dare you wreck someone else's stuff right off the bat? Do you have something wrong in your head? Wreck someone else's stuff? Riezel was confused for a split second, then quickly realized. Ah, you mean this? He kicked a shattered vase at his feet. Don't kick it, you damn brute. Gyako fumed, veins popping on his face. That was a vase I painstakingly crafted. An artwork. Even if you're a monkey, you should know to respect others' art, right? Huh? I've never heard of monkeys respecting someone's art before. Riezel responded indifferently. And besides, the word respect is for humans, not for freakish creatures like you. You, a fish that doesn't look like a fish, a worm that doesn't look like a worm. Let's not even talk about whether you have the qualifications to talk about respect, just talking about the art you're mentioning, I don't see any art in it. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly extended his foot, crushing all the vase shards lying beneath him. Bastard. Gyako's anger instantly boiled over. I thought Lord Musen had sent us to track down an extraordinary big shot, but now it seems like you're just a muscle-headed monkey, clueless about art, clueless about appreciation. He quickly materialized a vase in his hand, veined with aquatic marks. Monkeys like you, devoid of any artistic sense, should disappear from this world. Gyako raised the vase. Thousand needle, fish kill. In the next instant, As the vase in his hand stirred, numerous goldfish poured out of the vase's mouth like carp leaping through the dragon gate. They soared into the air before collectively shooting sharp needles toward Riezel. What made it terrifying was the sheer number of sharp needles, which was as vast as the countless goldfish surging from the small vase, almost covering the entire sky above the courtyard. In this way, countless sharp needles, hiding the sky and covering the earth, descended, creating a sky-splitting sound while blanketing the entire courtyard. Naturally, Riezel was among them, still standing at the center. Watch out. Kaguya couldn't help but remind in panic, but soon realized that such a reminder was entirely unnecessary. Sizzle. As the descending needles touched within approximately 3 meters of Riezel's body, they instantly melted away in a series of ear-piercing noises. What? Gyako was stunned by the scene he saw. He actually melted my 1,000-needle fish kill with high temperatures. Upon closer inspection, the air and space around Riezel were highly distorted, with phenomena resembling steam and mirages occasionally appearing, indicating how high the temperature was there. Because of this intense heat, the ground beneath Riezel's feet had long turned black, and the goldfish, which fell not far from him, were instantly roasted, turning into cooked goldfish in an instant. What breathing style is that? I've never heard of it before. Gyako couldn't believe his eyes. With over 100 years of experience, as an upper rank of the 12 Kazuki, he had faced demon slayers countless times, including some Ashira. Gyako had encountered numerous breathing styles, both those belonging to the current demon slayer core and those in the past. He had seen and dealt with them all. Even so, he had never witnessed a breathing style causing such an absurd phenomenon. Using high temperatures to melt his blood demon art. Could a breathing style possess such power? TCH. Gyako clicked his tongue and raised the small hands on his body, causing vase after vase to sprout forth. In total, there were 10 vases, all adorned with slime fish veined marks on their surfaces. Blood demon art, 10,000 gliding slime fish. Gyako quickly directed the 10 vases toward Riezel and threw them. In the next moment, a large group of sharp-toothed slime fish burst out from the 10 vases. The number of sharp-toothed slime fish was staggering, seeming as though there were 10,000 of them, forming a massive wave-like fish that flooded the courtyard and swarmed toward Riezel. The scene of these relentless sharp-toothed slime fish lunging forward was akin to a swarm of piranhas attacking in the water. Once engulfed, one's flesh and blood would likely be devoured in an instant. With such numbers and ferocity, even high temperatures couldn't withstand them. Except for the initial moment when the sharp-toothed slime fish at the forefront were charred into charcoal, the rest used the bodies of the charred fish as shields, successfully reaching Riezel. However, just as thousands upon thousands of sharp-toothed slime fish were about to engulf Riezel and consume him, he finally moved. Sun breathing, 6th form, burning bones, summer Sunday. A vortex of flames appeared. It was a sword form very similar to Kijuru's blooming flame undulation. At this moment, the swirling flame slashed like a vortex, pulling all the sharp-toothed slime fish into its center. Poochie, 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 poochie. In an instant, the sound of sharp blades slicing through flesh echoed continuously, causing each fish to fall to the ground in pieces. Upon seeing this, instead of feeling shocked or angry, Gyako's mouth twisted into a peculiar smile. Heh, naive, my slime fish isn't that simple. Few knew that Gyako's blood demon art, 10,000 gliding slime fish, and even 1,000 needle fish kill were aquatic creatures imbued with deadly poison. Goldfish from 1,000 needle fish kill spat out needles laced with a neurotoxin that could paralyze the body's nerves. 10,000 gliding slime fish, on the other hand, had body fluid containing a deadly poison that could easily enter the body through the skin. Hence, the more the slime fish were cut, the more body fluid containing this deadly poison they would release. If someone touched even a small amount of it, they would be poisoned immediately. Currently, Riezel had nearly killed 10,000 sharp-toothed slime fish. While his ability astonished Gyako, it was undoubtedly an action to hasten his own demise. Here's where you'll perish from the poison, hyo, hyo, hyo. Gyako thought gleefully, clearly relishing in others' misfortune. Unfortunately, he would end up disappointed. Even after thousands of slime fish were slain, no matter how much bodily fluid splattered, none touched Riezel's body at all. After all, the intense heat surrounding his body could evaporate even blood demon arts, let alone mere bodily fluids. Moreover, Riezel wasn't afraid of poison. After all, his highest-ranked, abnormal resistance development ability was more than just for show. Boom. Before long, a vortex of flame-like slashes completely obliterated all the slime fish, even dragging the 10 vases Gyako had thrown into the flames, reducing them to ashes. By the time Gyako realized something was amiss, the vortex of flames was already upon him. Shit. The smile on Gyako's face froze, and the eyes on his forehead and in his mouth shrank to the size of pinpoints. Riezel's figure then emerged from the vortex of flames, coldly staring at Gyako, wielding a black-bladed sword he had somehow drawn. Boom. In the next second, the surging flames erupted from the courtyard walls, resembling a red lotus suddenly blooming under the moonlight. Within the red lotus, the walls collapsed, the ground shattered, and even the courtyard's bridges were finally affected and utterly destroyed by the flames. Watching from the veranda, Kagaya, though coughing violently, had increasingly bright eyes. This power, this flame, this heat, it's too powerful. Kagaya's heart trembled. Is this what he called the evolved sun breathing? Why do I feel like the fire from this strongest breathing style resembles the red lotus karmic fire that can cleanse all evil? It's simply... Kagaya couldn't find suitable words to describe his feelings at this moment. It's simply born to defeat Kibutsuji Musen. Kibutsuji Musen, your end has finally come. Finally come. Chapter 169, Upper 4. At this moment, the red lotus fire blossomed in the night, dispelling the darkness and evil, and purifying everything. Kagaya watched the fire with intense focus, completely ignoring the destruction of his own courtyard. Of course, he also noticed the sword in Riezel's hand, though he didn't know when it had been drawn. A black blade. Seeing the sword's black blade radiating intense heat that warped the air, Kagaya was deep in thought. Is that the Nichiren sword he made using those large amounts of scarlet crimson iron sands and scarlet ores collected by Kyujiro? Riezel's sword indeed exuded an indescribable aura of power. Although Kagaya didn't know how Riezel had forged such a sword, it didn't stop him from feeling joy. Riezel, who was already powerful, now wielded a Nichiren sword with extraordinary power, making it natural for his strength to become stronger. Now, Kagaya only hoped Riezel would grow even stronger, surpassing the legendary swordsman Tsujikuni Yoriichi from the Sengoku period. Only then would the Ubuyashiki family's long-held wish have a chance of being fulfilled. Meanwhile, as Riezel landed back in the courtyard with flames surrounding his body, his brow furrowed slightly. What's wrong? Kagaya asked when he saw Riezel's expression. No, it's nothing. Riezel shook his head. It seems things are far from over. His words made Kagaya pause for a moment. Suddenly. Thud. A figure suddenly fell from the sky into the mansion, hitting the ground with a muffled sound. Cough, cough. A swordsman holding a red-bladed Nichiren sword, wearing a flame-patterned haori, struggled to stand while coughing up blood. Seeing the newcomer, Kagaya's complexion instantly changed. Kyujiro. Indeed, it was none other than Rengoku Kyujiro. Master. Kyujiro, covered in wounds from sharp weapons and claws, his body emitting charred smoke, looked extremely battered. I'm glad you're safe. Despite being covered in injuries and on the brink of collapse, Kyujiro showed a relieved expression upon seeing Kagaya, clearly having been worried about his safety. Riezel saw the pitiful state of Kyujiro before looking straight up at the sky, making Kagaya realize something. Kagaya lifted his head with effort and looked up. Soon, he saw it. He saw several figures appearing in the sky. He's a tough one, surviving even that. It's infuriating. A demon wielding a tin staff, dressed in a kimono, with horns on his head and the Japanese character for anger carved on his tongue, spoke in a very agitated tone. His face always seemed to be always twisted in anger. He then descended from the sky, landing on the ruins of a wall, and looked down at Kyujiro with vicious eyes. My, he actually got blown to this place, but it's kinda interesting too. Another demon, looking exactly like the tin staff demon but dressed as a bare-chested priest, appeared in the courtyard. He had the Japanese character for pleasure on his tongue and held a maple leaf-shaped fan. Unlike the angry tin staff demon, this fan demon wore a constant silly grin, making him seem like a fool who had wandered onto the battlefield by mistake. Ha ha ha, looks like we got new toys to play with. Yet another demon, identical to the tin staff and fan demons, appeared. This one had wings, a bird's lower body, and bird claws for arms. He had the Japanese character for joy on his tongue and was flying around in the sky, laughing loudly and acting frivolous. Is this the time to play? The target is right in front of us, and you're still not serious. How sad. A fourth demon, identical to the other three, landed in the courtyard, dragging a cross-shaped spear. He was dressed like a warrior and had the Japanese character for sorrow on his tongue. Unlike the tin staff and fan demons, he stood alone in a corner, frowning and looking gloomy. These four distinct demons had now gathered in the courtyard together, facing Riezel and Kagaya. Seeing these demons, Kagaya's expression changed again. No choice. These four distinct demons, apart from their similar appearances and different attire, shared another striking feature. In addition to the Japanese characters on their tongues, their eyes also had Japanese characters engraved. One eye had upper rank. The other eye had 4. It can't be. All of them are upper 4. Kagaya was dumbfounded. At this moment, the bloodied Kyujiro suddenly shouted loudly. Watch out. These 4 demons are clones of the upper 4. Time went back a few minutes. When Kyujiro was swiftly heading to the Ubuyashiki estate and encountered Hantangu on the way, he launched a surprise attack without a second thought, chopping off Hantengu's head in one slash. At that moment, Kyujiro was a bit surprised. Was it really this easy? He hadn't expected to decapitate the demon so effortlessly. Although he didn't know who this demon was, there were clearly no characters carved in the demon's eyes. Since the demon looked like an ordinary coward, it seemed normal for the demon to be beheaded easily by a Hashira. Yet, Kyujiro was about 80% sure that this demon should be an upper rank. Otherwise, how could the demon have approached him silently without being noticed by him? If it hadn't been for him moving at high speed, causing the demon to make a slight noise while trying to keep up with him, he might not have detected the demon and noticed the anomaly. Such abilities were definitely not something an ordinary demon could possess. Whether the demon was approaching a Hashira silently or keeping up with his speed, it all told him that this demon was no ordinary demon. Because of this, Kyujiro decisively launched an attack without hesitation, knowing that if the demon was indeed an upper rank and he didn't seize the initiative, he might die. It was clear that the brief encounter with Akaza had left a deep impression in Kyujiro's heart, raising his vigilance and caution toward the upper ranks to the highest. Yet, despite all this, he was able to easily behead the demon, whom he believed to be an upper rank. Could I have been wrong? Although Kyujiro initially thought so as he looked at Hantengu's headless body, he soon dismissed this thought and became convinced that this demon was indeed an upper rank. Gulu. With a strange sound, Hantengu's headless body not only didn't vanish but started to wriggle and change shape. Not only did the headless body wriggle and change, but even the head, which had been chopped off and was flying through the air, began to swell and expand. What? Kyujiro's expression instantly changed, and he hurriedly slashed at the swelling head with his Nichiren sword wrapped in flames. Boom. As the flames cut through, they caused an explosion in midair. Unfortunately, his flaming slash did not hit the swelling head but was blocked by a fan. Man, that was close, I almost got cut again. With a light and playful voice, the swelling head finally took a humanoid form. A fan-wielding demon, with the Japanese character for pleasure carved on his tongue, was thus born. Upper 4. Kyujiro eventually saw the Japanese characters engraved in the fan demon's eyes. Upper 4, the fourth-ranked demon among the 12 Kazuki, was ranked just below Upper 3 Akaza, whom he encountered during the Mugen Train incident. Realizing he was facing a demon of this caliber, Kyujiro didn't hesitate. He gripped his Nichiren sword tightly and prepared to strike at the fan demon's head. Unfortunately, he failed because someone had interrupted him. How dare you turn your back on me? How infuriating. A voice filled with anger suddenly resounded from behind him. Clang. In the next moment, a tin staff struck the ground, producing a crisp sound and a burst of violent lightning. Bzzzt. In an instant, the lightning suddenly erupted, striking toward Kyujiro. Hey. Without time to dodge, Kyujiro was instantly engulfed by the lightning, his entire body burning and emitting charred smoke. At this moment, Kyujiro realized that the headless body of Hantengu had transformed into a demon wielding a tin staff that looked exactly like the fan demon but wore the same kimono as Hantengu. This tin staff demon, with the Japanese character for anger engraved on his tongue, also had Japanese characters symbolizing upper 4 in his eyes. Upper 4, 2 of them. Kyujiro was genuinely shocked. No, it's not that there are 2 upper 4s, but that the upper 4 had split into 2. That cowardly demon had split into 2 separate demons after being beheaded. Are they like his clones or something? He immediately understood what had happened and hurriedly slashed out with a life-risking attack, enduring the excruciating pain from the lightning. Flame-breathing, second form, rising scorching sun. Kyujiro's blazing Nichiren sword slashed upward, cutting both the tin staff demon and the fan demon in half. However, this was undoubtedly a bad decision. In the next moment, after the 2 demons were split in half, their flesh swelled and expanded like before. Before long, a half-bird demon and a demon wielding a cross-shaped spear were born. This is just. Kyujiro tightened his grip on his sword, speechless. Clearly, the situation had become much more serious than he had originally thought. Chapter 170, 3 upper ranks gathered together. Even better. In a sense, Kyujiro faced the most formidable upper rank. In terms of sheer difficulty, Hantengu was far more challenging than Upper 3 Akaza, who was ranked just above him. Demons each had their own characteristics, their own traits, these were their most unique abilities and talents. Like the lower one, Enmu, who orchestrated the Mugen Train incident, was the demon with sleep manipulation, able to forcibly put people into dreams. With one misstep, even the Hashira would fall victim and lament. Then there was the Upper 3, Akaza, a demon adept in combat. Whether it was his martial arts or blood demon art, everything about him was geared toward direct combat with his enemy. Compared to these 2 demons, Hantengu was even more peculiar and more troublesome. He was a demon that engaged in battle with a blood demon art called emotion manifestation. When Hantengu was in danger, his 4 strong emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure, materialized using emotion manifestation, splitting from Hantengu's body and forming 4 clones. These 4 clones were named Yurogi, Sekido, Izetsu, and Karaku, each inscribed with corresponding characters on their tongues, each controlling a specific emotion, yet having independent selves, capable of fighting individually. They each also control 4 different blood demon arts. Yurogi was a half-bird demon capable not only of unique flight abilities but also of easily crushing boulders with his bird claws, allowing him to swoop down on his prey like an eagle with high maneuverability. He could also roar out destructively high decibel sound waves from his mouth, with the power to cause dizziness and even rupture eardrums upon heavier impacts, causing immediate loss of consciousness. Sekido used a tin staff that could release lightning to attack his enemies. Izetsu wielded a cross-shaped spear capable of projecting thrusting attacks over great distances, enabling him to strike his enemies from afar. Karaku used a maple leaf-shaped fan in his hand to fan out strong winds that could easily crush the ground. These 4 clone demons could even freely split into degraded smaller clones to assist in their battles. Facing such enemies, Kyujuro not only had to contend with attacks from all sides but also, the more he cut down their bodies, the more enemies there were. Although the main clones were only pleasure, anger, sorrow, and joy, this type of demon, undying with each cut and making it stronger instead, posed an even greater challenge for Kyujuro, if compared to Akaza, who specialized in direct combat. At this moment, Kyujuro was caught in the middle of the 4 clones. Either being struck by lightning from Sekido, targeted by the half-bird Yurogi in the air, or directly engaging in a fight with Izetsu, who repeatedly blocked his blazing slashes with his spear from afar, along with Karaku, who was lurking nearby, playing and frolicking as if it were a game. On the other hand, Kyujuro, who was besieged from both the ground and the sky, was left powerless and couldn't defend against them at all. Eventually, Yurogi seized the opportunity, emitting a high decibel sound wave that caused Kyujuro's brain to instantly shut down. Following this, Karaku used his fan to send Kyujuro flying, tossing him over half a town, pounded by the wind pressure all the way until he reached the sky above the Ubuyashiki estate. Only then did the wind pressure dissipate, causing Kyujuro to fall from the sky and crash into the courtyard, appearing in a sorry state. All of those events didn't need Kyujuro to point out. Riezel, who was familiar with the original work, was well aware. Therefore, upon seeing Hantengu's 4 clones representing pleasure, anger, sorrow, and joy, Riezel immediately knew that Hantengu had already split his body. At this moment, Riezel focused his senses and activated Transparent World to observe the bodies of Karaku, Sekido, Izetsu, Yurogi, and their surroundings. He's not here. Riezel squinted his eyes, showing little change in expression despite not finding anything. Regardless, in the next moment, the situation seemed to worsen. Not only did Kyujuro fall here, but another Hashira also seemed to have followed his step. Boom. On the other side of the courtyard, another figure crashed into the Ubuyashiki estate. However, unlike Kyujuro, this figure was thrown down. Shinobu. Kagaya's eyes trembled. Indeed, the figure thrown into the courtyard was none other than Kochu Shinobu. Her condition seemed worse than Kyujuro's. Her whole body was badly cut, her clothes dyed red with blood, barely clinging to life. Soon, 2 figures leaped down from above, landing in the courtyard. Humph, I'll devour you later. Daki remarked disdainfully as she arrived at Shinobu's side and kicked her with resentment. Shinobu's poison on Daki seemed to have deteriorated already, as her rotten head was already restored to its original state. Next to Daki, there was a male demon. He was an ugly-looking demon, with messy hair and many black spots on his body and face. His body was skinny, especially around the waist, almost looking like it could be snapped in half. His hair was black and green, and his skin had a pale gray color like it was poisoned. His upper body was bare, wearing loose blue pants on the lower half. His arms were wrapped in red and black bandages, holding 2 meaty blood-red sickles. On top of that, the pupils of his small eyes bore the Japanese characters upper rank and 6. He truly looked like a humanoid praying mantis, extremely horrifying. Standing next to a relatively prominent and beautiful demon like Daki, such an ugly demon undoubtedly created a stark contrast. However, the 4 clone demons, Karaku, Sekido, Izetsu, and Yurogi, immediately focused their attention on the male demon, not even glancing at Daki. So you've come out, Gyutara. Karaku clapped his hands and cheered. This is getting interesting. Ha ha ha. Yurogi laughed. I thought you'd keep hiding inside your little sister, Gyutara. Humph. Lagging behind, aren't you? Sekido said with an indifferent expression. You should have come out earlier, but you preferred to hide inside your useless little sister. It's infuriating. How sad. Izetsu sighed. Having to take care of your little sister in such an important mission is truly sad. Meanwhile, Daki was bristled with anger as she heard their words. Shut up. You 4 ugly demons. Daki exclaimed loudly. I'm not holding him back. I just haven't shown my true power yet. Naturally, the 4 clone demons didn't believe her words at all. True power? Do you even have any? I don't think so. Ha ha ha. Why did Lord Musen allow her to become an upper 6 with Gyudra? It's infuriating. She must have some usefulness, otherwise it would be too sad. The 4 clone demons either chuckled, mocked, or sighed, almost making Daki burst into tears on the spot. Big brother. Look at them. Daki pointed at the 4 clone demons, actually complaining like a little girl. Be good. Gyudra extended his hand, patting his younger sister's head. His voice was somewhat hoarse, his gaze somewhat nervous, but his actions showed that he still cared for his younger sister. Gyudra and Daki were both siblings and upper 6, but compared to Daki, Gyudra was obviously stronger, appearing much more dominant. It was obvious that the 4 clone demons only acknowledged Gyudra as an upper rank, seemingly looking down on his younger sister. Even though this truly infuriated her, Daki didn't want to pick a fight with these 4. Not because she was afraid, but because it was meaningless. Just like the emotions they symbolized, Sekido was always angry, Urogi was always cheerful, Izetsu was always sorrowful, and Karaku was always foolishly happy, never taking anything seriously. Even if she provoked them, their reactions would always be the same, which would only make her angrier and more irritated. Damn it, Hantengu of all people, probably hiding by now, huh? Daki could only fume helplessly, throwing a tantrum. And what about Gyako? Where's that freak gone off to? Answering her question was Urogi, who had been flying around in the air. Gyako's situation seems dire, huh? After saying this, he descended, clutching a vase in his bird-clawed lower half and tossing it on the ground. From the vase emerged Gyako, slowly crawling out. However, when one looked at him now, his appearance had changed drastically. Not only did he now have hair, but his body was also covered in hard scales. His upper body had taken on a humanoid form with a robust and larger build, webbed hands, and a lower body resembling that of a snake. Clearly, this version of Gyako was markedly different from his slick, smaller previous form, visibly stronger in this state. Yet, even in this form, his scales were burnt black, and this burn injury seemed unlikely to heal anytime soon, continuously causing him pain. Be careful of that boy called Tsujikuni Yoriichi. Gyako sweated profusely, shouting to every demon. His sword is dangerous, and his swordsmanship is terrifying. My scales are harder than diamonds, but he cut through them with just one slash. What's worse, the damage from his slash can't regenerate. If I hadn't teleported to another vase just now, I would have died. Upon hearing this, all demons present froze. Well done. Young Tsujikuni. Kyujuru exclaimed with shining eyes, seeming to see a glimmer of victory. While Kyujuru and Shinobu faced total defeat, Riezel once again managed to single-handedly defeat an upper rank, as he did in the previous Mugen Train incident. Moreover, from what the demon had said, it seemed to be effortless. Such news undoubtedly bolstered Kyujuru's confidence. Even the barely conscious Shinobu struggled to lift her gaze to Riezel's figure. Surprisingly, in this situation, Riezel remained calmer than anyone else. One demon after another appeared, yet it did not affect his mentality in the slightest. Upper 4. Upper 5. Upper 6. 3 upper ranks gathered together. Even better. With this thought, Riezel finally opened his mouth. You know, I was just thinking about having a chat with Kabutsuji Musen face to face. Riezel remarked calmly as he observed the surrounding demons. Since you've all come this far from me, let's deal with all of you first. Chapter 171, Sun Halo Dragon Head Dance. Deal with all of us. Upon hearing Riezel's bold statement, all the demons first exchanged glances, then, except for Sekido and Izetsu, they all laughed heartily. I mean, do you even understand your situation right now? Daki was the first to mock. Although you don't look bad, you're being a bit too optimistic, aren't you? Interesting, that's quite a bold statement. Karaku even clapped his hands, facing 3 upper ranks, a mere human dares to speak such bold words, it's amusing. Meanwhile, flying in the air, Urogi burst into laughter. I know you, Tsujikuni Yoriichi, you defeated Akaza not long ago and chopped off his head, right? So, you think you can defeat us, who are beneath him in number, just because you handled the upper 3? Urogi chuckled. If that's really what you think, then it's indeed amusing. Indeed, solely based on strength alone, Akaza surpasses any one of us here. If you can defeat him, naturally, you can defeat us. Karaku chimed in. But let's not forget, you're not facing just 1 upper rank, but 3. Whether you can deal with us or not, it's simply impossible. Urogi continued. Do you think we're like Akaza, dead just because our heads got chopped off? Sekido, gripping his tin staff, glared angrily. Having such naive thoughts is truly infuriating. Indeed, when it comes to survival capability, whether it's us 4, Gyako, or even Gyudra and Daki, we all surpass Akaza. Izetsu shook his head, sighing. Although Gyako was almost killed by you, saying you could deal with us is truly nonsense. Failing to recognize this reality, as a mere human, is truly sad. Listening to their mockery and sarcasm, both Kagaya and Kyujiro felt a sinking feeling. Riezel also knew that these demons could indeed speak with confidence like this. After all, solely by survival capability, Akaza truly couldn't compare to these three upper ranks. For Gyako, even though he had just narrowly avoided being killed by Riezel, generally, with scales harder than diamond, he could block a hit from a Nichiren sword and could even shatter it. Not to mention, even if someone's strength surpassed his, he could just retreat into his vase and teleport to another one. Gyutara and Daki were the same. Although they were only upper 6, the lowest among the upper ranks, especially Daki, whose strength couldn't even be compared to any upper rank, and at most, she was just slightly stronger than a lower rank. As siblings, they were demons symbiotic with each other. Killing one of them wouldn't work, only by simultaneously beheading both of them could they be killed. On the other hand, Hantengu and his clones were even more troublesome. Not only could they not be killed even if beheaded, but when they were beheaded, they only grew stronger as the number of their clones increased. In terms of survival capability, upper 5 Gyako, as well as upper 6 Gyutara and Daki, could not be compared to upper 4 Hantengu. In terms of strength, they couldn't match Akaza, but solely based on survival capability, Akaza truly couldn't match them. Of course, it seemed like Akaza had also achieved a breakthrough in his power since, according to Tamayo, after he was beheaded by Riezel, he should still be alive. Perhaps his survival capability was now no weaker than these three, maybe even stronger. But at least, before this, Akaza was relatively fragile compared to these three. As long as someone's strength could overpower him, they could kill him. In contrast, these three upper ranks wouldn't be easily killed even if their strength were overwhelmed by someone. Moreover, as long as they did not die, they could just drag the battle out until their enemy tired, and they would emerge as the victors. We won't get tired. Our lives are infinite. We'll regenerate even if we're injured. Fragile humans can't possibly win against us in the darkness. Karaku, Sekido, Izetsu, and Yurogi spoke successively, their words dripping with superiority and arrogance. In this world, no human can fight against multiple upper ranks, let alone emerge victorious. Daki remarked, tilting her head while grinning widely. Though I don't know why Lord Muzan values you so much, if you think defeating Akaza makes you superior, then you're a fool. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Perhaps bolstered by their comrades' words, Gyako, covered in burns and scars, struggled to rise, emitting a burst of harsh laughter. Hyo, hyo, hyo. That's right. A mere human can't possibly defeat three upper ranks alone. We'll drag you down until you're nothing but a lifeless corpse before the sun rises. Gyako exclaimed with glee. From your attitude, it seems like you've always had people putting high hopes and expectations on you, making life pretty smooth, right? Gyutara scratched his head, then grasped it while staring at Riezel with a heavy aura of death in his eyes. It's nice, really nice, but unfortunately, tonight you'll have to die here. Clearly, the so-called bullying was probably akin to what Riezel was now facing. For clone demons, 2 sibling demons, and 1 vase demon, 7 demons in total, mocked him, ridiculing him, their gazes upon him as though he were already dead. Kyujiro fell silent, gripping his sword tightly and stepping forward, seemingly wanting to fight alongside Riezel. Shinobu's eyes flickered slightly, refocusing her mind, struggling to stand up from the ground. Kagaya said nothing, only watching Riezel's back, watching the lone swordsman facing 7 powerful demons. In this despairing situation, the silent Riezel finally moved. Step by step, he approached the group of demons, his expression calm, appearing utterly defenseless, resembling a warrior about to face death. Yet, as he drew near, for some reason, a chill crept into the hearts of every demon present. Opposite this chill was a terrifying heat. Heat radiated from Riezel's body, distorting the air slightly, leaving behind burned charcoal-like footprints wherever he stepped, causing the demons to feel overheated. Feeling the chill in their hearts and the heat on their bodies, this alternating cold and heat made even optimists like Karaku and Yurogi unable to laugh, while Daki unconsciously took a step back. Do not be too arrogant. In the end, Daki was the one who couldn't bear the silent pressure first and shouted out. Immediately, the sashes on her body surged, transforming into steel-like blades, attacking Riezel like snakes while cutting through the air. As Gyutara watched his younger sister make the first move, he immediately followed suit. Blood demon art, rotating circular slashes, flying blood sickles. With a swing of his twin sickles, he shot out numerous crimson slashes, razor-thin like blades of air, flying straight toward Riezel. This was his blood demon art, capable of turning his own blood into razor-sharp blades and launching them. These blades not only had the power to cleave through the earth but also carried a deadly poison. Once launched, they could change flight paths according to his will, even wrapping around his hands, providing a versatile ability for both close combat and ranged attacks. Blood demon art, sonic scream. Blood demon art, electricity generation. Blood demon art, spear projection. Blood demon art, wind blasts. Urogi, Sekido, Izetsu, and Karaku also unleashed their attacks, each using their own blood demon arts. Urogi opened his mouth in midair, unleashing destructive sound waves that shook the air, crashing toward Riezel. Sekido struck his tin staff, summoning thunderous lightning that erupted into towering thunderbolts, bursting from the courtyard. Izetsu thrust his cross-shaped spear forward, shooting through the air like shockwaves. Karaku fanned his maple leaf-shaped fan, creating immense raging winds that swept across the land and enveloped everything in their path. Clearly, the attacks from the 4 clone demons were incredibly powerful. Coupled with Gyutara's attack, they tore through the earth, lifting, destroying, and ravaging everything in their path, engulfing countless stones, debris, and dust storms. The entire Ubuyashiki estate seemed to be struck by a natural disaster, with lightning flashing, wild winds raging, shock waves, sound waves, and blood-red blades dancing wildly, lifting the mansion's roofs and shattering its walls, swallowing even Daki's sashes. Master Kyujiro, witnessing this disastrous scene, had no time to think and rushed to Kagaya, shielding him. Ugh! Shinobu could only protect herself, crouching on the ground and shielding her head, before being blown away entirely. Facing this disastrous scene, humans indeed felt small and insignificant. Even those revered as Hashira would feel the same. Amidst such a disastrous attack, Gyako's attack seemed rather inconspicuous. Blood demon art, killer fish scales. Gyako, at an astonishing speed, repeatedly jumped amidst the disastrous scene, using his smooth scales to make his movements unpredictable, heading toward Riezel's direction. He didn't unleash any spectacular attacks like the others but instead, concealed within the disastrous attack, reached out his hands toward Riezel. If anyone wondered why he used his hands, it was simply because they could turn anything they touched into fish, which was Gyako's hidden killing move. In this way, Riezel simultaneously faced the killing moves of 7 demons and was instantly engulfed by them. We won. All the demons witnessed this scene, confirming it in their hearts. Until a blaze appeared, a dazzling blaze. Whoosh! Like a fiery dragon, it first emerged amidst the disastrous attack, then, as if dancing, tore through the air at an astonishing speed and roamed extremely fast through the courtyard. Many demons only saw a sudden burst of sparks before the fiery dragon had already danced around them, leaving behind a dazzling trail in the crumbling courtyard as if frolicking around them in a circle. A moment later, Riezel appeared in the center of the blaze, transformed into the head of the fiery dragon. With a sword emitting fierce flames in his hand, Riezel halted his dancing figure as he arrived behind the group of demons. Soon, the fire dragons that had danced across the courtyard slowly dissipated into the air. Everything froze in this second. Sun breathing, 11th form. Riezel's voice faintly rang in the silent courtyard. Sun Halo Dragon Head Dance. As his voice fell, Riezel sheathed his sword. Click. Splurt. One by one, heads flew into the air, blood spattering everywhere. Chapter 172, All Dead. Silence. A deathly silence. As the heads of every upper rank flew into the air and dropped to the ground one after another, everyone present was stunned by the heart-wrenching scene. Whether it was Shinobu, who was blown away, or Kyujiro, who was hiding amidst the debris of the mansion, their eyes were wide open and lost all reaction. Their minds were blank. Their hearts stopped. Engulfed in shock, they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Especially Shinobu, witnessing Riezel fight against demons for the first time, froze, unable to move. Pa, pa, pa. In the Ubuyashiki estate, the sound of gravel falling to the ground could still be heard intermittently. At this moment, the estate had already collapsed completely under the catastrophic thunderstorm, with not a single intact spot left to be found. However, not only was the Ubuyashiki estate affected, but the surrounding area was as well. It was either blasted into huge craters by the relentless thunder or shattered into fragments by the onslaught of hurricanes. Combined with the destructive sound waves, shock waves, blood-red blades, and razor-sharp sashes, within a radius of several hundred meters, there was surely not a single intact scenery left. Even the forests near the estate had collapsed over a vast area, the ground seemed to have been thinly shaved, presenting a desolate scene of upturned soil, resembling a piece of undeveloped wasteland. As scenes reminiscent of post-disaster aftermath unfolded, they were ultimately shattered by screams that pierced the sky. It hurts. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Why does it hurt so much? Impossible. It can't be. CA can't regenerate. Urogi, Sekido, Izetsu, and Karaku screamed as their heads fell to the ground, rolling in agony, seeming to be in great pain. Their headless bodies also collapsed, unable to split or regenerate, as if suppressed by some mysterious power, causing flames to flicker at their severed necks, burning them. Not long after, another round of incomparably painful screams echoed. How is this possible? Gyako, whose head was protected by scales harder than diamonds, was also beheaded and rolled to the ground, experiencing both pain and disbelief. 3 upper ranks, 7 of us, all beheaded in a split second. In just one strike. Gyako couldn't believe it and didn't want to believe it. Clearly, their opponent was just one human. Clearly, the upper ranks present were demons with survival capabilities stronger than even Akaza's. Yet, such a group of demons, working together, were defeated in an instant. Not to mention Gyako, even Gyutara and Daki screamed in shock. Stop joking. Stop joking. Gyutara's nervous expression and aura of death in his eyes had changed, turning into hysteria. Our heads, not only mine, but also my little sister's, in an instant, by a mere human. Impossible. He certainly understood the severity of the situation. The fact that his and his younger sister's heads were both cut off together meant only one thing. They were going to die. Big brother. Big brother. Think of something quickly. Think of something. Daki seemed to realize her fate and finally broke down. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Hearing his younger sister's breakdown into loud sobs twisted Gyutara's face with anguish. But what could he do? He was also helpless. Unfortunately for them, times had changed. Not only had the current Riezel evolved sun-breathing and acquired his own Nichiren sword, but he had also awakened a new skill, making him completely different from when he fought Akaza last time. His new hermit was created from a gemstone containing the purest essence of scarlet crimson iron sands and scarlet ores in large quantities, resulting in a qualitative change in the sunlight energy within, making it far more lethal to demons than ordinary Nichiren swords. Therefore, any demon slashed by hermit, even if not beheaded, would disintegrate as if exposed to sunlight for too long. On top of that, with the emergence of the Pioneer of the Sun, Riezel gained special attack capability against evil entities, possessing the power to restrain them, resulting in not only the suppression of the demon's regenerative ability but also a significant increase in the damage they received. Coupled with Riezel's Sun Halo Dragon Head Dance, which not only caused intense pain akin to being burned by flames of the sun but also temporarily suppressed their regenerative ability, the demons beheaded by him could no longer stand up. It was an attack that occurred within a second. From the moment the fire dragon danced out, the fate of these demons was already sealed. Kaguya was the first to realize this fact. Cough, cough. The sudden surge of excitement caused Kaguya to cough violently, even coughing up blood. Master. Only then did Kijuru react, quickly supporting Kaguya's body. However, Kaguya paid no attention to his own body, instead grabbing Kijuru's hand tightly, with great strength. Did you see it? Did you see it? Kijuru. Kaguya's voice trembled. In an instant, it was just an instant, even multiple Hashira couldn't stand up against an upper rank, and yet they got beheaded in an instant, 7 of them. His excitement even made his tone incoherent. Of course, Kijuru saw it. It was because he saw it that he could understand why Kaguya was so excited. The formidable upper ranks, the most powerful demons capable of overwhelming even several Hashira single-handedly, the nightmares of humanity who had lived for hundreds of years, and the nightmares of the Demon Slayer Corps, were now unable to withstand even a single move from Riezel. Judging by their appearance, they seemed unable to regenerate, unable to recover. In Kijuru's eyes, this was simply too unreal, so unreal that even he, who had witnessed a similar scene in the Mugen train incident, still found it hard to believe. If Kijuru felt this way, then so should Shinobu. In just an instant, Shinobu lay next to the fragments of the courtyard wall, her eyes filled with wonder as she watched the figure engulfed in flames. In the Ubuyashiki estate, now transformed into a scene of devastation, only the hysterical angry howls and the agonizing screams of the demons remained, telling others that this was not a dream. Before long, the bodies and heads of these demons began to turn into flying ash, gradually dispersing. Big brother. Big brother. Daki, the weakest among them, disappeared first, amidst a chorus of loud crying, turning into ashes. Watching his younger sister gradually disappear, Gyutara stared dumbfounded and seemed to yell something, but as his sister completely disappeared into ashes, he ceased his yelling and wailing. As if he had lost the most precious thing in his life, Gyutara stared blankly in the direction where his younger sister had disappeared before closing his eyes and also turning into ashes. Ah. My body is disappearing. Am I going to die? Why? Why so fast? Gyako was still unwilling to accept this reality. Perhaps it was due to Riezel's Pioneer of the Sun, or perhaps it was because of the abundant sunlight energy contained within Hermit. Upper ranks who shouldn't have vanished so quickly and could have persisted for a considerable amount of time seemed to be dying at an astonishing speed. I still have so many artworks to complete. How could I die here? How could? Gyako muttered for a moment, then remembered something and cast his frantic gaze toward Kaguya. At least I should take someone from the Ubuyashiki family. It was Gyako's last flicker of resistance. The task given by Muzan was to, first, investigate Tsujikuni Yoriichi and kill him, and second, bring back the heads of the Ubuyashikis. Dealing with Riezel, Gyako didn't even dare to consider. But if it was Kaguya, he felt compelled to drag this weak human down with him before he died, no matter what. However, as Gyako began to entertain such thoughts, he realized that someone was standing before him. Riezel, wielding hermit, appeared before Gyako at some point, towering over him. After a moment of silence, Riezel lowered his head and whispered something in Gyako's ear. Surprisingly, the whisper made Gyako's eyes widen in fear as he looked into Riezel's eyes. Before dying, this upper five seemed to foresee something. He foresaw the scene where his Supreme King would engage in a full-scale war with the monster before him. With such foresight, such fear, Gyako finally turned into a gust of flying ash, dissipating completely. As for the 4 clone demons of Hantengu, they had already disappeared, disappearing even faster than Gyako, as if deliberately fleeing, deliberately escaping this hellish place. With this, all the upper ranks who attacked the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps were gone. Riezel had truly accomplished it. Just as in his declaration to the upper ranks earlier, he could truly deal with all of them. They all dead. Kyujiro murmured subconsciously. However, little did he know, Riezel heard it and responded while shaking his head. No, one should have escaped. Riezel's unexpected words left everyone stunned. Near the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, next to the town. In a dark corner, a demon, small enough to fit in the palm of a hand, suddenly appeared. With long horns on his head and a face like a scared old man, it was unmistakably Hantengu. In truth, this was Hantengu's true form, the upper 4 himself. Kyujiro would never have imagined that, although Hantengu seemed to have split into 4, in reality, those 4 clones were in the end just clones. Hantengu's true body had always been hiding in the shadows, so no matter how many times the clones' heads were cut off, they could regenerate and split again. Only by beheading the true body could Hantengu be eliminated. However, Hantengu's true body had always lurked in the shadows, never appearing on the battlefield. Hantengu should have been grateful. Had he not been absent from the battlefield, even if he had become so small, hiding in the corner, Riezel would have been able to find him using the transparent world. When the 4 clone demons representing Hantengu's pleasure, anger, sorrow, and joy appeared at the Ubuyashiki estate, Riezel realized that Hantengu had already split. He attempted to find Hantengu's true body using the transparent world, but unfortunately, he couldn't locate it. As a result, Hantengu escaped unscathed. Even so, instead of feeling relief and happiness at still being alive, he felt only extreme fear, akin to facing his king. It's scary, too scary. Hantengu shuddered, overwhelmed by fear. I must escape. Thinking of that human swordsman wrapped in flames, who resembled a demon more than the demons themselves, his innermost feelings were completely dominated by fear. In no time, Hantengu began to flee frantically. Chapter 173, Brutal Truth. The day gradually brightened. As the sun rose from the horizon, what had been a nightmarish night for the residents of the town finally came to an end. At this moment, the members of the Kikuchi were running back and forth in the town, sometimes cleaning up the aftermath, sometimes aiding the wounded, making the entire town seem unusually bustling. However, at this point, the town had truly become a disaster area. Everywhere were either collapsed houses or debris strewn about, and even pools of blood staining the ground, glaringly visible under the sun. In such circumstances, many Kasugai crows continued to fly back and forth in the sky, sometimes flying out of the town and then returning, seemingly contacting relevant personnel and sending out intelligence. With such a major event unfolding, every member of the Demon Slayer Corps who was out on mission naturally hurried back, especially the Hashira. One by one, they all returned. Master. Master. Are you okay? It's such a relief that you're okay. All the Hashira gathered in a clean, temporary house, kneeling before Kagaya, who sat at the head of the room on a tatami mat. Each Hashira entered with a deep sense of concern on their faces, including the previously silent Ju and the expressionless Muichiro. It wasn't until they saw Kagaya safe and sound that a sense of relief washed over their faces. It's good to see you all back. Supported by his wife and children, Kagaya spoke, looking at the row of kneeling Hashira, his face wearing its usual gentle expression. However, amidst the relief, the Hashira also began to voice their concerns. I mean, Rengoku, what happened? Sanemi was the first to question Kyujiro, who knelt beside Kagaya. Why was Master still under threat with you around? You failed as Master's bodyguard. Abanai said coldly. You were clearly by Master's side, yet you appeared like this, causing him unnecessary distress. It's so unsightly. At this moment, Kyujiro did indeed look unsightly, his entire body wrapped in bandages, his clothes stained with blood, turning this once heroic and carefree man into a pitiful sight. I have no excuses. Kyujiro lowered his head, closing his eyes, showing no intention of offering any rebuttal. In this era, swordsmen still held true to the samurai code. Swearing allegiance to Kagaya as master meant that being an ineffective bodyguard was a dereliction of duty, a crime. For Kyujiro to be held accountable by the Hashira was not uncommon in this era. Even Tengen said as much. If you were a ninja, this would have been a seppuku moment. Tengen chimed in as he crossed his arms. Need me to do it for you? Though it won't be pretty. Facing his rather blunt remark, the other Hashira each reacted in turn. I don't have any objections. Michiru surprisingly spoke up, even though it was with a cold tone. It seemed that this seemingly reckless Mist Hashira truly valued Kagaya's safety and was angry about his current predicament. I have nothing to say. Ju chimed in with closed eyes, appearing detached from the situation. Although losing the flame Hashira is a significant blow to the core, someone has to step up to take responsibility for such a failure. Gyumei also chimed in before reciting a Buddhist prayer, looking mournful, tears streaming down his face. And no way, right? Mr. Rengoku did nothing wrong, right? Master is unharmed. Only Mitsuri, very excitedly, spoke up for Kyujiro, looking very anxious and flustered. Among the Hashira present, if one were to say who had the closest relationship with Kyujiro, it would undoubtedly be Mitsuri. After all, before becoming a Hashira, and even before developing love-breathing, Mitsuri was Kyujiro's Tsuguko. In other words, Mitsuri was Kyujiro's apprentice. It was also the reason why Mitsuri was able to develop and research love-breathing as a derivative breathing style of flame breathing and became one of the 9 Hashira. Now, seeing her former mentor being questioned, even falling to the point of having to perform seppuku as an apology, Mitsuri naturally panicked. Fortunately, Kagaya spoke up to ease the situation. Don't blame Kyujiro too much, none of us expected this incident, Kyujiro has done well. Master. Sanemi spoke up, his expression stern and somewhat terrifying. I've long felt that the security around you is too weak. If an incident like this were to happen again, your situation could become very dangerous. Please consider assigning more Hashira to your side for closer protection. I agree. Abanai nodded, his expression grim as he gestured to the white snake coiled around his neck. This incident serves as a lesson. We can't afford to repeat it. Thankfully, we're only dealing with the upper ranks this time. But if Kabutsuji Musen himself decides to step in, what then? Tengen chimed in, sounding dead serious. As much as I'd love to have a glamorous showdown with that Demon King, we gotta ensure your safety first, Master. Agreed. Michiru nodded in agreement. I'm fine with that. Ju chimed in casually. Please consider it, Master. Gyumei pleaded, tears welling up as he pressed his hands together. I am on board too. Mitsuri exclaimed, noticing the change in topic and eager to go along with it. Unfortunately, Kagaya shook his head, rejecting their proposal. I've said it before. Valuable combatants like the Hashira shouldn't be wasted on a dying man like me. Kagaya spoke gently. If I were to pass away, there are plenty in the Ubuyashiki family who could take my place. My children are all outstanding talents. But if any of you were to fall, it would be a significant loss to the core. Upon hearing this, the Hashira chimed in one after another. Please don't say that. Your life is the most precious thing to the core. Losing you would be the core's greatest loss. You should cherish yourself more, Master. Every Hashira spoke up one by one, including Kyujiro, without exception, indicating Kagaya's revered and high status in everyone's eyes. Kagaya was well aware of this, observing the Hashira with increasingly gentle gazes, yet he had no intention of changing his mind. Let's not dwell on my security issue anymore. Since our headquarters have been exposed, we need to relocate to a safer place as soon as possible. Kagaya said, turning to Kyujiro. Are the people in the town all arranged? Kyujiro lowered his head at the question and gave his report. Someone from the Kikushi just reported that all the wounded have been taken care of, and the unfortunate casualties have been counted. Thankfully, the casualties aren't severe. While the upper ranks attacked their respective targets, Gyako summoned aquatic creatures from his vases to also assault the town. Neither fully human nor demon, these creatures proved powerful, as ordinary demon slayers struggled against them. Fortunately, this town was the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, with stationed demon slayers, including some higher-ranked ones. Dealing with a group of aquatic creatures summoned as lower-level combatants wasn't much of a problem. As a result, while there were casualties, they weren't particularly serious. Moreover, after Gyako was beheaded by Riezel, his summoned aquatic creatures disappeared along with him, avoiding further trouble. The civilians who are safe and sound have been provided with an evacuation route, with the Kikushi offering full assistance. Only Kochu, due to her severe injuries, has not only partially paralyzed the Butterfly Mansion but may also be unable to get out of bed for a while. Kyujiro reported everything clearly. Except for Shinobu, every Hashira was currently present in this room. Since her injuries were too severe, as soon as the battle ended, she lost consciousness and hadn't woken up since. Even Shinobu went down. Mitsuri's expression darkened. Knowing this, the other Hashira fell silent, some even clenched their fists. Since the sudden attack last night had already been relayed to all the Hashira by Kasugai crows, it was clear that they knew the grim outcome Kyujiro and Shinobu faced against 3 upper ranks the moment they heard the news. Kyujiro faced the upper 4 alone, getting completely overwhelmed, sent flying, and if not for falling into the Ubuyashiki estate, he might have been killed by the upper 4. Shinobu was even worse off, heavily injured by the upper six, nearly losing her life. If it weren't for Daki's fondness for beautiful women and her habit of keeping them as reserve food, Shinobu might have been eaten the moment she fell, rather than being brought to the Ubuyashiki estate by Daki. Fortunately, although 3 upper ranks attacked together, whether it was Kyujiro or Shinobu, each only faced a single upper rank without being ganged up. Despite this, both of them still suffered devastating defeats. Are these upper ranks really that powerful? Tengen unintentionally muttered what all the Hashira were thinking at the moment. Very powerful. Kyujiro said, his tone unusually somber. Even the weakest of them could easily overpower a Hashira. Most of us probably wouldn't stand a chance in a one-on-one fight against an upper rank. Such a brutal truth shattered the pride of many Hashira. What about that guy? Sanemi questioned with a vicious glare. Where's the guy who supposedly took down 3 upper ranks with 1 attack? Upon hearing this, the other Hashira snapped back to attention, all eyes on Kyujiro. At the mention of the so-called guy from Sanemi's mouth, Kyujiro's heavy expression softened a bit. He's with Kochu. He said he has a way to help her recover quickly. Chapter 174, Take Responsibility. Butterfly Mansion. Usually, the old-fashioned courtyard of the Butterfly Mansion always exuded warmth and provided a truly beautiful view. Not only were there flowers and plants but also many precious herbs, emitting fragrances that attracted numerous butterflies, making them dance gracefully in the air, a sight to behold. Located somewhat remotely, the courtyard seemed to have escaped unscathed from the attacks of demons, avoiding destruction. However, when Riezel arrived at this place, he found many wounded people. Groans and cries emanated from various rooms, reaching even the courtyard, which overshadowed its picturesque scenery. Sorry. Excuse me. Make way. Wounded coming through. Hurry, bring the stretcher over. One by one, members of the Kikuchi brought the wounded into the Butterfly Mansion. Several little girls in white clothes also emerged from the mansion, directing the others to transport the wounded inside while carrying medicine boxes back and forth, seemingly engaged in constant healing work. Clearly, this bustling scene caused many people, sweating profusely from their efforts, to lament. There are too many wounded. We can't possibly attend to all of them. Moreover, Lady Shinobu is injured. We can't even treat the wounded properly without her. When will Lady Shinobu recover? Enough, let's focus on our work. Yes. Conversations like these intermittently arose from the Butterfly Mansion's personnel, making Riezel realize how chaotic this place had become without Shinobu's presence. Deciding not to disturb them, Riezel proceeded directly into the courtyard, heading toward the room where Shinobu resided. Surprisingly, the room was quickly revealed by a hurriedly passing little girl, who seemed too preoccupied to spare a thought for who Riezel was or why he was here, saving him the trouble of explanations. Soon, Riezel arrived at a relatively quiet room, pushed open the door, and entered. What greeted him was a rather ordinary room. Despite being a sick room, it was decorated warmly, giving no hint of its true purpose. Shinobu lay on the innermost bed, sound asleep. Riezel closed the door behind him and approached the bed, looking at the sleeping Shinobu. At this moment, she appeared to have received initial treatment, as the bloodstains on her body had been cleaned, and her clothes had been changed to a patient gown. Shinobu lay in bed, oblivious to his arrival. As Riezel saw her, her face was pale, lips devoid of color, her hair left untied, cascading into long strands, rendering her appearance much frilier than before. Faintly, he could see bandages wrapped around her body, stained with blood, indicating the severity of her injuries. Seriously, your condition is much worse than when I was brought in here before. Riezel muttered to himself, then extended his hand and pressed it against Shinobu's forehead. Perhaps due to being truly weakened, her temperature seemed high, indicating a fever. Riezel furrowed his brow, then began chanting a magic. Healing droplets, tears of light, eternal sanctuary. Compose a medicinal hymn, 365. The melody of the healer's almanac saves all things. Come, destruction of evil. The burial of wounds, interment of disease. Curses be gone in the light of vitality. In the name of all that is holy, I heal you. A pure white magic circle expanded beneath Riezel's feet, covering the area of the bed. Diaphragm. He completed the chant, unleashing the top-class healing magic from the world of Danmachi. In the next moment, rays of light showered down, landing on Shinobu's body. Under these rays of light, her pale complexion visibly began to recover, her once bloodless lips regaining color, and even her high body temperature seemed to gradually return to normal, making the breathing of this heavily injured insect Hashira stable. Riezel spared no expense in utilizing his mind, maximizing the effectiveness of Diaphragm, rendering the healing magic's effect surprisingly astounding. At least, compared to the level 2 Ermid, Riezel, who had reached the limit of level 5, surpassed her in both level and mag. While Ermid was known as the best healer, capable of supporting an entire frontline single-handedly with Diafratel, Riezel, with a higher level and much stronger mag, displayed a naturally evident effect when he unleashed his magic without holding back. And so, in just about 10 seconds, Shinobu seemed to be completely healed. Although one couldn't see how the wounds under her bandages were, they must have all been fully healed. With the healing magic finished, Riezel stopped using it and prepared to move his hand away. However, just as he was about to move his hand away, another hand suddenly reached out and grasped it. Elder sister. Shinobu tightly held the hand on her forehead, as if feeling warmth and nostalgia, murmuring unconsciously. With tears welling up in her eyes, she continued her dreamlike state. Watching this scene, Riezel fell into silence. He looked at Shinobu, who was holding his hand tighter and tighter as if she didn't want him to leave. Of course, if he wanted to break free, it would have been easy for him, but he decided not to. Riezel just stood there by the bedside, maintaining the posture of his hand resting on Shinobu's forehead, quietly watching her sleeping in the bed. In the end, this went on for a while, for who knows how long. At some point, with a vague murmur, Shinobu lying in the bed struggled to open her eyes. Are you awake? Riezel asked lightly. Shinobu's awareness seemed somewhat blurry, unable to immediately grasp what had happened. It wasn't until a while later that her pupils began to focus, seeing Riezel standing by the bed, seeing herself lying in the bed, and naturally, seeing the scene of herself tightly holding hands with him. In the next second, Shinobu fell silent. Riezel didn't rush to speak, continuing to quietly watch her. After a while, Shinobu finally spoke with a soft voice. Given this situation, can I ask you to take responsibility? Her words nearly made him roll his eyes. I can't take responsibility, but paying you could be considered, actually. After saying this, Riezel freed his hand from Shinobu's. That's too much. Shinobu complained, though it was unclear whether she was referring to his action of freeing his hand or to his words. How do you feel? Riezel asked calmly. You shouldn't be feeling any pain, right? Indeed, I don't. Shinobu sat up, glanced at her body, and made a surprised expression. Wait, how long have I been asleep? It was not weird for her to ask this question. She hadn't forgotten the multiple injuries she sustained at the hands of the upper six. Without a doubt, those were injuries severe enough to render even the most robust individual incapacitated. According to her understanding as a professional doctor and pharmacist, recovery to full health would take at least 2 to 3 months. However, now she felt as if all her injuries had healed. Aside from the slight discomfort caused by the bandages wrapped around her body, she no longer felt any discomfort. Clearly, this made Shinobu somewhat skeptical, wondering if she had slept for 2 to 3 months straight, sleeping until all her injuries had already recovered. You've slept for a night. The demon invasion happened just last night. Riezel quickly dispelled her doubts. A night, you say? Shinobu was truly dumbfounded. Only 1 night had passed. Did that mean all of her severe injuries were healed within 1 night? How could that be possible? With this astonishment, she quickly thought of something. What did you do to me? Shinobu looked at him with intense eyes. Your words will cause people to misunderstand, Missy. Riezel replied calmly. I didn't do anything, okay? Liar. Shinobu didn't believe a word. Apart from you, who else could do such a thing? It was worth noting that, in the 3 months prior, Riezel had defied logic more than once. For the evolution of sun breathing, he had been trying desperately. Just when he was at death's door, he would miraculously recover the next day, continuing his practice as if nothing happened. Evidently, this made Shinobu suspect earlier that Riezel might have some special body constitution. After all, in this world, there were indeed some people born with very special body constitutions. Like Tanjiro, who possessed an extremely keen sense of smell, being able to discern others' emotional fluctuations by scent alone, which was unbelievably unscientific and nonsense. Zenitsu and Inosuke were also examples, one with inhuman hearing, the other with an inhuman sense of touch, both manifestations of special body constitutions. Among the Hashira, there were also quite a few individuals with special body constitutions. Kyujiro was born with greater strength than ordinary people, hence he always saw protecting the weak as the duty of the strong. Tengen, having been a former ninja before joining the Demon Slayer Corps, possessed a certain degree of poison resistance and tremendous strength, not inferior to Kyujiro, with even better speed, surpassing the entire Hashira. Mitsuri's muscle density was 8 times that of an ordinary person. When her body was tensed, her defensive power would significantly increase, making her strength even greater than that of males. Additionally, there was Sanemi, who possessed a rare blood type that demons found irresistibly attractive. Just a whiff of its scent was enough to intoxicate them. All of these were examples of special body constitutions. Shinobu had previously regarded Riezel's abnormal ability to recover as a special body constitution, but now, it seemed like it wasn't as simple as that. Nevertheless, she didn't believe that she could recover from such severe injuries overnight without him having done something to her. Could you please tell me? Tsuji-ku-ni, Shinobu asked with a teasing tone. Following this, she leaned in close to his face with a mischievous smile, getting very, very close. Looking at her face up close, which was not only fair-skinned but also extremely beautiful, Riezel was at a loss for words. Chapter 175, Invitation. Riezel couldn't help but feel that Shinobu truly looked beautiful. Even when being this close to her, he couldn't see pores or even a hint of sweat on her face. All he saw was a flawless complexion, like porcelain, and features so perfectly proportioned they seemed sculpted, leaving a very good impression at first sight. However, the most shocking part was that such a flawless face didn't even have makeup on, what one called a bare face. To have such exquisite beauty even without makeup, one could only say that such a person, in Riezel's eyes, could only exist in 2D. Actually, when it came to appearance alone, many people could rival Shinobu. For example, Ace was universally acknowledged as beautiful, comparable to a goddess. Additionally, compared to Shinobu, Ace was only stronger, not weaker. Not to mention Riveria, a member of the elven royal family, whose beauty surpasses that of most goddesses, enough to make even goddesses jealous. Additionally, there was Lafia, only 15 years old, with a hint of immaturity and childishness. Yet, as a member of the elf race known for their outstanding beauty, her appearance definitely surpassed that of over 90% of the world's population. In the Akasha continent, there were also plenty of beauties, like Yuri, who was no less stunning compared to Ace. Even Marilyn, Ayn, and Ian, who served as her attendants, had remarkably outstanding appearances. As for her younger sister, Modeste, who was still 14 years old, she also possessed an unusually lively charm, the kind of princess who would easily be pampered by anyone in Riezel's past life. Needless to say, Riezel had never observed beautiful women like them up close before. Hence, when Shinobu's face got so close to him, it was somewhat challenging for his heart. As a result, Riezel instinctively pushed away Shinobu's face. "Don't get so close to me," Riezel said with a somewhat heartless tone. "You're unreasonable," Shinobu protested. "It's you who's being unreasonable," Riezel retorted, looking at her face expressionlessly. "I've already helped you get better, but you don't appreciate it and just mess around. Should have let you lay another 2 days before healing you." "So, you admit it then?" Shinobu stared at him with a peculiar look. "You admit that you're the one who healed me?" "Yeah," Riezel admitted honestly. "I stripped you naked and treated you from head to toe. Happy now?" Upon hearing this, the smile on Shinobu's face froze instantly. Was it the truth? Would her words earlier about him taking responsibility become a reality? Now, even Shinobu couldn't help but feel a bit flustered. She quickly stared at Riezel, trying to discern the truth from his face, but unfortunately, she didn't have that kind of time. Message. Message. A Kasugai crow suddenly flew in through the window, hovering in midair while its sharp beak emitted a series of sounds. Tsujikuni Yoriichi is requested at the temporary headquarters for a meeting. Urgent meeting. Undoubtedly, this was an invitation from Kagaya and the Hashira. "I'll be leaving then. You rest well." Riezel stood up. "Wait. I'll go with you." Shinobu stopped overthinking and said with a serious tone. With that, she quickly got out of bed. "You sure?" Riezel asked tentatively. "Don't you want to rest a bit more?" "No need, I feel better than ever physically." Shinobu resumed her cheerful demeanor. "If you are interested, you can work at the Butterfly Mansion. I can request Master for you to receive a salary, any amount you want." "I'll consider it," Riezel said casually. "I'll wait for you outside then." "Okay." Shinobu picked up her clothes to change. Riezel turned and headed toward the door, but before he could reach it, Shinobu suddenly asked a question. "Did I say anything while unconscious?" Shinobu's question made Riezel's footsteps halt. In the next second, with his back to her, he answered calmly. "None." After saying this, Riezel finally left the room, leaving only Shinobu standing still, holding onto her clothes, staring blankly for a while. "Tsujikuni really enjoys tricking people," Shinobu muttered softly. After being silent for a while, she quietly sighed. Although at that time she had already lost consciousness, she faintly felt the warmth and the hand placed on her forehead, which left a deep impression on her. Under that long-lost warmth and nostalgic touch, she was well aware that she would involuntarily say something at that moment. "Forget it, let's go to Master's place first." Shinobu shook her head, pushing aside the complex thoughts in her mind before finally taking off her patient gown. About half an hour later, Riezel and Shinobu arrived at the temporary headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps and entered the room filled with tatami mats. Kagaya sat at the main seat, accompanied by his wife and children. On the other hand, the Hashira were divided into 2 rows, sitting on either side like loyal subjects. As Riezel and Shinobu arrived, they immediately caught everyone's attention, causing all the Hashira to freeze. Kochu! Kyujiro exclaimed first, pleasantly surprised. You can get out of bed now. Yes, Rengoku. Shinobu replied with her usual smile. Thanks to Tsujikuni, my injuries seem miraculously healed. As you can see, there's no longer any problem. Shortly afterward, she knelt before Kagaya, who was seated in the main seat. I apologize for being late, master. It's all right, Shinobu. Please, have a seat. Kagaya seemed delighted, his eyes narrowing with a smile. It was evident that he was in a good mood. After all, not only had Shinobu already recovered and could resume her duties, but all the Hashira were also gathered again. Despite the life-threatening crisis of 3 upper ranks invading their headquarters, not a single Hashira had fallen. It was clearly a stroke of wonderful luck. Just this alone was enough to lift Kagaya's spirits. Yes, master. Shinobu responded respectfully before taking a seat beside Mitsuri, exchanging smiles with her. You should also take a seat, Your Excellency. Kagaya had a special seat prepared for Riezel, right across from him. All the Hashira sat directly on the tatami mats, with only Kagaya and Riezel having cushion-like seats, indicating that Riezel held a very high position of influence in Kagaya's eyes. Although some of the Hashira subtly furrowed their brows at Kagaya's preferential treatment, they had nothing to say. At this point, Riezel had earned the right to sit on equal terms with the other Hashira and even Kagaya himself. Last time, Riezel slew the upper 3. This time, Riezel had managed to defeat the upper 4, the upper 5, and the upper 6, 3 upper ranks falling under his sword, leaving only 2 upper ranks remaining. With such achievements and merits, it was worth the Demon Slayer Corps to regard him as the most distinguished guest. Of course, Riezel had earlier explained that the upper ranks he had truly slain were only the upper 5 and the upper 6, the lowest-ranking upper ranks, while the main body of the upper 4 had escaped, not encountering his sword. Furthermore, the upper 3 appeared to have surpassed his limits and managed to remain alive even after his head was chopped off. For this reason, up to now, only 2 upper ranks have truly died in his hands, both being the lowest-ranking upper ranks, which were the upper 5 and the upper 6. However, it couldn't be denied that there were quite a few upper ranks who lost to Riezel, including the upper 3 and the upper 4. Although they all managed to escape death, it still proved that they were not his opponents and met a crushing defeat at his hands. With such strength, no one could question it now. Hence, even Sanemi and Abanai, who had conflicts with Riezel before, though they still didn't show much expression, acknowledged his treatment to be on par with Kagaya's. Riezel naturally noticed the change in attitude among the Hashira, but he didn't care much. After all, he knew that among these Hashira, there were quite a few problem children, and many had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Riezel ignored the gazes of the Hashira and silently sat down in front of Kagaya. Do you have something on your mind? Riezel asked straightforwardly and concisely. I have a bit of news. Kagaya smiled at him, cleared his throat, and then continued. We're preparing to relocate the Corps' headquarters. Including the Ubuyashiki family, Rengoku family, and all the families of demon slayers in the town, everyone will be relocated along several predetermined hidden routes to another location. As for this place, we must leave behind. Truthfully, this decision didn't surprise Riezel. Once the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps was exposed, the urgent priority was to relocate quickly to avoid another demon invasion. Whether it was members of the Ubuyashiki family or residents of the town, they were all ordinary people without the ability to resist demons. If they were to face another invasion, the demon slayers would have to protect them while fighting demons, which would be somewhat difficult. For this reason, relocating the headquarters was necessary. As for where to relocate, Kagaya soon brought it up. We're preparing to temporarily relocate to the Swordsmith village. Kagaya sighed. Since the level of secrecy there is comparable to our current headquarters, the Swordsmith village is undoubtedly the best choice for a temporary headquarters we can think of for now. After listening quietly, Riezel finally spoke up with a calm voice. And then? Why are you telling me all this? I'd like to invite you to join us. Kagaya answered immediately, gazing at Riezel's calm eyes, his expression becoming more solemn and sincere. Has your opinion changed? If I were to invite you to join the Corps again right now, what would you say? Chapter 176, I have what he wants the most. At this moment, if one were to ask what Kagaya wanted most, it would undoubtedly be to keep Riezel in the Demon Slayer Corps. Witnessing Riezel's strength and seeing the potential in his body, Kagaya had come to view Riezel as hope, a hope for humanity to triumph over demons, to end the conflict between humans and demons once and for all. If it were this youth, he could surely defeat Muzan and make those demons that had persisted in the darkness for millennia disappear forever. It was the future Kagaya longed to see, the long-standing wish of the Ubuyashiki family and the Demon Slayer Corps. If this future could come to pass before his eyes, even if it meant drawing his last breath right now, he would be willing to do so 100 times over. Therefore, after a 3-month break, Kagaya once again extended an invitation to Riezel in front of the Hashira. As long as Riezel was willing to join the Demon Slayer Corps, then the next course of action for the Corps would be to spare no effort in finding Muzin's whereabouts. Later on, it would be the ultimate showdown between humans and demons, bringing an end to the tragedy in this generation. If they were victorious, demons would vanish entirely, and no one would ever again become demon food, putting an end to the fear of the night. If they were to fail, for the next few hundred years, there might be no one capable of stopping Muzin and stopping the atrocities of demons. Undoubtedly, this ultimate showdown would directly determine the future of this world. For this reason, Kaguya wanted to do everything in his power to make it happen, to tip the scales of war in favor of humankind. Of course, achieving this future wouldn't be easy. Even if he managed to invite Riezel, whether the Demon Slayer Corps could find Muzin remained uncertain. Muzin's whereabouts were always a mystery. For centuries, the Demon Slayer Corps had never given up on searching for him, yet they had never once succeeded in pinpointing his location. As the progenitor of demons, Muzin possessed the ability to completely mimic others, able to change his appearance at will. Whether it be appearance, gender, or even scent and aura, he could freely change them, making it impossible for anyone to recognize him, even as he roamed among humans. He was adept at disguise, skilled at blending into crowds, sometimes appearing male, sometimes female, sometimes an adult, sometimes a child, his true form entirely unknown. With the ability to change anything visible to the naked eye, trying to track down Muzin's trail was like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Clearly, the intelligence network of the Demon Slayer Corps had become quite mature and powerful. With Kasugai crows freely flying around the world to gather intelligence and the Kikushi assisting behind the scenes, coupled with the long-standing influence of the Ubuyashiki family, even national secrets could easily be obtained by the Corps. Yet, even so, whenever the Demon Slayer Corps pinpointed Muzin's position, he had already changed his appearance and calmly left. In such circumstances, the Demon Slayer Corps rarely had the opportunity to directly formulate approaches and strategies against Muzin. At most, they could only hunt ordinary demons and treat the 12 Kazuki as threats to deal with. Riezel may have the strength to defeat Muzin, but if his position couldn't be found, it would all be in vain. Unfortunately, Kaguya couldn't do anything about it. He understood that this was the closest he had come to fulfilling the long-standing wish of the Demon Slayer Corps and the Ubuyashiki family. If it couldn't be achieved, then it would be fate. Kaguya only wanted to facilitate everything as much as possible. At least before he fell, he hoped to see the Demon Slayer Corps have a chance of defeating Muzin. However, Kaguya, who was thinking like this, didn't know that the future he imagined might come sooner than he thought. Actually, I'm not particularly opposed to joining the Demon Slayer Corps. Riezel finally answered. Since the evolution of sun breathing was complete and he had obtained his own Nichiren sword, even awakening abilities like the transparent world, joining the Demon Slayer Corps to hunt demons wouldn't be a bad choice. However, there was something he wanted to make clear first. However, if I stay in the Demon Slayer Corps, all of you may always encounter unimaginable dangers. Riezel's words left everyone present stunned. Unimaginable dangers? Mitsuri asked, surprised and nervous. What do you mean? Demons. That's right. Riezel nodded lightly. Shortly after I arrived here, this place was exposed, and 3 upper ranks were immediately sent over. Do you think that's just a coincidence? Everyone immediately furrowed their brows. It's not a coincidence. Riezel continued. My appearance caught Kibutsuji Muzin's attention, so he sent his people to investigate me, track my movements, and ultimately expose this place. Tamayo had said that upon hearing the name, Tsujikuni Yoriichi, Muzin would surely take action. As a result of this action, Riezel's presence in this place was tracked, and the location of the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps was exposed. Do you mean that as long as you stay within the Corps, Kibutsuji Muzin won't give up? He'll send demons again to find you, attack you, and then the location of the Corps' headquarters will be exposed again. Is that what you mean? Kyujiro asked tentatively. Well, isn't that just perfect? Sanemi immediately chimed in, gripping his Nichiren sword at his waist with a fierce look on his face. I've been itching to find demons, to find those upper-rank bastards. If they dare to attack again this time, I'll make sure to kill them all. Yes. Abanai's eyes gleamed with a cold light. I was just thinking, I want to see if those upper ranks are really that powerful. Well said. Tengen crossed his arms, highly approving. If we could have a magnificent showdown, I'd raise both hands and feet in favor. Amitba. Gyumei folded his hands together, chanting the Buddhist mantra, not opposing the other's opinions. Ju and Wichiru remained silent, but by their expressions, it seemed they were also prepared to engage in battle with demons at any moment. Shinobu, however, looked silently at Riezel, feeling that things weren't as simple as they seemed. At this moment, the opinions of the Hashira were surprisingly unanimous, with none showing a hint of fear. Evidently, the attack on their headquarters, the destruction of their town by demons, and even their revered master being in danger, all of this made the Hashira feel both enraged and frustrated. Coupled with the miserable defeats of Kujuru and Shinobu at the hands of the upper ranks, it further fueled their sense of unwillingness. If the Hashira always lost to the upper ranks, didn't that mean they were completely powerless against the upper ranks? With this thought in mind, even Jyomiai, Ju, and Michiro, who were always calm, wanted to fight the upper ranks to witness and experience their power, not to mention the hot-tempered Sanemi and Abanai. Given this, they truly couldn't wait for the upper ranks to appear before them. Even though the 12 Kazuki were always searching for the whereabouts of the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps and the Ubuyashiki family, the Corps was also constantly seeking the 12 Kazuki's location. Both sides were sworn enemies, so there wasn't much to say. As long as no worries were holding them back, they would have gone to battle right then and there, no question about it. Fear of battle, except for the coward Zenitsu, probably did not exist within the entire Demon Slayer Corps. However, what if the one who's coming for me is Kibutsuji Muzan himself? When Riezel said this with a calm voice, everyone's expression suddenly changed. What? Kagaya was also stunned upon hearing this. Time rewound to yesterday. Before dawn, after Riezel successfully slew 2 upper ranks, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps and the town's residents rushed back and forth, assisting the wounded and tidying up in the aftermath. At that moment, Riezel returned to the deep mountains and once again met Tamayo and Yashiro. Tamayo had witnessed Riezel's entire battle, seeing with her own eyes the scene where he beheaded 7 upper ranks with a single strike. Because of this, she was now convinced and had no more doubts about his strength. You're a swordsman who's not weaker than Tsujikuni Yoriichi, I'm convinced of that. Tamayo said with a nod but then added with an anxious tone. But I'm worried that Kibutsuji Muzan, who has also confirmed this, will make the same decision as hundreds of years ago after seeing your performance tonight. What decision? He will hide and won't show up again until you've passed away. Tamayo continued with a worried tone. If things turn out like that, it will be troublesome. It was entirely possible. As Tamayo had mentioned before, Muzan was a coward and very afraid of death. He was so fearful to the point that he rarely allowed the members of the 12 Kazuki to gather together, worried that they would pose a threat by uniting to rebel against him. He was afraid of Yoriichi's strength, so he hid, hiding for decades until Yoriichi passed away, and only then did he come out. Now, with Riezel overpowering 3 upper ranks with just 1 strike, such strength, such performance, were likely to once again arouse Muzan's cowardice, causing this Demon King to hide for decades again. Tamayo was worried that if things turned out that way, the hope they had finally seen of defeating Muzan would be directly shattered. Muzan possessed an ability to disguise perfectly, capable of transforming into anyone in this world and concealing his aura. If he truly wanted to hide, there was simply no one in this world who could find him. Tamayo added. If even Muzan couldn't be found, then Riezel's extraordinary power would be of no use. Yoriichi was an example of this. Because Muzan had escaped, Yoriichi, who was undoubtedly an overpowered and cheat-like existence in this world, never again had the opportunity to face Muzan, carrying this regret to his grave. Tamayo was very afraid that Riezel would meet the same fate as Yoriichi. However, after Tamayo expressed her concerns, Riezel denied it with confidence. No, this time he won't hide. Gazing at the sky, Riezel stated firmly, his expression serene. He won't hide. Tamayo blinked slightly in confusion. Yeah. Riezel nodded calmly, a sudden smile appearing on his face as he turned his gaze toward Tamayo. Because I have what he wants the most. Chapter 177, Demon Slayer Mark, Bright Red Nichiren Sword, and Transparent World. As someone known by Tamayo to be exceptionally cowardly and afraid of death, Muzan had an immense obsession with immortality. Muzan, the progenitor of demons, was born during the distant Heian period. Even before his birth, his heart had stopped beating in his mother's womb, and he came into the world stillborn. Although he eventually survived, he was diagnosed with a terminal illness and was told he wouldn't live past 20, always remaining bedridden. Someone like him should have died a long, long time ago. However, a doctor developed a medicine to extend his life, thus changing Muzan's fate. Yes, Muzan was originally a human who could die and could get sick. It wasn't until after he took the medicine from the doctor that his body transformed. He not only regained his health but also obtained eternal life and immense power. From that moment on, the world saw the emergence of a new kind of monster, a demon. With that, the so-called progenitor of demons was born this way. After becoming a demon, Muzan possessed a body that could recover from any injury, never age, and never die. Despite this, he still pursued perfection, aiming to overcome his weakness to sunlight and become immortal in the truest sense. As a result, in his search for immortality and perfect life, Muzan abandoned his family and original identity, wandering the world. Tamayo became a demon was also because Muzan wanted to utilize her expertise in pharmacology to develop a drug that could overcome sunlight. As someone familiar with the original work, Riezel naturally knew about Muzan's obsession with immortality and understood what he had been seeking in the world for 1,000 years. Blue Spider Lily. Riezel revealed the secret, known to very few. Kibutsuji Musen researched the formula of the medicine made by the doctor and discovered that it was actually incomplete. It required a plant called blue spider lily to become a finished product. Needless to say, Musen had been searching for traces of the blue spider lily all along to complete the unfinished medicine and become the ultimate immortal monster. Knowing this fact, after Riezel beheaded the 7 demons in the Ubuyashiki estate, he whispered something into Gyako's ear just before he turned to ash. Blue spider lily is in my hands. Riezel was certain that these words had already reached Musen's ears. Musen could give his blood to others, turning them into demons and thereby exerting complete control over them. Those who became demons through his blood could not only have their minds read when near him but also have their directions and locations sensed. They could even engage in telepathic communication and share visions, allowing him to know everything happening to them to the greatest extent. Although this control had its limitations such as decreased precision over long distances or reduced control when his own condition was poor, generally speaking, barring unforeseen circumstances, all demons were under his control, and he knew their every action. Because of this, Riezel could confidently tell everyone. Kibutsuji Musen definitely heard what I said back then. Riezel stated calmly. So, he will definitely come looking for me. In the face of his obsession with immortality, Musen, no matter how cowardly, wouldn't stay silent and hide again as he did hundreds of years ago. He had been searching for the blue spider lily since the Heian period, for over 1,000 years, with no results. Now, with the sudden news of it, no matter what, he would go crazy for it. Even if he feared and dreaded Riezel's strength, or was shocked that Riezel knew about the blue spider lily, or even suspected a trap, he would still take action for immortality and a perfect life. After all, this was his only obsession. Riezel didn't believe Musen could restrain his 1,000-year obsession and hide without even attempting to confront him. You could say, from the moment I mentioned blue spider lily to the upper 5, it was inevitable that Kibutsuji Musen and I would face each other. In a room covered with tatami mats, Riezel declared confidently in front of the higher-ups of the Demon Slayer Corps. Perhaps, it won't be long before we have a battle. With those words coming out of Riezel's mouth, the room instantly fell silent. Even Kagaya, along with everyone present, had their breath slightly quickened in that instant. No choice. If all this was true, it meant one thing: the one they had always dreamed of finding and eliminating but could never locate was about to appear. When that happened, as long as they killed him, all the demons in the world would perish. No one would be eaten by demons anymore. No one would suffer from the loss of their loved ones anymore. No one would despair anymore. No one would lose their happy lives anymore. After all, each Hashira had, to some extent, lost their original lives and loved ones to demons. Naturally, this led them to harbor a deep-seated hatred toward demons, resenting them and desiring to exterminate every last one, especially Musen. Because of him, the demons that killed their loved ones existed in this world. In other words, the tragedies in their lives were all caused by his actions. With the imminent appearance of the culprit of everything, how could the Hashira remain calm? At this moment, several astonishing auras filled the room. One was surrounded by whirlwinds. Another had flames igniting on his body. Another had water flowing around his body. Some caused anomalies in the atmosphere around them, with sounds like sonic booms or the shadow of a snake rising behind, looking particularly terrifying. Cough, cough. Even Kagaya started coughing from his intense emotions, coughing so hard that blood dripped onto the tatami. In the next second, his wife and children panicked, hastily patting his back and feeding him medicine. Riezel watched all this, furrowing his brows, not saying a word. Nonetheless, at this point, even if he didn't speak, no one present could ignore him. Is everything you said true? Sanemi stared at Riezel with bloodshot eyes, squeezing out the words through gritted teeth. Kibutsuji Musen will come to find you. Are you absolutely sure? All the Hashira's gazes instantly focused on Riezel, filled with various intense emotions. Riezel had expected the members of the Demon Slayer Corps to be excited if he told them about Musen's matter, but he hadn't expected such a very strong reaction. In fact, it was actually understandable. After all, Riezel wasn't one of the Demon Slayer Corps, unlike these people who had experienced despair, pain, and the nightmare of having their loved ones taken by demons. Even if he knew through the original work that the Hashira had various tragic pasts, knowing was one thing, understanding them was another. In light of this, Riezel had to remind them. You all seem to think this is a good thing, but I don't. Riezel poured cold water on their excitement. I won't comment on myself, but for you guys, if you face Kibutsuji Musen, there's only one outcome: complete annihilation. Evidently, this splash of cold water extinguished the intense emotions in the hearts of the Hashira. Only a few Hashira, who had very deep grudges against demons, were completely undeterred. As long as we can kill Kibutsuji Musen, who cares about complete annihilation? Sanemi shouted. Even if I die, I'll drag him to hell with me. No, the problem is, I'm afraid you won't even be able to do that. Riezel said mercilessly. You can't even defeat the upper ranks. Even if you all go together, without the mark, without the transparent world, without the bright red knicker and sword, you won't be able to hurt him at all. What did you say? Sanemi abruptly stood up. Riezel glanced at Sanemi indifferently, then looked away, showing he didn't want to talk to him much. Seeing this, Sanemi lost his temper. Sanemi. Cough. Just as Sanemi was about to rush over and grab Riezel's collar, Kagaya spoke up in time. Don't be disrespectful to His Excellency. He saved me, saved the entire Abuyashiki family, and saved the core. Kagaya's simple sentence calmed Sanemi down. At this moment, it was Abanai, who had also had conflicts with Riezel and had never been very friendly, who spoke up. What are these so-called mark, transparent world, and bright red knicker and sword you're talking about? His question successfully shifted everyone's attention to this topic. I remember, Tsujikuni mentioned these three names last time. Shinobu suddenly brought up the topic. Ah, that's right. Mitsuri also recalled it. So, what is it? It sounds pretty flamboyant to me. Tingen couldn't help but speak up. Ju, Michiru, Gyumiai, and Kyujiro also showed expressions of interest. Seeing their reactions, Riezel thought for a moment before deciding to explain. Well, it doesn't matter if I tell you. Riezel crossed his hands over his chest. The so-called mark, bright red knicker and sword, and transparent world refer to three types of ability. The mark, also called the Demon Slayer mark, is a veined mark that appears on the bodies of demon slayers, greatly enhancing their physical abilities. The bright red knicker and sword is an ability that significantly increases damage to demons, even reducing their regenerative abilities. The transparent world is an ocular extrasensory perception that alters your vision, allowing you to perceive other living beings as if they were transparent. Once achieved, it maximizes perception, enables seeing through bodies, and significantly enhances movement speed, attack prediction, and reflexes. Riezel explained calmly to everyone. These three abilities, if you manage to get one, can really boost your strength and make you a bigger threat to demons. If you have all three, you might stand a chance against an upper rank. In fact, even a low-ranking demon slayer with these three abilities could easily pose a threat to an upper rank. Chapter 178, Head Instructor. If the emergence of breathing styles allowed humans to confront demons directly, then abilities like the Demon Slayer mark, the bright red knicker and sword, and the transparent world further enhance these humans, making them high-end combat power capable of facing even the strongest demons. Whether it was the Demon Slayer mark or the transparent world, any of these abilities noticeably increased human strength. Even the bright red knicker and sword, though useless against anything other than demons, had significant destructive power against them. Therefore, among the Hashira, all but one had to awaken at least one of these abilities to have the power to confront an upper rank. So that's how it is. Every Hashira was deeply shocked upon learning the three abilities. It couldn't be helped. Because the legacy of the Demon Slayer core had been lost and destroyed many times throughout history, it remained incomplete. Most of the Hashira knew almost nothing about the Demon Slayer mark, the bright red knicker and sword, or the transparent world. Only Kagaya, after coughing a few times, spoke up. Regarding the bright red knicker and sword and transparent world, I won't discuss those two abilities. However, in the history passed down within the Abuyashiki family, I've seen records about the mark. Kagaya revealed this information. Legend has it that during the Sengoku period, some of the first-generation demon slayers, who had pushed Kibutsuji Musen to the brink several times, had veined marks on their bodies. I believe that must be the so-called Demon Slayer mark. Upon hearing Kagaya's explanation, Riezel smirked. Pushed Kibutsuji Musen to the brink, huh? Riezel was skeptical about this claim, but he didn't correct it. That is indeed the Demon Slayer mark. Demon slayers who awaken the mark have significantly more strength than ordinary demon slayers. Whether they could push Kibutsuji Musen to the brink, I don't know, but they certainly had the power to push the upper ranks to the brink, that's unquestionable. Upon hearing this, the Hashira couldn't stay calm. Young Tsujikuni, are you this strong because you've mastered the three abilities you mentioned? Kyujiro asked hastily, causing the eyes of every Hashira present to burn with intensity. If Riezel was strong because he possessed these three abilities, did that mean they could become just as strong if they also acquired them? Thoughts like this couldn't help but arise in the minds of the Hashira. Unfortunately, Riezel dashed their hopes. I did awaken the transparent world, but that's all. I haven't awakened the mark or the bright red knicker and sword. His words shocked everyone. Just one ability made you this strong. Mitsuri covered her mouth, looking incredulous. No, my strength has nothing to do with how many abilities I've unlocked. Riezel shook his head. Although the mark and the bright red knicker and sword are indeed impressive, to me, they're just that, decent. Especially the mark, it comes with a terrifying price after awakening it. I know how to awaken it, but I don't plan to. Price. Sanemi seemed particularly concerned about this. What price? Riezel glanced at him for a second, then answered calmly. The mark is an ability that boosts strength by overdrawing one's life force. In other words, using the mark shortens your lifespan. Everyone who has awakened the mark rarely lived past 25 years old. As soon as Riezel finished saying this, everyone fell silent. It was because of this side effect that Riezel didn't plan to awaken the Demon Slayer mark. In his view, the Demon Slayer mark might be good, but it was just that. Among the Hashira, the weakest one had strength equivalent to lower level 4, while the weakest among the upper ranks was about upper level 4. In other words, if a Hashira used the Demon Slayer mark, even the weakest one would have the power to directly confront the weakest among the upper ranks. It might sound impressive, but just increasing strength from lower level 4 to upper level 4 wasn't that amazing. In this world, the Demon Slayer mark was undoubtedly a strong ability, but to Riezel, it seemed just average. With an overpowered enchant magic like Aerial that allowed one to challenge opponents with a higher level, an ability that only allowed one to challenge opponents half a level wasn't that appealing. Without any side effects, it might be worth trying, but with a side effect as severe as reducing one's lifespan, it was better left alone. Considering this, Riezel never thought about awakening the Demon Slayer mark from the beginning. As for the bright red Nichiren sword, he had some interest at first, but now, this ability was redundant for someone who had the Pioneer of the Sun. Against demons, the Pioneer of the Sun's special attack capability against evil entities was certainly more lethal than the bright red Nichiren sword, not to mention, his Nichiren sword, Hermit, also had a massively damaging effect on demons. Moreover, sun breathing, as the first and origin of breathing styles, has a sunlight-like restraining effect on demons, like his previous use of Sun Halo Dragon Head Dance, which could temporarily suppress a demon's regenerative ability, even causing them intense pain. Because of this, the bright red Nichiren sword was no longer important to Riezel. Among the three abilities, only Transparent World had significant usefulness to him, while the other two were either unacceptable due to their side effects or had become redundant. Given this, Riezel neither planned to awaken the Demon Slayer mark nor to delve into the bright red Nichiren sword, as having the Transparent World was already enough for him. Of course, this was a different matter for the Hashira. As long as we awaken the mark and the other two abilities, we can defeat the upper ranks. Shinobu, speaking on behalf of all the Hashira, made the final confirmation. To her question, Riezel gave a straightforward answer. Let's not talk about the strongest upper one right now. That guy's on a whole different level compared to the other upper ranks. But aside from him, as long as you all can use all three abilities, you'll at least have a chance of defeating the other upper ranks in a one-on-one fight. In Riezel's view, the strength of the Hashira could be divided into three tiers. Firstly, there were the Insect Hashira, Kocha Shinobu, the Love Hashira, Kenroji Mitsuri, and the Mist Hashira, Takatum Wichiru. Since these three were relatively the youngest among the Hashira, their strength was comparatively weaker. They were at the bottom tier of the Hashira, equivalent to lower level 4. Next, there were the Flame Hashira, Rengoku Kyujuru, the Water Hashira, Tomioka Juo, the Wind Hashira, Shinazugawa Sanemi, the Sound Hashira, Yuzuitingen, and the Serpent Hashira, Iguro Abanai. Since these five were the backbones of the Hashira, they possessed relatively stronger strength, equivalent to middle level 4. Finally, there was the Stone Hashira, Haimjima Gyumii. Riezel glanced at the monk who was silently weeping with his hands clasped together. Gyumii was the oldest among the Hashira, already 27 years old. Yet, it was precisely because he was the oldest that he was also the strongest. As such, the strongest of the 12 Kazuki was the upper one and the strongest in the Demon Slayer Corps was this Stone Hashira, Haimjima Gyumii. Gyumii's strength was approximately equivalent to upper level 4, making him the only one among the current Hashira who could confront an upper rank head-on without the three abilities. Even so, upper level 4 was still the weakest strength among the upper ranks. For instance, Gyutara, the upper 6, was roughly at upper level 4. Gyako, the upper 5, was about the same. As for the upper 4, Hantengu, though his ability was tricky, Gyumii wouldn't struggle too much if he knew the right strategy. Gyumii could even hold his own against the upper 3, Akaza. Unfortunately, this was probably his limit. Going beyond that, without using any of the three abilities, it would become very difficult for him to win. Especially the upper one, he was on a whole other level. Riezel suspected the upper one had the strength equivalent to level 5, so even if Gyumii used all three abilities, he wouldn't be able to defeat the upper one one-on-one. However, excluding the upper one, if the Hashira could awaken all three abilities, they would have some chance of victory against the other upper ranks in one-on-one, especially Gyumii. If Gyumii used the Demon Slayer mark, the Transparent World, and the bright red Nichiren sword, he would be at least at the limit of level 4, possibly even reaching middle level 5. Such strength would give him a good chance of victory, even against the upper 2. As Riezel provided the answer, all the Hashira exchanged glances with each other. Tingen held his forehead. Since that's the case, isn't the solution already laid out brilliantly before us? Every Hashira's eyes ignited with flames. Seeing this, Riezel understood that these people were really ready to go all out. You know the way to awaken those three abilities, right? Abanai asked with a serious expression. Please, tell us. Without a doubt, all the Hashira present were willing to bear the consequence of using the Demon Slayer mark. As long as we can kill the upper ranks, kill Kabutsuji Musen, dying instantly wouldn't matter, let alone living until 25. Sanemi's eyes gleamed fiercely. That's right. Kyujiro crossed his arms, a cheerful smile still on his face. Amitba. Gyumei chanted the Buddha's name again, tears streaming down even more than before. Shinobu, Jo, and Michiru remained silent, but their expression clearly expressed their intentions. Even the seemingly weakest and clumsy Mitsuri was the same. Seeing the Hashira with eyes full of a readiness to die, Riezel fell silent. He understood that saying more would be useless. If none of you are really afraid of death, I can grant your wish. Riezel's indifferent words seemed quite heartless, but even so, many people in the room cast grateful glances at him, even bowing their heads to him in respect. Kagaya silently observed everything, neither stopping nor saying more, merely announcing one thing. From today onward, the Demon Slayer Corps will establish a head instructor position, to be held by His Excellency, Tsujikuni Yoriichi. Moreover, the status of head instructor is above the Hashira and equal to mine. Everyone must obey head instructor Tsujikuni Yoriichi's orders and prepare for the final battle with the demons. To Kagaya's announcement, all the Hashira had only one response. Yes. Chapter 179, Infinity Castle. It was a very peculiar space. What made it peculiar was the chaotic arrangement of the buildings, presenting a very eerie layout. No one knew where this was, or rather, those who knew of this place were generally not human. Plink-plunk. At a certain moment, as the sound of a biwa being plucked suddenly resounded, a figure suddenly appeared as if by teleportation. Where is this? Looking left and right, the figure was momentarily startled, then immediately recognized this place. Infinity Castle. Infinity Castle, a castle unknown to most but indeed existing in this world. It was the supreme headquarters of the 12 Kazuki that was not located in any particular spot on the ground but was like this, in a strange space. Now, someone had clearly summoned demons here, calling forth the few remaining upper ranks of the 12 Kazuki. For example, the figure who had just appeared. Peach-colored short hair, body covered in deep blue tattoos. Clearly, it was none other than Akaza, who had once been considered dead by Riezel before. Meanwhile, just as Akaza appeared, another figure approached him from behind. My, isn't this Lord Akaza? Saying this, the newcomer approached Akaza affectionately, smiling brightly. He was a young man with platinum blonde hair and irises that shimmered in a rainbow hue. He wore a red turtleneck with a design that made it look as if the area between his neck and upper chest was covered by a black substance, which seemed to be dripping slightly down his body and repeating at his wrists and hands, as well as on the small circular blood stain on the top of his head. He had a slender build, taller than Akaza, and the Japanese characters 4, upper rank, and 2 were inscribed in his rainbow-like eyes, revealing his identity to those who saw them. Yes. He was none other than the upper 2, ranked second among the 12 Kazuki, a demon just below the upper 1, Doma. Long time no see, how have you been lately? Doma reached out his hand, seemingly intending to rest it on Akaza's shoulder. However, before it could happen, Akaza suddenly punched his outstretched hand. The force was so strong that it instantly exploded his hand. Don't touch me. Akaza looked coldly at Doma as if saying, I'll kill you if you dare to reach out your hand again. Such a vicious attitude, not even shown when facing Riezel, was now displayed by Akaza. It was evident how much disdain this upper 3 held for the upper 2. Surprisingly, Doma seemed unperturbed. You're really heartless, you know. Clearly, I was just showing concern for you. Doma shook his severed hand, which regenerated in a second, like a torn cloth coming back to life. If demon slayers were to witness this, they would surely be astonished by his regenerative ability that could restore severed limbs in the blink of an eye. Well, looks like you're doing just fine then. Doma added with a smirk. I thought after you got your head chopped off once, even if you miraculously survived, there would be some lingering effects. Wanna give it a try? Akaza's attitude remained icy. If you want, I can twist your head off your neck right now. If that would make you happy, I'm happy to oblige. Doma's smile didn't waver. Or should I just twist it off myself for you? You can take it home if you like. Although Doma seemed to be joking, Akaza knew that if he agreed, this man wouldn't mind twisting his own head off. TCH. Akaza clicked his tongue in annoyance, emanating an ominous aura from his whole body. Just as he was about to launch an attack on Doma, a deep voice sounded, stopping him. That's enough. The deep voice rumbled like distant thunder, reaching the ears of Akaza and Doma, causing both to turn their heads to the side. Over there, appearing seemingly out of nowhere, stood another figure. It was a man wearing a kimono with a purple and black hexagonal pattern and black hakama pants, his long black hair tied up into a high ponytail. He also had red flame-like markings on the top left side of his forehead and the bottom right of his chin, while a sword hung at his waist, resembling an ancient samurai. However, what was peculiar was that he had 3 pairs of eyes on his face with yellow irises and red flesh sclera that had black straight lines diverging from each iris, with Japanese characters engraved in the middle pair. Left eye, upper rank. Right eye, 1. From this, it was clear that he was the strongest of the 12 Kazuki, ranked only below the Demon King, the upper one. Kokusebu. Akaza glared at the newcomer with hostility, fighting intent, and seriousness. Lord Kokusebu. Long time no see. Doma, however, remained as warm and affectionate as ever, seeming quite pleased to see the strongest of the 12 Kazuki, the only upper rank ranked above him. Kokusebu ignored their words, instead fixing his terrifying 6 eyes on the 2. This is Lord Musen's personal summons. Those who don't understand the situation. If you continue to fool around, I will personally take action. With such words, a pressure strong enough to overwhelm everything around immediately emanated from Kokushibu's body. Feeling this pressure, Akaza's complexion grew more and more serious, and even Doma stopped acting carefree. Akaza, Doma, and Kokusebu then looked ahead together, gazing at the one who had summoned them to the Infinity Castle. It was a woman holding a biwa, dressed in a black kimono, with long black hair, and bangs that hung down to cover half of her face, completely obscuring her eyes. Apparently, the biwa sound that had been playing in the Infinity Castle from the beginning was her doing. Lady Nakime. Doma greeted the biwa woman sitting at the other end of the building. Where is Lord Musen? Akaza inquired. Nakime was in charge of managing the Infinity Castle. Although she was not part of the 12 Kazuki and did not have a number, she was Musen's attendant, specifically assisting him, similar to a secretary. Because of this, the demons of the 12 Kazuki did not treat her as a mere lower-ranked demon. Moreover, the reason Akaza and the others suddenly appeared in the Infinity Castle was also because of Nakime's blood demon art. In light of this, since she had summoned them with her blood demon art, it was clearly because Musen had given her such an order. And indeed, this was the case. Lord Musen has been here for a long time. As soon as Nakime's faint voice sounded, Akaza and the others felt as though the space in front of them suddenly twisted and distorted. Soon, a Japanese-style door opened in front of the 3, revealing a room that seemed out of place in the Infinity Castle. It seemed to be a study, filled with various bookshelves and books. Inside the room stood a tall young man wearing a suit with the coat removed, his skin as pale as paper, bowing his head to read a book in front of a bookshelf with his back to the 3. Even when he appeared in front of them, he had no intention of turning around, still engrossed in his book. However, at the first sight of him, the 3 quickly kneeled down. Lord Musen. Akaza, Doma, and Kokusebu respectfully greeted their king. Indeed, the young man was none other than the progenitor of demons, the demon king who had been living in the world for over 1,000 years, Kibutsuji Musen. He seemed like an ordinary human man, with no trace of anything unusual emanating from his back facing them. Yet, the moment he spoke, the entire Infinity Castle seemed to tremble. Gyako, Gyutara, Daki. Musen's voice, devoid of any emotion, sounded indifferent as he spoke. They're dead. With just these words, Akaza, who was kneeling with his head bowed, had his pupils shrink. Gyako and Gyutara, dead. Doma exclaimed in shock. What happened? Kokusebu remained silent, only lifting his head, his 6 eyes showing a hint of surprise. After all, it had been 113 years since there had been any changes among the upper rank, and now, all of a sudden, 2 upper ranks had died at once. What actually happened? However, despite the shock of the 3, Musen paid them no attention whatsoever, not even bothering to explain how and why. I haven't been this furious in years. Musen's voice, carrying a raging fury within its icy coldness, echoed in the ears of the 3. It's not because of their deaths, but because of your incompetence. In an instant, a terrifying pressure, as if it could crush anything into minced meat at any moment, permeated the Infinity Castle with unparalleled clarity. Because of your incompetence, the blue spider lily has yet to be found, leading to the situation I'm in now. What use are you to me? Do you have any value left? Each of Musen's words shook the hearts of the 3, shaking their bodies and causing blood to flow from their mouths, noses, ears, and eyes. Despite this, the 3 dared not even breathe a sigh. After all, it was the first time they had seen their king so furious, and they couldn't help but feel a little fearful. It was well known that Musen was ruthless and cruel. Generally, when he was this angry, it usually meant someone had to die to quell his rage. Even if they didn't know what had happened or why their king was so angry, they could only endure it. Reasoning with him. Useless. Musen was temperamental. He would immediately tear off their limbs if someone tried to reason with him. What made it worse was that even entertaining such thoughts was forbidden since he could even read their minds and hear their innermost feelings. As a result, even though Akaza, Doma, and Kokusebu were esteemed members of the upper ranks and ranked among the top 3, they could only bear Musen's wrath silently. After a while, Musen calmed down slightly. I'll give you one last chance. Musen's voice was cold as he spoke, echoing slowly through the Infinity Castle. Get ready, war is coming. Chapter 180, Kokushibu's Hatred and Weeping. War. Upon hearing Musen's declaration, Kokushibu, Akaza, and Doma were taken aback. Unfortunately, Musen didn't elaborate further. After all, this was just how the Demon King was, not only cruel and ruthless but also viewing the demons he created as tools to find the blue spider lily and eradicate the demon slayer core. He himself lacked human sensibility, a being diametrically opposed to the concept of human both physically and mentally. Truly, there were many twisted aspects to his personality. He was exceedingly brutal and explosively temperamental, exerting absolute terror over demons. Yet, he was also extraordinarily cowardly, afraid of death, with a profound obsession with immortality. Therefore, if someone were to say he looked like a gravely ill person or someone on the brink of death, he would instantly fly into a rage, brutally slaughtering them. Right now, Musen was undoubtedly in a bad mood. Not killing one or two people to vent his frustration was already considered very merciful, so why would he bother explaining so much? If he were in a good mood, that would be another story. Unfortunately, Musen's current mood was probably the worst he had experienced in his 1,000-year existence. He remembered that the last time he felt this terrible was when he was almost killed by Yoriichi. Now, hundreds of years later, he was once again on the defensive because of someone with the same name, making him extremely unhappy. Just thinking about it made him extremely angry. In the first place, why would he know about the blue spider lily? It was the one thing that truly baffled Musen. Most of those who knew about his search for the blue spider lily were demons transformed by his own blood and completely under his control. Not only would they not dare to leak any information about the blue spider lily, but they couldn't even mention his complete name, without being instantly killed by his curse. In such circumstances, how did this Tsujikuni Yoriichi, who seemingly appeared out of nowhere, come to know about the blue spider lily? Moreover, how did he not only learn about it but also speak of it in such a manner? Blue spider lily is in my hands. Remembering these words, at first, Musen didn't quite believe it. How could it be possible that something he had been searching for 1,000 years, something that so many demons had been dispatched to find all over the world and had remained undiscovered, could suddenly be in someone else's possession? Moreover, this someone happened to be a demon slayer who could wield sun-breathing, bearing the name Tsujikuni Yoriichi. What were the odds of such a coincidence? Surely, this must be a scam. Musen once told himself like this. Yet, even as he convinced himself like this, another voice persisted in his mind. What if? What if it was true? What if it was true, and he let this opportunity slip by, actually giving up his hope for immortality? And so, the obsession with immortality drove Musen to repeatedly try to convince himself, plunging into deep self-contradiction. After all, it had been 1,000 years, and before this, there had been not even a little bit of information about the blue spider lily. Now, with this sudden revelation, he found it hard not to harbor a faint glimmer of hope. For anyone else, after 1,000 fruitless years of searching, upon receiving such news, they would undoubtedly go mad and rush to pursue it at all costs. Musen wasn't exactly known for his restraint or caution. If it weren't for the fear instilled in him by Riezel's strength, he would have stormed out long ago. Clearly, his current inaction was simply due to his cowardly nature. But in the end, the desire for immortality compelled Musen to take action. It was absolutely impossible to let this opportunity he awaited for 1,000 years slip away without doing anything. Driven by this kind of thought, Musen made his arrangements. Neikime, keep an eye on Hantengu. Once you've confirmed that he's out of the Demon Slayer Core's sight, bring him back to the Infinity Castle and inform him of today's meeting. Without glancing aside, Musen ordered Neikime. And keep a close watch on every move of the Demon Slayer Core. Until everything is ready, you are not allowed to lose track of their whereabouts. Yes. Neikime nodded in obedience. Gyako is dead, and the position of Upper 5 is now vacant. Musen added expressionlessly. Once you've taken care of this matter, this position is yours. Thank you for your kindness, Lord Musen. Neikime's voice brightened a bit. At this point, Musen shifted the topic to the 3 kneeling upper ranks. During this time, I want all of you to try to find as many people as possible who can potentially become powerful demons and bring them to me. Musen stood with his back to the 3 upper ranks, his expression obscured, but the 3 could see veins bulging on his neck and temples. You can't find the blue spider lily, but if I ask you to find people, you shouldn't encounter any problems, right? Yes. The 3 hastily agreed. If anyone dared to raise a question now, their heads would be on the line. They also speculated that perhaps their king was so angry because the blue spider lily had already appeared and fallen into the hands of the enemy. Finding the blue spider lily was the most important mission entrusted to the 12 Kazuki by Musen himself. Now that their mission target had fallen into the hands of the enemy, it was only natural for him to be furious. Understanding this, the 3 upper ranks knew what to do next. Prepare with all their might, retrieve the blue spider lily, and present it to their king. It was the mission the 3 had grasped. Once Kokushibu, Akaza, and Doma understood, Musen, who had been reading their minds, finally turned around to face them. Remember, this is your last chance. If you fail, the upper ranks will be disbanded just like the lower ranks. Muzin's ice-cold voice conveyed to the three how brutal his decision would be. When Lower 5 Ray lost to Tanjiro and was hunted down by the Demon Slayer Corps, Muzin, who deemed the lower ranks useless, disbanded them by killing them all on the spot. As a result, among the remaining lower ranks, only the strongest and the one most to Muzin's liking, Lower 1 Enmu, survived, while the rest were all killed on the spot by him. If the upper ranks were also disbanded, the only ones likely to survive would probably be Kokuzabu, who was the upper one, while the rest of the members would likely be killed. Don't ever think Muzin would spare talent, as this Demon King was the most ruthless and heartless being in this world. In the first place, the 12 Kazuki were created by him for the purpose of finding the Blue Spider Lily and eradicating the Demon Slayer Corps. If these two purposes could not be achieved, death would be their only fate. Go make preparations. With these words left behind, Muzin walked away since he also needed to make preparations. Plink plunk. Nakime immediately plucked her biwa, causing the door to Muzin's room to suddenly close, disappearing within the Infinity Castle. In the next second, the immense pressure pervading the Infinity Castle quickly dissipated, allowing the three upper ranks to stand up. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Doma still wore his smiling face as he spoke to his two colleagues. It looks like we really have to work hard this time. Lord Kokuzabu, Lord Akaza, how do you plan to proceed? Kokuzabu and Akaza both ignored Doma. This is our last chance. I hope you cherish it. Kokuzabu said indifferently, then turned and walked away. So cold. Doma pouted, then turned to Akaza with a smile. By the way, Lord Akaza, do you know what's going on? Lord Muzin seems to have sent Hantengu, Gyako, and the two siblings to investigate the one who nearly killed you. Is it related to him? Doma's words reminded Akaza of that man. Is it related to Tsujikuni Yoriichi? Akaza muttered with a frown. However, his mutter clearly reached Kakushibu's ears as he was about to leave. Kakushibu's foot, about to step forward, suddenly paused, and then he forcefully turned around. You just said, who? In this instant, a much more terrifying aura and pressure surged out from him than when he first appeared in front of Akaza and Doma. Such an aura and pressure awakened Akaza from his musings. Lord Kokuzabu. Doma said puzzled. What's going on with you? Swish. Before he could finish his words, however, a flash of blade suddenly slashed in front of him. Splurt. With a tearing sound, Doma's head was severed by a single slash and rolled to the ground. At the same time, Kokuzabu suddenly appeared in front of Akaza, and before Akaza could react, Kokuzabu grabbed his collar. Speak. Kokuzabu said in a low voice. Who did you just say this is related to? Let go of me, you bastard. Akaza was furious, struggling with all his might, but unfortunately, he couldn't break free at all, as his struggle only invited several sword slashes. Poochie, poochie, poochie. With each flash of the sword, Akaza's four limbs were severed, leaving only his head held by Kokuzabu. Speak. Kokushibu's tone had become more aggressive. Such a tone, Akaza had never heard from Kokuzabu before. I said it's Tsujikuni Yoriichi. Akaza stared at him fiercely and finally told him. You also know, right? Not long ago, a human swordsman used a Nichiren sword to cut off my head, almost killing me. He is Tsujikuni Yoriichi. Akaza's words were exchanged with Kokushibu's silence. Impossible. Kokushibu's voice began to tremble. He said it himself. Akaza roared in anger. He uses a breathing style called sun breathing, which I've never seen on anyone else in the Demon Slayer Corps. If you don't believe me, go check yourself. His words made Kokushibu's hand tremble slightly. Sun breathing. With that, the trembling voice of the upper one persisted for a long time. It sounded like a mixture of hatred and weeping. Chapter 181, Swordsmith Village. Of course, the event that took place in the Infinity Castle remained unknown, even to the Demon Slayer Corps, which boasted an exceptional intelligence network. After all, the space where the Infinity Castle was located could not be discovered or entered, not even by the Kasugai Crow, making it impossible to obtain any useful information. However, the intelligence network of the Demon Slayer Corps actually discovered that after their headquarters was attacked by multiple upper ranks, the demons' activities became unpredictable. Some of them mysteriously disappeared, some became extremely active, and some seemed to have other purposes, no longer staying in one place but moving from place to place. Some even started killing each other, causing significant chaos, especially the 12 Kazuki. With the lower ranks disbanded and 2 upper ranks slain, their actions became extremely uncontrollable. Not only did they no longer simply hunt for food or kill the demon slayers of the Demon Slayer Corps, but they also suddenly appeared and disappeared in various villages and towns, their movements and purposes becoming completely bizarre and mysterious. Upon learning this information, the higher-ups of the Demon Slayer Corps became highly alert. It was understandable since the abnormal actions of the demons indicated that everything Riezel had said might indeed come true. Muzan was about to take action, meaning the great battle between the 12 Kazuki and the Demon Slayer Corps was about to ignite. Clearly, this put all the Hashira on high alert, tightening the strings in their hearts. Moreover, the more impatient Hashira, thinking they might soon have to fight the upper ranks and even the Demon King, became eager to improve their strength. Demon Slayer Mark, Bright Red Nichiren Sword, and Transparent World, knowing that these three abilities existed, all the Hashira now urgently wanted to possess them. Only by awakening these three abilities would they have a chance of winning against the upper ranks and Demon King. Even the usually rebellious Hashira, who didn't want to admit this, had no reason to refuse to become stronger. Unfortunately, the new head instructor did not immediately begin their training. After all, the Demon Slayer Corps was busy relocating their headquarters, collectively moving to the Swordsmith village. Evidently, this task was not easy to complete. Not only because the Swordsmith village's location was secret and the route complex, but also due to the large number of people. Moving so many people to the village in this situation was indeed not simple. Training could not take place on the road, so the top priority was to assist in the headquarters relocation, with other matters temporarily put on hold. To this end, the Hashira were dispersed and assigned to lead several groups of people along designated routes to the Swordsmith village. Riezel, along with the Ubuyashiki family, was among the first group to reach the Swordsmith village. Is this the Swordsmith village? When Riezel arrived at the Swordsmith village, he took a look around the entire place. It really was a village. Most of the buildings here were wooden houses, not too big or too small, looking very simple. Surrounding the village were watchtowers, seemingly occupied by members of the Demon Slayer Corps regularly, demonstrating how much the Corps valued the village. On top of that, the village was surrounded by mountains and forests on all sides, making it impossible to enter without going through the winding paths in the forest. In the air of this village, there was a faint smell of iron and burnt fire, reminding him of the time he entered the industrial area of Orario looking for Tsubaki's workshop. Even though the village's population didn't seem large, everyone wore a Hayatoko mask to signify their identity as swordsmiths. Meanwhile, as Riezel observed his surroundings, a man who seemed to be the village chief approached while bringing a large number of people to welcome the arriving Demon Slayer Corps and Kagaya. "Welcome to the Swordsmith village, Master." The village chief greeted Kagaya with a respectful tone, even bowing his head. His name was Tekikawara Tekken, a name that made Riezel hesitate to speak it. Tekken himself was an elderly and short man. Although his exact age was hidden by his mask, the respect shown by the surrounding swordsmiths made it clear that he was a respected elder in the Swordsmith village. In the Swordsmith village, his skills seemed to be the best, and his swordsmithing technique was the most advanced. Many Hashira from the Demon Slayer Corps wanted him to forge their swords, but only a few succeeded, showing the high status of the village chief. Yet, in front of Kagaya, this village chief bowed his head in respect. "Raise your head." Kagaya's physical condition had deteriorated recently, constantly coughing, with disfiguring, rotting scars appearing more on his face and body. Without assistance, he truly couldn't walk. Considering his condition, he was carried the whole way by the Kikuchi using a wooden sedan chair and was still sitting on it, unable to get down. Even so, he still wore a gentle expression as he spoke to Tekken. "Thank you for your trouble." Cough, cough. Seeing Kagaya cough painfully, Tekken quickly responded. No, it's no trouble at all. The Swordsmith village and the Demon Slayer Corps are one. We are actually very happy you could relocate here. What he said was true. When one saw the Swordsmith village, it did not have an aloof or isolated atmosphere. In fact, due to their long-term dealings with the Demon Slayer Corps, both sides had a high degree of acceptance and a tacit understanding of each other. After all, the swordsmiths of the Swordsmith village frequently forged swords for the Demon Slayers, building a relationship of trust. Because of this, the village truly welcomed the arrival of the Corps, especially since the entire headquarters was moving here, greatly enhancing the village's security. After hearing that the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps had been attacked by demons, Tekken felt a great sense of crisis, worrying that the location of the village might be exposed and attacked by demons, especially since demon activity had become abnormal recently. Clearly, this made him deeply concerned about the safety of the village and the potential loss of the swordsmithing's heritage. However, now that the Demon Slayer Corps had arrived and moved their headquarters here, Tekken couldn't be more welcoming. "Is this the new head instructor of the Corps, Tsujikuni Yoriichi?" Tekken greeted Riezel, who stood nearby, looking a bit out of place. They were well informed and already knew that the Demon Slayer Corps had established a new position of head instructor, a role equivalent in status to the master of the Corps. In other words, this young man held a high position within the Demon Slayer Corps, with the highest level of command, even able to freely deploy the Hashira. Undoubtedly, he was an influential figure. Moreover, the fact that this role was taken by a great swordsman who had saved the Demon Slayer Corps by defeating several upper ranks in the recent attack made it even more convincing. As a result, Tekken greeted Riezel with the same respect he showed to Kagaya. "Don't mind me, I'm just going with the flow." Riezel responded calmly, not really caring about such matters. Truthfully, he wasn't particularly interested in being the so-called head instructor. He stayed with the Demon Slayer Corps out of gratitude for the help they provided during his practice period and to use the remaining time in this world to kill demons, hoping to accumulate more Excelia. He didn't refuse Kagaya's invitation for these reasons. After all, once Muzan died, demons would disappear, and the Demon Slayer Corps would lose its purpose and eventually disband. Therefore, staying with the Demon Slayer Corps didn't really concern him. Of course, there were some benefits. Firstly, the Demon Slayer Corps had a great intelligence network, which allowed him to obtain information about demons. Secondly, he could also train the Hashira and help them awaken their abilities during this time to repay the Demon Slayer Corps for their kindness. Beyond this, he had no intention of taking on the responsibilities of head instructor or managing the entire corps. As such, Riezel didn't truly acknowledge the position of head instructor, seeing himself more as an advisor or consultant. Kagaya seemed to notice his thoughts but didn't mind, simply smiling gently. Tekken initially wanted to exchange a few polite words, but when he bowed his head, he suddenly noticed the sword at Riezel's waist. Oh, that sword. Tekken's eyes suddenly lit up. His sudden excitement drew the attention of the surrounding swordsmiths to Riezel's sword. Immediately, several skilled swordsmiths noticed something unusual. "Hey, isn't that sword look incredible? I can smell an amazing quality from it. That's the kind of iron that's superior to anything, even if hammered 1,000 times. The materials used to forge that blade are surely extraordinary." Saying these, the swordsmiths grew more and more excited. "Can I take a look at your sword, Lord Head Instructor?" Tekken, with a fervent attitude, eagerly approached Riezel to make his request. "I don't mind but..." Riezel answered with furrowed brows. "Don't touch anything other than the scabbard." In the next moment, he removed Hermit from his waist and handed it to Tekken. What a superb craftsmanship. Tekken caressed Hermit's scabbard, his voice trembling with admiration. It's impossible to see any trace of human handiwork. It's as if the scabbard was formed naturally from a single piece of iron. It's so magical. Who forged this scabbard? Could it be a god, or maybe the heaven and the earth itself? Without a doubt, this quality, this smoothness, as if made by heaven, amazing. Without thinking, Tekken reached out to grip the handle. "Stop." Riezel quickly called out to stop Tekken, but unfortunately, he was too late. PSSST. As soon as Tekken touched the handle, his hand was burned by an intense heat. Chapter 182, Divine Sword. Ah. With a yell, Tekken released Hermit's handle he was holding and blew on his burnt palm. "Chief. Are you okay, Chief?" "Burned. How?" All the swordsmiths immediately gathered around their village chief, blowing on his palm along with him. A group of burly men wearing masks crowding around a small elderly man, blowing on his hand, looked bizarre no matter how one viewed it. "I told you not to touch anything other than the scabbard." Riezel reached out and took Hermit back from Tekken. "What's going on?" Although his palm was red and blistered, Tekken couldn't care less about this and quickly asked Riezel. "Why is the handle of this sword so hot?" "Not only the handle, but the blade also has high temperatures." Riezel explained. "It's a characteristic of this sword." As for why it was this way, he certainly couldn't say. Should he tell Tekken that he had used magic to forge this sword, causing it to transform into first-class special equipment? It wasn't a matter of whether Tekken could understand or not, it was a matter of whether Tekken would think he was a lunatic. Fortunately, Tekken was only concerned about the sword right now, as his curiosity and thirst for knowledge had been ignited. "Can you use this sword?" Tekken asked eagerly. "Can you unsheath it and let me see?" Riezel didn't answer but instead acted immediately, drawing Hermit from its scabbard. In the next moment, visible waves of heat emanated from it, causing the air to shimmer slightly. All the swordsmiths stared at the sword, their eyes wide open. Not only the swordsmiths but even the members of the Demon Slayer Corps who had come with Riezel and Kagaya were whispering among themselves as they stared at Hermit. "What a beautiful sword. Look at the cracks covering the blade, they're like glowing veins. Hey, the pattern near the hilt looks mysterious, like a divine spirit descended from heaven. Is that the head instructor's Nicaran sword? It looks sick." As the members of the Demon Slayer Corps expressed their thoughts one after another, the swordsmiths crowded closer to Hermit. "Wow. Both the blade and the scabbard look flawless. You wouldn't even guess they were handmade. What's this material? It's giving off serious heat. What kind of iron is this blade made from? It's holding up against crazy temperatures and not deforming at all. Amazing. Like, seriously amazing." Eventually, the swordsmiths were going wild, shouting and clapping their hands. Some even knelt before Hermit like cult believers, their attitudes fanatical and devout. Riezel was certain that if the blade's temperature weren't so high, making it unbearable for even these men accustomed to working at furnaces, one of them would have already grabbed it without thinking. In the swordsmith village, not only did these swordsmiths dedicate their lives to their craft, seeing it as their purpose, but they also constantly sought to create excellent swords and improve their skills. Nonetheless, they were just ordinary people. They didn't have blessing, blacksmith development ability, or magic. With their purely human capabilities, no matter how skilled, they could only produce ordinary swords. Their highest achievements, placed in the world of Danmachi, were weapons that were near third class, not even qualifying as special equipment. In the Akasha continent, they weren't even considered magic weapons, just ordinary iron. Such weapons struggled to cut through rocks, and their sharpness was their only notable quality. For this reason, when Riezel presented Hermit, which was equivalent to first-class special equipment, it was akin to displaying a legendary artifact. Tekken gazed at the beautiful blade of Hermit for a while, then spoke to Riezel. "Lord Head Instructor, is this sword for sale?" As it turned out, Tekken wanted to buy it. Unfortunately. No. Riezel refused without hesitation. "Please reconsider." Tekken grabbed onto Riezel, pleading. "Sell it to me. I'll treat it as a family heirloom, allowing future generations to study it. Maybe one day, we can recreate the forging technique and improve the world's swordsmithing and blade quality by several steps. Yes. Sell it to us. Name your price. I'll even build a shrine for you at my house and pray for your long life every day." "Me too, me too." All the swordsmiths shouted, some even offering money. Despite this, Riezel remained firm. "No, just give it up." Riezel sheathed Hermit, finally lowering the surrounding temperature. The nearby members of the Demon Slayer Corps sighed in relief and wiped their foreheads, realizing they were drenched in sweat. Seeing Tekken and the others still not giving up, Kagaya spoke up. "Please don't make things difficult for him," Kagaya said gently. "We have a very important battle coming up. Head Instructor Tsujikuni Yoriichi is our ace and hope for the Corps. It would be unwise to let him lose his important sword at this time." His words finally calmed Tekken down. "Then, at least tell me who forged this sword." Tekken seemed genuinely eager to study Hermit's forging method. "I don't know that either." Riezel answered calmly, naturally avoiding trouble by calmly fabricating a lie. "I came across this sword by chance." "Is that so?" Tekken couldn't hide his disappointment. Only Kagaya gave Riezel a meaningful look. Kagaya knew that Riezel's sword wasn't obtained by chance but through Riezel's own efforts. Before, Riezel had requested a large amount of scarlet crimson iron sands and scarlet ores from the Demon Slayer Corps, which he certainly used to forge this Nichiren sword for himself. Needless to say, Riezel should know very well how this sword came to be, and it was even possible that he forged the sword himself. Nevertheless, when asked how Riezel accomplished it, Kagaya didn't know and didn't intend to press for details. Since this was Riezel's secret, if he didn't want to say it, the Demon Slayer Corps would never force him to. As a result, Kagaya helped Riezel escape from the troublesome situation. "First, arrange for the Corps and the people who came with us to rest at their accommodations," Kagaya instructed. "Also, please help receive the people arriving later." Tekken seemed quite dejected but still agreed. With the help of the locals, everyone quickly moved into the swordsmith village. In the following weeks, every so often, the swordsmith village would welcome a group escorted by the Hashira, allowing them to settle in the village. Meanwhile, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, who had been wandering around the world, received a summons from Kagaya, gradually gathering back at the swordsmith village. With the demons' activities becoming so abnormal, it was difficult for the members outside to have any gains. Since hunting demons had become much harder than before, it was better to call them back, prepare well, and wait for the upcoming decisive battle. Kagaya had already discussed this with the Hashira. While they were conducting their training to awaken the 3 special abilities, the other members of the Demon Slayer Corps would also undergo comprehensive pre-war special training. For this, Kagaya and Tekken jointly developed a forest area near the village, intending to establish a temporary training ground for the Demon Slayer Corps. Everything was in full swing, and the swordsmith village had turned into a large base of operations where demon slayers could be seen running around, passing messages to each other. On the other hand, Riezel found himself once again surrounded by the swordsmiths. "Please, let us see your sword." In the house assigned to Riezel, it was common for several swordsmiths to come by frequently, dropping to their knees in a formal bow right at the entrance, begging him to let them see Hermit. Some of these people had seen the true form of Hermit at the village entrance before, while others who hadn't seen it arrived upon hearing the news, seemingly eager to lay eyes on the much-lauded sword that had captured the entire village's admiration. The former group sought an opportunity to observe Hermit, hoping to learn a bit about swordsmithing from it and improve their own swordsmithing skills. The latter group was a mix of genuine curiosity and disdain, thinking the former group was brainless fools. After all, their village had many great swordsmiths who were considered the best in the world. How could anyone possibly forge a sword that would make them feel inferior? It had to be a scam. As some in the latter group thought themselves extraordinary and considered their abilities extraordinary, quite a few were merely unconvinced by the rumor. Yet, after seeing Hermit, the next day, they also became regular visitors at Riezel's house, bowing deeply like devout believers. Gradually, whether it was the swordsmiths of the swordsmith village, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, or even ordinary villagers, everyone came to know one thing: the head instructor of the Demon Slayer Corps, Tsujikuni Yoriichi, possessed a divine sword. Yes, a divine sword. At least, the swordsmiths who had seen Hermit all firmly claimed that such a sword was definitely not something a human could forge because only a god could create such a sword. All of this eventually led everyone to refer to Riezel's Hermit as a divine sword, and the name of Hermit was recorded in the swordsmith village's history. Decades later, it would surely become a true legend. After a week of this chaos, Riezel's house finally welcomed a group other than the fervent swordsmiths, the Hashira. Time for special training. Can we start? Let's train already. Clearly, they were already impatient. Seeing the Hashira like this, Riezel didn't delay any longer. Alright, let's go. Chapter 183, Mystery of Demon Slayer Mark. In a week's time, even though the training ground for the Demon Slayer Corps had not yet been developed enough for many members to use simultaneously, it was sufficient for a dozen or so people to train together without a problem. Consequently, Riezel brought a group of Hashira to this place, an open space surrounded by countless trees, with piles of lumber in the corners from recent logging. Is it really here? Tengen looked at the still undeveloped land with some disdain. This place isn't flashy at all. I think making it flashy wouldn't help much anyway. Mitsuri said, sweating a little. This should have been developed by the villagers and the Kikuchi, right? Kyujiro looked around and said loudly. Not bad. They worked hard. It won't be long before this place can be officially used. Shinobu explained to everyone. At that time, all the members will be able to train here. It doesn't matter what they do. Sanemi said coldly. No matter what, the quality of the demon slayers has been declining lately. How much strength can they really gain from training now? I agree. Abanai chimed in, playing with the white snake around his neck. Instead of letting weak members participate in the upcoming battle and lose their lives for nothing, it's better to exclude them from the start. It won't do. Gyumei stated calmly, hands clasped together and tears flowing. They joined the Corps because they wanted to eliminate demons, either because they lost their loved ones to demons or had them eaten by demons. If we exclude them in the upcoming battle that will decide everything, it will surely lead to much resistance, even conflict. If this causes chaos in the Corps before we even start fighting, it will bring more harm than good. Several Hashira began to express their opinions one after another, and for a while, there was some disagreement as they began to argue with each other. Only Ju and Wichuru stood silently on the side, one silent and the other dazed, not participating in the argument at all. Riezel naturally had no interest in discussing the internal affairs of the Demon Slayer Corps with the Hashira. You can discuss these matters properly after you go back. Riezel interrupted their argument. Instead of worrying about those ordinary members, you should worry about yourselves first. Whether you can awaken the mark, the bright red Nichiren sword, or the transparent world is still unknown. Do you really have the leisure to worry about others? Upon hearing this, all the arguing Hashira fell silent. What should we do? Rarely speaking, just steered the topic back on track. Don't rush. Riezel said calmly. We need to consider which ability you should try to awaken first. As soon as he finished speaking, several Hashira immediately expressed their opinions. Is there even a question? Sanemi said with a terrifying smile. Of course, it's the mark. That's right. Abanai said in a low voice. Awakening the mark, which can directly increase our strength, is the most important for us. Riezel didn't think much of the Demon Slayer mark, but for the Hashira, it was the most valued of the three abilities. While the bright red Nichiren sword could enhance killing power against demons, it couldn't directly increase their strength. Relying solely on this ability against the upper ranks wouldn't necessarily give them an advantage. Of course, the transparent world was similar. While it could enhance their senses and perception, it wasn't as straightforward as the Demon Slayer mark, which directly increased strength. For this reason, the Demon Slayer mark was undoubtedly the ability the Hashira valued and desired the most. If, by the time the decisive battle arrived, they couldn't awaken all three abilities and only had time to gain one, they hoped it would be the Demon Slayer mark. As for its terrifying side effect, in the determined minds of the Hashira, it was as if they didn't exist. The mark, huh? Riezel glanced deeply at the gathered Hashira, then continued, though I'd like to commend your reasoning, the awakening difficulty for the mark isn't low. Just spill it. Young Tsugi, head instructor Tsujikuni. Kyujiro, fearless as ever, shouted at Riezel. What do we need to do to awaken it? It's simple. Riezel didn't hold back, answering frankly. To awaken the mark, you just need to reach a body temperature of 39 degrees Celsius and a heart rate of over 200 beats per minute. Upon hearing his answer, all the Hashira froze. Body temperature of 39 degrees. Heart rate over 200 beats per minute. That's it. They couldn't help but utter such words. Not for any other reason but because it sounded too simple. Indeed, raising one's body temperature to 39 degrees and heart rate above 200 beats per minute posed a significant challenge for the body to endure. Still, the Hashira had thought that awakening the Demon Slayer mark required a very special method, something so unique it would be difficult to achieve. Otherwise, how could it be that after so many years, not a single Demon Slayer capable of using the Demon Slayer mark had appeared in the Demon Slayer Corps? Yet right now, their head instructor was telling them that simply raising their body temperature to 39 degrees and heart rate to over 200 beats per minute would awaken the Demon Slayer mark. This truth truly puzzled the Hashira. I know what you're thinking. Riezel saw the confusion in their eyes and explained. These conditions might not be easy for an average person to meet, but for you, raising your body temperature to 39 degrees and heart rate to over 200 beats per minute during battle isn't that difficult. Nonetheless, this is indeed the condition for awakening the mark. What he said was indeed the truth, as the original work made this point very clear. The conditions for awakening the Demon Slayer mark were exactly that. However, the problem was, why hasn't a single person in the Demon Slayer Corps awakened the mark with such a simple condition? Riezel was also quite puzzled about this. From his current perspective, raising one's body temperature to 39 degrees Celsius and heart rate to over 200 beats per minute during battle was something any Hashira could easily achieve. The evidence lay at the end of the original work, where almost all the Hashira successfully awakened the Demon Slayer mark in battle after learning its awakening conditions. Riezel also didn't believe that in all the past battles, there wasn't someone who happened to raise their body temperature to 39 degrees and heart rate to over 200 beats per minute during intense combat. Yet the fact was, since the first generation of Demon Slayers had successively died due to the side effect of the Demon Slayer mark, hardly anyone in the Demon Slayer Corps had successfully awakened it again. Why is that? After pondering carefully, Riezel thought of a reason. It seems like the mark has a particular characteristic. Riezel continued his explanation. Whenever a mark awakens successfully, it resonates, causing those around to also awaken it. It was a precise description found in the records of the Ubuyashiki family. As Riezel recalled those records, he made a speculation. I believe the first person to awaken the mark is crucial. Awakening the mark shouldn't be easy since there must be some conditions that even I'm unaware of that need to be met. However, once someone successfully awakens it, those around them can more easily awaken theirs. Of course, his speculation had its basis. During the Sengoku period, many of the first-generation Demon Slayers within the Corps awakened their Demon Slayer marks after Yoriichi joined the Demon Slayer Corps. In the original work, after Tanjiro joined the Demon Slayer Corps and later successfully awakened the Demon Slayer mark, several Hashira easily awakened it using the method mentioned above. Apart from the periods when Tanjiro joined the Demon Slayer Corps, the original work did not mention any era in the Corps' history when a large number of marked Demon Slayers appeared. With this in mind, Riezel continued explaining his speculation to the Hashira. Perhaps the first person to awaken the mark can only be the user of sun breathing, or maybe there are other conditions for its awakening. In short, once someone successfully awakens the mark, those around them can successively awaken it due to some resonance. According to this speculation, it might be challenging for you to awaken the mark when no one has done it yet, but the difficulty will probably decrease when one of you successfully awakens it. Riezel's speculation caused the Hashira to furrow their eyebrows. Anyway, just give it a try. First, try raising your body temperature to 39 degrees and increase your heart rate to over 200 beats per minute to see if there are any changes in your body, then decide what to do next. With Riezel's suggestion, the tense expressions of the Hashira relaxed. So, we're going to fight, right? Saying this, Sanemi immediately locked eyes with Kyujiro. Do you want me to be your opponent, Shinazugawa? Kyujiro clearly understood Sanemi's intention. We still have a score to settle, don't we? Sanemi referred to the time when Kyujiro had just become the Flame Hashira. In short, they had some disagreements, thus a brief confrontation. I'm fine with that. Kyujiro readily agreed. In the past, they hadn't been able to determine a winner because Kyujiro didn't want to violate the rules of the Demon Slayer Corps. Fighting against a fellow member, especially a comrade, was forbidden in the Corps, something he naturally didn't want to do out of impulse. However, now was a different story. If there was a reason to fight, he wouldn't refuse. Good. Sanemi showed a fierce grin. At the same time, the other Hashira also prepared for paired combat. Riezel stepped back a distance, watching as all the Hashira paired off and began their respective battles. Chapter 184, Other Conditions. Under Riezel's gaze, all the Hashira quickly decided on their respective opponents. Kyujiro and Sanemi were the first to make their choice and formed a group. As both of them drew their swords swiftly, Sanemi was the first to launch an attack, rushing at Kyujiro. Next were Abanai and Mitsuri. Despite their opposite personalities, one gloomy and indifferent, the other cheerful and lively, the two formed a group faster than anyone else and seemed to get along quite well. Riezel remembered that these two had a mutual affection in the original work, where they were a canonical couple. It was hard to believe that the bubbly and cheerful love Hashira would be interested in the gloomy and unlikable serpent Hashira. Nevertheless, Abanai treated Mitsuri quite well. In any case, when the Hashira argued, Abanai would often rebut and dampen the spirits of any Hashira who spoke, except when Mitsuri was speaking. Clearly, his soft attitude toward her said it all. Soon, the two of them moved to the side and began their fight. Surprisingly, the third group was Shinobu and Gyumei, another unexpected combination. Shinobu was almost like a goddess in the Demon Slayer Corps. Despite her young age, she managed the butterfly mansion quite well and always greeted people with a smile, earning the secret admiration of many members. In contrast, Gyumei, known as the strongest Hashira and the backbone of the Demon Slayer Corps, was often intimidating with his frequent tears and imposing body. Within the Corps, this clearly made the stone Hashira more respected than admired. In light of this, within the Demon Slayer Corps, every Hashira had their own level of popularity. Shinobu and Mitsuri were among the most popular due to their likable personalities and beauty. Kyujiro and Tengen were also quite popular, Kyujiro for his kind-hearted nature and enthusiasm and Tengen for his carefree, honest nature. However, their odd behaviors, like Kyujiro's loudness and Tengen's narcissism, slightly diminished their popularity. As for the rest, they were less favored. Sanemi and Abanai were prime examples, one was violent and vicious, the other gloomy and sharp-tongued. Their popularity was undoubtedly at the bottom. Ju and Wichiru also had low popularity. Ju's silent and difficult nature made approaching him a daunting task. Wichiru, on the other hand, was simply apathetic and always indifferent, though many found his youthful innocence quite endearing. Adding the tearful and intimidating Gyumei to the mix, these were the least popular members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Given this, it was surprising that Shinobu and Gyumei paired up so quickly. Only Riezel, who knew the original work, knew that Shinobu and Gyumei actually had a very good relationship, perhaps second only to Mitsuri and Abanai. When Shinobu was a child, before she became a demon slayer, her family was attacked by demons. Her entire family was killed, leaving only her and her elder sister alive because they were saved. Yes, it was Gyumei who saved Shinobu and her elder sister back then. As a result, when Shinobu and her elder sister decided to become demon slayers and join the Demon Slayer Corps, they found Gyumei. It was through his guidance that they joined the Corps. Shinobu respected Gyumei greatly. Gyumei, in turn, secretly cared about Shinobu. Despite their age difference of about 10 years, they were somewhat like a father and daughter. Because of this, the two formed a group. As for the last group, it consisted of Tengen and Wichiru. There wasn't any deep connection between these two, as they just saw that the other was alone and naturally paired up. Thanks to this, a truly lonely soul was born. Ju silently looked at the enthusiastic battles unfolding, with the Hashira fighting fiercely with each other. As he noticed the water Hashira standing alone in the center, isolated despite being surrounded by pairs of comrades, Riezel couldn't help but step forward. "Hey, you didn't get hated, did you?" Riezel's casual remark seemed to hit Ju's nerve. No. Ju was silent for a long time before responding. "Are you sure?" Riezel looked skeptical. "It's just a matter of probability," Ju said expressionlessly. "Since there are 9 of us, once we pair up, there's bound to be one person left alone. I just happen to be that person." After saying this, Ju turned his head to look at Riezel's eyes. "I wasn't hated." Clearly, he seemed to want to emphasize this point. Riezel didn't know what to say, so he just gave Ju a sympathetic look. "If that's the case, stop standing here and go watch their fights from the side. Otherwise, you'd look really pitiful." Without saying anything, Ju stood alone to the side, enveloped in a gloomy atmosphere. Riezel stopped paying attention to him and watched the battles from the side. Undoubtedly, the battles between the Hashira were quite spectacular. It was as expected since they were among the strongest in this world. Although Riezel thought they weren't that great since they hadn't awakened any of the 3 abilities, they were still the top fighters of their time. When these Hashira fought seriously, the scene was indeed impressive. Abanai and Mitsuri both used derivative breathing styles. Abanai wielded serpent breathing, with sword movements that twisted and turned like a snake, capable of bypassing defenses to strike directly at the enemy. Mitsuri, on the other hand, used love breathing, a breathing style that combined gentle grace with fiery aggression. Both of them were undoubtedly skilled swordsmen. Moreover, the Nichiren swords they used were also unique. Abanai's Nichiren sword was a curved, double-edged blade shaped like a slithering steel snake. Its blade was purple, with a gold circular guard engraved with 2 snakes connected by several plant-like patterns. In his hands, this steel snake seemed to come alive, each slash appeared capable of bending and changing direction, always striking at Mitsuri from unseen angles. On the other hand, Mitsuri's Nichiren sword was as soft and flexible as a whip but possessed incredible toughness. Its blade was black with a pink edge, a green handle with pink heart patterns, and a pink four-leaf clover guard with a golden border. In her hands, this steel whip displayed astonishing power as she wielded it with such speed and frequency that it created a web of flashing blades, making her attacks seem to come from all directions. In terms of attack speed and frequency, Mitsuri clearly far surpassed Abanai. Both of them were skilled swordsmen capable of changing their attack trajectories unpredictably. Watching them fight was quite a spectacle, with the flashing blades clashing around them, sparks flying with each collision. Meanwhile, the battle between Shinobu and Gyumei was equally stunning. Shinobu's movements were mesmerizing when she used insect breathing, flitting about the battlefield like a colorful butterfly. She darted in front of Gyumei, leaping through the air, sometimes lunging at him like a stinging bee, beauty concealing deadly poison. Yet, all of her attacks were effortlessly deflected by Gyumei. Among the Hashira, Gyumei was undoubtedly the one who wielded the most striking weapon. Instead of a sword, his weapon was a combination of an axe and a flail, linked by a long chain. At first glance, it seemed incredibly heavy, but he swung it with ease, making it whistle through the air. Gyumei stood his ground like a massive rock, not moving his feet at all. Each time he swung his weapon, Shinobu's attacks were flicked aside. His movements appeared effortless, yet they carried immense weight, making Riezel glance at him with respect. However, one thing was clear, Gyumei had no trouble facing Shinobu at all. At this moment, the difference in strength between the two was evident. Although they were at the same level, Gyumei was equivalent to upper level 4, capable of direct confrontation with an upper rank without losing. On the other hand, Shinobu was only equivalent to lower level 4. In fact, the battle between them was somewhat unfair. If Gyumei hadn't abandoned attacking completely and focused solely on defense, Shinobu might have already been defeated long ago. Riezel watched them for a while, then lost interest in the stagnant battle and turned his attention to Tengen and Wichuru. These two were also users of derivative breathing styles. One used sound breathing, which produced loud explosions and immense power in combination with explosives, while the other used mist breathing, moving back and forth like a thin mist, making it hard to see his form and trajectory. Wichuru's Nichiren sword was of a standard type, with a pale blue blade and a black handle featuring a golden square guard with 4 corners, each adorned with a hollow square. Tengen, on the other hand, wielded dual swords resembling massive cleavers connected by a chain on their red handles, while their blades were black with golden edges and a notch on each edge. Riezel must admit that their fight was extremely bizarre. Tengen's dual swords could trigger violent explosions when swung, creating an impressive spectacle, while Wichuru moved like a ghost, silent and elusive. It felt like a clash between a mage and a ghost, making it hard to determine who would emerge victorious in such a short period. Despite this, the most intense battle, however, was undoubtedly between Kyujuru and Sanemi. One was enveloped in flames, and the other in a whirlwind. Their figures were completely obscured, resembling a blazing vortex colliding with a tornado as they chased and collided with each other, producing continuous rumblings and impacts. Seeing the intensity and ferocity of their battle, one might think they harbored deep-seated hatred, each trying to bring the other down. However, this wasn't a mere heated battle. Clearly, they were both fully immersed in their fight, gradually forgetting to hold back. It became a duel where both sides went all out without any restraint. However, as he watched their fight, Riezel furrowed his brows. Since they've been fighting intensely, shouldn't their heart rates and body temperatures have gotten high? So why haven't they awakened the mark? With this thought in mind, Riezel believed there must be other conditions required to awaken the Demon Slayer mark. Chapter 185, Success. Huffed. 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 Unknowingly, within the unfinished training ground, the myriad flashes of blades and booming echoes had vanished without a trace, leaving only the sound of rapid breaths reverberating through the air. A group of Hashira, who could maintain a steady breath even in their sleep and had honed their breathing style to the extreme, found themselves unable to control their quickening breaths at this moment. 2 hours. Riezel estimated the time and realized that the Hashira had been fighting fiercely for a full 2 hours without any breaks in between. Amid such intense combat, continuously fighting for 2 hours straight, it was no wonder even these Hashira, who had mastered their breathing style to the extreme, couldn't help but need to take a breather. Especially Kyujuru and Sanemi, who were now lying on the ground, unable to get up. Seeing this, Riezel finally called a halt. "Let's call it quits here," Riezel declared to everyone. "It seems my guess was correct, awakening the mark from scratch isn't easy." Upon hearing this, all the Hashira struggled to their feet, trying to calm their breaths before gathering around Riezel. "What should we do next?" Tengen, sweating profusely, pushed back his hair. "We followed your instructions and put on a flashy performance, but still couldn't awaken the mark. Will all our efforts end up being in vain?" "It won't, huffed, for sure." Kyujuru, still catching his breath, exclaimed loudly. "Even if we couldn't awaken it, training like this will surely have its meaning. After fighting for so long, I'm starving." Mitsuri said tearfully, her hands hanging limply by her sides, clearly exhausted. Hold on a little longer. Lunchtime will be here soon. Abanai said softly to her. Humph. Seemingly unwilling to accept defeat, Sanemi snorted and tightened his grip on his sword before turning to Gyumei. I'm Jima, I'll spar with you next. Amitba. Gyumei, perhaps the one in the best condition among the Hashira, appeared not to have broken a sweat. Wind Hashira is right. Gyumei nodded. If one attempt fails, we must continue. We can't give up just because of one failed attempt. Yeah. Shinobu chuckled bitterly, brushing the dust off her clothes. Even though it might not be rehabilitation training since my injuries have already healed, it's still better to keep my body moving. I don't want to get beaten so badly by an upper rank again. Me neither. Michiru said faintly. I don't want Master to face danger again while I'm powerless to help. Eventually, all the Hashira voiced their determination, lifting the spirits that had been somewhat low. Well, it's my turn next. On the side, Ju seemed to seize the moment, preparing to form a group. Unfortunately. Mitsuri, how about we spar next? Shinobu extended an invitation to Mitsuri. Sure. I'm down for it. Mitsuri readily agreed. As the only two females among the Hashira, the relationship between Shinobu and Mitsuri was quite solid. Sometimes, Shinobu would even seek Mitsuri's advice on cooking so they could be considered close friends. Yuzui, let's have a match. Abanai also invited Tengen. Sure thing. Though snakes aren't exactly flamboyant, your eyes are. Let's have a splendid showdown. Tengen, intrigued by Abanai's invitation, promptly accepted. Even though Tengen, who had a penchant for flamboyant things, wasn't too fond of Abanai's gloomy personality, Abanai's heterochromatic eyes seemed to pique his interest. Now, it's just us left, young Taketo. Show me what you've got. Kyujiro flashed a cheerful expression at Michiru. Okay. Michiru seemed to have a favorable impression of Kyujiro, as his expression visibly softened. And thus, the Hashira successfully formed groups once again, except for one. Ju was once again left alone. However, just as the Hashira were preparing to engage in another round of battles, suddenly, the situation took a turn. An astonishing imposing pressure emanated from Riezel's body, causing the faces of the Hashira to change drastically. Young Tsujikuni. Tsujikuni. Kyujiro and Shinobu were stunned in succession. What the, oi? Whoa, what happened? Sanemi couldn't help but call out to Riezel, while Mitsuri exclaimed in panic. At this moment, all the Hashira also showed varying degrees of astonishment, their eyes filled with disbelief as they looked at Riezel. Riezel had closed his eyes at some point, emitting an astonishingly high temperature from his body, causing both his body temperature and breathing rhythm to change. Ha. Riezel adjusted his breathing, his chest rising and falling like a bellows. In this situation, the Hashira could clearly hear his heartbeat. Ba-dump, ba-dump, ba-dump. As his heartbeat intensified and quickened, coupled with Riezel's rising body temperature, a dark pattern gradually emerged on his forehead. Yes. Riezel had awakened the Demon Slayer mark. Every Hashira who witnessed this scene was incredibly shocked and bewildered. It wasn't until Riezel calmed his breath that he opened his eyes and looked at his hands. So, this is the Demon Slayer mark, huh? Riezel muttered to himself. It's indeed an interesting ability. Upon hearing his mutter, all the Hashira finally snapped out of their shock and bewilderment. Oi. What are you doing? Tengen asked in disbelief. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Previously, Riezel had explicitly stated that he didn't want to awaken the Demon Slayer mark due to its side effect. Yet here he was, having suddenly awakened it, unleashing this deadly ability that could shorten one's lifespan to less than 25 years. For this reason, it was understandable for Tengen to feel disbelief. Even the other Hashira were perplexed and unavoidably moved by Riezel's actions. Especially Kyujiro and Shinobu, who had a relatively good relationship with Riezel, displayed some urgency on their faces. Young Tsujikuni. Kyujiro shouted loudly. Tsujikuni. Shinobu looked at Riezel with a complex expression. Riezel lowered his hands, raised his head, and looked at the Hashira before him, whose expressions ranged from astonishment to incomprehension to disbelief, with an exceptionally calm expression. It can now be confirmed that the first person to awaken the mark should preferably be users of sun breathing. Riezel explained calmly to everyone. At least, sun-breathing users are relatively more likely to awaken it when there are no marked demon slayers around. Just now, Riezel used the evolved sun-breathing to raise his body temperature to 39 degrees Celsius and adjust his heartbeat, increasing the frequency to over 200 beats per minute, which resulted in the direct awakening of the Demon Slayer mark. This was enough to prove that the first person to awaken the Demon Slayer mark would most likely be users of sun-breathing, or perhaps only sun-breathing's users could be the first ones to awaken it. In the original work, Yuriichi was born with the Demon Slayer mark. After joining the Demon Slayer Corps, he stimulated other demon slayers, causing them to awaken it one after another. However, when Yoriichi left the core and demon slayers with the demon slayer mark died out, there were no more instances of its awakening among them. Moreover, the current Hashira also only awakened the demon slayer mark after Tanjiro did so in the original work. Before that, regardless of how intense their battles with demons were, even to the point of sacrificing their lives, there was no sign of them awakening it. The prime example of this was Kyujiro, who died at the hands of Akaza during the Mugen Train arc. Clearly, the intense battle between these two lasted from night until dawn and from dawn until the sun rose. Kyujiro fought fiercely until the end, even risking his life to drag Akaza until daylight. Despite such an intense battle, was it possible for Kyujiro's body to still not have a temperature of 39 degrees or an increased heartbeat of over 200 beats per minute? Impossible. Kyujiro, a user of flame breathing, often raised his body temperature during battles. It was also not uncommon for his heartbeat to intensify due to his breathing style, which strengthened his heart and lungs and accelerated blood flow. However, despite all of this, Kyujiro still hadn't awakened the Demon Slayer mark. Meanwhile, it was the other Hashira who awakened the Demon Slayer mark effortlessly after Tanjiro's awakening. As Riezel thought about this and saw that the Hashira still couldn't awaken the Demon Slayer mark with the method mentioned in the original work, he began to suspect. If users of sun breathing don't awaken the mark first to trigger the awakening of those around them, then perhaps none of you will be able to successfully awaken it no matter how hard you try. Riezel explained to the gathered Hashira while touching his forehead where the Demon Slayer mark was. Now, you can try again and see if you can awaken it. Upon hearing this, the Hashira fell silent one after another. Even Sanemi and Iguro stared at Riezel with complex emotions in their eyes. Seeing this, Riezel spoke up to correct any misunderstandings. Don't misunderstand. I'm not opening this lifespan-reducing ability for your sake, okay? Riezel said calmly. I have a way to remove it, so you don't need to worry. As soon as he finished speaking, all the Hashira were stunned. Is that true, young Tsujikuni? Kyujiro quickly asked. It's true. Riezel nodded. He wasn't lying. It was worth noting that his decomposition magic was an imaginary system capable of decomposing not only physical things but also immaterial things, such as magic itself. If that were the case, such magic should be feasible for decomposing the Demon Slayer mark, right? Even if it couldn't, it really wouldn't matter. After all, dimensional travel only brought his consciousness, so even if he died, it was just the end of the dimensional travel, without harming his original body. As long as he didn't awaken the Demon Slayer mark on the Akasha continent with his real body, it shouldn't have affected his lifespan. Based on this consideration, Riezel chose to awaken the Demon Slayer mark in front of the Hashira without hesitation. With him awakening the Demon Slayer mark, the Hashira should be able to awaken it quickly, right? As it turned out, Riezel's assumption was correct. After he awakened the Demon Slayer mark, as the Hashira managed to raise their body temperatures to 39 degrees and increase their heart rates to over 200 beats per minute, they consecutively awakened their own Demon Slayer marks. We did it. Sanemi clenched his fists and exclaimed in excitement as a green windmill pattern appeared on his right cheek. It's a success indeed. Abanai looked at his left hand, where a purple snake-like pattern extended up to his left cheek. Is this the Demon Slayer mark? Michiru touched his face, where a cloud-like pattern stretched from his left temple to his right cheek. Chapter 186, Overconfident. Not only Sanemi, Abanai, and Michiru, but the other Hashira also had awakened the Demon Slayer mark. Shinobu's mark was located above her collarbone, with patterns resembling an azure butterfly. Mitsuri's mark was on her left neck, with patterns resembling two mirroring hearts with wings. Gyumiai's mark was on both of his arms, with patterns resembling gray-black fissures. Tengen's mark was on his shoulder, with patterns resembling golden musical notes. Even the always-alone Ju awakened his mark on his left cheek, with patterns resembling streams of water. As for Kyujiro, his mark was just like Riezel's, located on his forehead, with patterns resembling deep red flames. At this moment, all the Hashira had successfully awakened the Demon Slayer mark and felt ecstatic as they tested their newfound power. Amazing, it really makes you stronger. Shinobu's expression was filled with astonishment as she spoke. Among the 9 Hashira, her strength had always been the weakest, even compared to most members of the Demon Slayer Corps. No choice. She was petite, standing at only 151 cm tall and weighing a mere 37 kilograms. At just 18, she was one of the youngest Hashira in the Demon Slayer Corps, second only to Michiru. Moreover, being a girl and lacking the special body constitution of someone like Mitsuri, Shinobu still lacked decent physical strength despite mastering a breathing style. Because of this, among the 9 Hashira, Shinobu's physical strength was the weakest, so weak that she couldn't even cut a demon's neck with her Nichiren sword. However, to compensate for her lack of strength, she created insect breathing, which featured rapid thrusting and movement techniques. With insect breathing, she could unleash astonishingly fast movements and thrusts powerful enough to pierce through rocks. Coupled with her lethal poison, she could kill demons effortlessly. Now, Shinobu was surprised to find that with the Demon Slayer mark, her strength had greatly increased. She believed she should be able to behead demons with her physical strength alone. This feeling is fascinating. Abanai, who ranked second weakest in strength among the 9 Hashira, muttered in admiration. I feel super flamboyant now. As expected of me, the god of festivals. Tengen struck a pose, looking narcissistic. Isn't it a bit concerning for a girl to have such powerful strength? Mitsuri, feeling like she could effortlessly lift a life-sized boulder above her head, suddenly began to worry about her own girly power. Umo. Not bad. Kyujiro cheered loudly as he felt his strength. Watching the Hashira feel the Demon Slayer mark's power, Riezel nodded in approval. Now that you've all succeeded, I suppose I can get rid of mine. Riezel spoke calmly, touching his forehead with his finger, where a subtle red light was pulsating. Under a small crimson vortex on his finger, the Demon Slayer mark on his forehead soon vanished. It first turned into scattered broken patterns, then gradually disappeared, like chalk marks being erased from a blackboard, vanishing without a trace. As the Hashira watched this scene, they were dumbfounded. After all, the ability they had all desperately sought was so easily given up by Riezel, leaving them with complex feelings. However, at the same time, they also felt relieved. Looks like it can really be removed. Shinobu breathed a sigh of relief. That's for the best. Gyumei said tearfully and emotionally. There's no need for a youngster like him to sacrifice his precious life for our long-held wishes. In his view, Riezel being able to get rid of the Demon Slayer mark was definitely a good thing. If later they defeated Muzan and the people here could still survive, they could simply ask Riezel to help remove their Demon Slayer marks to avoid dying before the age of 25. Especially Gyumei himself, if it weren't for Riezel's ability to remove the Demon Slayer mark, he might have died very soon. After all, he was already 27 years old, well past 25. If he hadn't known that Riezel could remove the Demon Slayer mark, he wouldn't have dared to awaken it now. At this moment, Riezel spoke again. Now that you've all successfully awakened the mark, why not also awaken the bright red Nichiren sword? It's the easiest of the 3 abilities to trigger. By using strong grip strength or letting your weapons collide, you can raise the temperature of your sword, turning it into the bright red Nichiren sword. Give it a try. Truthfully, the awakening method of the bright red Nichiren sword also made Riezel feel full of loopholes. By using strong grip strength or allowing the Nichiren sword to collide with another Nichiren sword, the temperature of the sword would rise, transforming it into a bright red Nichiren sword. If this method were true, why had the bright red Nichiren sword never appeared over the years? Was the grip strength of the Demon Slayers, especially the Hashira, not strong enough? Or had their weapons never collided with each other? It was all nonsense. In any case, Riezel had tried before, using grip strength strong enough to crush ordinary Nichiren sword, yet the bright red Nichiren sword still didn't appear. As for weapon collision, he didn't even know how many times he had collided with others, yet it still didn't appear. In the original work, Tanjiro managed to use the flames created by his younger sister's blood demon art to raise the temperature of his blade, thus awakening the bright red Nichiren sword. However, even though Riezel's blade temperature was already high enough to melt steel easily, the bright red Nichiren sword still didn't appear on his sword. It could be seen that the bright red Nichiren sword and Demon Slayer mark were of the same nature, both requiring other conditions to be awakened. For the Demon Slayer mark, it seemed that the first person to awaken it must be a user of sun breathing, and through resonance, the marks of others could awaken. As for the bright red Nichiren sword, it seemed that the user needed to awaken the Demon Slayer mark first, only then could the bright red Nichiren sword be awakened. In the original work, those who later used the bright red Nichiren sword could only do so after awakening the Demon Slayer mark, through strong grip strength and weapon collision. Before awakening the Demon Slayer mark, even Gyumei, who had the strongest strength among the 9 Hashira and could shake the surroundings with just a flick of his weapon, still didn't awaken the bright red Nichiren sword after countless battles. While Abanai, who was said to be the second weakest among the 9 Hashira in terms of physical strength, could actually awaken the bright red Nichiren sword through grip strength after awakening the Demon Slayer mark. Clearly, this was totally absurd. Taking this into account, Riezel made another speculation: the bright red Nichiren sword could be more easily awakened after awakening the Demon Slayer mark. Now, since all the Hashira had successfully awakened the Demon Slayer mark, it shouldn't be too difficult for them to awaken the bright red Nichiren sword next. Sure enough, with Riezel's reminder, some of the Hashira apply a strong grip to their Nichiren swords, while others increase the blade's temperature through weapon collisions, and eventually, they all successfully awaken the bright red Nichiren sword. Is this the bright red Nichiren sword? Some of the Hashira look at their swords in awe. At this moment, regardless of how bizarre their shapes were, their swords' blades had all turned bright red. Incredible! Kyujiro exclaimed. Truly, we've been missing out. We had no idea such ability was hidden within us. Upon hearing this, all the Hashira nodded in agreement. Whether it was the Demon Slayer mark or the bright red Nichiren sword, they were actually very close to them. As long as they grasped the conditions, they could possess these abilities. It was just that these so-called conditions were frustratingly unattainable. If Riezel hadn't deduced the hidden conditions, just relying on the methods mentioned in the original work, trying to awaken these two abilities would be nothing but wishful thinking. We still got that transparent world thingy left, right? Sanemi asked Riezel with a spirited tone. Teach it to us together. Let's get it all done in one go. Upon hearing his words, the other Hashira nodded repeatedly. Evidently, they had become somewhat overconfident. Originally, when Riezel mentioned the Demon Slayer mark, the bright red Nicaran sword, and the transparent world, they thought it would be difficult to awaken all these three powerful abilities before the final battle. As a result, many Hashira hadn't considered acquiring all three abilities before the final battle. Instead, they aimed to awaken at least one. However, just a few hours later, both the Demon Slayer mark and the bright red Nicaran sword had unexpectedly awakened and been acquired by them in succession. This obviously filled them with confidence, believing they would definitely possess all three abilities before the final battle began. By then, the upper ranks wouldn't be towering walls blocking their way anymore. Riezel naturally sensed their expectations and swelling confidence, so he decided to dampen their spirits a bit first. Listen, the transparent world isn't like the Demon Slayer mark or the bright red Nicaran sword, there are no shortcuts here. Riezel said calmly. Upper 3 Akaza is an unmatched martial artist who's been around for at least a century, and he still never managed to awaken it. Don't think you can just wake it up easily this time. As soon as he finished speaking, Riezel slowly drew his sword. What are you doing? Mitsuri asked in fear, taking a step back, while the other Hashira instantly became alert. Riezel, however, smiled. You know, the transparent world is something that can only be reached by giving it your all and enduring pain. Upon hearing his words, a bad feeling arose in the hearts of every Hashira. In the next moment, this bad feeling came true. I'll be your opponent this time. Come at me together. Riezel's body emitted a heat intense enough to scorch the air. Don't worry, I'll use the flat side of the blade. I won't kill you or break your swords. But to get you to awaken the transparent world, don't expect me to go easy on you, so be mentally prepared. Surprisingly, his calm words made even some of the toughest Hashira among the 9 involuntarily gulp. Before long, flames erupted in the forest, marking the beginning of this hellish special training session. Chapter 187, Riezel's Reputation. The conditions to awaken the transparent world, true to its nature, remained vague and ambiguous. It was said that one could awaken this ability after giving their all and enduring pain, but just like the Demon Slayer mark and the bright red Nicaran sword, had no one else fulfilled these conditions before? Certainly not. What this world didn't lack was people who had given their all and endured immense pain, but how many of them had awakened the transparent world among them? For this reason, the transparent world must also have other conditions to awaken. Otherwise, Akaza wouldn't have pursued this domain for over 100 years, only to come up empty-handed. Many Hashira successfully awakened the Demon Slayer mark and the bright red Nicaran sword in the original work, but when it came to the transparent world, the number of people who could awaken it was scarce, only 2 to 3 people. Therefore, in Riezel's view, the transparent world should be considered the most difficult of the 3 abilities to awaken. In the original work, there was a flashback scene where Tanjiro's father mentioned the transparent world. The important thing is the right breath and the right movement. Exert maximum force with minimal movement, and gradually, your mind will become transparent. In the beginning, you must remember the movement and the feeling, pick up these elements, open your 5 senses, and understand your entire body shape down to every blood vessel. At this moment, it will truly be painful, feeling like continuing to struggle will only lead to a dead end. But after remembering and absorbing many things, remove unnecessary parts, leaving only what is necessary for the movement, and close off the rest. When people want to listen carefully to a sound, they close their eyes, right? Similarly, choose the most necessary thing in that instant. Over time, the opening and closing of blood vessels and muscles in the body will be as simple and rapid as blinking, and then the light will appear, and the path will open. When the mind becomes transparent, you can see the transparent world, which is the domain reached after giving your all and enduring pain. From what Riezel knew, this scene was probably the most detailed information mentioned in the original work about how to awaken the transparent world. It was also because of recalling this past memory that, at the end of the story, Tanjiro successfully awakened the transparent world. Referring to this memory, combined with his own practical experience, Riezel ultimately concluded. I can awaken the transparent world probably because during the evolution of sun breathing, I gradually understood the correct breath and movement. Furthermore, to ensure the smooth flow of my breathing and magical energy throughout my entire body, I maximized the use of my 5 senses, which in turn, helped me comprehend my entire body shape down to every blood vessel. In this situation, the pain I felt at that time might not only have been due to the attempt at evolving sun breathing but also because unknowingly, I touched upon the conditions for awakening the transparent world. And then, after 3 months, as the evolved sun breathing gradually completed, my body subconsciously remembered all the essentials and movements. In the end, I naturally learned how to concentrate, shutting off unnecessary senses, clearing my mind, and enabling me to use the transparent world. Until this point, Riezel finally understood why he could directly awaken the transparent world. So, after taking this into account, he began to summarize the method to awaken the transparent world. Firstly, one must learn to concentrate, intensely so, allowing one's senses to expand, fully recognizing the correct shape of the human body, reaching the point where even every blood vessel can be distinctly felt. Endure the torment brought upon the mind and nerves by this intense concentration, until one can adeptly switch their senses and shut down unnecessary ones. When the nerves withstand unbearable pain brought on by intense concentration, they become resilient, undergo a transformation, and the mind becomes transparent. At that moment, the transparent world is born. I see, the trick lies in concentration. Riezel grasped the crucial point. Clearly, this theory was also confirmed in the original work. In the original work, Gyumei, Mwichiru, and Abanai eventually awakened the transparent world. At that time, it was because they wanted to see through their opponent's movements, focusing all their attention on identifying their enemy's weaknesses, that they successively awakened the transparent world. Having unparalleled concentration, fully expanding one's senses, adeptly controlling and dominating, and freely opening and closing, the transparent world would awaken. All of you, concentrate. Riezel deliberately began training the Hashira in this aspect, but as mentioned earlier, there were no shortcuts this time. The awakening of the Demon Slayer mark could be triggered by someone who already awakened it, and the bright red Nichiren sword would naturally awaken after the mark was activated. Only the transparent world required a solid understanding and meeting the conditions step by step to succeed. Because of this, even though Riezel consciously tried to guide all the Hashira to understand, after several days, no one succeeded in awakening the transparent world. Riezel continued to spar with them, guiding them in battle, pressing them with each encounter, and teaching them to focus during combat. Such days lasted for a whole week. However, for the entire swordsmith village, this week was filled with discussion. Boom. Near the swordsmith village, flames suddenly soared into the sky without any apparent reason, accompanied by a rumbling sound that shook the entire village. Almost everyone in the village heard the thunderous roar. However, instead of being startled, they began to discuss spiritedly. Seems like it's that time again, huh? Lord Head Instructor and all the Hashira are at it with their special training. Whenever they train, it always stirs up such a fuss. They're truly the toughest swordsmen in the Demon Slayer Corps. I heard it's because Lord Head Instructor is whipping the current Hashira into shape, hence the loud noises. Ah, that explains it. Chatting like this with each other, the swordsmiths remained calm amid the commotion. At first, they had been panicked. As they heard the sudden rumble and unexpected explosion, the people of the swordsmith village thought that demons were attacking, almost causing chaos. However, after a week of daily explosions and thunderous noises, they had grown accustomed to it. Especially after learning that the instigator was the new head instructor of the Demon Slayer Corps, the swordsmiths were even more understanding. So it's the master of the divine sword showing off, no wonder. Indeed, in the eyes of the swordsmiths, Riezel was almost synonymous with omnipotence. After all, the appearance of Hermit had elevated his status in their eyes to that of a god, leading to a subconscious belief that, no matter how exaggerated his actions were, they were normal. Moreover, those who had seen Hermit knew that it emitted super high temperatures. In the hands of its master, a casual swing could ignite a massive fire, as if a god of fire had descended. Such understanding led the swordsmiths to believe that the flames and explosions erupting repeatedly were caused by the master of the divine sword. As a result, their attitude toward Hermit became increasingly fervent, and their respect for Riezel also grew. Of course, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps had a different perspective. What? Lord Head Instructor is training the Hashira. Ah. They still need training. Wait, the flames and noises are caused by the head instructor. Seriously? No fucking way. Indeed, this was the reaction of the members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Having spent considerable time in the Demon Slayer Corps and with Riezel having appeared for less than a few months, how could they know how strong he truly was? Even if some claimed that Riezel had single-handedly slain multiple upper ranks during the demon invasion, it was merely an astonishing feat to hear about. Without witnessing it firsthand, they couldn't feel its impact. In contrast, it was the Hashira they felt awe for. Many in the Demon Slayer Corps had seen the Hashira display their prowess, even many Kikuchi had witnessed the battles of the Hashira with their own eyes. In their eyes, the Hashira were undoubtedly powerful figures, akin to gods. Even the lower ranks of the 12 Kazuki were not their match. Because of this, whether they were demon slayers or the Kikuchi, they all greatly respected the Hashira. Many couldn't help but kneel and bow their heads in front of the Hashira, showing reverence in their demeanor. Yet, someone told them that powerful figures like the Hashira had been taken for special training by the current head instructor. It was hard not to doubt the truth of this. However, this doubt completely disappeared a few days later. The reason was simple. After nearly a month, the training ground near the swordsmith village was finally completed, allowing all members of the Demon Slayer Corps to enter for training. Needless to say, on the first day the training ground was officially opened, they witnessed a scene that was truly unforgettable and awe-inspiring. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst rumbling sounds, the powerful Hashira, who were akin to gods in their eyes, were blasted out by explosions, falling to the ground and rolling a great distance in a sorry state, one by one. Moreover, in the center of the explosions, Riezel stood still, holding a Nichiren sword shimmering with a red light that emitted high temperatures, reprimanding the fallen Hashira. How many times have I told you, don't just rely on your eyes and intuition to observe my movements, open all 5 senses, observe yourself first, then observe me. Discard unnecessary movements, discard unnecessary perceptions, concentrate. Focus. Again. Under Riezel's reprimand, all the Hashira staggered to their feet one by one, covered in dust and ash, looking extremely pitiful. Even Shinobu and Mitsuri, who were regarded as goddesses, now looked like 2 little mongrels, with a dusty and dirty appearance. Hey-aha! All the Hashira shouted in unison, attacking Riezel together once again. Boom. After the loud noise, with the explosion sweeping through, they were once again thrown out like trash, rolling to the ground. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps were stunned senseless. Inevitably, they looked toward Riezel with fear in their eyes. He actually subdued all the Hashira. From that day on, no one questioned Riezel's strength anymore. Chapter 188, He's Already Mine. After an unknown period of time, the commotion inside the training ground finally subsided. Alright, let's take a break for now. Riezel, seeing many members of the Demon Slayer Corps gathered in the training ground, decided to sheath his sword after some thought, and addressed the Hashira. Ha! 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 All the Hashira had no energy left to respond, one after another collapsing to the ground, desperately gasping for air. Damn it! Sanemi, panting heavily, wore a face full of frustration. TCH, couldn't even land a hit today. Abanai clicked his tongue. Lord Head Instructor, is truly hard. Mitsuri felt like she was about to pass out, so she could only sit on the ground like a duck, struggling to speak. As expected of young Tsujikuni. Even Kyujiro, usually full of energy, couldn't get up. Namu Amida Butsu. Gyumei stopped shedding tears, his whole body filthy as he recited Buddhist chants. Really, he's just too flamboyant, that guy. Tengen observed that Riezel's demeanor seemed different from before. A monster. Wichuru lay on the ground without regard for his image, quietly uttering an evaluation. Ju didn't feel like speaking, silently staring at the sky, lost in thought. If only he had been born a little earlier. Shinobu sighed as she looked at Riezel. However, her remark was met with silence from the Hashira. After all, they naturally understood what she meant by that. Indeed. Kyujiro said sincerely. If young Tsujikuni had been born a bit earlier, maybe there wouldn't have been so many tragedies. I wonder, is Kibutsuji Musen stronger than young Tsujikuni? In the past, the Hashira would never have simply admitted to such a statement. However, now, they no longer thought that way. After all, for a whole week, they attacked Riezel countless times, yet they couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes, being knocked down time and time again. One must know that this was 9 versus 1. 9 Hashira were attacking a single person together, yet they couldn't even touch his clothes. Who would have believed it before? Not to mention, except for Gyumei, all of them were fighting while using the Demon Slayer mark. Gyumei, due to his old age, which posed a risk of immediate death upon its use, had Riezel help him get rid of the Demon Slayer mark after he had successfully awakened it previously. As a result, during these days of fighting, he had been fighting without using it. However, since Gyumei was already the strongest in the Demon Slayer Corps, even without the Demon Slayer mark, he wouldn't be weaker than the other Hashira who used it. With 9 Hashira like this, even if they couldn't defeat Musen after ganging up on him, they should at least land a hit, right? At least, this was what all the Hashira thought, until Riezel kept them from even touching him, continuously knocking them down for 7 days straight. In their eyes, if Riezel's terrifying strength was below Musen's, then Musen wasn't a demon anymore but a god. Don't get ahead of yourselves. Riezel stepped forward and denied it. Tsujikuni Yoriichi from the Sengoku period was also a swordsman much stronger than Kibutsuji Musen, but he still couldn't kill him, allowing him to escape. His point was that being able to win was one thing, but being able to kill was another. Even I, facing Kibutsuji Musen, who can split his body into countless fragments to escape, wouldn't dare say I can absolutely stop him from getting away. It's best not to cling too tightly to your delusions. After hearing Riezel's words, all the Hashira became energized. Head Instructor, how strong do you think he is? Shinobu asked a question that everyone was concerned about. They wanted to know if, at present, they had any chance against Musen. However, reality was still cruel. Unfortunately, even if you awaken 3 abilities and can defeat an upper rank on your own, it's still unknown whether you can defeat him even when fighting together. Riezel honestly expressed his opinion. He had a rough estimate of Musen's strength, but this estimate was mainly based on the original work. In the original work, as upper 1, Kakushibu's strength far exceeded that of ordinary upper ranks. He could single-handedly confront Gyumei and Wichiru, both of whom had the Demon Slayer mark and the Transparent World, along with Sanemi, who used only the Demon Slayer mark. Yet, despite the combined efforts of the 3 Hashira, they only managed to defeat him after one of them was killed in the process. Kokuzubu, conservatively estimated, should have a strength equivalent to level 5. Meanwhile, even while under the effects of Tamayo's drug, Musen still could fight on his own against Tanjiro, Gyumei, Sanemi, Juo, Abanai, and Mitsuri, a total of 6 people. Even though these 6 people either used the Demon Slayer mark, the bright red Nichiren sword, or the Transparent World, Musen could still single-handedly suppress them, forcing them to delay until daylight. Just this performance alone was enough to prove that Musen was much stronger than Kokuzubu. However, what made it worse was that this Musen was not even at his prime. Firstly, because centuries ago Musen was nearly killed by Yoriichi, the wound left behind at that time hadn't fully healed even now, weakening his strength to a certain extent. Secondly, Tamayo injected Musen with a complex drug containing 4 deadly effects. The first effect turned his demon body into a human body. The second accelerated his aging. The third prevented his body from splitting and escaping. The fourth disrupted his cells after the first 3 had taken effect. In the final battle, Musen managed to neutralize the effect that turned him human, but the other 3 were still active. In a situation like this, his strength was certainly halved. Even so, Musen could still single-handedly hold his own against the protagonist and 5 Hashira, showing that his strength in his prime would have been even more formidable. From this, it was clear that Musen, despite his weakened state, could still outperform Kokuzubu, who was at level 5. In other words, Musen might not have been far from level 6 in his prime. Now that I think about it this way, Tsujikuni Yoriichi's strength seems terrifying. Riezel pondered inwardly. Musen, possibly at level 6, almost slain by Yoriichi. What level was Yoriichi then? He could only say that Yoriichi truly lived up to being the strongest character in the world of Demon Slayer. Not only was he born with the Demon Slayer mark, but he was also the creator of the breathing style and learned the principles of the Transparent World from childhood, a true anomaly. If Yoriichi were still alive, and if, like Riezel, could receive a god's blessing and fully unlock his potential, he would undoubtedly be a monstrous figure capable of pushing his limits and raising his basic abilities to SSS. However, I'm not weaker than Tsujikuni Yoriichi now. Riezel affirmed inwardly. In his current state, when adopting a strong attack mode, his strength was already equivalent to middle level 7, perhaps even surpassing Yoriichi in his prime. If Yoriichi could defeat Musen in his prime in an instant, there was no reason Riezel couldn't do the same. Even if Musen were really at level 6, Riezel could still easily defeat him even before learning sun breathing, let alone now. Even with the Demon Slayer mark, the Transparent World, and the bright red Nichiren sword, which inflicted massive damage on demons, the strength of a single Hashira at best reached the limit of level 4. Even Gyumei, who was the strongest in the Demon Slayer core, couldn't reach level 5 even after using the Demon Slayer mark and the Transparent World. At most, he could only be considered to have stepped partially into it. If Musen were in the weakened state seen in the later parts of the original work's main story, the 9 Hashira might have a chance of successfully defeating him. However, if Musen were truly at level 6, could the 9 Hashira, who were not even at level 5, really succeed in taking him down? It was a big question mark. Understanding Riezel's point, every Hashira furrowed their brows. Is Kibutsuji Musen really that strong? Tengen wondered aloud, to which Riezel responded with a simple affirmation. After living for 1,000 years, even a pig can turn into a demon, let alone a ruthless demon like him. Don't forget that demons grow stronger the more they consume humans. As the progenitor of demons, who else in this world has eaten as many humans as him? It could be said that under normal circumstances, no one in this world could surpass Musen in combat power. Yoriichi was simply an exception, a miracle. As all the Hashira looked at him solemnly, Riezel continued his words. However, I don't support risking your lives by going after Kibutsuji Musen, it's unnecessary. Your real opponents are the upper ranks, many of whom have a history with you. That's who you should be targeting. As for Kibutsuji Musen, Riezel turned his body away, ready to leave. He's already mine. With these words, Riezel left the training ground, leaving the Hashira deep in thought, staring at his retreating figure. Mr. Tsujikuni. Meanwhile, as Riezel was about to leave the training ground and return to his house, a voice called out to him. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Riezel halted his steps, turned around, and glanced behind him. Over there, someone was running toward him at a brisk pace. Tanjiro. Yes. It was none other than the protagonist, Kamado Tanjiro. Chapter 189, Hinokami Kagura. Long time no see, Mr. Tsujikuni. As Tanjiro approached, he greeted Riezel with a hint of excitement. Oh, hey there. Riezel nodded. It has indeed been a while. Back when Riezel was first welcomed into the Rengoku residence by Kyujiro, he and Tanjiro used to meet quite frequently. However, since he began developing his new breathing style, attempting to evolve sun breathing, he hadn't seen Tanjiro much. Tanjiro would often drop by when Riezel was experimenting with sun breathing, but at that time, he was fully immersed in his experiment, neither noticing Tanjiro nor exchanging greetings with him. On top of that, after Riezel completed the evolution of sun breathing, Tanjiro went off on missions, away from the headquarters. From this, if counted, the two hadn't seen each other for at least a month or two, which could indeed be considered a long time. After a month or two, there hadn't been any significant changes in Tanjiro's body, but his breathing had become much more balanced and stable than before, proving that he hadn't neglected his practice during this time. His strength was still steadily increasing, steadily growing. So, you're in this village too? Riezel asked casually. Yes. Tanjiro nodded repeatedly. Mr. Rengoku asked me to come here to practice. He said a big battle might be coming, and if I didn't want to be left behind, I'd better improve my strength as much as I could. As he said this, Tanjiro cast an admiring gaze toward Riezel. I saw your training session just now. You're truly amazing, Mr. Tsujikuni. Even though the Hashira are so strong, you single-handedly defeated them. Although Tanjiro knew Riezel was strong, especially after witnessing him defeat the upper three with a single slash, he hadn't expected Riezel to become so powerful in just a few months, let alone to become the head instructor of the Demon Slayer Corps. He had heard that the head instructor held the same status as the master, which meant it was above the Hashira. Was it too impolite of me to just rush up and say hi like that? Should I bow down first, lower my head even lower than my knees? Luckily, as Tanjiro was thinking this, Riezel intervened timely, interrupting his drifting thoughts. Honestly, you're not bad yourself. Riezel assessed Tanjiro with a glance. I can feel that you've gotten much stronger than before. Your strength should be close to a Hashira by now, right? Riezel wasn't just making idle talk. During the incident on the Mugen train, Tanjiro had already mastered total concentration, constant. Since total concentration, constant, was the minimum requirement to approach the strength of a Hashira, one could strive to reach the rank of Hashira by learning it. Additionally, Tanjiro had also become Kyujiro's Tsuguko after the incident, so while Riezel was evolving sun breathing, he received guidance from Kyujiro. Clearly, this made Tanjiro much stronger than he was during the incident. Although he hadn't reached the strength of a Hashira yet, he wasn't far off. Currently, Tanjiro was probably equivalent to the limit of level 3, just one step away from reaching level 4, where the strength of the Hashira lay. At this level of strength, disregarding the upper ranks for now, the lower ranks were definitely no longer Tanjiro's opponents. If Tanjiro could awaken the Demon Slayer mark as in the original work, he should immediately gain strength equivalent to a Hashira, right? Unfortunately, the side effect of the Demon Slayer mark was a problematic thing. Riezel didn't want to harm this innocent and kind-hearted boy, so he decided not to mention it. No, I still have a long way to go. Tanjiro shook his head repeatedly, not daring to accept Riezel's high praise. Riezel didn't mind either and casually asked again. What about your two buddies? They didn't come to this village with you. You mean Zenitsu and Inosuke? They did come. Tanjiro said honestly. It's just that Inosuke said he wanted to defeat the wild boars and bears in the area, so he headed into the mountains and disappeared. As for Zenitsu, after getting a letter yesterday and reading it, his face suddenly turned pale, and he vanished this morning. Is that so? Riezel paused for a moment, then quickly back to normal. What about your little sister? You didn't bring her along. As he asked this, Riezel gestured to Tanjiro's empty back. Tanjiro's back, where the wooden box that should have been with him at all times was now missing. Ah, that. Ahaha. Tanjiro chuckled awkwardly. Nezuko can't be exposed to sunlight after all. I came here to practice, so I just left her in the dorm. Umo. Riezel nodded in understanding. Well, since you're here to practice, go find Rengoku, he's resting over there. With that, he turned and was about to leave, but Tanjiro suddenly called out. Wait, Mr. Tsujikuni. Can I ask you something? At his question, Riezel halted his steps, turned around, and looked at Tanjiro with a smile. Do you want to ask about sun breathing? Riezel spoke as if he had seen through Tanjiro's intention. Why, you already knew. Tanjiro was taken aback. I guess so. Riezel nodded with a faint smile. Ever since the incident of the Mugen train, I thought you might ask me about this, but I didn't expect you to endure until now. Ahahaha, it's because I never found the right opportunity. Tanjiro chuckled awkwardly while scratching his head. Then ask now. Riezel stated calmly, crossing his arms. I'll tell you what I know. Thank you. Tanjiro exclaimed joyfully, thanking him fervently. No worries, it's nothing. Riezel shook his head. In that case, I'll get straight to it. Tanjiro stared earnestly at Riezel and began to ask the question that had been on his mind for months. Excuse me, do you know about Hinokami Kagura? I do. Riezel nodded frankly. That's the dance passed down through generations in your family, right? Yes. Tanjiro took a deep breath and continued, my family lives on the mountain as charcoal sellers. It's been passed down for generations, and supposedly, we've been in this business for hundreds of years until my generation. I had a father, a mother, and many little brothers and younger sisters. At this point, Tanjiro's face showed a hint of nostalgia and a tinge of sorrow. 2 years ago, Kibutsuji Muzan attacked my family, killing them, and turning my little sister, Nezuko, into a demon. Tanjiro recounted the painful events, a story well known to Riezel, who was familiar with the original work. Originally, Tanjiro led a happy, ordinary life, much like most people, just an insignificant member of society. His father, bedridden for years, had passed away earlier, leaving behind a small family. Before Muzan's attack, the Kamado family had been relatively content, but after the attack, Tanjiro's peaceful and ordinary life came to a tragic end. Due to his job of selling charcoal down the mountain, Tanjiro narrowly escaped death, but his family perished, leaving only one survivor, his younger sister, Kamado Nezuko. Even though Nezuko survived, she fell victim to Muzan's transformation and became a demon that fed on humans. If not for the deep bond between Tanjiro and Nezuko, and his success in awakening her human nature and preventing her from succumbing to her demonic instincts, his younger sister might have become a target for demon slayers. My condolences. Riezel sighed, merely patting Tanjiro's shoulder since he was unsure of how to console someone. Thank you, but it's okay. I've learned to move forward, not dwell solely on past sorrows. Tanjiro wiped his wet eyes and shifted the conversation back to business. Although my family only sells charcoal, we perform Hinokami Kagura annually to honor the fire god. Hinokami Kagura is our ancestral dance dedicated to worshipping Lord Fire God. Tanjiro sought answers regarding his family's traditional dance. I just happened to use Hinokami Kagura during a fight with demons and found it to be a super powerful breathing style. Ever since, I've been wondering how it became a breathing style. Tanjiro said, sounding unsure. Observing his hesitation, Riezel spoke up. So, after witnessing my battle, you noticed your family's dance is identical to the sun breathing I used, correct? Upon hearing this, Tanjiro nodded in agreement. I've learned from Mr. Rengoku that sun breathing is the original breathing style, the first and strongest one. Tanjiro said, looking confused. But why would Hinokami Kagura be so similar to something so incredible? In fact, Tanjiro had previously asked Kyujiro the same question and received an astonishing answer, which Riezel now revealed. You must have figured it out by now, right? Hinokami Kagura is actually just sun breathing. Riezel smiled and locked eyes with Tanjiro. Actually, you already knew the answer, you just didn't want to believe it. Am I right? After becoming Kyujiro's Tsuguko, Tanjiro had already inquired about his family's Hinokami Kagura, even demonstrating it in front of Kyujiro, ultimately receiving confirmation from him. Bomo. What you just used was the sun breathing that young Tsujikuni used. Kyujiro affirmed it back then. Even so, Tanjiro still wasn't convinced. Why? Why would Hinokami Kagura, a sacred dance passed down through generations in a family of mere charcoal sellers, be the strongest breathing style? Actually, the answer was quite simple. It's pretty simple, really, your family is the inheritor of sun breathing, simple as that. Riezel unveiled the secret. During the Sengoku period, sun breathing's creator, Tsujikuni Yoriichi, was close to your ancestor and demonstrated all the forms of sun breathing right in front of your ancestor's eyes. Even those Hanafuda earrings you wear. They were actually his, given to your ancestor by him. Clearly, this was why the Kamado family's Hinokami Kagura was sun-breathing. Chapter 190, Treating Nezuko. Why the Kamado family became the inheritors of sun-breathing was something that happened after Yoriichi encountered Muzan and allowed him to escape. At that time, Yoriichi was blamed and banished from the Demon Slayer Corps for letting Muzan escape, allowing Tamayo to go free, and for the murder of the then master of the Corps by his brother. Losing both refuge in the Demon Slayer Corps and the identity of a Demon Slayer, Yoriichi, in a state of loneliness, encountered two ancestors of the Kamado family, a husband and wife pair who were being attacked by demons. As Yoriichi saved them, he ultimately became friends with them. 2 years later, Yoriichi visited them again and told his story to the husband, who had become his closest friend. At the husband's request, he later demonstrated sun-breathing. As Yoriichi demonstrated every sword form of sun-breathing, they were deeply imprinted in the mind of the husband, without any loss or distortion. As a result, the Kamado family's Hinokami Kagura was born. Before parting, Yoriichi also gifted his Hanafuda earrings to the husband. However, Yoriichi never appeared again after that, never to be seen by the ancestors of the Kamado family. However, the sun-breathing personally demonstrated by Yoriichi was passed down in the Kamado family along with the pair of Hanafuda earrings. Because of this, although the Kamado family had been an ordinary charcoal-selling family for generations, they were also the sole inheritors of sun-breathing in the world. Otherwise, why would Tanjiro's father understand the transparent world? It was because he was proficient in sun-breathing since childhood, which inadvertently led to his mastery and awakening of the transparent world. Unfortunately, Tanjiro's father had been very ill and bedridden all year round before passing away 3 years ago due to his illness. Given this, considering his talent for awakening the transparent world without a teacher, if he had joined the Demon Slayer Corps and formally practiced swordsmanship, he would have definitely become a stronger swordsman than Gyumei, the strongest in the Corps. Oh, I see. After listening to Riezel's explanation, Tanjiro remained stunned for a long time, still unable to snap out of it. Truthfully, Tanjiro's reaction was understandable. For a plain charcoal-selling family to actually be the inheritors of the strongest breathing style and the ancestors of all breathing styles, the feeling was simply comparable to the shock of, oh, I'm actually born rich. Ding, ling. At the perfect moment, a breeze blew, causing the Hanafuda earrings hanging from Tanjiro's ears to sway gently, emitting a tinkling sound like wind chimes. The pleasant sound not only made Riezel feel nostalgic but also awakened Tanjiro from his daze. I see now, this must be fate, right? Tanjiro muttered and clenched his fists, determination evident in his eyes. As the creator of sun-breathing, Yoriichi failed to kill Muzan, but because of this, he encountered Tanjiro's ancestors by chance and passed down sun-breathing. Moreover, as inheritors of sun-breathing, the Kamado family was coincidentally attacked and almost wiped out by Muzan, leaving only Tanjiro and his younger sister, who was turned into a demon. Since Tanjiro wanted to turn his younger sister back into a human, he had no choice but to search for Muzan to obtain a method to revert demons back to humans. With all these coincidences combined, Tanjiro truly feels the weight of fate. He must defeat Muzan. Regardless of whether it was to fulfill Yoriichi's regret as the inheritor of sun-breathing or to seek revenge as the eldest son of the Kamado family and find a way to restore his younger sister back, Tanjiro felt he must defeat that demon king. As Riezel looked at Tanjiro, whose eyes were filled with determination, he suddenly spoke. If you want to turn your little sister back into a human, maybe I can help. As if hit by lightning, Riezel's sudden statement left Tanjiro completely dumbfounded. What? Although Tanjiro couldn't believe his ears, Riezel had indeed said it clearly. I can help you turn your younger sister back into a human. Riezel's casually repeated words plunged Tanjiro into unprecedented excitement. Really? Is what you said true, Mr. Tsujikuni? Tanjiro couldn't help but grab onto Riezel's clothes in desperation. Really? Riezel wasn't just saying things randomly. Humans become demons because Kibutsuji Muzan injected his blood into them, transforming their body constitution. Riezel explained. So theoretically, if we can obliterate his blood inside their body, it should be possible to turn them back into humans. Demons not only fed on humans but also increased their strength by consuming Muzan's blood. The more blood he gave them, the stronger they became. However, if the power within the blood were too strong, weaker demons might not be able to handle it and could end up self-destructing. Conversely, those who were able to handle it could become even stronger than upper one Kokusabu by relying solely on Muzan's blood. From this, it could be seen that Muzan's blood was the source of the demon's power. In other words, by decomposing his blood within their own, they should revert to being human. For Riezel, who possessed decomposition magic, this was entirely achievable. Mr. Tsujikuni. I. Tanjiro stuttered, overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Alright, don't look at me like that, I just don't want to see your little sister get hurt because of me. Riezel shook his head and patted Tanjiro's shoulder. Later, I plan to kill Kibutsuji Muzan myself. Once he's gone, all the demons in the world will disappear with him. If your little sister dies because of this, I'll feel guilty. In fact, the original work didn't really mention what happened to the demons after Muzan died. Riezel wasn't sure if they would die along with him or if they would revert to being human. If it was the latter, it would be a good thing, but if it was the former, Tanjiro would have to face the loss of his closest family. With this in mind, Riezel decided to do a good deed and save Tanjiro's younger sister first before confronting Muzan. Thank you, Mr. Tsujikuni. Thank you very much. Tanjiro repeatedly bowed to Riezel, tears streaming down his face, crying in a rather unsightly manner. Alright, let's go. Riezel said with a smile. Take me to your little sister. Yes. Tanjiro replied loudly. In the swordsmith village, Tanjiro lived in the collective dormitories provided for members of the Demon Slayer Corps. The dormitories varied in size, some were large, some small, some accommodated only 2 to 3 people, while others could house around 10. Additionally, they were located on the outskirts of the village, clearly newly constructed. Meanwhile, Tanjiro resided in one of the smaller dormitories, which could accommodate only 3 or 4 people. Naturally, he shared it with Zenitsu, Inosuke, and his younger sister, Nezuko. Under Tanjiro's guidance, Riezel arrived in his dormitory and met his younger sister, Nezuko, who had always been kept inside a wooden box. Nezuko was a girl who seemed to be around the same age as Modeste, about 14 years old. With waist-length jet black hair, she wore a pink kimono with a black haori over it and had a bamboo tube in her mouth. Riezel must admit, her appearance was cute, clearly a rare beauty in the making. At this moment, Nezuko was sleeping soundly on the futon laid out on the tatami mat. "I'm back, Nezuko." Tanjiro knelt beside the futon, reaching out to gently stroke his younger sister's head with a gentle and serene expression that Riezel had never seen before. "Is she asleep?" Riezel asked as he observed Nezuko for a moment. "Yes." Tanjiro unconsciously lowered his voice. Since becoming a demon, Nezuko has often slept like this, spending most of her time sleeping, seemingly maintaining her strength through sleep and suppressing her instinct as a demon, refraining from eating humans. It must be said that Tanjiro's younger sister was quite impressive. After turning into a demon, most people were usually controlled by uncontrollable violent tendencies, attacking humans on sight and gradually losing their humanity, even their memories of being human. Nezuko was the only demon who, through sheer willpower, overcame the instinct to eat humans and retained some of her humanity thanks to Tanjiro's calls. Even though she was the only demon in this world who had never eaten a human, her presence had caused conflicts within the Demon Slayer Corps. After all, Tanjiro being together with a demon, and even supporting the demon, was a major taboo within the Corps. Even someone as strong as Yoriichi had been condemned by the Demon Slayer Corps for sparing Tamayo, let alone Tanjiro, a mere ordinary member. Because of this, the Corps had once considered executing his younger sister, and Tanjiro himself had also almost been executed. If it weren't for Ju vouching for him and Shinobu later showing favoritism toward Tanjiro, along with Kagaya having some understanding of Nezuko's situation and allowing her existence, perhaps these siblings would no longer be part of the Demon Slayer Corps. Even so, most members of the Demon Slayer Corps still refused to acknowledge Nezuko. Some even refused to accept Tanjiro, despite Nezuko proving at the last Hashira meeting that she didn't eat humans. Luckily, there were now quite a few Hashira who acknowledged Tanjiro. Kyujiro becoming Tanjiro's mentor naturally implied recognition of Nezuko. Mitsuri never harbored biases against Tanjiro and always held him and his younger sister in high regard because she was kind-hearted. Michiru seemed to consider Tanjiro and Nezuko's existence insignificant and chose to ignore them. Gyumei seemed to be in a state of observation, with his thoughts unknown. As for Tengen, while he couldn't exactly be said to acknowledge Tanjiro and Nezuko, he hadn't insisted on rooting them out either. Only Sanemi and Abanai, the two with the worst tempers, worst personalities, and lowest popularity within the Demon Slayer Corps, still held a grudge against Tanjiro until now. Of course, as someone who knew the original work, Riezel naturally held an approving attitude toward Nezuko. He had come here to help her, which in itself was proof. "Alright, I'm going to begin." Riezel knelt down on one knee and placed his hand on Nezuko's forehead. "Please. I beg of you." Tanjiro bowed deeply to Riezel, his face filled with nervousness. Without bothering with Tanjiro further, Riezel began to use decomposition magic. Bzzzt. Crimson waves soon appeared. Chapter 191, Quit. As crimson waves appeared in Riezel's hand, Tanjiro wasn't surprised. After all, swordsmen who had mastered the breathing style could conjure fire, water, wind, and more. Emitting crimson light was no big deal and certainly not surprising. Filled with anticipation, Tanjiro watched nervously as the crimson waves flowed from Riezel's hand to Nezuko's forehead, gradually covering her entire body. Riezel controlled the decomposition magic with precision, careful not to make a mistake that could decompose a person, which would be a disaster. He targeted only the foreign substance inside Nezuko, Musen's demon blood that didn't belong in a human body. In the next moment, Nezuko suddenly began to convulse. Ugh. A slightly pained sound escaped from Nezuko's mouth, muffled by the bamboo tube she was biting. Tanjiro almost couldn't resist rushing over, but he held himself back, choosing to trust Riezel. Nezuko's shaking intensified, and the sounds she made grew more pained. PSSST. Eventually, her entire body began to emit smoke. Nezuko. Tanjiro finally couldn't hold back and called out, but unfortunately, neither Riezel nor Nezuko had the energy to respond to him at this moment. Nezuko seemed to be enduring unbearable pain, causing her arms and legs to flail uncontrollably. Chi. Nezuko's sharp claws inadvertently scratched Riezel's hand, leaving a blood stain on his arm. Riezel frowned slightly but didn't stop, calmly continued to release the decomposition magic. He had initially thought it would be simple, just decomposing Musen's blood from Nezuko's body would restore her to human. Unfortunately, Musen's blood had already merged with her flesh, completely transforming her body inside out. It wasn't something that could be decomposed so easily. Riezel needed to find and decompose the inhuman parts within Nezuko without harming other parts. Its difficulty was akin to plucking a thorn from an invisible cell, making one want to cry out that it was impossible. In the past, Riezel indeed wouldn't have been able to accomplish this. Luckily, the current him had awakened the transparent world, enabling him to see through bodies, observing the movement of every muscle and even each blood vessel. As long as he concentrated a bit more, it wasn't impossible to extract the so-called thorn embedded in an invisible cell. In this manner, Riezel completely shut down all his senses, leaving only the minimum necessary, and focused intensely on observing every cell and every bit of flesh in Nezuko's body. Before long, he extracted all the foreign substances he discovered inside, decomposing them with decomposition magic. Clearly, this process was cumbersome, lengthy, and tested one's patience. At least half an hour had passed, and Riezel was still at it. Nezuko continued to struggle in apparent pain, emphasizing the difficulty of the task. After half an hour, the smoke emanating from Nezuko began to lessen, and her pain sounds and struggles gradually eased as well. About an hour later, as the crimson waves disappeared, Nezuko finally calmed down completely. Phew. Only then did Riezel let out a breath and stand up. How is she, Mr. Tsujikuni? Tanjiro, who hadn't blinked once during the entire process, kept his eyes glued to Riezel. Seeing that Riezel seemed to be done, he quickly asked. However, Riezel didn't respond and merely gave Tanjiro a slight smile before turning to leave. Mr. Tsu. Tanjiro instinctively tried to call out, but in the next second, he was interrupted by another voice. Big brother. When that faint, drowsy voice echoed in the room and reached Tanjiro's ears, he felt as if struck by lightning, freezing in place. After a moment of daze, tears welled up in Tanjiro's eyes once again. Leaving Tanjiro's dormitory, Riezel immediately heard the sound of crying from inside as he stepped outside. Poor guy. Riezel sighed, deciding not to rush off, and instead waited outside. In the end, he ended up waiting for another half hour. Finally, Tanjiro came out of the dormitory, wiping away his tears. Thank you, Mr. Tsujikuni, thank you so much. As soon as Tanjiro saw Riezel, he ran up to him without hesitation, bowing repeatedly. All right, you've thanked me plenty of times already. Riezel helped Tanjiro up, not letting him bow any further. No. No matter how many times I thank you, it won't be enough to express how I feel right now. Tanjiro said with a tearful but relieved smile. Nezuko is my only family left. I've always been worried, thinking about what I'd do if she never turned back into a human. A demon becoming human was unprecedented. Not only had Tanjiro never heard of it, but even in the past records of the Ubuyashiki family, the Rengoku family, and the entire Demon Slayer Corps, there were no records of demons turning back into humans. Not even in the original work was there any mention of demons becoming humans until Tamayo developed the cure for it. Although Tanjiro had strong willpower and unwavering determination, he had always been uncertain about whether he could truly turn his younger sister back into a human, until today. The one who made it possible was the very strong, very mysterious, and very powerful head instructor he had only recently met. At this moment, Tanjiro made up his mind. From now on, you're my big brother. No, that's not necessary. Riezel raised his eyebrows. No way. You're my big brother now. But I think. Big brother. Tanjiro's loud voice and determination left Riezel speechless, literally unable to refuse. It had to be said, as Kyujiro's Tsuguko, Tanjiro might not have mastered everything yet, but his loud voice and stubbornness had certainly surpassed his mentor's. Fine, do whatever you want. Riezel didn't care anymore. Back on the Mugen train, this boy had also called him Big Brother for a while. Even though it wasn't the same kind of Big Brother, it didn't really matter. As such, he would just accept it. Is your little sister okay? Riezel asked, changing the topic. Yeah, she's fine. A gentle expression appeared on Tanjiro's face as he answered. She still seems very tired, so I let her sleep. Tonight, I'll ask Miss Shinobu to come and check on Nezuko. I just hope she stays healthy. All right. Riezel nodded. So you're not practicing today? I'll be with Nezuko for now. Tanjiro said apologetically. I'm worried about her and want to stay by her side for a bit, but once she's better, I'll definitely come back. Actually, you could just quit, you know. Riezel suddenly suggested. Your little sister's back to being human, so you don't need to look for Kibutsuji Musen anymore. You could take her home and stay away from the battlefield. It wouldn't be a bad choice for both of you. Upon hearing this, Tanjiro instantly fell silent. You're only left with Nezuko, right? Riezel said. And it's the same for her. If you keep fighting and end up running into a powerful demon and getting killed, Nezuko won't have any family left to rely on. You don't have to answer now. Tanjiro opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but Riezel interrupted him. Think it over carefully. Also, it's a good idea to talk it over with your little sister so you don't have to rush your decision. Upon hearing this, Tanjiro closed his mouth, showing a complex expression. Seeing Tanjiro's expression, Riezel immediately turned and left. Seeing him leave, Tanjiro didn't say anything, only bowing deeply to Riezel's back. He knew Riezel was saying those things for his own good. Still, he really couldn't make a decision yet. With this in mind, Tanjiro thought he should really take the time to consider what to do next. In fact, Riezel saying those suggestions to Tanjiro for a reason. As the protagonist, Tanjiro's body had many outstanding qualities. If developed properly, he would undoubtedly become an outstanding character, capable of playing a decisive role in critical moments. However, in the original work's ending, Tanjiro's fate wasn't particularly a good one. One of his arms had atrophied, one eye had gone blind, and due to using the Demon Slayer mark, he wouldn't live past 25. Nevertheless, for Tanjiro, this was already a happy ending. His younger sister had returned to being human, Muzan had been defeated, and he had returned home with his friends to live an ordinary life. Even though Tanjiro was content with this outcome, it actually still left many regrets. Fortunately, none of this had happened yet. Since the final battle hadn't started, Tanjiro's Demon Slayer mark hadn't awakened, and with himself around, Muzan wouldn't go unopposed. Given this, Tanjiro didn't need to jump into this mess. If Tanjiro were to die in battle this time, his younger sister would indeed be left all alone. Knowing this, it would be better not to let him join the fight in the first place. However, well, he's the protagonist after all. If protagonists give up so easily, villains in countless worlds would probably cheer for 3 days and nights. Riezel somewhat anticipated what would happen next. "Oh, you're back. You're so slow. I've been waiting for you forever. Hurry up, let's continue. Let's go." Unconsciously, instead of returning to his house, Riezel went back to the training ground, urged on by the fully re-energized Hashira. Seeing them, Riezel smiled slightly, drew his sword, and entered the training ground. Before long, the flames and explosions returned, and the hellish special training resumed. Chapter 192, Mechanical Doll. The next day, Riezel continued giving special training to the 9 Hashira in the training ground, helping them awaken the transparent world. Meanwhile, other members of the Demon Slayer Corps stood by, watching as Riezel tortured and beat all the Hashira. Whenever they found something amusing, they cheered loudly, earning deathly glares from Sanemi and Abanai. One moment they were filled with joy, the next they were miserable. Each of them was eventually caught by the Hashira and taken away for rigorous training. Kagaya had instructed the Hashira to oversee the training of the lower-ranking members during their free time, pushing them to improve their skills whenever possible. Originally, this task should have fallen to Riezel as the head instructor, but Kagaya seemed to notice Riezel's lack of interest in training ordinary members, thus assigning the task to the Hashira instead. Indeed, Riezel had little interest in training these ordinary members. After all, he wasn't here to babysit the Demon Slayer Corps. If the Hashira needed special training, so be it, but why should he bother with the ordinary members? Although it seemed like Riezel was simply pushing the Hashira around during their training sessions, there were benefits he gained. At the very least, it allowed him to hone his swordsmanship and let his swordsman development ability absorb some excelia. As for the ordinary members, with their combat power hovering around level 3 at best, how much training effect could they possibly provide for him? It would be better for them to train on their own. For this reason, if Kagaya had tasked Riezel with this job, he would have surely declined. Even so, since Kagaya hoped to enhance the overall strength of the Demon Slayer Corps, Riezel had no reason to object. After some contemplation, Riezel made his decision known to the Hashira. "Every morning, I'll train you all, and in the afternoons, you'll train the other members." However, his decision met with both approval and opposition. Kyujiro, Shinobu, Mitsuri, and Gyumei were in favor. They were Hashira who valued helping others, so naturally, they supported anything that could benefit others. On the other hand, Sanemi, Abanai, Tengen, and Muichiro were opposed. They were displeased at the prospect of their training time being halved and saw little value in improving the meager skills of ordinary members. In their eyes, only the Hashira were crucial combat power, making the other members' roles seem insignificant. In the end, this stark difference in views led to a heated argument. Only Ju remained silent and indifferent as usual, choosing not to engage in the discussion. Ironically, this attitude explained why he had always been isolated and alone. In the end, the argument continued until Riezel put an end to it with a single statement. "You know, in my eyes, your skills are also insignificant and unnecessary. Why don't you all stop training and go home?" His words instantly silenced the Hashira on Sanemi's side. With that, the issue was finally settled. Following Riezel's decision, the Hashira arranged a training schedule for the entire Demon Slayer Corps. In the morning, Riezel sparred with the 9 Hashira, while ordinary members engaged in basic physical training. In the afternoon, Riezel rested while the 9 Hashira conducted training sessions with various members, including sparring among other activities. In the evening, everyone reserved it for rest. It was decided that this new training schedule would begin from today. At this moment, Riezel had nearly finished sparring with the 9 Hashira, and it was time for them to train the other members. Riezel left them behind and walked out of the training ground, as he had done the day before. However, just like yesterday, he was stopped shortly after leaving. Big brother. Clearly, that voice and the way of addressing could belong to only one person. Sure enough, Tanjiro, looking like he had just completed his training, ran toward Riezel, panting heavily. However, he wasn't alone, but had someone with him. It wasn't his younger sister, who had just recovered yesterday, nor was it his usual two best friends. Instead, it was a local boy from the village, wearing a Hayatoko mask. Riezel glanced at the boy and felt a sense of familiarity. Before long, it clicked in his mind who this boy was. Is it him? As Riezel recalled who the boy was, a flash of insight struck him, reminding him of something from the swordsmith village. Instantly, his face lit up with curiosity. At this moment, Tanjiro and the boy had already arrived in front of Riezel. Big brother. Tanjiro seemed to have taken a liking to this nickname, calling out happily while smiling. Looks like you've already made up your mind, huh? Riezel turned his gaze toward Tanjiro. Yes. Tanjiro nodded, seeming to have made up his mind. Nezuko and I have discussed it. We promised to go back together, but not now. It'll be after everything is over, with Zenitsu and Inosuke. Are you really sure about this? Riezel asked, not trying to persuade him further, just confirming. If you die, this promise will turn into a lifetime of pain and regret. It's precisely because of this promise that I need to continue training, to become stronger, and to have the necessary strength to survive. Tanjiro spoke earnestly as he gazed into Riezel's eyes. Nezuko and I have come this far thanks to many people who helped us, pushing us forward. Zenitsu, Inosuke, and of course Teacher Rengoku, Miss Shinobu, and Mr. Tomioka, everyone who's got high hopes for me. Plus, the Master's kindness, the will of our ancestors, and the memories of our departed family. It's because of all of them that I've come this far. If it weren't for everyone's support, I would have definitely collapsed halfway. Tanjiro's voice grew stronger. Now, everyone's heading into battle to end it all, to stop the tragedy, willing to risk everything. In that case, how could I abandon everyone and run away with just my younger sister? In the future I dream of, I want not just Nezuko to be part of my family, but everyone. After declaring this, Tanjiro gave Riezel a big smile. That's why, I will fight together with everyone till the end. Clearly, this was the conclusion Tanjiro and Nezuko reached after talking through the night. In any event, the Kamado siblings were naturally people who knew how to be grateful. Even though the bond between them had indeed sustained and brought them this far, their connections weren't limited to each other but extended to others as well. Not to mention, they not only harbored deep hatred toward Muzan but also bore a fate inherited from Yoriichi that had been passed down through generations of their family. In short, they had no reason to evade this battle. Sorry to disappoint you after all you had done for us. Tanjiro bowed deeply to Riezel. No, it's okay. Riezel smiled faintly. I actually had a feeling about your decision earlier. I just hope you can make it to the end and achieve the future you're looking forward to, without any regrets. Yes. Tanjiro responded loudly. Seeing the conversation between Riezel and Tanjiro coming to an end, the boy beside Tanjiro finally jumped in. Are you done talking? Then it's my turn. The boy declared. Ah, right, let me introduce him. Tanjiro seemed to just remember the boy's presence and quickly introduced him. He is Kotetsu, from the swordsmith village. I can tell. Riezel glanced at the mask on the boy's face. So what's the story? How did you end up together? We didn't end up together, we just met recently. Tanjiro said, scratching his head. He was hiding and peeking from the side. Well, he looked kinda pitiful, so I brought him along. I wasn't peeking. Kotetsu immediately protested. I just happened to pass by. Yeah, just happened to pass by. Really? Tanjiro tilted his head. But weren't you here yesterday too? What? Kotetsu was surprised. How did you know? Because of the smell. Tanjiro straightened up proudly. My nose is quite sensitive, you know. I don't understand what you're talking about. Kotetsu protested. Nevertheless, he no longer denied coming here and began stealing glances at Riezel with a hesitant expression. What's up? Riezel asked in confusion. Do you have something to ask me? Well, sort of. Kotetsu's voice involuntarily lowered. I heard you're the master of the divine sword, so I wanted to ask you something. Riezel nodded, gesturing for him to continue. After much hesitation, Kotetsu finally mustered the courage to ask his question. Can you fix a mechanical doll? Kotetsu asked with a somewhat hopeful voice. Mechanical doll. Tanjiro blinked his eyes, confused. As for Riezel, he had a sudden realization upon hearing the boy's question. Now, he knew why Kotetsu had come to him. Are you referring to Yoriichi Type 0? Riezel's words surprised Kotetsu. Why you know about Yoriichi Type 0? Kotetsu seemed somewhat surprised. Yoriichi Type 0? Tanjiro's face displayed a question mark and his eyes widened. What's that? Seeing his confusion, Kotetsu began to explain. It's a mechanical doll created by my ancestor for combat training. It can perform 108 different movements and possesses superhuman strength. Many members of the Demon Slayer Corps who have visited the village always used it for training, but it's quite old now, almost falling apart. Recently, fewer people come specifically to train with it, and fewer people even know of its existence. Ah, I see. Tanjiro nodded earnestly. Seeing his reaction, Riezel doubted whether he truly understood. However, that wasn't the priority right now. Are you asking me to help you repair Yoriichi Type 0? Riezel voiced Kotetsu's true purpose. Yes. Upon hearing Riezel's question, Kotetsu nodded heavily. Chapter 193, Yoriichi Type 0. Yoriichi Type 0, the existence of this battle-oriented mechanical doll, only came back to Riezel's memory after meeting Kotetsu. Its presence wasn't imposing, but from its name alone, one could discern a connection to Tsujikuni Yoriichi. In truth, the creator of this mechanical doll created it after Yoriichi, endowing it with strength far surpassing that of ordinary humans. Moreover, it had existed for a considerable time, spanning from the Sengoku period to the present day, easily over 300 years. Clearly, the fact that a mechanical doll could persist for over 3 centuries was truly remarkable in itself, emphasizing its exceptional nature. It was thanks to Kotetsu's family, who had taken care of this mechanical doll since the Sengoku period, for over 300 years up to the present day. As Riezel thought about this mechanical doll, his interest was piqued, but he also felt a bit confused about Kotetsu's intentions. Why did you come to me? Riezel asked with a puzzled tone. In fact, Yoriichi Type 0 was quite old, nearly breaking down and beyond repair. Unfortunately, by the time it reached Kotetsu's generation, the necessary skills and knowledge needed to maintain and repair it had been lost, so it wasn't unusual for him to seek someone to help him fix it. However, the question remained, why didn't Kotetsu approach the highly skilled swordsmiths in the swordsmith village, but instead came to him? Truly, this was something Riezel couldn't quite grasp. However, Kotetsu's next words would answer his doubt. In the village, apart from my father, there's no one left who can repair Yoriichi Type 0, including myself. As Kotetsu answered, there was a hint of reluctance in his tone. A mechanical doll that had survived from the Sengoku period to the present surely harbored remarkable craftsmanship. While the swordsmith village boasted many skilled swordsmiths, particularly the village chief who was arguably the world's best swordsmith, expertise in mechanical doll making was scarce. After all, this type of craftsmanship was already niche within the swordsmith village, almost forgotten and overlooked. Because of this, until now, only Kotetsu's father possessed the ability to maintain, care for, and repair Yoriichi Type 0. Sadly, Kotetsu's father had passed away, leaving Kotetsu as the last inheritor of this dwindling mechanical doll. However, Kotetsu was merely a precocious child, lacking the ability to repair Yoriichi Type 0, and didn't even possess the natural talent for swordsmithing. For this reason, in the original work, Yoriichi Type 0 remained damaged until the end. Fortunately, at this time and this moment, Kotetsu saw hope in repairing Yoriichi Type 0, which lay in Riezel. You're the master of the divine sword, right? Kotetsu asked with a hint of anticipation. Many in the village say the divine sword was actually made by you. Although some skilled swordsmiths led by the village chief deny this claim, stating they don't smell the scent of a blacksmith on you, I want to know, if you really did create the divine sword, can you also repair mechanical dolls? Upon hearing this, Riezel finally understood. Needless to say, Kotetsu harbored a hopeful belief when he saw him out. You sure know how to beat a dead horse. Riezel chuckled and shook his head. So, can you? Kotetsu asked, not denying Riezel's words while looking nervously at him. After a moment of contemplation, Riezel replied. Take me to see Yoriichi Type 0 first, then we'll decide. All right. Kotetsu readily agreed. Can I come along? Tanjiro quickly raised his hand. Let's go. Riezel glanced at him with a smile. Perhaps you will find something useful there. After saying these mysterious words, he took the lead and walked ahead. Seeing this, Tanjiro and Kotetsu hurried to catch up. Under Kotetsu's guidance, Riezel and Tanjiro arrived at another stretch of mountain forest. A clearing lay before them, seemingly designated for training purposes, though it appeared neglected from lack of recent use. It's right there. Kotetsu stepped into the clearing, pointing toward a figure standing tall in the center. Riezel looked up and immediately spotted the mechanical doll, a relic from the Sengoku period, still intact. It was dressed in a kimono, resembling an ancient samurai, with its hair styled in a tall ponytail. It had the appearance of a human male, but its expression was stiff and robotic, revealing that beneath its exterior lay not supple flesh, but rigid mechanical parts. It also had 6 arms, each equipped with a sword, resembling a demon from hell. Even standing motionless, it emanated a faint but eerie sense of dread. Is this Yoriichi Type 0? Riezel examined Yoriichi Type 0 with interest. Tanjiro also did the same. This doll. As Tanjiro stared at the mechanical doll's face, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. Kotetsu stepped in to explain. This is Yoriichi Type 0, a combat mechanical doll of my family. It was my ancestor's greatest creation during his lifetime, unmatched even today. According to my family records, Yoriichi Type 0 was modeled after an extremely powerful swordsman from the Sengoku period. The swordsman's incredible skill left a profound impact on my ancestor, inspiring him to create this mechanical doll. Kotetsu's voice brimmed with pride. To replicate the swordsman's skills, my ancestor created Yoriichi Type 0 with multiple action modes, 6 arms, and 6 swords. Without these modifications, it said that the doll wouldn't even possess a tenth of the swordsman's strength. Hence, Yoriichi Type 0 appears as a 6-armed swordsman. Kotetsu's words finally dawned on Tanjiro, usually dense and slow to react. Yoriichi Type 0. Yoriichi. Muttering this, Tanjiro looked at Riezel in surprise. Just as you suspected. Riezel nodded. This mechanical doll is designed after Tsujikuni Yoriichi from the Sengoku period, the creator of sun breathing, who passed it down to you and me. Upon hearing this, Tanjiro finally understood why the mechanical doll seemed so familiar to him. After all, this was the great ancestor who had once befriended and saved his own ancestors, leaving behind the legacy of sun breathing for his family. Furthermore, the blood flowing within him told him that the person with that appearance was a great benefactor to his family. One could even say Yoriichi was his family's master, sensei, and the master of his family through generations since the Sengoku period. Tanjiro fell silent for a while, then bowed respectfully toward Yoriichi Type 0. Riezel, however, didn't share Tanjiro's deep emotions. His connection with Yoriichi was not as profound as Yoriichi's connection with Tanjiro's family, so he simply continued to examine Yoriichi Type 0, vaguely recognizing the figure of the swordsman who had demonstrated sun breathing to him in his dream. Eventually, Riezel turned to Kotetsu and threw out a question. It should still be functional, right? It should be. Kotetsu nodded hesitantly. But Yoriichi Type 0 is quite old now. It can move, but if it's put into combat again, it might break down immediately. If that's the case, there's nothing we can do. Riezel glanced back at the mechanical doll. We need to see how much it can move before deciding whether we can repair it. If it breaks before then, it's just its fate. Although his statement saddened Kotetsu, it was also the truth. Okay, I'll make it move. Kotetsu took a key from his pocket, approached Yoriichi Type 0, and inserted it into a hole in its body. He then twisted the key, activating it. Ka-ka. In the next moment, the sound of metal parts being activated echoed from within Yoriichi Type 0. As its eyes lit up slightly as if infused with life, it raised its head. Seeing this, Kotetsu hurried back. At the same time, Riezel suddenly grabbed Tanjiro by the arm. Tanjiro was taken aback. Big brother. His voice conveyed both confusion and a hint of unease as if sensing something ominous. You go and give it a try. Sure enough, as Riezel heartlessly said this, he threw Tanjiro toward Yoriichi Type 0 without hesitation. Tanjiro immediately let out a series of screams as he was thrown right in front of Yoriichi Type 0. Swish. Seeing its target, Yoriichi Type 0 instantly sprang into action. It extended its 6 arms and raised its 6 swords before dashing toward Tanjiro with astonishing speed. Wait. Tanjiro exclaimed in shock, quickly drawing his own sword. Ding. In the next moment, their swords clashed, producing a crisp sound of impact and sparks flying. In the nick of time, Tanjiro hastily raised his sword, blocking the lightning-fast strike coming toward him. However, Yoriichi Type 0's other 5 arms and swords also moved, like a storm, slashing out with a flurry of sword lights, attacking Tanjiro like a torrential downpour. Clang, cling, clang, cling. Clang, cling, clang, cling. For a moment, the sounds of swords colliding echoed fiercely in the empty clearing. Yoriichi Type 0 seemed possessed by a god of war, its 6 swords turning into blades of minced meat, slashing out flashes of sword light, cutting out slashes with incredible speed and high attack frequency, forcing Tanjiro to barely defend himself. Seeing this scene, Riezel's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Hey, even though it's almost falling apart, it still has this kind of strength. Looking intently at Yoriichi Type 0, Riezel made his judgment. Yoriichi Type 0 should have combat power equivalent to level 4. Clearly, this was essentially the combat power of a Hashira, yet it appeared in the form of a mere doll. Interesting. Riezel was interested in this mechanical doll, or rather, he was interested in acquiring the technology to create it. Chapter 194, Frightening Prospect. Ever since Riezel first met Kotetsu and recalled Yoriichi Type 0, he had been interested in it. Yoriichi Type 0, as a combat mechanical doll far surpassing ordinary human capabilities, though ultimately unable to match Yoriichi's prowess, still possessed considerable prowess in this world, not to be underestimated. In the original work, Mwichiro, a Hashira, used Yoriichi Type 0 for training. Despite its significant wear and damage, it could still hold its own against him, proving its capabilities were not inferior to a Hashira. Surprisingly, such a mechanical doll was actually created solely by a swordsmith without any extraordinary or supernatural powers. What did this mean? It meant that with the mechanical doll's blueprint and sufficient technical skills, such a mechanical doll could potentially be mass-produced, truly a frightening prospect. A mechanical doll equivalent to level 4, if hundreds or even thousands of them were assembled into an army, might eliminate the need for the Demon Slayer Corps, as demons would have no chance of dominating the world anymore. Even Muzan would likely retreat if faced with an army composed of Hashira-level mechanical dolls, unwilling to engage with such opponents. A combat power at level 4 was considered elite even within Loki Familia, let alone among the knightly orders of the Frenzel family, where out of 800 members, no more than 100 would reach this level. Moreover, if the conditions were met, these mechanical dolls could be mass-produced in the tens of thousands, even millions. It was inevitable that Riezel would be interested in this prospect. Of course, while he entertained the thought, if it were so easy, there would not be just one Yoriichi Type 0 in this world after hundreds of years have passed since the Sengoku period. Yoriichi Type 0 was the masterpiece of Kotetsu's ancestor, unique in its kind. Even if this ancestor were reborn, it was uncertain whether he could recreate such a powerful mechanical doll again, let alone anyone else. Kotetsu's family, inheriting the technology from their ancestor, had only been able to maintain and repair Yoriichi Type 0. No one had ever succeeded in creating another mechanical doll of this caliber, illustrating how advanced the technology used in its creation was, and how difficult it was to master and replicate such a technology. In such a situation, even if one had the blueprint and the necessary technical skills in hand, creating such a mechanical doll would be extremely difficult. However, Riezel didn't need to fully comprehend the technical aspects since, after all, he was a magician. If he could forge swords using structure system magic, couldn't he also create a mechanical doll using it? After all, this mechanical doll didn't rely on magic metal, didn't employ any extraordinary means, and wasn't an alchemy item, magic item, or special equipment. It was merely a doll with a sophisticated design concept and mechanical technology. Riezel could perfectly imprint the design into his mind, memorizing every part and material, construction, and placement of the mechanical doll, and then replicate it using magic, mimicking it exactly. Since it was akin to copy-pasting, he didn't need to read the text or understand its meaning. One click and it was copied down. Even if he couldn't understand what was written in it, the content was completely consistent with the original version. When others saw it, the information they received and accepted would be the same, and the effect it had on both sides was no different. In this way, Riezel could mass-produce mechanical dolls equivalent to level 4, effectively carrying a level 4 army wherever he went. Riezel couldn't help but feel chills down his spine as he thought about the idea. And so, after done pondering, Riezel turned to Kotetsu. Your family must have a blueprint for Yoriichi Type 0, right? Something like its design drawing or concept. Blueprint. As Kotetsu nervously glanced at the fierce battle between Tanjiro and Yoriichi Type 0 in the clearing, he paused slightly upon hearing Riezel's question, then furrowed his brow uncertainly. Something like that should exist. My father used to occasionally look at a book while repairing Yoriichi Type 0. I think that book might contain this blueprint thingy. Kotetsu had flipped through the book many times himself, but whether it actually contained the so-called blueprint, he didn't know since he couldn't make sense of it. Still, his father had mentioned that the book contained records related to the mechanical doll left by their ancestor. After his father's death, he often reread the book, intending to learn everything about the mechanical doll it detailed, but he still couldn't understand it. It was also because of this that he confirmed he lacked the talent for swordsmithing, let alone for mechanical dolls, leaving him in despair. Can I take a look at that book? Riezel asked without knowing Kotetsu's thoughts. All right. Kotetsu hesitated for a while, then sighed resignedly. It's useless to me anyway. Keeping it would only lead to the end of our legacy. After saying this, Kotetsu reluctantly glanced at Yoriichi Type 0 battling fiercely with Tanjiro, then turned and walked away. Riezel didn't follow, continuing to watch the battle. Water breathing, 8th form, waterfall basin. At this moment, Tanjiro shouted loudly, descending from above and slashing downward with his black Nichiren sword, causing a surging water pillar to appear around him, a magnificent display. However, Yoriichi Type 0 firmly blocked this formidable slash with its 2 arms holding 2 swords, deflecting it, while its other 4 arms wielded 4 swords to viciously slash, cutting through and dispersing the water pillar. As a result, Tanjiro was sent flying, rolling several times on the ground before crashing into a tree and barely stopping his tumbling. Strong. Very strong. Tanjiro gasped heavily, his body covered in dirt and disheveled. Clearly, faced with Yoriichi Type 0, which could rival a Hashira but lacked any emotion as a mechanical doll, it didn't show any mercy. Gripping its 6 swords, Yoriichi Type 0 charged at Tanjiro again, forcing him to defend himself desperately. For a while, the scene was filled with rolling water tides, while the constant clash of swords echoed in the air. Riezel frowned slightly as he watched Tanjiro's desperate and battered appearance. It seems like water breathing isn't quite suited for him. Seeing Tanjiro's movement, Riezel noted the problem. He could tell that when Tanjiro used water breathing, not only did he fail to exhibit the breathing style's characteristic flexibility and fluidity, but he also appeared stiff with every move. Water breathing was supposed to be the most stable and durable breathing style for prolonged combat among all breathing styles. Yet, despite Tanjiro having used water breathing for such a short time, he already seemed out of breath. Evidently, this wasn't just due to exhaustion from fending off his opponent's fierce attacks, but also because his breathing couldn't keep up with the gentle rhythm required by water breathing. From this, it was clear that Tanjiro was never a swordsman skilled in the gentle and adaptable ways of water breathing but a swordsman burning with ambition, hard work, and determination, a temperament truly unsuitable for practicing water breathing. Tanjiro's Nichiren sword also attested to this fact. Its blade, black like Riezel's hermit, told others that water breathing wasn't the most suitable breathing style for him. If he used sun breathing, Hino Kami Kagura, passed down through his family for generations, wouldn't that change the course of the battle? Riezel speculated as he watched Tanjiro's Nichiren sword. Currently, Tanjiro possessed combat power close to the limit of level 3. If he switched to sun breathing, he should be able to match Yoriichi Type 0 in a short time. Unfortunately, Tanjiro couldn't. Yeah, his body is too weak. Why didn't sun breathing continue within the Demon Slayer core, instead spawning fundamental breathing styles like flame, water, wind, stone, and thunder? Of course, the reason lay in sun breathing's demanding requirements for the practitioner's body. Even the swordsmen of the first-generation breathing styles couldn't meet these rigorous demands. Tanjiro, with his frail body, was far from capable of wielding the full power of sun breathing. Riezel even suspected that the early death and chronic illness of Tanjiro's father might have been due to forcibly using sun breathing without the necessary body constitution, leading to his illness. Riezel himself didn't face such troubles. As a first-class adventurer, his body constitution might even surpass that of Yoriichi, leaving no doubt about his capability to use sun breathing. However, Tanjiro was different. He was a completely ordinary young man with a weak body constitution. If he were to use sun breathing, he would likely collapse in intense pain within moments, unable to move. Seeing Tanjiro on the brink of collapse, Riezel prepared to intervene immediately, but just as he was considering his next move, Tanjiro's breathing suddenly changed rhythm. Total concentration, flame breathing. In an instant, the water flowing on Tanjiro's sword abruptly transformed into raging flames. Fifth form, Flame Tiger. Tanjiro yelled, slashing at Yoriichi Type 0 with a gigantic slash resembling a burning fierce tiger. Boom. Amidst the thunderous roar, the Flame Tiger roared and collided with Yoriichi Type 0, causing explosions and shockwaves that sent dust and debris flying everywhere. Unexpectedly, Yoriichi Type 0 was pushed back by this fierce blow, smoke billowing from its entire body as it crashed into a tree. Flame breathing. Riezel's foot halted mid-step. He looked in surprise at Tanjiro, who was readjusting his breathing to calm the rapid inhales. So, Rengoku taught flame breathing to Tanjiro, huh? Riezel was somewhat taken aback. Although not sun breathing, flame breathing was clearly the closest breathing style to it. Such a breathing style undoubtedly suited Tanjiro better than water breathing, especially with his burning ambition yet inability to freely use sun breathing. As a result, Tanjiro's movements changed, becoming more aggressive and explosive. Flames roared, fire waves swept, and with his sword ablaze, Tanjiro relentlessly attacked Yoriichi Type 0, momentarily locking in a stalemate. After observing for a while, Riezel heard Kotetsu's voice. "I'm back." Kotetsu hurried back, clutching an old book in his arms. "Here, this is a book that's been passed down through my family for generations." Kotetsu handed the old book to Riezel. "Thank you." Riezel thanked Kotetsu and immediately started flipping through the pages. Instantly, complex, obscure texts and intricate drawings filled his vision. Chapter 195, A Brand New Mechanical Doll. Night soon fell. By this time, Riezel had returned to his house and was sitting on the veranda, flipping through the old book containing records about Yoriichi Type 0. Surprisingly, the contents of this old book were extensive, thick with text and illustrations. Even Riezel couldn't finish reading all of it at once. Hence, he brought the book back with him and promised Kotetsu that once he finished reading it, he would help repair Yoriichi Type 0. Truthfully, the task wasn't difficult. Once Riezel noted down the blueprint of Yoriichi Type 0, he could directly use structure system magic to manufacture a new Yoriichi Type 0. Providing an old model with new components was a piece of cake then. After confirming the internal mechanisms and positions of all the parts within Yoriichi Type 0, Riezel could easily replace all the internal parts with new ones using his magic. A simple repair of its exterior would then revive this combat mechanical doll, restoring it to its former glory. By the way, it seemed that Tanjiro still wanted to confront Yoriichi Type 0. When Riezel planned to return home, he appeared to still be battling it. Although Tanjiro briefly regained ground using flame breathing, he was still far from reaching the strength of a Hashira even with sun breathing, let alone the weaker flame breathing. As a result, Tanjiro lost to Yoriichi Type 0 again and again, even having a chunk of his hair sliced off by it. Apparently, this infuriated him, causing his stubborn nature to flare up, and he vowed not to rest until he defeated it. Of course, Kotetsu vehemently opposed this. Yoriichi Type 0 is almost broken, and you still want to fight it? No way. After saying that, Kotetsu hurriedly took Yoriichi Type 0 back home. However, Tanjiro's stubbornness refused to yield. Let me fight it one more time. Just once more. After this, I won't fight it anymore. I promise. In the end, as Tanjiro strongly insisted, he ended up following Kotetsu. Knowing Tanjiro's temperament, he might very well still be dining with Kotetsu at this moment. Riezel paid them no mind, focusing solely on bringing the old book back and diligently studying it. Whether or not he understood the contents, he meticulously remembered everything. Good, the blueprint is in this book. At the end of the book, Riezel finally found the blueprint for Yoriichi Type 0. Surprisingly, this blueprint not only included illustrations but also detailed textual explanations. It meticulously described Yoriichi Type 0's design principles, operational theories, and even set out 108 motion patterns for it. From this, it was evident that Kotetsu's ancestor had devoted considerable care to Yoriichi Type 0 and sincerely hoped that his descendants could inherit his knowledge and ideals, thus advancing the art of mechanical doll crafting. On the last page, it appeared that Kotetsu's ancestor had left behind a message. Without a doubt, the birth of Yoriichi Type 0 was a miracle, but its prototype, the swordsman revered as a god by everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps, was an even more incredible miracle. It makes one wonder involuntarily why such a character was born as a human and not as a god. Yoriichi Type 0 is undoubtedly the strongest and most outstanding mechanical doll in the world. However, it ultimately failed to fully replicate that swordsman's power. For someone like me who is determined to reproduce that swordsman's power in a mechanical doll, it can only be considered an unfinished product. Unfortunately, I no longer have time to continue researching and improving. I hope that future generations inheriting my knowledge will continuously refine this knowledge, allowing that swordsman's swordsmanship to reappear in this world. From this message, Riezel could discern the writer's sighs, pride, and regrets. Recreating Tsujikuni Yoriichi's power with a mechanical doll. Riezel muttered inwardly, then chuckled. If it could really be done, the value of this legacy would probably increase by more than 1,000-fold. As midnight approached, Riezel closed the old book he had been poring over. He had completely memorized the contents of the book, whether it was the illustrations or the blueprint for Yoriichi Type 0. If Kotetsu found out about this, he would surely be astonished, wouldn't he? Even an ordinary person couldn't finish reading through such a thick book in just a day, let alone memorize it. Yet, Riezel not only read it but also memorized it effortlessly in less than a day, almost inhuman. It was thanks to his exceptional memory that he could effortlessly recall the entire contents of the book. Now, when Riezel closed his eyes and thought back, the blueprint for Yoriichi Type 0 would appear before him, displaying every part and component on its surface and inside. As he deepened his comprehension of the blueprint, he carefully confirmed the positions, structures, and materials of each part, one after another. After a while, Riezel extended his hand. Shing! Suddenly, a burst of light radiated in front of his palm. It was a glow formed from magical energy. Before long, the light transformed into a magic circle, flew out from his palm, and hovered above the ground like a scanner, moving upward. As the magic circle pulsated, a mechanical doll slowly materialized and eventually took shape. It's done. Riezel opened his eyes and looked at the mechanical doll before him with a smile. What he saw was a mechanical doll that was truly identical to Yoriichi Type 0. He was certain that this mechanical doll was identical to Yoriichi Type 0, both internally and externally. The only difference was probably that it didn't need a key to activate. Yoriichi Type 0 was activated with a single key and could change its combat mode based on the opponent's combat style by twisting its finger joints, thus being regarded as a combat training mechanical doll. However, he felt that if every doll had to be activated with a key and needed a special method to adjust its action, it would be too troublesome. For this reason, he removed these two functions. Now, after removing them, how should the mechanical doll be activated, and how should its combat mode be adjusted to fit the situation? It was simple. Contract. Riezel extended his hand once more and pressed it against the mechanical doll's forehead, chanting a contract magic. Indeed. He formed a contract with the mechanical doll before him. It wasn't an attendant contract, nor was it a slavery contract, it was a summoning and employing contract. On the Akasha continent, contract magic wasn't limited to just attendant and slavery contracts. For instance, the contract magic Riezel was using now was commonly employed by control system magicians. Control system magic referred to any magic capable of controlling and dominating external entities or concepts, including but not limited to summoning magic. Control system magicians proficient in summoning magic often used it to summon monsters or dolls and control them for combat purposes. The summoning and employing contract was precisely the type of magic control system magicians used to control monsters or dolls. By imprinting contract marks on monsters or dolls, control system magicians could summon and employ these entities for combat purposes. At this moment, Riezel was doing the same. Once he imprinted the contract mark on the mechanical doll's forehead, Riezel withdrew his hand. When one looked at the mechanical doll, a pattern resembling a magic circle was inscribed on its forehead. Come. Riezel stepped back 2 paces and commanded the mechanical doll. Caw. Suddenly, the mechanical doll moved, obediently walking toward Riezel as ordered. Stop. As Riezel issued another command, the mechanical doll immediately halted its steps. Turn left. As Riezel gave a new instruction, the mechanical doll turned to the left without hesitation. Turn right. Move forward. Move backward. Stay in place. When Riezel gave one command after another, the mechanical doll complied with all of them perfectly. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Riezel's face. Isn't this much more flexible than Yoriichi Type 0? Obviously. Yoriichi Type 0 not only required a key to start but, once activated, it entered a preset combat mode and operated according to that mode, rigid and without flexibility. If one didn't adjust the finger positions to change Yoriichi Type 0's actions, it might even repeat its movements after completing the preset actions. As a result, anyone who had fought against it could gradually predict its movement trajectory and action patterns, provided they could persevere. In the original work, Michiru could eventually defeat Yoriichi Type 0, possibly because of this reason. However, this problem had been solved now. The newly made mechanical doll no longer operated with a key and predetermined movements but was directly manipulated by its creator, Riezel, through contract magic. With just a command from him, the mechanical doll could move and engage in combat accordingly. If I were to personally control this mechanical doll in battle, its combat effectiveness would probably increase significantly. Riezel circled around the mechanical doll while contemplating. Now that I think about it, maybe the parts and components on this mechanical doll could be replaced. Riezel intended to upgrade the materials on the mechanical doll's body, using metals with similar weight and properties. Originally, the materials used for the mechanical doll were generally wood, with only the internal parts being metallic. If all these materials were improved, its performance would definitely increase. As for which metal to use, Riezel needed to conduct thorough testing. Otherwise, if changing the weight or structure of the mechanical doll made its operation difficult and caused its performance to decrease rather than increase, it would be unfortunate. Well, there's still time, let's try it out slowly. At this moment, Riezel was like a child with a new toy, ready to thoroughly enjoy it, his smile never faded. And so, the night passed in this manner. The next day, early in the morning, Riezel, still on the veranda of his house, looked as though he hadn't slept all night. It was not without reason. At this moment, he gazed at the figure before him and exhaled deeply. Finally done. A brand new mechanical doll stood before Riezel. Chapter 196, Yoriichi Type 1. In the deep woods, a clearing awaited. As the day broke, this once deserted clearing, where no one dared to tread, now welcomed an unexpected visitor who had caused quite a stir here just yesterday. Caw. Under Kotetsu's control, Yoriichi Type 0 slowly entered the clearing and stood motionless, resembling a samurai awaiting orders from their lord. Tanjiro and Kotetsu arrived early and were waiting for Riezel's arrival. He hasn't come yet. Kotetsu impatiently scanned the other end of the forest path, eagerly anticipating Riezel's arrival. He might not be here so soon. Ready for combat with his sword in hand, Tanjiro answered, but upon seeing Kotetsu's impatience, he added. Morning is when Big Brother and the Hashira train. Perhaps he'll come after their training, which is in the afternoon. Afternoon. Kotetsu couldn't hide his disappointment. Do we really have to wait that long? Before Tanjiro could respond, he suddenly sniffed the air curiously, his nose twitching slightly. It seems Big Brother is here. Tanjiro remarked as his nose caught Riezel's scent. Really? Kotetsu's spirits immediately lifted. Before long, they saw Riezel slowly approaching from the end of the path. Indeed, he had arrived as Tanjiro said. Surprisingly, before beginning his training session with the Hashira, Riezel had made his way here first. However, he wasn't alone. A figure followed closely behind him, resembling a subordinate. Upon seeing this figure, both Tanjiro and Kotetsu exchanged surprised looks. Yoriichi Type 0. Kotetsu exclaimed in shock. Mr. Tsujikuni. Tanjiro murmured, staring in disbelief at the figure. Of course, Tanjiro wasn't addressing Riezel but rather the swordsman who shared a deep connection with his ancestors and left behind sun-breathing and the Hanafuda earrings to his family, the actual Tsujikuni Yoriichi. Standing behind Riezel, the figure resembled Yoriichi Type 0 but lacked the mechanical appearance, appearing more akin to a living human, a swordsman with a gentle demeanor. "Sorry for keeping you waiting." Riezel greeted Tanjiro and Kotetsu with a wide grin. Although he seemed to be in a good mood, neither Tanjiro nor Kotetsu noticed, their attention wholly captivated by the figure that stopped beside him. What's going on? Kotetsu was utterly confused. "Big brother." Tanjiro looked at Riezel, then glanced at the figure by his side, which closely resembled Yoriichi Type 0, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Let me introduce it to you. Its name is Yoriichi Type 1. Riezel explained to Tanjiro and Kotetsu, who looked puzzled. "Since the first-generation model is called Type 0, I named this one Type 1. How is it? Not too bad, right?" How could Tanjiro and Kotetsu not understand what he meant? "Is it also a mechanical doll?" Tanjiro's face showed even more astonishment. "No fucking way." Kotetsu jumped up in shock. His shock was understandable. "You made a mechanical doll? Did you make another Yoriichi Type 0? No way." Kotetsu shouted repeatedly. "Even if you figured out my ancestors' creation methods, making another Yoriichi Type 0 overnight is impossible." Shortly afterward, he leaped directly toward Type 1 and began feeling around its body. As he touched it here and there, he discovered that Type 1 was quite different from Type 0. Firstly, its outer shell material was clearly different from Type 0's wooden feel, it was more like steel, cold and hard. Secondly, Type 1 didn't have 6 arms and 6 swords like Type 0, it only had 2 hands and a pair of swords. Thirdly, the humanoid appearance of Type 1 was also highly realistic, at first glance appearing completely human-like, unlike Type 0, where the lines and joints of the doll were visible on its face and joints. In light of this, the appearance of Type 1 was identical to Yoriichi as seen by Riezel in his dream, except that Yoriichi only had 1 sword, while Type 1 had 2 swords. Due to improvements in materials and performance by Riezel, Type 1 didn't need 6 arms and 6 swords like Type 0 to reproduce Yoriichi's swordsmanship, only 2 swords were enough. As a result, compared to Type 0, although Type 1 had improved performance, its combat power didn't increase much. It only went from barely entering level 4 to roughly equivalent to the middle level 4. In terms of combat power, it was already on par with powerful Hashira like Kyujiro, Sanemi, Tengen, Abanai, and Ju before using the Demon Slayer mark, but it still fell short compared to the upper ranks. However, the change in materials, by using metal inside and out, significantly increased its defensive power and resistance to attacks by an entire level. In other words, Type 1, born from Riezel's hands and modifications, had combat power equivalent to level 4 while being specialized in END. In terms of END alone, Type 1 could match level 5, even ordinary level 4 opponents wouldn't leave a scratch on its surface. In fact, such beings also existed in the dungeon of Danmachi. It was the floor boss of the 17th floor, a supersized monster, Goliath. Goliath was classified as a level 4 monster specializing in END. Its skin was so tough that it couldn't be broken without at least the attack from a level 5 first-class adventurer or equipment of 2nd class or higher. Type 1 belonged to the same category as Goliath, just with a smaller size. Yet, despite being smaller, Type 1 was much faster and more agile than Goliath, which wasn't necessarily a bad thing. It was the mechanical doll that Riezel himself created, based on Type 0 with some improvements. It can't be. It can't be. Kotetsu felt as if his worldview was shattering. He couldn't believe that the most outstanding mechanical doll invented by his ancestor, crafted with a lifetime's effort, had not only been created overnight by someone else but also improved to be stronger. For him, this wasn't something easy to accept. "For you." Riezel handed the old book back to Kotetsu. "It has been very helpful to me. Thanks a lot." Kotetsu looked bewildered at the book Riezel handed him. After a moment of silence, Kotetsu reached out and took it. "Can this also be used for training, big brother?" On the other hand, since Tanjiro didn't have the same complex feelings as Kotetsu, upon knowing that Riezel had created another mechanical doll, he only felt excitement. He looked at Type 1, which resembled a human samurai in appearance, feeling eager to try it out. "Not just for training, but it can also be put into battle to fight demons," Riezel said calmly. "Don't worry, I'll fix Type 0 first." Upon hearing this, Kotetsu regained his spirits. "Can you fix it?" Kotetsu hurriedly asked. "No problem." Riezel smiled at him. "I can even upgrade it if needed." Since Riezel could use his magic to create Type 1 with higher performance than Type 0, he naturally could use his magic to upgrade Type 0 to have the same performance as Type 1. And no need. Kotetsu shook his head. Just fixing it will be enough. He was actually a bit afraid that Type 0 would be transformed by Riezel into something completely unrecognizable. After all, it was an heirloom left by his ancestor, the masterpiece of his family. For this reason, rather than treating Type 0 as a combat mechanical doll, he actually saw it as a spiritual support and a symbol of his family. It would have been fine if only minor improvements were made, but Riezel's modification was almost like creating a new and different mechanical doll, which frightened him. As a result, he declined Riezel's offer. Okay. Riezel shrugged casually. Just fix it directly then. What do you need me to do? Kotetsu asked eagerly. I have tools at home and a workshop. If you need anything, you can come over. No, none of those are necessary. Riezel shook his head. We'll do it right here directly. Just wait for me. With that, he walked over to the center of the clearing and approached Type 0. At the same time, Type 1 immediately followed him like an emotionless personal attendant. It was yet another thing that shattered Kotetsu's worldview. No choice. A mechanical doll was, after all, just a doll. Without the necessary controls, it wouldn't move at all. However, Type 1 was clearly different. It didn't need Riezel to control it, nor did it require any buttons or switches on its body. If he stopped, it stopped. If he walked, it walked. It was almost like it had a mind of its own. So this is the mechanical doll created by the master of the divine sword. Kotetsu began to understand why the swordsmiths in the village, usually so full of themselves, had been so ecstatic upon seeing Riezel's sword. Surely that sword was just like Type 1, a creation that surpassed any human understanding or imagination. With their skills, those swordsmiths could never have imagined why such a sword could exist in this world and must have seen it as a divine creation, a divine sword. Now Kotetsu felt the same way. He could hardly imagine why a mechanical doll like Type 1 could exist in this world, almost thinking Riezel had created life itself. Unaware of Kotetsu's thoughts, Riezel observed Type 0 for a moment, then suddenly used the transparent world. As expected, it's in here. Having confirmed something, Riezel reached out and grabbed Type 0's head, giving it a firm twist. Snap. With a crisp sound, Type 0's head was twisted off. Ah. Seeing this scene, Kotetsu touched his two cheeks and let out a scream of sheer terror. Riezel extended his hand again, this time reaching into Type 0's neck and through its body. Before long, he pulled a sword out from inside Type 0. Chapter 197, Tsujikuni Yorichi Sword. Riezel extended his hand again, this time reaching into Type 0's neck and through its body. Before long, he pulled a sword out from inside Type 0. It was an old sword housed in a worn-out scabbard, looking like it had quite a long history. What? What is that? Kotetsu, who had been screaming, saw Riezel pull an old sword out from Type 0's body, his eyes widening in shock. There's a sword inside the doll. Tanjiro was equally surprised. Clearly, no one had expected that a sword would be hidden inside Type 0. Only Riezel, as if he already knew about the sword's existence, drew it out and nonchalantly reattached Type 0's head. In the next moment, Riezel reached out, placed his hand on Type 0's chest, and used his magic, causing a dazzling magic circle to appear on his hand where it touched the Type 0. However, the magic circle flashed in and out quickly, appearing and disappearing so fast that Tanjiro and Kotetsu didn't even have time to react before it was gone. In the blink of an eye, Type 0 had become as good as new, as if it had just been returned from the factory after maintenance, looking pristine and clean. Nodding his head, Riezel withdrew his hand. All right, this should do it. Riezel said as he returned to Kotetsu's side. Go check if it's fixed properly. All right. Kotetsu, with a blank expression, stepped forward. His mind couldn't keep up with the rapid developments. First, Riezel created a mechanical doll overnight that was better than his ancestor's doll. Then, there was actually a sword hidden inside Type 0 that he didn't know about. Finally, Riezel merely touched its chest and claimed to have fixed it. Evidently, these incredible events had left Kotetsu's mind completely overwhelmed. Now, he felt like nothing mattered anymore. Since it was all beyond his understanding, he might as well pretend he hadn't seen anything. Only Tanjiro remained astonished by Riezel pulling a sword out of Type 0. Big brother, that sword is. Tanjiro asked, looking utterly confused. Riezel didn't immediately clear up Tanjiro's confusion but first raised the old sword and drew it from its scabbard. In the next second, a rusty blade appeared before their eyes. This is Tsujikuni Yorichi's sword. Riezel held the rusty sword and said something that shocked Tanjiro and Kotetsu. Mr. Tsujikuni's sword. Tanjiro was shocked. There's no need to be so surprised. It's an easy deduction. Riezel explained calmly upon seeing Tanjiro's expression. Yoriichi Type 0 was a mechanical doll made during the Sengoku period, so this sword must have been placed inside it during that time. Although the blade is rusty, you can still feel a faint trace of sunlight energy, proving it's a Nichiren sword. Also, the blade of this Nichiren sword has a faint black color, leaving no doubt that it's a black Nichiren sword. In this case, a black Nichiren sword preserved since the Sengoku period could only belong to Tsujikuni Yoriichi. Riezel's explanation quickly overloaded Tanjiro's brain, but as the protagonist, he keenly noticed something important. Mr. Tsujikuni's Nichiren sword is black. Tanjiro asked in surprise. Isn't a Nichiren sword with a black blade something only people who are incompetent have? What he said was a small yet significant rumor within the Demon Slayer Corps. Because Nichiren swords reflect the breathing style suited to their wielder, anyone who obtained a Nichiren sword immediately knew which direction to develop their skills. However, there were two exceptions. One was the people who couldn't change the color of their Nichiren sword. Nichiren swords only reacted to swordsmen with a certain amount of skill. If someone who couldn't even master swordsmanship picked up a Nichiren sword, it wouldn't change color. In other words, those who couldn't change the color of their Nichiren sword were recognized as novices and failures within the Demon Slayer Corps. The other exception was those who made the blade of their Nichiren sword turn black. A Nichiren sword with a black blade was extremely rare. Throughout the centuries-long history of the Demon Slayer Corps, only a handful of people had a black blade. Furthermore, a black Nichiren sword didn't correspond to any of the breathing styles passed down within the Demon Slayer Corps, leaving the wielder with no clear path to develop their skills. Because of this, wielders of black Nichiren swords generally couldn't find the breathing style that best suited them, earning them the reputation of being incompetent. Like Tanjiro, who used water breathing, which clearly didn't suit him while fighting Type 0 yesterday, causing his combat power to weaken and be affected to some extent. Over time, some people within the Demon Slayer Corps started to believe that wielders of black Nichiren swords were a bad omen, believing that they could never achieve greatness and that only the incompetent would wield such a Nichiren sword. Tanjiro had obviously heard this rumor. Regarding this matter, Riezel only felt funny. Tsujikuni Yorichi's Nichiren sword indeed has a black blade. My Nichiren sword is also the same. Riezel said with a faint smile. Are you trying to say that both he and I are incompetent swordsmen? Upon hearing this question, Tanjiro immediately shook his head vigorously. He couldn't afford to joke about that. If such words got out, he would be drowned in spit. Yoriichi was the founder of the breathing style, the greatest swordsman of the Sengoku period, and the most powerful swordsman in the history of the Demon Slayer Corps. Riezel, on the other hand, not only could easily slay upper ranks and effortlessly crush all the Hashira, but he was also seen as the hope to defeat Muzan. If these two were considered incompetent, then every swordsman in the world would be trash, the most incompetent among incompetents. Although I can't be certain, I believe that those whose blades turn black are most suited for sun breathing. Riezel continued his explanation. Tsujikuni Yorichi's blade is black, my blade is black, and even yours, someone who's inherited sun breathing, is black. With all this evidence, the theory that swordsmen with black blades are most compatible with sun breathing is about 80% likely to be right. Moreover, since people like them are so rare, coupled with breathing styles in the Sengoku period not being as widespread as they are now, this sword likely passed down from the Sengoku period is the Nichiren sword used by Tsujikuni Yoriichi. Of course, that was what the original work also told, which was why Riezel spoke with such certainty. Kotetsu's ancestor had a close relationship with Tsujikuni Yoriichi. The fact that he could create a mechanical doll based on Tsujikuni Yoriichi proves he observed him up close and very carefully. For someone like him, getting Tsujikuni Yoriichi's Nichiren sword isn't surprising. So, when he created Yoriichi Type 0, he hid the sword inside it. At this point, Riezel shrugged his shoulders. As for his intentions by doing that, who knows? Upon hearing the long explanation, Tanjiro looked at the old sword in Riezel's hand. Obviously, the sword was rusty, making him doubt whether it could even cut through a leaf. However, after Riezel said that this was Yoriichi's Nichiren sword, for some reason, Tanjiro suddenly grew fond of the sword before him. He felt that this sword seemed to be waiting for him to find it, and it had an inexplicable attraction to him. Ding, ling. Suddenly, the Hanafuda earrings on Tanjiro's ears swayed and emitted a ringing sound. After more than 300 years, two items that once belonged to Yoriichi reunited at this moment. Riezel held the old sword, looked at it for a moment, and then used his magic. Buzz. Accompanied by a buzzing sound, magical energy flowed into the old sword, causing the rust on it to gradually disappear. In no time, the old sword was no longer rusty but revealed its true sharpness, looking as if it had been newly forged, bright and pristine. Needless to say, Riezel had restored Yoriichi's sword. Following this, Riezel sheathed it and then tossed it to Tanjiro. Tanjiro was first stunned, then hurriedly took the sword. It's something useful for you. Didn't I say you would find something useful before? Riezel said with a smile. His words quickly reminded Tanjiro of what he had said yesterday before they saw Type 0. Yesterday, Riezel had said to him that maybe he would find something useful here. Was this sword the thing? Yeah, it's this sword. Riezel continued as if reading Tanjiro's mind. Since your family inherited Tsujikuni Yoriichi's will, this sword naturally belongs in your hands. But, isn't this something you found, big brother? Tanjiro quickly shook his head. Besides, you also inherited Mr. Tsujikuni's sun breathing. I'm different from you. Riezel denied calmly. Sun breathing coming to me is more of a deal rather than an inheritance. The connection between me and him is nothing like your family's. But Tanjiro looked hesitant. I already have my own sword, which is much stronger than this sword. Even if you gave it to me, it would just gather dust. Riezel smiled slightly. It's better if you use it. Afterward, he turned his head to look in Kotetsu's direction. You don't mind, do you? Just take it. Kotetsu glanced over and spoke indifferently. I don't have the talent for swordsmithing since I'm not a swordsmith anyway. If you gave me that sword, I wouldn't even be able to polish it properly. Consider it the payment for repairing Yoriichi Type 0. As he said this, Kotetsu carefully touched Type 0's exterior, checking its condition. He had basically confirmed that it was truly repaired, and of course, the repair was perfect. At this rate, Type 0 would last at least a few more decades. Kotetsu felt satisfied with this and didn't care about Yoriichi's sword. All right then. After hearing their words, Tanjiro finally nodded and accepted the sword. Riezel turned his head to Type 1 following him, his smile widening. Hope this gives those demons a big surprise. Chapter 198, The Calm Before the Storm. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. During this month, the entire Demon Slayer Corps was immersed in an intense and lively training atmosphere, filling the training ground with a constant stream of people. Riezel acted as if nothing had happened and continued using the 9 Hashira as sparring partners, punching bags. He trained with them every day, engaging in heated battles. In this circumstance, one of the Hashira finally succeeded in awakening the transparent world. It was none other than Gyumei, who awakened the transparent world on the 3rd day of the month. As the strongest in the Demon Slayer Corps, Gyumei proved his worth through his actions, inspiring and motivating the other Hashira who hadn't yet awakened the transparent world. Consequently, the other Hashira redoubled their efforts and training, gradually awakening the transparent world one by one. Around the 7th day, Abanai succeeded in awakening the transparent world. Around the 10th day, Muichiro succeeded in awakening the transparent world. Truthfully, it was no surprise that they were the ones who awakened the transparent world first. After all, these two, like Gyumei, were originally the ones who awakened the transparent world at the end of the original work. Now, with Riezel's guidance, they were the earliest to awaken it. Of course, the other Hashira didn't want to be left behind either. Around the 13th day, Sanemi succeeded in awakening the transparent world. Around the 16th day, Ju succeeded in awakening the transparent world. Around the 22nd day, Kyujiro succeeded in awakening the transparent world. By this point, out of the 9 Hashira, 6 had fully awakened all 3 abilities. Only Shinobu, Mitsuri, and Tingen were left, seemingly not cut out for this, as they still hadn't succeeded in awakening the transparent world. Without a doubt, this left the 3 of them feeling quite dejected. Even Shinobu, who usually had a smile on her face, could be seen with a hint of gloom in her eyes. Mitsuri often looked tearful, which prompted a certain Serpent Hashira to secretly give her extra training sessions, personally teaching her the principles of the transparent world. Tingen, on the other hand, spent his days muttering to himself, sitting in a tree with his arms crossed, eyes closed, lost in thought. Evidently, the successive successes of their comrades made these 3 increasingly anxious. Seeing this, Riezel couldn't do much about it. He had said it before, the transparent world was different from the other 2 abilities, as it was not something you could just get whenever you wanted. If it really couldn't be done, then it couldn't be done, there were no shortcuts. At least, in Riezel's view, if Shinobu and the other 2 hadn't awakened the transparent world by now, it was probably a lost cause. In the end, they could only depend on themselves. During this period, Kagaya suddenly summoned Riezel to meet with him. When Riezel saw Kagaya again, he was in a rather dire state. Now, Kagaya was completely bedridden, spending his days lying under the blankets, where even speaking took considerable effort. It seemed he was truly nearing his end. I probably don't have much time left, so I'll say what needs to be said. Kagaya spoke with the demeanor of someone who could pass away at any moment. Riezel frowned deeply as he heard this, but he could do nothing. In truth, he had already attempted to treat Kagaya. Diaphragm was, after all, among the best healing magic, capable not only of treating injuries but also of dispelling curses. With this magic, Riezel initially believed he could cure the illness plaguing Kagaya, as the disease afflicting him was a curse born from Muzan. In the Heian period 1,000 years ago, Muzan, who had not yet become a demon, was actually a member of the Ubuyashiki family. In other words, there was a blood relationship between the Ubuyashiki family and Muzan. After Muzan became a demon 1,000 years ago, the Ubuyashiki family seemed to collectively fall under a curse. Regardless of who they were, the children born to them would become weak, sickly, and die soon after birth. Especially boys, with a very high chance of early death, almost causing the Ubuyashiki family's bloodline to be severed. Later, generation after generation, men in the Ubuyashiki family would marry women chosen by a priest in an attempt to delay the curse and prolong their lives. Even so, no one from the family could live to be over 30 years old. Because of this, every member of the Ubuyashiki family was weak and frail, and they died early without exception. Kagaya was only 23 years old this year, but he had been seriously ill for some time and was expected to pass away soon because of this serious illness. As Riezel believed that Diafrattle could dispel curses, he thought it might be able to remove the curse from Kagaya. Unfortunately, he failed. Apparently, this curse was not imposed on individuals but on the entire family's bloodline. In other words, if Riezel wanted to dispel this curse, he had to completely remove the curse from the entire members of the Ubuyashiki family at once. However, not only was Muzan himself a member of the Ubuyashiki family, but he was also the source of the curse. Hence, as long as he was still out there, even if Riezel removed the curse from every member of the Ubuyashiki family, the curse would only return to them, like a recurrent ulcer in the bone. Clearly, this meant that the curse on Kagaya could not be dispelled and that his body would only grow weaker over time. Kagaya calling Riezel this time was evidently to leave a will. First, Kagaya gave Riezel some information. Recently, incidents of human disappearances have been frequent in towns everywhere. From Kagaya's mouth, the missing people were mostly violent offenders or martial artists with exceptional combat abilities, even those who had committed sins deserving execution. Without exception, they all vanished suddenly without any warning. Some disappeared from their homes, while others never returned after leaving, causing quite a stir in society. According to the intelligence network of the Demon Slayer Corps, these people had brief encounters with demons before their disappearances. Initially, the Demon Slayer Corps believed they had been eaten by the demons, but later realized something was amiss. After all, these people shared a common trait: they either possessed combat abilities or exhibited some tendency toward violence. Since this information raised serious concerns within the Demon Slayer Corps, it eventually reached Kagaya. Also, not long ago, an entire town to the east suddenly had everyone disappear: men, women, children, thousands of people, all gone overnight without a trace. Kagaya relayed this information to Riezel, who furrowed his brow. So many people disappearing all at once. Any sane person would know this was definitely not a good sign. Humans were, after all, a precious resource for demons, no matter how you looked at it. Not only did they serve as food, nourishing demons and enhancing their power, but they could also become demons themselves if Muzan gave them his blood, immediately shedding their human identity and joining the ranks of demons. Now, with a large number of humans disappearing en masse, Riezel couldn't believe it was anything other than the handiwork of demons. Whether they were consumed as food, used to increase the power of demons, or transformed into demons for combat power, it was all extremely bad news for the Demon Slayer Corps. I can feel Kibutsuji Muzan's power increasing rapidly. Kagaya continued. It was precisely because of this that his physical condition was deteriorating this fast. It was a manifestation of the curse running through his bloodline. When the curse strengthened, it meant that Muzan, the source of the curse, was becoming stronger. Be careful. Kagaya lay in bed, his face covered with a towel, obscuring his almost decayed face. We are preparing, and so are the demons. A great battle is approaching. The decisive battle that will determine the future between humankind and demonkind is getting closer. And you are the key to this decisive battle. With what seemed like his last ounce of strength, Kagaya smiled and left his final words for Riezel. I don't know if I can hold on until that day. If I can't, then the Demon Slayer Corps and everything else will be in your hands, Your Excellency. Leaving behind these words, Kagaya lost consciousness. Master Kagaya. Kagaya's wife, Amain, rushed in with their children. Riezel also approached, glancing at Kagaya's body, realizing he had only lost consciousness, not passed away. Still, his aura was as faint as a dying candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. In fact, after Riezel awakened the transparent world and took a glance at Kagaya's condition, the sight was so unbearable. Not much time left, huh? Riezel understood this clearly, quietly observing the tense efforts of those around Kagaya for a moment before silently leaving the room. On the same day, all the Hashira unusually did not appear at the training ground. Instead, they all came here, guarding Kagaya throughout the day. Nighttime. At this moment, Riezel sat on his house's veranda, looking out over the courtyard and watching the bright moon in the night sky. Even though the moon hung high and clear, it gradually took on a crimson hue, clearly a lunar eclipse. Meanwhile, in the castle with an inverted space and bizarre layout, the blood-stained demon king, Kibutsuji Muzan, appeared silently. He also gazed at the night sky, at the bright crimson moon, the traces of blood on his lips stark against his pale complexion. It's time. Muzan revealed a cruel smile. It's time to fulfill this 1,000-year-old wish. Chapter 199, I Want Your Life. Under the moonlit night, a gentle breeze brushed by, slowly dispersing the clouds, revealing the blood-stained, crimson moon that illuminated the earth in darkness. Riezel bathed in the ominous moonlight, sitting on his house's veranda, sipping tea quietly from a small wooden table. Hermit lay quietly by his side, resting on the wooden floor like an ordinary sword. Undoubtedly, the scene appeared serene and peaceful, until Riezel suddenly spoke up. Since you're here, why hide? His calm voice echoed on the veranda and courtyard under the moonlit night, abrupt and lonely. However, no one responded to his question, making his words seem like mutterings, somewhat absurd. Yet, Riezel wasn't bothered and continued to leisurely drink his tea, as if on vacation. Whoosh. After a while, as a gust of wind finally swept through the courtyard, a figure appeared silently like a bat. He stood under the moonlit night, resembling a sovereign of the night, exuding an incredible aura. Yet, this aura held danger, coldness, and a hint of bloodthirst. Riezel didn't look at the figure, seemingly indifferent to their arrival, casually playing with his teacup. In such a situation, the figure remained silent for a long time before finally stepping onto the veranda and arriving in front of Riezel. Sit. Riezel still didn't look at the figure, only saying this calmly. Neither responding nor complying, the figure remained silent, as if carefully observing Riezel, before sitting down after a while. It's been a long time since I've sat face to face with someone like this. After sitting, the figure surprisingly said something like this. I doubt it. Riezel's tone was indifferent as he responded. You can perfectly imitate others, often blending in with crowds as an ordinary human. In that case, for the sake of disguise, you must have sat down and chatted with many people like this. You said it yourself, that's just a disguise. Saying this, the figure's face showed no expression. Because it's a disguise, I have to endure it. Otherwise, how could an ordinary human possibly have the qualification to sit on equal terms with me? Hey, truly worthy of the Demon King who's lived for millennia. Riezel chuckled with a serene smile, but there was a hint of amusement in his expression. Your attitude that completely regards humans as inferior beings is indeed arrogant. At these words, the emotionless face of the Demon King, Kibutsuji Muzan, revealed a cold smile. That's because I have the right to be arrogant. Muzan's voice rang out slowly. I have lived longer than anyone. My power is greater than anyone's. I am the hunter in the darkness, and humans are the prey. On the food chain, I have always been at the top. Just based on that, I have the right to say such things. When Muzan spoke these words, there was no trace of pride or superiority in his tone, only a matter-of-fact indifference. He genuinely believed this and considered it a matter of course. In other words, there was no need for pride or superiority, as stating the fact was all that was required. Riezel did not offer any rebuttal to Muzan's statement, as, to some extent, what he said was not entirely wrong. Humans were indeed the food of demons. In terms of the food chain, demons occupied a hierarchical position where they were above as hunters, while humans were below as prey, like wolves and sheep and grass, chickens and insects, or larger insects and smaller ones. However, the food chain is just that, a chain. Even an elephant, which is definitely at the top, can be taken down by enough ants biting it. Riezel's calm voice extinguished the sense of terrifying inevitability brought by Muzan. Muzan looked deeply into Riezel's eyes for a while before speaking up. That's why I've come here. Indeed. Muzan had come here precisely to avoid being killed by those so-called ants, or rather, he had chosen to confront the terrifying Riezel face to face for the sake of achieving true immortality. As long as he could obtain it, becoming a perfect being who no longer feared even sunlight, who would be able to kill him then? Not even the resurrection of Tsujikuni Yoriichi himself. During the Sengoku period, Muzan had nearly been slain by Yoriichi because sun-breathing wielded the power of the sun, and Yoriichi's bright red Nichiren sword could inflict damage on demons akin to sunlight, almost leading to Muzan's death. Believing this, Muzan's gaze at Riezel became intense. You mentioned that the blue spider lily is with you. Muzan finally spoke up about his true purpose. That much is true, correct? He chose to sit down and converse with Riezel precisely to clarify this point. He held onto the notion of believing rather than doubting, clinging to a slight hope and an overwhelming obsession, hence his decision to confront Riezel. Otherwise, given his cowardly nature, after witnessing Riezel's overwhelming power, which not only scared him but also awakened his trauma, he would never opt for a direct confrontation but would instead hide away and wait for Riezel to die of old age. Now, it was finally the most crucial moment. After bringing up the question, Muzan stared fixedly at Riezel, his two fists tightly clenched, feeling an unprecedented sense of nervousness. It was unprecedented for a ruthless, inhumane demon king who had caused countless tragedies to feel nervous, and Riezel was likely the first to achieve this. One could imagine how furious Muzan would be if he discovered that Riezel had deceived him and that the matter of the blue spider lily was nothing more than a lie. However, Riezel's next words were akin to heavenly music for Muzan. It's true. Riezel finally turned his head to face Muzan. The blue spider lily is right here with me. Riezel wasn't lying to Muzan about this. Since the attack on the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, after Riezel whispered those crucial words to Gyako's ears, for 2 months, he not only trained the Hashira in the swordsmith village but also utilized the Corps' intelligence network to discreetly bring back a blue spider lily. You probably didn't know. Riezel said with a faint smile. The blue spider lily is a rare plant that blooms only during the daytime. It usually grows in places where it can receive prolonged sunlight, flowering only 2 to 3 times a year. Without special preservation methods, it wilts quickly once deprived of sunlight. His words caused Musen to widen his eyes slightly, revealing a flicker of fierce emotion. His expression at this moment was as if the truth of the world had finally been brought to light. No wonder after so many years of searching and employing numerous demons to help him find the blue spider lily, he still found nothing. Blooming only during the daytime, this condition alone made it impossible for any demon to find the blue spider lily. After all, demons couldn't tolerate sunlight, exposure to it would annihilate them instantly, including himself. Moreover, since the blue spider lily only grew in places where it could receive prolonged sunlight, blooming 2 to 3 times a year, even humans would find it difficult to obtain a fully grown blue spider lily under such conditions, let alone demons. Even if humans acquired the blue spider lily during the daytime, improper preservation that prevented it from receiving sunlight would cause the flower to wither. In other words, the chance of demons discovering and delivering the blue spider lily to him was practically zero from the start. This realization sent a shiver down Musen's spine. If Riezel hadn't uncovered the truth here, even if he continued searching indefinitely, he might never have found the blue spider lily. Fortunately for him, now was different. Here it is, the flower. Riezel placed a wooden box on the small wooden table. Musen stared at the wooden box, emitting a terrifying aura akin to that of a demon from hell. He could feel the wooden box radiating energy equivalent to sunlight. Clearly, scarlet ores and scarlet crimson iron sands were likely mixed into the box, making the materials similar to those used for Nicaran swords. Such a box was undoubtedly the most suitable for storing the blue spider lily, which needed sunlight to bloom. Right before Musen, Riezel opened the wooden box. In the next second, a blue flower was seen inside the wooden box. Seeing this flower, Musen's breathing became heavier. This is it. This is it. Without a doubt, this was the blue spider lily he sought for millennia, no mistake. He had already thoroughly studied the book of the doctor who had prepared his medicines, memorizing the appearance, characteristics, and even the scent of the blue spider lily, thinking about it day and night, constantly confirming the flower's appearance. As a result, the moment he saw the blue flower, Musen was certain that this was indeed the blue spider lily. At this moment, Riezel's voice rang out again. By the way, it is estimated that this is the only blue spider lily left in the world today. His somewhat ambiguous voice echoed in the silent veranda. I personally ordered that only this one be brought back by those sent out to find the blue spider lily, while the rest were to be completely destroyed, uprooted entirely. Even if it tried to grow again, it's highly unlikely. Upon hearing this, Musen could no longer control the fierce aura emanating from him. Give it to me. With his last bit of willpower, Musen restrained himself. Give it to me. Whatever you want, I can get it for you. Evidently, this was Musen's last bit of reason. In truth, he wanted to see if he could achieve his goal without fighting Riezel. After all, he still harbored some fear of Riezel. Unfortunately, his attempt was futile. I don't want anything, but... Riezel slowly shook his head before revealing a cold smile to Musen. I want your life. Chapter 200, Dawn of the Final Battle. I don't want anything, but... Riezel slowly shook his head before revealing a cold smile to Musen. I want your life. Bang. On the tranquil veranda, a deafening noise erupted without warning. As soon as Riezel's voice fell, Musen could no longer restrain himself and erupted into action, smashing the small wooden table between them. He reached out toward Riezel, his arm transforming into a meat pillar-like whip. It was adorned with countless spikes and mouth-like openings, generating tremendous suction and creating a vortex. With a tearing force that shredded everything around it, it viciously attacked Riezel, who was just within arm's reach. Boom. As the small wooden table was grazed by the whip's assault, it shattered into pieces. At the same time, the wooden floor was torn apart by the massive vortex created by the suction on the whip, turning into fragments on the spot. Musen's strike was lethal enough to tear through everything, including the atmosphere, and even break the sound barrier. Without a doubt, hitting someone less than 2 meters away, like Riezel, was clearly effortless and almost instantaneous. Typically, anyone attacked so viciously by Musen would meet instant death. However, despite such a deadly and terrifying assault, Riezel managed to avoid being touched. Swish. As the sound of tearing echoed, a scorching hot black blade, ablaze with dancing flames like fiery flowers, sliced through the whip and Musen's arm, turning them both into minced meat. At some point, unnoticed, Riezel had grabbed Hermit, unsheathed it, and with one swift swing, severed Musen's arm. Ugh! Musen felt an intense burning pain at the severed end of his arm, involuntarily letting out a groan of agony. Yet, he disregarded the searing pain and lunged toward midair, toward the small wooden box containing the blue spider lily. It's mine. Musen shouted triumphantly. However, his face, about to break into a wide grin, suddenly froze. Shwa, 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 shwa. Suddenly, a series of sky-splitting sounds rang out. Without warning, several figures streaked through the night sky, the sounds erupting from all directions of the veranda and courtyard. They approached at an extremely fast pace, surrounding Musen from all sides and unleashing a formidable aura. Flame breathing, third form, blooming flame undulation. Kyujuru came down from above, accompanied by a surging blaze of slash. Water breathing, seventh form, drop ripple thrust. Coming diagonally, in a straight line like ripples on water, Ju made a sudden thrust. Wind breathing, eighth form, primary gale slash. After a sudden advance, Sanemi swirled around Musen like a gust of wind, slashing in a spiral that tears through his body. Stone breathing, fifth form, arcs of justice. Gyumei threw his axe and flail at Musen like two meteorites, their impacts capable of effortlessly striking and shattering the earth. Serpent breathing, second form, venom fangs of the narrow head. Abanai instantly appeared behind Musen and delivered a vertical slash to his neck, resembling the bite of a poisonous snake. Love breathing, first form, shivers of first love. Mitsuri performed swift strikes like whiplashes, intent on cutting Musen's body to pieces. Sound breathing, first form, roar. Accompanied by explosive sonic booms, Tingen made a lightning-fast strike. Mist breathing, fourth form, shifting flow slash. Like a ghost, Witcheru appeared with a sudden slash hidden within the mist. Insect breathing, dance of the bee sting, true flutter. Like a bee, Shinobu launched a fierce stab capable of piercing the skull. At this moment, all the Hashira suddenly appeared, surrounding Musen from all sides, unleashing the most powerful, merciless attacks of their lives. Poochie, 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 poochie. The sound of blades cutting through flesh and bone resounded incessantly as the weapons of the Hashira sliced into Musen's body, leaving him covered in wounds, with blood gushing out. As several slashes struck Musen's neck, they successfully severed his head. Yes. The Demon King who survived for millennia, from the Heian period to the present day, had his head severed in this small veranda. However. Get lost. Unexpectedly, Musen remained completely unaffected. One moment, he was covered in blood and flesh, the next moment, he was miraculously recovered, without a scratch. What? Every Hashira who witnessed the scene had their eyes wide in shock. However, with no time to think about what had happened, they quickly faced a furious onslaught like a storm. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, Musen extended his tentacle-like flesh whips from his body, wildly thrashing around. One by one, they lashed out at every Hashira, sending them flying. Cough. Arg. Getting hit by the whips, the Hashira felt an unparalleled force slam into their bodies, they coughed up blood and were blasted away. Some crashed through walls, some fell into the courtyard, and others smashed through the ceiling, disappearing. Even though most of them were using the Demon Slayer mark and the transparent world, the 9 strongest members of the Demon Slayer Corps were completely overwhelmed by Musen in an instant. Where's the box? Musen was clearly displeased when he noticed the wooden box containing the blue spider lily was missing. In the next moment, however, his expression contorted into a grotesque display of anger, with countless veins bulging on his face as he glared furiously in one direction. In the distance, Riezel stood with a sword in one hand and a wooden box in the other, his eyes mocking him. Soon, with a swift movement, Riezel made the wooden box disappear from his grasp. Bastard. Musen was instantly enraged, launching himself fiercely toward Riezel. Seeing this, Riezel remained unmoved, merely tightening his grip on Hermit, flames igniting around him. Boom. Under the moonlit night, in a corner of the swordsmith village, a small residence with a courtyard exploded with a deafening roar, unleashing an endless shockwave. Amidst the shockwave, flames intertwined, blossoming like flowers in the dark night, shattering the entire courtyard into fragments. Riezel and Musen appeared in the aftermath of the explosion, but their conditions were starkly different. Riezel was enveloped in flames, radiating intense heat, akin to a fire god descended, completely unscathed. Musen, on the other hand, appeared as if he had been scorched by flames all over, slashed by a fire blade, not just charred but bearing multiple wounds that seemed incapable of regeneration. Damn it. Musen seethed with anger. At the same time, Riezel looked somewhat surprised. Well, you avoided fatal injuries. Looks like you've actually made some progress since the Sengoku era, huh? Riezel remarked, letting out a statement that pricked Musen's self-respect. He knew Riezel was referring to his encounter with Yoriichi during the Sengoku period. Back then, due to his negligence and underestimation of Yoriichi, who appeared as unassuming as an ordinary samurai from head to toe, he suffered a devastating and humiliating defeat, couldn't put up a decent resistance, and was left severely injured. But this time, although he was again grievously wounded, at least he had managed to avoid fatal injuries. Riezel deemed this progress, but to Musen's ears, it felt nothing short of an insult. As a result, Musen no longer harbored any illusions about getting the blue spider lily easily. You leave me no choice. Musen yelled in anger, veins bulging on his forehead. Nakheim. With his yell, the world instantly shifted. The destroyed courtyard vanished. The moonlit night sky vanished. The village vanished. The surrounding mountains and forests also vanished. Riezel felt a dizzying sensation as everything around him transformed into a bizarre space where buildings were haphazardly arranged, some even upside down. As if thrown off a cliff, he fell into an endless darkness, a darkness that seemed to devour everything, an abyss. Seeing this, Riezel acted without hesitation, turning toward the direction of the abyss and swinging his sword. Boom. A burst of flames lifted his body skyward as if riding on a wave of fire, and in no time, he landed atop a building. Riezel quickly surveyed his surroundings. So, this is the Infinity Castle. He recognized it as the 12 Kazuki's headquarters. Kibutsuji Musen. Riezel took a deep breath and called out defiantly. Are you going to run again? His words were met with a voice filled with anger and resentment. Don't rush. If you want a decisive battle, then let's have it right here. I'll host you well in this Infinity Castle, where the spirits of the Ubuyashiki family have lingered to this day. Wish to kill me? Then come to the throne. Let's settle everything there. With these words, Musen's voice faded away. Throne. Riezel squinted his eyes. It was a strange term to him. In the original work, there was no mention of any throne within the Infinity Castle. It was a chaotic castle, vast in its internal spaces, linking to many rooms and even places outside the castle itself. Finding this so-called throne in a place like this would be difficult. Fortunately, Riezel was prepared for this. He knew that as long as the demon named Nakheim was around, if Musen chose to fight seriously, he would surely select this advantageous terrain. For this reason, Riezel remained patient. All right, if you want to play, I'll play along. In the next second, flames swirled around Riezel's body, transforming him into what seemed like a blazing sun as he soared into the distance. Damn him. On the other side, Musen was experiencing intense pain throughout his body, growling softly. I need to buy some time to heal my wounds first. Nakheim, it's up to you next. Don't let him find me so quickly and make sure to annihilate the Demon Slayer core. As his words fell, a voice soon responded in Musen's heart. Yes. Chapter 201, Mechanical Doll Army. Tonight was destined to be extremely chaotic. Whether it was Riezel, the Hashira, or the other members of the Demon Slayer Corps, the moment Musen sounded the horn for the final battle, they all found themselves transported to the Infinity Castle. Some ended up together, while others were scattered apart. Riezel, for example, found himself alone in a different location, completely separated from the others. Unfortunately, the Hashira also experienced the same fate. Just as they suppressed their injuries with their breathing techniques and gripped their Nichiren swords, preparing to resume their attacks on Musen, they were each transported into different parts of the Infinity Castle. Thud. Damn you, Kibutsuji Musen. Sanemi pounded the wall in frustration. Couldn't kill him myself. Abanai's face was grim. So that's Kibutsuji Musen. Mitsuri, after seeing Musen for the first time, touched her wounds with a lingering fear in her heart. Even after all the Hashira launched a surprise attack together, we were still crushed in an instant. Shinobu furrowed her usually elegant brow. Although I hate to admit it, he is just as powerful as young Tsujikuni said. Kyujiru's face showed no trace of its usual brightness for the first time. He may be strong, but he's far from flamboyant. What a hideous demon. Tengen's voice lacked its usual vigor. I must quickly slay him, or else master. Michiru, rarely showing urgency, wore a worried expression. I wonder how Tanjiro is doing now. Is he here too? Ju worried about his junior. As all the Hashira were separated, each in different corners of the Infinity Castle, cut off from one another, the other members of the Demon Slayer Corps also faced a similar situation. Fortunately, they had ways to stay connected. Because they carried their Kasugai crows with them, the crows had also been transported into the Infinity Castle with them. East. East. Head east and regroup. 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 Kasugai crows appeared in various corners of the Infinity Castle, flying through the air while issuing instructions. Every member of the Demon Slayer Corps, upon hearing the instructions, immediately sprang into action as if they had found their backbone. However, as they moved, a large number of demons began to appear within the Infinity Castle. Moreover, these demons, each transformed into grotesque forms, emerged from unknown corners, roaring furiously as they clashed with the members of the Demon Slayer Corps. With no choice, they fought back valiantly but soon discovered that these demons possessed astonishing power, nearly rivaling that of lower ranks. How can there be so many powerful demons appearing like this? Awful. We need to retreat. Ayaha. Eventually, they were overwhelmed by the demons, resulting in significant casualties. Even the Hashira encountered these demons, slashing them down one by one, their faces contorted with hatred. These demons, they must be the people who suddenly disappeared recently. That despicable Kibutsuji Musen must have given his blood to these people for this moment. Damn it, they are as strong as the lower ranks. This is troublesome. Ordinary demon slayers stand no chance against these demons. As time passed, the Hashira began to feel anxious. The lower ranks were already formidable entities just below the upper ranks. In the Demon Slayer Corps, being able to defeat a lower rank was, after all, considered a requirement for promotion to Hashira. At this moment, there were only 9 Hashira, and aside from them, almost no one stood a chance against the lower ranks. Now, these powerful demons, comparable to the lower ranks, had suddenly appeared in great numbers and were besieging every member of the Demon Slayer Corps from all directions. If things went poorly, the entire corps could be wiped out. Just the thought of such an outcome made even the likes of Sanemi and Abanai, known for their displeasure with ordinary members, feel restless. Naturally, all of this was observed by Muzan, who sat on his throne, recovering from his injuries. "You think I've prepared how many demons for this day?" Muzan sneered as he watched the spectacle through the demon's eyes. "For these demons, I've shed more blood than you can imagine. If they can handle it, gaining the power of the lower ranks isn't that hard." Over the past 2 months, Muzan had the upper ranks bring in humans with combat ability or violent tendencies from all corners. He even targeted heavy sin convicts locked away in prisons, all to sift out demons that could serve as excellent forces. What kind of power would be deemed excellent in Muzan's eyes? Naturally, it had to at least reach the level of the lower ranks. Previously, the lower ranks of the 12 Kazuki were disbanded by Muzan in the cruelest manner possible due to their poor performance. If the demons he sought couldn't even match the previous lower ranks, then wasn't all of this becoming pointless? Because of this, Muzan's method of selecting demon candidates was extremely brutal and straightforward, injecting his blood, which could grant the power of the lower ranks, directly into their bodies. If they could endure it, they would immediately become powerful demons comparable to the lower ranks. If they couldn't endure it, they would explode on the spot. Through this method, the demons in the Infinity Castle were now, at worst, comparable to the lower ranks, or as Riezel put it, roughly equivalent to level 3. Demons chosen in this way were naturally beyond what ordinary demon slayers could handle. In any case, today will be the end of the Demon Slayer Corps. From now on, there will be no more Demon Slayer Corps, no more Abuyashiki. Hundreds of years of entanglement has truly sickened me. You will all die here. It was for this reason that Muzan had Nakeim transport all members of the Demon Slayer Corps to the Infinity Castle, aiming for their complete annihilation. Thankfully, the situation was unfolding just as he had imagined. If this situation continued, soon enough, aside from the Hashira and a few elite members of the Demon Slayer Corps, no one else would survive. Muzan was confident of this, until those things appeared. What? What is that? Suddenly, through his shared vision with the demons in the Infinity Castle, Muzan saw something that made his heart skip a beat and tremble. He couldn't believe his eyes. He saw Tsujikuni Yoriichi. Many of him. Help! Help! A demon slayer collapsed on the ground, watching in horror as a demon approached him slowly. Roar! As the demon let out a roar, like a wild beast losing its sanity, it pounced. However, just as the demon slayer was about to meet his end at the hands of the demon, a shadow appeared behind the demon. Whoosh! With a flash of a sword, the demon's head was severed on the spot and turned to ashes. Muttering this dumbfoundedly, the demon slayer, who had been awaiting death in fear, froze. Before him, a samurai wielding dual swords had silently appeared, swiftly beheaded the demon, and then turned away without even glancing at him. Before long, he heard cries of demons coming from the direction where the samurai had departed. Surprisingly, the same scene was unfolding in various corners of the Infinity Castle. When the members of the Demon Slayer Corps were being unilaterally ravaged by demons whose power rivaled the lower ranks, many of these samurai appeared without a word. They wielded dual swords, expressionless, without communicating with anyone or engaging in banter with demons. It was as if they appeared in this place solely to accomplish one thing, to kill demons. Clearly, these demons, whose power rivaled the lower ranks, could easily ravage ordinary demon slayers single-handedly. Yet, they were effortlessly slaughtered by these mysterious samurai. However, what surprised everyone was that only a few demons managed to survive beyond the first strike. Thanks to this, every member of the Demon Slayer Corps finally caught a breather, but they were also perplexed as they watched these samurai kill demons effortlessly, unsure of what to make of it. Especially for those who saw 2 identical samurai appear before them simultaneously, and others who saw 3 or 4 identical samurai fighting demons together, nearly losing their eyeballs in shock. What's going on? Such a question was on the mind of every member of the Demon Slayer Corps. What's going on? Muzan echoed the same sentiment as he yelled. If Kotetsu or Tanjiro saw these mysterious samurai, they would surely recognize them. Yes, they were none other than Riezel's combat mechanical dolls, Yoriichi Type 1. Ever since successfully creating Type 1, Riezel had spent every spare moment at home creating these mechanical dolls. In just 1 month, he had managed to produce hundreds of them, hundreds of mechanical dolls with power rivaling that of the Hashira. What kind of concept was this? To put it simply, as the sole Demon Slayer organization in the world, the Demon Slayer Corps had only a few hundred combatants, while the rest were either support personnel without combat ability or lacked the talent to become swordsmen. As for the Hashira themselves, there were only 9. Now, however, thanks to Riezel, there were mechanical dolls comparable in number to the entire Demon Slayer Corps, each possessing combat power on par with the Hashira, all mass-produced and deployed on the battlefield. Without a doubt, this would completely overturn the balance of power between demons and the Demon Slayer Corps, serving as the ultimate trump card that could determine the outcome of the battle. Meanwhile, swift as a shooting star, Riezel flew through the air, releasing the mechanical dolls from his storage space and deploying them onto the battlefield with a grin on his face. I wonder if you'll enjoy this surprise, Musen. If it weren't for the limited number of targets for the magic contract, Riezel would have mustered a true army of thousands of autonomous mechanical dolls to serve Musen. Unfortunately, Riezel's control magic compatibility was only second grade, limiting the number of objects he could control independently. Even so, commanding hundreds of mechanical dolls in battle was a testament to his exceptional MAG and mage development ability. Of course, even with these limitations, it was more than enough. At the very least, it would ensure an overwhelming advantage in ground combat. As for the rest, well, the rest will be left to those Hashira. As Riezel murmured to himself, he could feel that it was about time for the upper ranks to make their appearance. Chapter 202, Upper 7. As the battle in the Infinity Castle raged on, some were unlucky and got separated, while others were fortunate enough to be grouped together and acting together. Tanjiro was one of the lucky few. When Tanjiro was transported to the Infinity Castle, he found himself alongside 2 familiar faces he interacted with daily, Zenitsu and Inosuke. Surprisingly, the atmosphere between the 3 was not as harmonious as it usually was. On any other day, Inosuke would be recklessly charging ahead, with Tanjiro and Zenitsu scrambling behind to catch up and stop him. But today, it wasn't Inosuke charging ahead without a thought, it was Zenitsu. Surprisingly, this normally timid and fearful youth, who avoided missions and dreaded encountering demons for fear of danger, was now marching forward in silence, his face cold and unyielding. Tanjiro and Inosuke followed behind Zenitsu, walking and talking. "Hey, sleepyhead, what's up with you?" Inosuke, always blunt, asked Zenitsu directly. "You've been acting strange lately. Did you eat something bad?" Hearing this, Tanjiro could deeply relate to Inosuke's feelings. Zenitsu had indeed been acting very strange recently. Since arriving at the swordsmith village and receiving a letter that changed his complexion drastically, Zenitsu had stopped being his usual timid, tearful self. He became silent, disciplined, and trained relentlessly, completely unlike his old self. In the past, the training at the swordsmith village would have had Zenitsu complaining within 3 days, whining by the 5th, and practically giving up by the 7th, acting like he was on the brink of dying. Yet this time, Zenitsu neither complained nor shirked his training as if an obsession drove him. He trained harder than both Tanjiro and Inosuke, surprising many who knew and understood him. During this month, Zenitsu only smiled once in front of everyone, which was the day he learned Nezuko had turned back into a human, but after that, he never smiled again. Zenitsu trained as if his life depended on it, a sight that worried Tanjiro deeply. Inosuke, despite his seemingly carefree and boisterous nature, was more sensitive and perceptive than most, particularly about Zenitsu's change. Due to this, today, he didn't charge around yelling as usual but just quietly followed Zenitsu. Unfortunately, Zenitsu didn't seem to appreciate it. "Stop being so noisy," Zenitsu said without looking back, continuing to walk forward with a cold expression. "You're so loud, I can't hear anything. We won't be able to find that guy if you don't quiet down." "So, who exactly are you looking for?" Inosuke insisted. "Did that guy make you mad or something? Tell me and I'll cut him down for you." "No need," Zenitsu replied coldly, his voice low. "He can only be killed by my hands." "You." Inosuke seemed like he wanted to say something more, but Tanjiro stopped him. "All right, Inosuke, calm down, don't get worked up." Tanjiro soothed Inosuke before turning to Zenitsu. "What happened, Zenitsu? Tell us." Zenitsu remained silent, not saying a word. Seeing him like this, Tanjiro showed a worried expression. "Aren't we friends?" Tanjiro continued. "Nezuko is also worried about you, you know." Hearing these words, Zenitsu finally stopped walking. Tanjiro and Inosuke stopped as well, watching Zenitsu silently, their concern evident in their eyes. Seeing Tanjiro and Inosuke like this, Zenitsu clenched his fists and then sighed. "You probably don't know this," Zenitsu said softly. "I actually have a senior brother." "A senior brother?" Looking at each other, Tanjiro and Inosuke were taken aback. "My master used to be the Thunder Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps." Zenitsu told Tanjiro and Inosuke the truth. In the Demon Slayer Corps, swordsmen who excelled in thunder breathing and were promoted to Hashira using thunder breathing were called Thunder Hashira. Zenitsu's master was the previous Thunder Hashira, a Hashira rank swordsman who had mastered thunder breathing to its peak. After his master retired, there has been no Thunder Hashira in the Demon Slayer Corps anymore, leaving thunder breathing without a Hashira among the 5 fundamental breathing styles to this day. Truthfully, this was inevitable. Thunder breathing was known to be one of the hardest breathing styles to practice. Due to its extreme speed and explosive power, it demanded very high physical ability, making its practice almost as difficult as sun breathing. In the history of the Demon Slayer Corps, among the 5 fundamental breathing styles, flame breathing and water breathing always had a Hashira, never missing. On the other hand, the other 3 breathing styles had periods of absence, with thunder breathing being the most absent, highlighting its difficulty. Zenitsu's master was the previous Thunder Hashira, and his ability to become a Hashira with thunder breathing demonstrated his immense strength. However, Zenitsu mentioning his master clearly wasn't to boast about his strength. I was deceived and fell into heavy debt, and it was my master who spent his money to buy me and took me in as his disciple, bringing me to the mountains to practice. Zenitsu began to tell his past. My master, Grandpa, was a very strict person. Because thunder breathing was so difficult to practice, he always trained his disciples harshly. Because the training was so tough, and mastering thunder breathing was insanely hard, I always tried to avoid training and run away. Even so, Grandpa never gave up on me and always brought me back, time and time again. In the end, I only learned the first form of thunder breathing. Even now, I haven't mastered any of the other forms. Thunder breathing had a total of 6 sword forms, which was one of the fewest among the many breathing styles. Even so, no one thought thunder breathing was weak. On the contrary, thunder breathing was so strong that it only needed 6 forms, which were enough to slay demons, leaving them with no escape. However, Zenitsu had only learned the first form and none of the other 5 forms. Despite that, Grandpa never blamed me. He even told me that if I could only learn this one sword form, then I should master it to the peak, to the extreme of extremes. When talking about the master he called Grandpa, Zenitsu's expression was no longer cold. But, that guy was different from me. As Zenitsu mentioned that guy, he gritted his teeth. He had more talent than I did, was more skilled, and even started training earlier. Even the notoriously difficult thunder breathing, he learned 5 of its sword forms. If he kept training and mastered the last form, it wasn't out of the question for him to take Grandpa's place and become the Thunder Hashira the Demon Slayer Corps had been missing for so long. I could never hold my head up in front of him, so I always thought that if someone were to become Thunder Hashira, it should be him. But you see, humans have their limits, so I chose to become a demon, Zenitsu. Zenitsu's voice, filled with hatred and anger, was suddenly interrupted by someone. As this stranger's voice rang out, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke all quickly turned around, placing their hands on the hilts of their swords. In front of them, a youth slowly walked around the corner and came into view. He had black hair and green eyes, thick eyebrows, and wore a Magatama necklace and bracelet. He carried a sword, had sharp ears, deathly pale skin, black tiger-like stripes on his face, and fangs that protruded from his mouth as he grinned. Without a doubt, he was a demon. However, he was clearly not just any demon, as evidenced by the Japanese characters in his eyes. Nonetheless, Zenitsu didn't notice this, as the moment he saw this youth, his breathing became heavy. Kaigaku! Zenitsu shouted angrily. Yo, long time no see, Zenitsu. Kaigaku greeted Zenitsu with neither enthusiasm nor friendliness. Instead, there was a sense of aggression. So, you made it into the Infinity Castle too, huh? Good, good. Kaigaku said with a smile. After Lord Muzan ordered the complete annihilation of the Demon Slayer Corps, I thought, in that case, I should be the one to take care of you. Luckily, we met smoothly. Kaigaku's smile turned sinister, full of sarcasm. Otherwise, a weakling like you would have surely been taken out by those little demons the moment you arrived here. His words didn't make Zenitsu lose his temper, but they did make the impulsive Inosuke draw his 2 swords. You damn bastard! Inosuke exclaimed angrily. Wait, Inosuke. Tanjiro hurriedly stopped Inosuke. Something's not right, look at his eyes. His words finally made Zenitsu and Inosuke notice the Japanese characters in Kaigaku's eyes. One eye had upper rank, while the other had 7. Upper rank. 7. Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke were shocked. What happened? Weren't there only 6 upper ranks? How did an upper 7 appear? Oh. You mean this? Kaigaku pointed to his eyes, his smile not fading. That's right, I am upper 7, the first demon in history to hold this title, to be exact. Well, the 12 Kazuki were officially disbanded when the lower ranks were dismissed, so Lord Muzan recently reorganized the Kazuki. Since he doesn't need the useless lower ranks, there are no more lower rank positions in the Kazuki, but an additional seat was added to the upper ranks. From now on, there are no more 12 Kazuki, only a 7 upper ranks, the new Kazuki. Chapter 203, Hashira vs. Upper Ranks. Before long, the news about the Upper Seven quickly spread through Kasugai Crows to all members of the Demon Slayer Corps in Infinity Castle. However, at the same time, another upper rank also appeared. Roar. Splurt. With a roar, a ferocious tiger, about 3 meters tall, pounced on a demon slayer, biting off his head and splattering blood everywhere. Roar. Roar. With each roar, more tigers of the same size appeared, brutally attacking members of the Demon Slayer Corps, devouring them all to death. In the center of these tigers, stood a skinny man dressed in prison clothes, holding a long whip akin to a beast tamer. In his eyes were Japanese characters clearly visible for everyone to see. One eye had upper rank, while the other eye had 6. Without a doubt, he was the new upper 6. So, this is the Demon Slayer Corps. Speaking with dissatisfaction, the upper 6 looked at the demon slayers being devoured by his tigers, completely powerless to resist. TCH, too weak. My children will just get an upset stomach from eating all this trash. Isn't there anyone stronger? The new upper 6 was a death row inmate named Torase. He was a man who loved to raise tigers. At first, he was just an ordinary hunter, but when he saw a tiger in the deep mountains, he fell in love with the creature at first sight and began keeping several of them. In order to feed his beloved tigers and prevent anyone from hunting them, he did not hesitate to lure his friends and even his family into the mountains to feed them. Meanwhile, whenever hunters entered the mountains, he would find ways to kill them personally and bring their corpses to his tigers. Even if he hadn't killed hundreds, there were at least dozens who died at his hands. After the truth came out, Torase was arrested and sentenced to death until Muzan released him from prison, saving him from execution. Needless to say, after Torase was saved, he received Muzan's blood. However, what was surprising was that he not only endured the blood that made him a lower rank but also withstood even more, leading Muzan to promote him to an upper rank. As a result, he replaced the deceased Gyutara and Daki, taking on the position of upper 6. Meanwhile, the ferocious tigers around Torase, which he controlled, were actually his blood demon art. It allowed him to tame ferocious beasts and mutate them, a blood demon art called anomalous beast taming, demon transformation. My children, keep hunting. Torase spoke gently to the group of ferocious tigers around him. Hunt stronger prey. Feast on better victims. That way, you'll grow bigger and stronger. Under his instructions, the tigers roared one after another and were about to disperse until love breathing, second form, love pangs. Suddenly, a female figure darted forward like an afterimage, and her sword, flexible like a whip, swung like a tornado, slicing through several tigers and cutting them into pieces on the spot. Mist breathing, fifth form, sea of clouds and haze. At the same time, a mist blew in, like clouds stirred by the wind, enveloping several tigers. In the next second, the tigers inside the mist shrieked and soon collapsed into pools of blood. What? Torase was initially stunned, then furious. Who? Who dares hurt my beloved children? Before long, 2 voices responded to his words. Sorry, that would be me. A pink-haired girl wielding a flexible sword landed on the ground, appearing in front of Torase. She was none other than Kenroji Mitsuri. You are the new upper 6. As the mist cleared, it revealed a slightly immature-looking boy who had appeared without noise. He was none other than Takeda Michiru. With that, the Love Hashira and the Mist Hashira had both appeared to confront the upper 6. Gather. Gather. Love Hashira. Mist Hashira. Have successfully met up. 2 Kasugai crows flew around in the air, screeching and informing others that Mitsuri and Michiru were together. Due to the guidance from Kasugai crows, several Hashira had already met up, no longer acting independently. As Mitsuri and Michiru were the first to meet up and happened to be close by, they noticed the commotion in this place and immediately headed toward the upper 6 under the Kasugai crow's guidance. Damn you! Torase ignored everything else and just screamed furiously. Do you know what you've done? My children are so cute. How could you hurt them? Although Mitsuri and Michiru couldn't quite imagine how vicious and bloody tigers could be called cute, they were disgusted by Torase's words. Is there something wrong with this upper 6 head? Mitsuri crossed her arms, looking utterly repulsed. Aren't all demons like this? Absolutely disgusting. Michiru coldly raised his sword, ready to attack at any moment. I'm going to kill you. Torase screamed in madness. Roar. Roar. Soon, the tigers in the surroundings went wild, charging toward Mitsuri and Michiru. Love Hashira. Mist Hashira. Are fighting the upper 6. Love Hashira. Mist Hashira. Are fighting the upper 6. At this moment, several Kasugai crows swiftly relayed the information to everyone. TCH. Running down a corridor, Abanai clicked his tongue. Kenroji is fighting an upper rank and urgently needs my help. Abanai remarked, his face full of disgust. But why am I meeting you first instead of her? If you have a problem, take it up with Kabutsuji Muzan. Tengen, running ahead of Abanai, turned his head and exclaimed with an annoyed tone. I didn't want to meet up with you first either. While arguing, their pace didn't slow down, but in fact, they sped up, quickly heading toward the direction where Mitsuri and Wichuru were. Especially Tengen, who was so fast that he left Abanai far behind. It couldn't be helped. Tengen was the fastest among the 9 Hashira. Even the strongest among them, Gyumei, couldn't match Tengen's speed. Only the Wind Hashira, Sanemi, could barely keep up, while Abanai was clearly not in that league. Annoying. Abanai was visibly displeased as he ate Tengen's dust from behind, but soon, he no longer had the luxury to complain. Plink plunk. A sudden sound of biwa rang out, causing Tengen and Abanai to lose their direction. What the? Awful. They felt the world around them spinning before they started falling into bottomless darkness. Iguro. I know. Just moments ago, they were arguing, but now they displayed an incredible level of coordination. Tengen reached out his strong hand toward Abanai, who immediately jumped on it, using Tengen as a stepping stone to leap toward a nearby building. Kaburamaru. At the same time, Abanai threw Kaburamaru, the white snake wrapped around his neck. It darted out, coiling around Tengen's arm and pulling him along as they both leaped onto the rooftop of a nearby building. Thud. Thud. They landed safely, avoiding a fatal fall. In front of them, the culprit behind all this sat holding a biwa and slowly raised her head. Obviously, she was none other than Neikime, but this time her bangs were parted, revealing her eye. However, she didn't have a normal pair of eyes, just one large eye. In that eye, the Japanese character 4-5 was engraved. How? Tengen grinned. So, after upper 6 showed up, now it's upper 5, huh? Our sudden shift in position just now, was that you? Abanai asked coldly. I see, so you're the one who brought us all here. Neikime remained silent, merely raising her biwa, clearly intending to pluck its strings. Seeing this, Tengen and Abanai reacted instantaneously. Don't let her play the biwa. Abanai, being sharp, sensed that once Neikime played her biwa, her blood demon art would be triggered. You don't need to tell me. As the sound Hashira, Tengen understood sound and music better than anyone, knowing how tricky they could be as weapons. If you're going to play, make it a more flamboyant tune, demon. Tengen exclaimed and started running. Abanai also charged forward, attacking Neikime. Sound Hashira. Serpent Hashira. Are fighting the upper 5. Sound Hashira. Serpent Hashira. Are fighting the upper 5. Just like before, the Kasugai crows continued to timely relay the information, letting everyone know the current battle situation. However, the content of their report soon changed again. Wind Hashira. Water Hashira. Encountered the upper 4. Wind Hashira. Water Hashira. Encountered the upper 4. Yes. Almost at the same time, the recently reunited Sanemi and Ju ran into the upper 4. Hee. After 2 months of disappearance, Hantengu appeared once again, and very abruptly showed up in front of the running Sanemi and Ju. Are you too the Hashira? Are you strong? Are you going to bully me? Hantengu asked, trembling in the corner. So scary, don't do this. Unfortunately, he ran into the cold and ruthless Sanemi and the silent but not so cold Ju. Die. Whoosh. Sanemi's eyes narrowed, and with a low growl, he transformed into a gust of wind, charging toward Hantengu without hesitation. You attacked our headquarters 2 months ago, almost harming the master. Swish. Ju's eyes bore a murderous intent as he swung his sword, creating water waves that slashed toward Hantengu's neck. Poochie. In the next moment, the dual slashes of wind and water successfully cut Hantengu into 4 body parts. Watch out. You don't need to tell me that. Ju and Sanemi did not lower their guard and distance themselves from Hantengu. Before long, Hantengu, who had been cut into 4 body parts, successfully transformed into 4 clones of himself. With that, Karaku, Sekido, Izetsu, and Yurogi appeared once again. Chapter 204, A Fated Battle, Kyujuru and Akaza. Among the Hashira, some had successfully regrouped to fight the upper ranks together, while others were still alone, having not seen any fellow members until now. Kyujuru was one of these people. At this moment, his Nichiren sword remained sheathed in his hand, and he had yet to draw it to slay a single demon. In truth, this was because he hadn't encountered a single demon since being transported to the Infinity Castle. He couldn't even find a way out, simply wandering around in an area that resembled a fighting arena. Yes, a fighting arena. From the very beginning, Kyujuru had been transported to this arena, which was completely out of place in the Infinity Castle, like a samurai who had come to challenge a dojo and couldn't leave no matter what. In the end, Kyujuru decided to stop moving around and stood in the very center of the arena, closing his eyes. After a long silence, Kyujuru suddenly opened them. Come out, Akaza. He suddenly spoke without any apparent reason. You're here, aren't you? His words echoed in the arena for a long, long time. After a while. You found me, huh? Accompanied by a voice filled with fighting intent, a demon with short peach-colored hair, dressed as a martial artist, slowly walked out from the shadow. Who else could it be but Akaza? Long time no see, Kyujiro. Akaza stared at Kyujiro, smiling happily. It's been 6 months since that time on the Mugen train, hasn't it? To be exact, it's 5 months. Kyujiro stared back. As expected, just as young Tsujikuni said, you're still alive. Since Riezel had already informed all the Hashira about the survival of Upper 3 Akaza, Kyujiro wasn't surprised as he saw him appear. How did you do it? Kyujiro asked calmly. You should be different from the Upper 4 and the Upper 6, not the type that wouldn't die when beheaded by a Nichiren sword, right? Akaza was purely a martial artist, a demon purely for combat, and this was something Kyujiro could feel. Such a demon shouldn't have awakened a blood demon art related to survival but solely for combat. And as it turned out, that was indeed the case. Akaza's blood demon art indeed revolved around martial arts without any gimmicks. Yet he had indeed overcome the weakness of demons, surpassing his own limits. Normally, demons die when beheaded by a Nichiren sword, this is our limit. Akaza spread his hands and explained with a smile. Only a few powerful demons, when on the verge of death after being beheaded by a Nichiren sword, if they possess a strong will, fiercely resisting the outcome of death, desperately wanting to survive, can break through this limit, making their necks no longer a weakness. Such was a concept unique to demons called limit break. A demon that successfully achieved it would not die even if beheaded by a Nichiren sword, and could even regenerate immediately if their head was blown apart. After Tsujikuni Yoriichi beheaded me, just as I was on the brink of death, a strong sense of defiance and unwillingness surged within me, pushing me beyond the limits of my demon body, Akaza recounted. Soon after, I regenerated my head and came back to life, though, I only realized this later. You're one tough guy. Kyujiro said solemnly. To think you've surpassed the theoretical life limits of demons, overcoming the weakness of dying when beheaded by a Nichiren sword. Upper 3 Akaza, you really are a dangerous being. Me. Dangerous? Hey, what a funny joke. Akaza chuckled. You're mistaken, far off the mark. He withdrew his spread-out hands as he spoke. Just a human, and a younger one at that, managed to behead me in an instant where I couldn't even react, bringing me to the brink of death. Just so you know, the former Upper 5 and Upper 6, their survival skills should surpass mine, yet they seemed unable to withstand a single attack from him. Although the Upper 4 managed to escape, that coward has since refused to mention that guy's name again, probably for the rest of his life. Knowing this, you think I'm dangerous? The real danger is that guy, not me. With these words, Akaza's smile faded, his gaze upon Kyujiro turning serious. Enough about him. Let's talk about you, Kyujiro. Akaza said, his eyes narrowed. Is it just me, or have you changed a lot? He said this not without reason. Where's your fighting spirit? Where's your tightly condensed, inspiring fighting spirit? Akaza said with a serious face. Why can I not feel your fighting spirit at all? He had not revealed himself until Kyujiro called him for a reason. In truth, he had been waiting here for a long time, and the moment he saw Kyujiro appear, he instantly decided to show himself. However, when his destructive death, compass needle, showed no reaction to Kyujiro and he couldn't sense Kyujiro's fighting spirit at all, his pupils contracted, freezing him in place. For a moment, he completely forgot to show himself. In theory, this shouldn't have been possible, as no matter who it was, everyone had a fighting spirit. Even a newborn baby knew to grab the food brought to its mouth and eat it, so how could a battle-hardened swordsman like Kyujiro be any different? As long as there was a heart for battle, even if it was just instinct, a fighting spirit would arise. Therefore, if even a newborn baby was no exception, Kyujiro should be the same. A faint fighting spirit should appear on his body, making it impossible for anyone to have no fighting spirit at all. When they met at the Mugen train incident, he had already confirmed that Kyujiro possessed a highly condensed fighting spirit. Given this, how could he not freeze in place when Kyujiro's fighting spirit had completely vanished? He was even filled with shock. Because, as far as he knew, there was only one situation where one could so completely erase their fighting spirit. Have you already stepped into that domain? Akaza stared intensely at Kyujiro. Have you reached the domain we martial artists pursue to the death? Unfortunately, Kyujiro didn't answer his question. Squing. Amidst a faint metallic friction sound, Kyujiro drew his Nichiren sword. It's truly incredible. Kyujiro suddenly remarked. You know, since that incident, I've been constantly reminiscing about our battle. In that battle, he was clearly at a disadvantage against Akaza's fierce attacks. If not for Riezel, maybe he would have already left this world. Even though I got totally defeated by the Upper 4, I didn't dwell on it much. But weirdly, I've been thinking about our battle a lot. Reflecting on this, Kyujiro found it truly mysterious. I always wonder, why is that? Kyujiro closed his eyes, his expression unusually calm. Why is it that with you, I feel an overwhelming desire to win, to defeat you, no matter what? Kyujiro never quite understood this. However, there was one thing he was certain of. It seems like between you and me, we're fated to fight each other. Kyujiro opened his eyes, calmly looking at Akaza. Let's settle the score that was left undecided back at that time. Heh. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing Kyujiro's words, Akaza first seemed taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. You really do understand, huh? Kyujiro. Akaza smiled widely. That's right. Nothing else matters. You're here, I'm here, we'll inevitably clash. Even if you've already stepped into that domain, it makes no difference. With that, he took a step forward and assumed a stance. Technique development, destructive death, compass needle. In an instant, a snowflake pattern unfolded beneath Akaza's feet. Seeing this, Kyujiro calmly raised his sword before a corner of his forehead suddenly seemed to ignite like flames, revealing a red, mark-like tattoo. At this moment, though Akaza hadn't yet sensed Kyujiro's fighting spirit, he felt a lethal threat. In this way, he affirmed that Kyujiro not only stepped into that supreme domain but also awakened some kind of power that greatly enhanced his strength. At the same time, the Nichiren sword Kyujiro wielded had somehow turned blazing, bright red. Seeing the bright red blade, Akaza felt that it could truly kill him. Even though he had surpassed the limits of the demon body, if he were to lose his head to Kyojiro's current sword, he believed he would die. Realizing this, warning signs blared in Akaza's mind, yet his smile grew wider on his face. Let me ask you one last time, Kyujiro. I can probably guess what you want to say. Kyujiro responded calmly. Well, go ahead, let me hear it. Do you want to become a demon? No. Is that so? With that, their conversation simply ended there. Whoosh. In the next instant, both vanished from their original positions. When they reappeared, one was swinging toward the other with a sword, and the other was striking out with a fist. Boom. A thunderous roar shook the entire arena. Flames and shockwaves swept through, stirring the air. Flame Hashira is fighting the upper three. Flame Hashira is fighting the upper three. Before long, the sharp report from the Kasugai crows quickly spread throughout the entire Infinity Castle. Now, everyone, including Riezel, knew that Flame Hashira Rengoku Kyujiro was facing the upper three by himself. Upon hearing the report, Riezel fell into deep thought. Even he wouldn't have thought that because of his arrival, the battle between Kyujiro and Akaza would unexpectedly drag on until now and still happen as originally intended in the original work. Is this what they call fate? In the original work, Kyujiro was the first Hashira to fall in battle, with Akaza being the one who killed him. Furthermore, this battle was also a crucial part of the main story. And now, this battle was upon them. But the outcome will be different this time. Different from the original work, in this reality, Riezel had faith in Kyujiro and believed he would absolutely win. Absolutely. Chapter 205, Sworn Enemy. When Kyujiro was transported alone to the Infinite Castle and faced off against Akaza, among the 9 Hashira, another also encountered an upper rank alone. This Hashira was none other than Shinobu. East. East. Head east. A Kasugai crow called out above Shinobu's head, trying to guide her to join the others. However, she didn't comply. Instead of heading east, Shinobu walked slowly in the opposite direction, as if drawn by something invisible, and silently arrived at a lotus pond, a place that didn't fit with the architecture of the Infinity Castle. It was here that the mysterious presence Shinobu had been searching for appeared. Oh my, welcome. A man appeared on the wooden bridge over the lotus pond, wielding a pair of golden iron fans, draped in a black cloak, and wearing a hat reminiscent of a priest, smiling as he turned toward Shinobu. My, the first person I meet is such a cute girl, how delightful. It's not for nothing that I've been waiting here for so long. With these words, the man removed his hat and bowed to Shinobu. First of all, welcome to my lotus pond. I'm Doma, founder of the Eternal Paradise Faith, and, of course, an upper rank of the Kazuki, number 2, to be exact. He was none other than the upper 2, Doma. Shinobu rarely appeared without a smile, silently gazed at Doma's head, then at the golden fans in his hands. As soon as her gaze landed on the golden fans, an azure butterfly-shaped mark emerged on her collarbone, and a chilling murderous aura emanated from her body, causing Doma to widen his eyes slightly. Oh, quite an impressive murderous aura. I see, you're no ordinary member of the Demon Slayer Corps, huh? Doma clapped his hands and happily remarked. I understand, you're a Hashira, yes. Wow, what a stroke of luck, meeting a Hashira as the first girl I come across. Doma seemed as if he were thanking the heavens for this auspicious encounter, smiling broadly. Do you really like girls that much? Shinobu asked coldly. For reasons unknown, she uttered these words. Yup. Doma, seemingly unaffected, nodded repeatedly. After all, females are more valuable than males, no. Such was his belief. Upper 2 Doma enjoyed consuming women. From this perspective alone, he might be similar to the former Upper 6, Daki, who also enjoyed eating women, but their motives were different. Daki simply found ugly things inedible, preferring beautiful women, much like how humans enjoy exquisite food but lose their appetite for badly cooked dishes. Doma was different. He believed that since women could carry embryos in their bellies, they should possess more nutrients than men. With this belief, he thought that by consuming more women, he could become stronger more quickly. As a result, he liked women, especially those who were strong, earnest, and hard-working, genuinely feeling fond of them. Naturally, this involved no human emotions. Shinobu was aware of this and tightened her grip on her sword. Upper 2 Doma. Shinobu suppressed her emotions and said in a low voice. Do you remember, in the past, you once fought against a female Hashira? Doma tilted his head, not understanding. Just a few years ago, there weren't as many Hashira in the Demon Slayer Corps as there are now. Back then, among the Hashira, there was a swordswoman skilled in flower breathing. Ignoring Doma's clueless reaction, Shinobu continued, lost in her own thoughts. She was the flower Hashira, a genius who derived flower breathing from water breathing. Shinobu's insect breathing precisely originated from flower breathing. In the end, she died, killed by a demon. Shinobu stared intensely at Doma, saying each word slowly. Before she died, she told me what her killer looked like. It was a demon with a head that looked like it had been splattered with blood, wielding a pair of golden iron fans. There was no need to elaborate further on who this demon was. She, that flower Hashira, was my elder sister. Shinobu forced these words out of her throat. Meanwhile, upon hearing her words, Doma first seemed confused, then suddenly had a look of realization. Ah, I remember now, there was such a person. Doma thumped his palm. Yeah, that girl was strong. She wasn't as strong as the upper ranks, but definitely stronger than the lower ranks. I planned to devour her, but the sun came up too soon, so I missed my chance. I see, so she hadn't completely died yet and even left her last words, huh? Moreover, you're her younger sister. Really? Doma asked in a surprised tone. Both sisters becoming Hashira? You two are impressive. He spoke so casually, with no sense of being the sworn enemy who had killed someone's kin. Instead, he felt inexplicably moved and happy, as if he were encountering an extraordinary character, hearing an incredible story, or seeing something remarkable, and he sincerely expressed admiration. It was clear from this that he lacked normal human emotions, even empathy, merely disguising himself with rich tones and language. Seeing this, Shinobu obviously couldn't suppress her emotions any longer. Swish. Suddenly, Shinobu's figure shot up like a bullet fired from a gun, astonishingly fast. She appeared in front of Doma in an instant, her Nichiren sword drawn without him noticing, like a stinging bee aiming for his eyes. However, before the strike could hit Doma, Shinobu seemed to sense something. Her expression changed slightly, and without hesitation, she swiftly retreated. Boom. Almost simultaneously, a cold wind swept through, lifting ice and frost, crashing down where Shinobu had stood just a moment ago. Under the assault of the icy wind, the wooden bridge began to freeze, and even the lotus pond was encased in ice. Soon enough, ice crystals fell like rain, causing the temperature to plummet by several degrees. Ice. Shinobu landed at the edge of the lotus pond after her hasty retreat, her eyes flickering as she surveyed the scene. You dodged that. Doma, somewhat surprised yet intrigued. Seems like you're much stronger than your sister, despite your delicate appearance. He was a demon of ice. His blood demon art allowed him to freeze his own blood into misty ice crystals, which he dispersed with his fan. Of course, these ice crystals possessed lethal power. Not only could they freeze objects, but touching them would instantly freeze the skin. If inhaled into the lungs, they could cause breathing difficulties and even necrotize lung tissue. Using this blood demon art, Doma wielded an abnormal control over the air. By dispersing ice crystals throughout an area, he made himself unbeatable against any opponent. Yet, Shinobu, relying on her sharp intuition and formidable physical prowess, managed to evade all of Doma's ice crystals. In the past, she would not have been capable of such a feat, all thanks to that insanely powerful guy. I've got the strength I have now. Remembering Riezel, Shinobu calmed herself before speaking to Doma with hatred. Originally, I planned to kill you with poison. But thanks to that guy, that plan went up in smoke. Shinobu had long prepared means to deal with Doma. Knowing that her elder sister had died at his hands, she constantly plotted revenge against him. In other words, even before Riezel appeared, she had readied herself to face Doma, prepared to take both of them down together. No one knew that she had been regularly ingesting the poison from wisteria flowers. Based on information left by her elder sister, she knew the demon who killed her sister was fixated on devouring women, an abnormal obsession. As a Hashira, not only was she a woman but she also possessed exceptional strength. Needless to say, if this demon encountered her, he would surely try to devour her. Based on this assessment, she spent over a year continuously ingesting the poison from wisteria flowers, saturating her blood, organs, and fingertips with a high concentration of the poison. If a demon consumed her, it would be akin to ingesting a poison dosage equal to 7 times their body weight, an amount lethal enough 700 times over. She made these preparations, intending to kill the demon who had murdered her elder sister with all she had. Even if she wasn't his match, she would drag him down to hell with her. However, 2 months ago, Riezel's treatment shattered her plan. Under Giuffradel's treatment, not only did she recover fully from her injuries, but the poison within her body was also neutralized as well. Fortunately, she gained new strength. Chi. As Shinobu tightened her grip on her sword handle, her Nichiren sword began to turn bright red. Even though I can't use the transparent world, with the mark and bright red Nichiren sword, I can still take you down, upper 2. Shinobu shouted with anger, no longer concealing her hatred. You. Doma squinted his eyes, about to say something, when another voice interrupted. In that case, count me in 2. A deep voice reverberated as a monk wielding a chained flail and axe slowly approached the lotus pond. Hi Majima. Shinobu exclaimed in surprise. I've come to join you. Gyumei nodded. Although his eyes were blind, they still carried a hint of sorrow. I never imagined I'd encounter the murderer of your elder sister here. Gyumei naturally knew Shinobu's elder sister, as he had once saved both of them and had been their mentor for a time. Now, I can do something for you, sister. In the next moment, a mark resembling gray-black fissures appeared on Gyumei's arm, while veins pulsed with anger at his temples. Okay, this doesn't look too great. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from Gyumei, Doma finally broke into a cold sweat. He knew he was in real trouble now. Chapter 206, Everyone's Battles. Stone Hashira Hajime Gyumei and Insect Hashira Kochu Shinobu faced off against upper 2 Doma. Flame Hashira Rengoku Kyujiro fought upper 3 Akaza. Wind Hashira Shinazugawa Sanemi and Water Hashira Tomioka Ju fought upper 4 Hantengu. Serpent Hashira Iguro Abanai and Sound Hashira Yuzuitingen confronted upper 5 Nakaim. Love Hashira Kenroji Mitsuri and Mist Hashira Takadum Wichuru fought upper 6 Torasei. At this moment, every Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps was locked in combat with the upper ranks, intensifying their clashes. This news not only made the members of the Corps nervous but also caught the demons' attention. Undoubtedly, the outcome between both sides would greatly influence the following offense and defense, a matter of significant importance for both the Demon Slayer Corps and the demons. Throughout the centuries-long history, demons and the Demon Slayer Corps had never before entered such a thorough state of warfare as today, with unprecedented fierce clashes between their higher-ups, where it was a matter of either you perish or I do. This realization made many who hadn't yet adjusted their mindset keenly aware that tonight was indeed a truly decisive and final battle. Ha 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 ha. Kaigaku, having heard the news conveyed by the Kasugai crows, burst into laughter in front of Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke. It seems like the seniors are all fired up, no matter which side they're on. For Kaigaku, both sides could indeed be called his seniors. As Zenitsu's senior brother and one of the successors of Thunder Breathing, Kaigaku had once been a demon slayer in the Demon Slayer Corps, making all the Hashira his seniors. On the other hand, as a new member of the upper ranks, Kaigaku viewed the other upper ranks as unquestionably his seniors. On one side were his seniors from his human days, and on the other were his seniors since becoming a demon. Both sides were also at the highest-ranking members within their respective groups, one standing above thousands. Now they were fighting each other, which seemed quite wonderful to Kaigaku. However, what a pity, no matter how the Hashira struggle, the final outcome is already predetermined. Kaigaku declared confidently amidst his laughter. Humans can never defeat demons, and the Hashira absolutely cannot match the upper ranks. Soon, you will all experience the greatest despair. Drawing his sword, Kaigaku pointed it at Zenitsu. Once I'm done with you, I'll go find the Hashira and show them I'm not the same as before. Apparently, having become a demon and an upper rank, Kaigaku had swollen with pride. He could clearly feel how much stronger he was now compared to before and how powerful the so-called upper ranks truly were. In the past, the Hashira seemed unbeatably powerful to him, but now, they were just that. Because of this, Kaigaku didn't believe the Hashira could match the upper ranks and believed he had already surpassed the Hashira, becoming a formidable existence beyond human imagination. Kaigaku approached Zenitsu eagerly, definitely intending to show off, flaunting his strength and boasting about the wisdom of his choices. In the past, Kaigaku had always looked down on Zenitsu, considering him both cowardly and inept. How frightened would Zenitsu look when he saw his current power? Just thinking about it made Kaigaku feel a surge of excitement. However, he was bound to be disappointed. You've gone mad. Zenitsu didn't show a hint of fear but looked at Kaigaku with cold indifference, his eyes revealing an emotion Kaigaku had never seen before, one that made him distinctly uncomfortable. It was none other than an emotion of disgust. Yes, just like how Kaigaku used to look at Zenitsu in the past. Do you know? Zenitsu gritted his teeth. Because you turned into a demon, Grandpa has committed seppuku. Upon hearing this, Kaigaku was stunned. What? Tanjiro and Inosuke both wore expressions of shock. It was truly shocking that the former Thunder Hashira had committed suicide. At this moment, Tanjiro and Inosuke finally understood why Zenitsu had been acting so strangely lately. Obviously, it was because he had lost someone dear to him. Grandpa took his own life. Kaigaku muttered to himself, then fell silent, until... Ha! Ha 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 ha. He laughed, his laughter filled with intense pleasure. Good riddance. It was pointless for a fool like him, who wanted me and a waste like you to inherit his breathing style to keep on living. He committed seppuku. He finally made a wise choice. Otherwise, after this battle is over, I would have gone after him and killed him myself. Ha 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 ha. Kaigaku's arrogant and unrestrained laughter finally pushed Zenitsu over the edge. Boom. It was the sound of thunder. Amidst a thunderous explosion, a figure transformed into lightning and violently rushed toward Kaigaku. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash. A lightning-fast slash suddenly appeared right before Kaigaku's eyes. Kaigaku's pupils shrank, his heart pounding. In the split second of peril, he only managed to raise one hand. Poochie. In the next moment, the lightning-fast slash severed Kaigaku's arm. With his arm severed, Kaigaku felt a sharp pain and, propelled by the high-speed turbulence of the scorching chaotic airflow, tumbled away. Zenitsu's figure appeared in the aftermath of the lightning-fast slash, in the exact spot where Kaigaku had been just a second before, assuming an IAI stance with his sword already back in its sheath. You. Damn bastard. Kaigaku finally reacted to what had happened, standing up in furious anger. He felt deeply humiliated. To think I lost my arm to worthless trash like you who can only master the first form. Kaigaku's face twisted in disbelief. Zenitsu calmly turned around, his expression unusually cold. You're right, I must seem like worthless trash to you. Zenitsu spoke coldly, his face showing cold indifference. But what does that make you? If I'm worthless trash who can only master the first form, then you're worthless trash among worthless trash who can't even learn the first form. Are you proud that you could become an upper rank? What's there to be proud of? Even if you become an upper rank, you're still just a bottom feeder, the lowest in the hierarchy. If it weren't for the reform of the Kazuki from 6 to 7 upper ranks, you wouldn't even crack the top 6. After all, you're just that kind of guy. Otherwise, why would you end up being a demon? You even talk about the Hashira's fate being predetermined, making the upper ranks sound so great. Zenitsu looked down on Kaigaku, speaking word by word. Yet, our head instructor, who's just a human in your eyes, took down those upper ranks you're so proud of with just one slash. Let alone someone like you. In front of him, you probably wouldn't even qualify to make him draw his sword. Someone like you, what right do you have to look down on humans? You're nothing but a clown, no, an entire circus. Zenitsu's words stung Kaigaku's heart, one after another. Bastard. I will kill you. Kaigaku completely lost his mind, regenerating his arm and charging towards Zenitsu like a madman. However, he forgot that Zenitsu wasn't alone. Flame breathing, first form, unknowing fire. Tanjiro drew his sword and dashed forward, enveloped in flames appearing at Kaigaku's left side, slashing toward his neck. Beast breathing, third form, devour. Inosuke flashed to Kaigaku's right side, crossing his two saw-like swords and slashing toward Kaigaku's head. Attacked from both sides, Kaigaku had to halt his charge and focus on defending himself. Thunder breathing, sixth form, rumble and flash. Kaigaku swung his sword, centering himself, instantly releasing countless lightning-like slashes in all directions. Boom. His lightning was pitch black, resembling the falling thunder of malevolence, flicking Tanjiro's flames and Inosuke's fangs in an instant and sending both of them flying. In the next moment, Tanjiro and Inosuke landed beside Zenitsu. Zenitsu. We're here to help you. Tanjiro called out. Ha ha ha. Let's chop off his head. Inosuke laughed loudly. Upon hearing their words, Zenitsu wanted to refuse, feeling that he had to handle this on his own. However, when he saw Tanjiro's determined expression and heard Inosuke's laughter, tears involuntarily welled up in his eyes. Zenitsu quickly wiped away his tears and took a deep breath. Leave the final strike to me. This was his only request. Tanjiro and Inosuke naturally had no objections. Bring it on. No matter how many of you there are, scum like you are nothing compared to my power. Kaigaku roared, then charged toward the three. Seeing this, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke met his charge without hesitation. Before long, flames, thunder, and the imposing shadows of beasts appeared one after another on this battlefield. At this moment, the lowest of the upper ranks, upper 7 Kaigaku, was engaged in a death battle with 3 lower-ranked demon slayers from the Demon Slayer Corps. They clashed already. Riezel, who had been darting back and forth in the Infinity Castle like a sun, heard the news from the Kasugai crows. Tanjiro also fought an upper rank. Sure enough, the protagonist was built differently. Even though Riezel's own presence had diminished the importance of this protagonist, in a crucial battle like this, he would still hold a significant role. Can he handle it? Riezel was somewhat uncertain. After all, the current Tanjiro not only lacked the Demon Slayer mark, the bright red Nichiren sword, and the transparent world, but he also hadn't fully mastered Hinokami Kagura. Compared to an upper rank, the gap in strength was quite significant. Fortunately, Tanjiro wasn't alone since Zenitsu and Inosuke were with him. Moreover, the upper 7 they were facing was the lowest ranked among the upper ranks and hadn't been a demon for long. Since the other upper ranks had been alive for hundreds of years and had consumed countless people, their power was far beyond what it had been when they first became demons. However, because this upper 7 had become a demon relatively recently and hadn't yet consumed many people, it was uncertain whether he could fully control the power of an upper rank. In other words, it shouldn't be too difficult for Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke to handle the upper 7 if they team up. Riezel finally felt certain. Yeah, they can win, At this moment, he suddenly paused mid-flight, looking down at the ground. Chapter 207, Tsujikuni Michikatsu. Thud. With a faint landing sound, Riezel touched down on the rooftop of a building. It was a palace. Riezel landed on the open rooftop of this palace and entered a place that resembled an altar. In this altar, the surrounding walls were adorned with murals, particularly on 2 sides that were not only facing each other but depicted entirely opposite scenes. On the left mural was a sun, radiating light in all directions, beneath which were many people extending their hands toward it in a gesture of worship, resembling a ritual to a god, or a hero. In contrast, the right mural depicted a moon emitting light in all directions but with no people or animals below, only a desolate nighttime landscape that appeared somewhat barren. Riezel stood directly before the sun mural, facing the moon mural on the opposite side. The so-called throne doesn't seem to be here. Riezel murmured softly before speaking faintly to his front. Upper 1. As Riezel said this, a figure emerged slowly from the shadow of the moon mural across from him. He held a sword in his hand. He was dressed in a kimono. With long black hair tied up in a high ponytail, adorned with red markings on the top left side of his forehead and the bottom right of his chin, his face bore 6 eyes. A 6-eyed samurai from the Sengoku period had appeared beneath the moon mural. Indeed, he was none other than the upper 1, Kokusebu. It's you. Kokusebu gazed at Riezel with his 6 eyes, his vision cold and filled with murderous intent. You call yourself Tsujikuni Yoriichi? Kokusebu, the strongest upper rank, posed such a question. What? Have a problem? Riezel looked back calmly. Or do you think I'm not up to par? Kokusebu did not answer his question but slowly drew the sword from his waist, a terrifying sword adorned with eyes on its blade and handle. After drawing such a sword, Kokusebu spoke again. Whether you're up to par, let me test that. Whoosh. With those words, Kokusebu suddenly vanished on the spot. Moon breathing. Swish. A figure resembling a bright moon breaking through dark clouds suddenly appeared before Riezel. First form, Dark Moon, Evening Palace. It was an IAI/ executed with such speed that the sword was barely visible, leaving behind a trail of crescent-shaped slashes. It was like a moon blade competing with the sun's brilliance, carrying a chilling coldness as it sliced toward Riezel's neck. Whoosh. In the next moment, the blade that conjured countless crescent moons was intercepted by 2 fingers, held between them. Oh. Kokushibu's 6 eyes narrowed slightly. You stopped it so easily. Easily. Is it difficult for you? Kokushibu's words earned only a calm question from Riezel, clearly unmoved. Even some Hashira nowadays could easily block such a probing attack. If you want to test my limits, show me something more powerful. With that, Riezel released the blade from his fingers and surged forward, delivering a fierce kick to Kokushibu's chest. Bang. Amidst the muffled sound, Riezel's sudden kick landed heavily on the timely sword raised by Kokushibu, unleashing astonishing force. Kokushibu was sent flying backward as if struck by a train, his feet skidding violently across the ground, retreating a considerable distance. Riezel's kick had directly knocked Kokushibu back beneath the moon mural, returning him to his original position. Kokushibu stared at his hands gripping his sword, trembling slightly. It was clear how much power Riezel had unleashed with that kick alone. Incredible strength. Kokushibu muttered darkly. A mere human, possessing such strength. No wonder the former upper 5 and upper 6 fell to you. Speaking like this, his 6 eyes revealed not resignation but a more complex emotion as if standing before him wasn't Riezel, but some other existence entirely. Your monstrous, inhuman strength, does bear some resemblance to him. Kokushibu said coldly. But I must say, you have no right to use that name, even if you've somehow learned sun breathing. Heh. At his words, Riezel chuckled. Coming from you, that's quite the irony. Riezel retorted casually, shaking his head. At least someone is using that name, unlike you, who has forsaken even your own name, reduced to this grotesque appearance. Upon hearing this, Kokuzibu narrowed his 6 eyes, exuding an even stronger murderous aura. You know about me? Kokuzibu asked in a low voice. Naturally, the answer was yes. Many people who know about the history of the Demon Slayer Corps during the Sengoku era have heard of Tsujikuni Yoriichi, but they don't know that he actually had an older twin brother. Riezel's voice slowly filled the air. He was once highly esteemed, eager to become a powerful swordsman. He was favored more than his younger brother by their father, seen as the sole heir of the family's legacy. Due to the strange mark on his younger brother's forehead from birth, his younger brother faced rejection and neglect from their family. Because of this, he gained all the love and growth environment that should have belonged to his younger brother. However, there was one thing he could never surpass his younger brother in: talent in swordsmanship. Riezel's words caused Kokushibu's hand gripping the sword to tighten slowly, yet Riezel seemed oblivious, continuing unabated. Just like his younger brother, he had also joined the Demon Slayer Corps and became a Demon Slayer. In his goal to surpass his younger brother, he tirelessly honed his swordsmanship. Eventually, he not only awakened the Demon Slayer mark in the transparent world but also stepped into the domain of supremacy that martial artists dream of, becoming one of the strongest in the Corps. Even so, he still couldn't surpass his younger brother. Faced with his younger brother's dazzling achievements and unparalleled talent, he could only ever gaze at his back. Such was Tsujikuni Yoriichi's elder brother, a man consumed by an obsession with strength, constantly striving to improve himself while harboring intense jealousy toward his supremely talented younger brother. Tsujikuni Michikatsu, that's his name. Riezel's eyes gazed calmly into Kokushibu's. How does it feel to hear your abandoned name after so long? Riezel's words caused Kokushibu to close his 6 eyes. After a long while, he opened them again. Since it's a name I've long abandoned, what is there to cling to? Kokushibu said lightly. Tsujikuni Michikatsu has long been dead and the only one here is Kokushibu, the upper one, that's all. You seem pretty relaxed. Riezel remarked emotionlessly. Especially, since you're the one who caused your younger brother's downfall. Initially, Yoriichi was banished from the Demon Slayer Corps and even asked to perform seppuku for 3 reasons. First, for allowing Muzan to escape. Second, for sparing Tamayo voluntarily. Third, for having a close relative within the Demon Slayer Corps who assisted Muzan in killing the then master. Truthfully, any one of these acts would be unforgivable for anyone. Just like Zenitsu's master, the former Thunder Hashira, who took his own life simply because his disciple became a demon, and Tanjiro, who nearly committed seppuku for sheltering his demon younger sister. When these 3 incidents converged on one person, even someone nearly legendary like Yoriichi, he was ultimately banished from the Demon Slayer Corps. Michikatsu's betrayal was the final straw that led to this decision. If the master of the Demon Slayer Corps hadn't been killed, perhaps Yoriichi's contributions and abilities would have prevented his banishment from the Corps. It was Yoriichi's elder brother who killed the beloved master of the Demon Slayer Corps, plunging its members into irreparable sadness and anger, with no possibility of reconciliation. Given this, Riezel's accusation that Kokushibu was responsible for Yoriichi's downfall was not unfounded. However, Kokushibu clearly didn't see it that way. What do you understand? Kokushibu spoke softly, his head lowered. Do you understand the feeling of never being able to catch up to someone by your side, no matter what? Do you understand the feeling of pushing yourself to the limit in training, only to fall short of someone else's casual attempt? Can you understand that feeling when everything becomes futile, when even the right to strive is taken away? As Kokushibu's chest began to rise and fall, he lifted his head, revealing bloodshot eyes fixed on Riezel's. You don't understand, because you, like him, are both naturally gifted. Kokushibu truly envied Yoriichi, envied his own younger brother. Because of this envy, he despised Yoriichi to the point of anger whenever he thought of him. His dream was to become a powerful swordsman, but that dream was effortlessly fulfilled by his younger brother, who had been ignored and looked down upon since childhood. How could anyone else understand such a disparity? If not for this, Kokushibu wouldn't have become a demon, betrayed the Demon Slayer Corps, and killed the then master. However, in truth, the main reason Kokushibu became a demon was actually the Demon Slayer mark. He was a marked Demon Slayer, evidenced by the marks on his forehead and chin. When he learned that marked Demon Slayers would die before the age of 25, his first emotion was resentment. Resentment that he no longer had time to train. Resentment that he no longer had the opportunity to surpass his younger brother. Because of this, in order to gain eternal time to perfect his swordsmanship, Kokushibu accepted Muzan's invitation, became a demon, and killed the master of the Demon Slayer Corps at the time. In addition, Kokushibu also participated in the ruthless eradication of those who knew about sun breathing initiated by Muzan. Now that you've used his name, used his breathing style, be prepared. As Kokusabu spoke, a terrifying aura gradually emitted from his body, growing stronger by the second. I will definitely kill you right here, right now. Chapter 208, Lost Interest. Head instructor Tsujikuni Yoriichi is fighting the upper one. When this news spread from the mouth of Kasugai crows and echoed across the Infinity Castle, everyone momentarily paused their battles. Lord Head Instructor is fighting. Every member of the Demon Slayer Corps had this thought flash through their minds. Upper one is fighting. On the other hand, all the demons were equally shaken by this news. No choice. After all, the famous head instructor of the Demon Slayer Corps, who could easily slay the upper ranks, causing its members to be absent for the first time in a century, was fighting the strongest upper rank. Undoubtedly, there was no reason for this fight not to move everyone deeply. However, in reality, the fight wasn't as intense as everyone had imagined, and definitely not something like the clash of two titans. Moon breathing, second form, pearl flower moon gazing. On the top floor of the altar-like palace, the strongest demon under Musen exploded from in front of the moon mural, rushing forward while spinning his body and delivering 3 slashes. His 3 slashes, carrying many crescent moon blades, cut through the ground as they swept toward Riezel with such force it seemed they could shred the entire area to pieces. Facing such a fierce and sharp slashing storm, Riezel didn't retreat but advanced instead. Boom. He stomped his foot, igniting a blaze beneath him, and dashed forward with his back to the sun mural. In the next moment, Riezel grabbed his scabbard and swung it like a blunt weapon toward the incoming crescent moon blades. Clang. With a metallic clash, Riezel deflected one crescent moon blade, sparking a burst of fire. Clang, cling, clang, cling. A series of intense clashes followed, as Riezel's scabbard, now an afterimage, deflected all the crescent moon blades flawlessly. After Riezel easily neutralized Kokushibu's attack, he flashed and darted straight toward Kokusabu. Moon breathing, third form, loathsome moon, chains. Kokusabu immediately twisted his sword and performed 2 extremely broad slashes which released a storm of crescent moon blades. As Kokushibu's slashes came too fast, his sword couldn't even be seen, only the slashes and numerous crescent moon blades of varying sizes could be seen, cutting through the air and slicing toward Riezel. However, in this instant, Riezel's figure suddenly vanished, leaving the crescent moon blades to slice through the empty ground, shredding the floor and sending countless fragments of debris flying. Kokushibu's heart screamed with warning signs as he suddenly ducked and squatted to the ground. Swish. Almost at the same moment, a still-sheathed sword whistled past Kokushibu's head, grazing his scalp and nearly blowing his head apart. Not bad. Riezel's calm voice reached Kokushibu's ears. Dodging that strike shows your strength is way beyond the other upper ranks. As expected from a swordsman who awakened the mark in the transparent world before becoming a demon. You must have sensed my next move through the transparent world, yes. Unfortunately, Riezel's words of praise didn't make Kokusabu feel honored at all. Moon breathing, sixth form, perpetual night, lonely moon, incessant. Kokusabu turned around and slashed toward Riezel, who stood behind him. It was a high-speed combo slash far faster than before. It was a multitude of curved slashes several meters, which released a wild barrage of crescent moon blades, enveloping Riezel in a storm of slashes, leaving no room to retreat. In an instant, the spot where Riezel stood was instantly reduced to fragments, while the floor and the nearby pillars were all neatly cut apart. Rumble. Suddenly, the palace echoed with a heavy rumble. As the sound of pillars collapsing and the floor breaking mixed together, the entire palace began to shake, causing the open rooftop to raise a cloud of dust that resembled a natural disaster. Kokushibu's fierce attacks and strong slashes were evident from this. In fact, the moon breathing he used was a breathing style derived directly from sun breathing, similar to the 5 fundamental breathing styles. Yet, it wasn't entirely accurate to call moon breathing a derivative of sun breathing, as it was more of a degraded version. Due to the harsh conditions of sun breathing, Michikatsu created his own degraded breathing style when he couldn't withstand the sun's power while learning sun breathing from his younger brother, Yoriichi. Ironically, moon breathing's existence was a testament to Michikatsu's inferiority to Yoriichi, for no matter how bright the moon was, it could never outshine the sun. Moreover, this degraded breathing style constantly reminded Michikatsu that he was always inferior to his chosen brother, even after awakening the Demon Slayer mark in the transparent world. After all, Yoriichi was born with the Demon Slayer mark and already understood and awakened the transparent world from childhood, an achievement no one could match. Nevertheless, this didn't mean moon breathing wasn't powerful. On the contrary, because it corresponded with the sun, in terms of sheer power, moon breathing surpassed all derivative and branch breathing styles, including the 5 fundamental breathing styles. Its effect was to release a wide range of sword auras, with slashes always accompanied by numerous crescent moon-shaped blades. All of its sword forms were high-speed, wide-range killing moves with extremely shocking lethality. In Michikatsu's hands, this breathing style's power was almost infinite. Coupled with him mastering the Demon Slayer mark in the transparent world, its power was even more terrifying. Consequently, even before becoming a demon, Michikatsu was undoubtedly a Hashira rank swordsman. Although he couldn't match the broken existence of Yoriichi, he wouldn't lose to any current Hashira, including Gyumei, praised as the strongest and the pillar of the current Demon Slayer Corps. In Riezel's view, Michikatsu, before becoming a demon, had power equivalent to the limit of level 4. Compared to the current Gyumei, who had also awakened the Demon Slayer mark in Transparent World, he was definitely on par. In such circumstances, after Michikatsu abandoned his past, transformed into a demon, and became the upper one, Kokusabu, his power had undoubtedly reached a higher level. Now, hundreds of years had passed. In these centuries, since Kokusabu had devoured countless humans and increased his strength, his power had reached the true supreme realm of this world. Just as Riezel had previously speculated, Kokusabu was at level 5, completely above the other upper ranks. In this era without Yoriichi, in terms of individual strength, besides the monstrous Musen who had lived for 1,000 years, no one could match Kokusabu. In the original work, Kokusabu not only single-handedly fought against Sanemi, who had used the Demon Slayer mark, but also against Gyumei and Wichiru, who had both used the Demon Slayer mark in the Transparent World, ultimately managing to kill one of them. If it had been the Riezel before arriving in this world, with his status not yet reaching SSS rank and without mastering sun breathing, it would have taken considerable effort to deal with such a first-class adventure-level demon. But now. Bang. In the slash storm that could shred anything, Riezel, wrapped in flames, emerged and scathed and kicked Kokusabu's chest, sending him flying. Cough. Boom. Kokusabu immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, crashing into a pillar and shattering it into pieces. As the fragments of the stone pillar fell, they instantly buried Kokusabu, making him disappear from Riezel's field of vision. Riezel, however, did not intend to stop his attack. With his sword still sheathed, he slashed toward the pile of rubble mercilessly. Boom. As his slash hit the rubble, a scorching explosion blasted it, sending debris flying. Kokusabu emerged from the rubble, rolling on the ground along with various debris, tumbling a considerable distance. Cough, cough. Kokusabu lay on the ground, coughing up blood, his body completely charred by flames. Damn it. Feeling the unbearable pain, Kokusabu gritted his teeth, shakily stood up from the ground, and looked at Riezel with both seriousness and anger in his eyes. The seriousness stemmed from Riezel's great strength, which had far surpassed his imagination. He knew Riezel was strong and could easily kill an upper rank, but to behead an upper rank in the blink of an eye was something he could also do, so he didn't think he would be utterly powerless against Riezel. In his view, Riezel was indeed strong, but that didn't mean he would lose to him. They might be evenly matched, with their strengths at the same level. However, he never expected that even when facing him, Riezel would still seem so relaxed, without even breaking a sweat. Such overwhelming power made Kokusabu's heart tremble, and for a moment, he even thought it was his younger brother standing before him. Remembering that monstrous existence, as powerful as a god, could there really be a second one in this world? Was that even possible? Kokusabu's anger gradually arose. In fact, before Yoriichi died, he had met him one last time. It was during that meeting that Yoriichi died, right in front of his eyes. For this reason, he had sworn long ago that he would never lose to anyone again in this life. Yet now, in front of Riezel, he was not only in a miserable state and completely outmatched, but Riezel hadn't even drawn his sword and was merely using its scabbard. Are you looking down on me? Yelling angrily, Kokusabu glared at Riezel with his 6 eyes, which were almost popping out of their sockets. Riezel gazed at the enraged Kokusabu, his expression calm, even had a hint of indifference. Don't get me wrong. You're still alive because I have a question for you. Riezel's tone sounded like he wasn't in a battle but merely completing a tedious task. Where is the throne? Yes, the so-called throne was all Riezel cared about right now. At this moment, he had completely lost interest in Kokusabu. Previously, he had had some expectations for this upper one, but now it seemed Kokusabu was also no match for him. Given this, Riezel's goal was left with only one thing, Kibutsuji Musen. Chapter 209, Are You Satisfied? At this moment, Kokusabu fell silent as he stared at the young man before him. However, as his silence deepened, the aura he emitted became even more terrifying and astonishing. Glug. Soon, Kokusabu slowly raised his sword, which emitted a squirming sound as it gradually elongated and transformed. Before long, the sword in Kokusabu's hand completely changed its form, becoming a massive long sword, with its blade sprouting several blades like a branch, making it extremely intimidating. In fact, the sword in Kokusabu's hand was no ordinary weapon but a demon sword forged from his own flesh and blood. His blood demon art allowed him to transform his physical body into blades at will. Not only could the blades unleash crescent moon slashes, but when combined with moon breathing, their effect far surpassed ordinary blood demon arts. Because of this, Kokusabu was known as a sword demon, not only because he was a demon swordsman proficient in the breathing style but also because he himself was akin to a sword. Since every piece of his flesh could transform into a blade, even if his sword was damaged, it could instantly regenerate and evolve into a heteromorph weapon with multiple blades as his power was unleashed. In other words, this state was Kokushibu's full power form. In the next moment, Kokushibu began to swing his sword. Moon breathing, 7th form, mirror of misfortune, moonlit. Slashing his sword forward, 5 crescent moon blades surged forth, fanning out across the ground and sending arc-shaped shockwaves toward Riezel. Seeing this, Riezel's eyebrows slightly furrowed and his eyes began to emit a radiant glow. He swiftly shifted his steps, dodging each blade one by one. Moon breathing, 8th form, moon dragon ringtail. Kokushibu showed no sign of stopping his attacks, continuing to wield his demon sword, unleashing a massive slash that could sweep away everything. A massive crescent moon blade was attached to this enormous slash, like a dazzling streak, slashing fiercely toward Riezel. Facing such a wide-range slash, there was no way to avoid it on the ground. Even the stone pillars standing in front of Riezel were effortlessly cut down, collapsing with a crash. In the end, it forced Riezel to leap into the air, letting the massive crescent moon blade scrape beneath his feet and strike the wall behind him. Boom. As the wall shattered on impact, it broke into pieces that scattered across the ground. Moon breathing, 9th form, waning moon swath. Kokushibu, relentless, slashed countless crisscrossing waves at the airborne Riezel, the slashes forming a web of interlocking crescent moon blades, sealing off all of his escape routes. Looking around, Riezel found himself surrounded by interwoven tornadoes of crescent moon blades, where a single misstep would result in being torn to shreds, leaving no trace behind. Realizing this, Riezel stopped dodging. Sun breathing, 6th form, burning bones, summer Sunday. Suspended in midair, Riezel unleashed a whirlpool of rotating flames amidst the barrage of crescent moon blades. Although he still hadn't unsheathed his sword and was still using the scabbard, he performed the sword form of sun breathing perfectly. Such an extraordinary skill demonstrated Riezel's progress over the past 2 months. Through continuous combat training with the Hashira, he had not only deepened his understanding and comprehension of every sword form of the evolved sun breathing, but he had also mastered all forms of sword techniques and had truly achieved the state of total concentration, constant. As a result, even without drawing his sword, even with just a wooden stick or a scabbard, Riezel could execute any form of sun breathing, no longer limited to using a sword. Boom. In this scenario, the vortex of flames clashed with the crescent moon blades, resulting in a massive explosion in midair. Riezel emerged from the fiery explosion and managed to land back on the ground without a scratch. However, the moment he landed, a figure swiftly closed in on him. Moon breathing, 10th form, drilling slashes, moon through bamboo leaves. Kokushibu, now just a step away from Riezel, unleashed 3 gigantic crescent moon blades without hesitation. Rumble. As the crescent moon blades tore through the air, ripping apart the ground where Riezel stood, the earth crumbled beneath him, drawing him into the raging blades. Boom. Riezel immediately swung his scabbard to meet the attack, shattering the violent crescent moon blades with a tremendous shockwave. Kokushibu, unfazed by the shockwave's rampage, charged toward Riezel again, slashing at him with relentless attacks. Clang, cling, clang, cling. Riezel calmly countered, parrying all the incoming slashes. Clang, cling, clang, cling. Sparks and radiance burst around Riezel and Kokushibu in a dazzling, intense display. Amid these relentless attacks, Kokushibu suddenly spoke up. He is just like you. Kokushibu's sudden remark was unexpected. He is just like you. His eyes always look ahead. Like he's seeing some target. Some place he must reach. So brilliant. And so annoying. Boom. Kokushibu's slashes grew fiercer, tearing through the ground, the air, and even the surrounding walls, ceiling, and rubble made from shattered stone pillars. I know what you're looking at. You're looking at Lord Muzan. In your eyes. He's the only worthy opponent. You're looking at humanity's future. At a glorious path. An ideal so grand that anyone who sees it can't help but admire and aspire to it. Indeed. You're great. Strong. But your eyes. Your eyes never seen me. Kokushibu quickly unleashed countless enormous crescent moon blades, turning his slashes into a raging storm, an overwhelming storm directed at Riezel. Such an all-encompassing storm left Riezel with no way to escape, and his figure was quickly swallowed by the storm of slashes, torn apart, shattered, vanishing without a trace. However, in the next second, Riezel's figure suddenly reappeared behind Kokushibu. Sun breathing, 4th form, fake rainbow. Riezel whispered sun breathing sword form. Fake rainbow, a specialized evasion sword form achieved through high-speed twists and turns, creating afterimages like sun flames. It allowed the user to become a flickering mirage, dodging enemy attacks while slipping into their blind spots. Using this sword form, Riezel appeared behind Kokushibu like a flickering sun flame, raising his scabbard and slashing down. Ding! At the critical moment, Kokuzubu, with his understanding of sun breathing and his ability to use the transparent world, turned around just in time to block the scabbard slash with his demon sword. Surprisingly, the seemingly ordinary scabbard could directly clash with the grotesque demon sword, causing sparks to fly explosively. "I'm right here. Right in front of you." Kokuzubu let out a low growl as his 6 demon eyes glared at Riezel. "I'm not an ant. Not some insignificant weakling. Do I not even have the right to enter your eyes? You are so arrogant. So self-centered. So detestable." Kokuzubu roared angrily at Riezel. "You want to know the throne? You want to find Lord Musen? Defeat me first. Defeat me." Kokuzubu, Tsujikuni Michikatsu. As Kokuzubu roared, an unprecedentedly terrifying aura erupted from him. Moon breathing, 16th form, moonbow, half moon. In moon breathing created by Kokuzubu, this was the strongest move, the final form of moon breathing. Hundreds of years of persistent research and practice of moon breathing led Kokuzubu to create 16 forms, far surpassing any other breathing style. Even sun breathing in Yorichi's hands had only 13 forms. Moon breathing, however, had 16, clearly showing the depth of Kokushibu's research into his own breathing style, reaching a level that ordinary demon slayers could hardly achieve. In fact, Kokuzubu was not weak. Just as he had said earlier, he was not an ant or a weakling. Creating a breathing style like moon breathing and improving it to such an extent was proof enough that Kokuzubu himself was a genius in swordsmanship. It was believable that in another era, he would have been a great swordsman, an extraordinary figure whose name would go down in history. Unfortunately, this genius happened to encounter a monstrous genius. Moreover, it was not just one, but two. Boom. When Kokushibu's final sword form descended from the sky, transforming into several gigantic crescent moon blades that shattered the earth and the entire palace, Riezel slowly raised his head. Squing. Amid the clear sound of a sword's hum, Riezel finally drew his sword. Soon, flames erupted around him, while intense heat surged from his body. On the blade of the famous divine sword known as Hermit, red patterns glowed like the sun, engulfing Riezel in flames and transforming him into a blazing sun. Whoosh! In the next moment, Riezel's figure darted out, the blazing sun he had become evaporating the giant crescent moon blades and burning away Kokushibu's slash. Before Kokuzubu could react, Riezel's sword sliced past him. Sun breathing, 12th form, flame dance. Swish. In a calm voice, Riezel's sword traced an almost perfect circle, transforming into 2 scorching slashes that cut through Kokushibu's body. Everything instantly fell into a silent stillness. Riezel and Kokuzubu landed in the shattered palace, touching the ground simultaneously. They stood back to back, one holding a flaming sword and the other a demon sword, saying nothing more. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, 2 murals fell from midair, one crashing down in front of Riezel, the other in front of Kokuzubu. The murals depicted the sun and the moon, respectively. The mural in front of Riezel depicted the sun. The mural in front of Kokuzubu depicted the moon. The two of them, like the murals, one radiated brilliant sunlight, while the other emitted desolate moonlight. Click. Are you satisfied? Riezel slowly sheathed his sword and asked indifferently. No response. Kokuzubu remained silent.